cloning going on. Yeah,
when you
it
swear, you
is.
have to be aware.
I never.
It wasn't aware.
Well, I'm saying, let's just say animal clone. Oh, right. Yeah. Let's start there. That's not a myth, or that's not a conspiracy theory that we are at the point where we have no problem cloning animals. If you lose a pet, you can send away to these companies and they will remix that bitch to send it back. All right. Yeah, that's close proximity as you can imagine. Yeah, right. That we know is possible. Okay. So now,
Somebody
if Virgin heads right there. So that's in the animal world. So now in the human world, we know that there are multiple surgeries that we know we can replace this,
and therefore it's
that
not a show and doesn't pay
all the way up to
according to Rabbi. Original hope
what's
is
our last achievement?
equals
Is it
hearts. It's like the same thing as hearts. And therefore,
the guy passed away with a pink heart?
what if somebody found himself in the desert, lost track of time, doesn't have a calendar, doesn't know what day it is? What does he keep showing?
Right there.
Not do malachim.
Two
What
people
it says, the
have
moment he realizes
received
it's
a
lost, doesn't know what day it
genetically
is.
modified pig heart transplant. David Bennett and Lawrence Fawcett both were performed in Maryland.
Okay, but Rav says that. The day that he finds out, he does Shabbos. And he counts 6 days. Like this is, we go by 3 years cycle, 6 days.
There's not
Okay, but Rav says no, it's
evidence there.
he was born,
Very
immediately the
much
Shabbos,
left
just 6 days of.
on what it would take as far as abilities
Right,
go.
so there's a question on Pia, on a Pia Rav.
Do you think there's any artists now that you think are not the same artists
Every
that
6
thought
days
they
you
were?
keep one Shabbos. In fact, the Bryce says before it.
If we're only speaking of biology, I've heard that
Says the Gemara, all 7 days. This is amazing.
man's G-spot is in his
It's
anal
really bad.
passage, which means I'm going to go my whole life without ever experiencing it.
Only to sustain himself. He could only get enough food to live in himself.
By the same token,
And the day that he keeps Shabbos, he makes Kiddush and
everybody
Havdalah.
is a reflection of what they
If he
got to go through to get to where
the
they're
day
at. Right.
that he left.
And I just know that
But assume that day was definitely not Shabbos because he wouldn't travel on Shabbos.
the
But
people
not
that
assume
have been in
that day
positions
was
where
not
they
Friday,
decided
but
to do
3
some
days.
stuff that
Because it's
they
very
said
possible
they
that
weren't
he
going
got a
to
good
do,
ride and he left
it
on
will
his
be
Friday.
the same on the other side.
We learned in the Mishnah that the person forgets that today is Shabbos.
Nothing they can do
This is really
can
common for
make
every
them
Shabbos.
seem like
The person
what you
forgot the
remember
concept
them
of Shabbos.
as.
He brings one part of his entire life. Why?
Have you ever called it spiritual? Because I don't know what else to call it.
As a Shabbos,
Have you ever faced
you have to keep one Shabbos. And then it says
that in your life where people are trying to come at you for offers like that? Do you think that like stars and get offered that kind of thing? Like to compromise themselves sexually for entertainment?
About Shabbos. You forgot that today Shabbos is to be a cover for each other.
Again,
Remember,
the things that we're discussing exist in each of the fields. Right, exactly. Right.
All the Shabbosim that you follow,
Entertainment exclusively,
where you lost the concept of
politics,
Shabbos.
religion, the science, everywhere. Right? Some of this is human nature, right? Because we listen and we don't judge. Were there things that you didn't take in your career that you feel like were like are there things to look out for? Do you feel like
incredible?
Like it wasn't for me because I knew I wasn't going to take it, but I did want to get offered. You know what I mean? Most of the stuff I wouldn't have believed until I had to get to a certain level to get to see the proof. You know what I mean? So I was as shocked as anybody about how powerful Harvey Weinstein was and how that I was weak.
You forgot that's also the question is why? Since we're not very simple, the person
could not be told no.
And he only had one forgetfulness. His mistake wasn't one.
Whatever he want. You follow what I'm saying?
But
Let's just figure out some way, right? So I thought that didn't apply to me because I don't care about them.
But how do you know that you're chayav on each and every malacha? Perhaps all the malachas of Shabbos are included in one
they offered me two actresses like they was playing cards, and I was like, what? You just jilted me. He was like, I know you.
You die, you get the death penalty. So why did the Torah repeat itself and say,
like,
once the answer is there's not talking about Mason. If you can't be talking about Mason, you must
my
be talking
personal
about
aces, yeah.
And the Torah says you shall die. What does it mean, die? Not literally, but
I'm not.
take out of your pocket. For some people, that's like death.
In these scary situations, I don't even
Or it
leave
says,
it up to you. Like, I'm
many
going
Karbanas on one shot.
what the superhero would do.
It's a very famous one, shots. The Torah says he lives in fire with you shall not light a fire in Shabbos. But why did the Torah pick that level from all the malachas? Says
Just because it's a story, and I know it's a story. But
all
it's
the
my
39
story.
malachas,
You know, so I can't.
if one
It's a
does
good way
it,
to think about
that
things.
8 different Basra, you get
Yeah, what would the superhero do right there?
amazing without 8 different Basra.
Because I'm saying,
You can show you
I
get a
read
package.
about Jesus getting to the mountaintop and the devil saying you can have all of this, and
But
you
to
know,
us, it says no. The reason why the Torah points out
saying you don't have anything to offer.
is to tell us
Like,
that
you know what I mean?
every
So
single
that's what I
malacha
got to look up
reads
to.
all carbon of the
I'm gonna follow suit in
It
the
says
best
Ikra
version
Hadvarim,
I can,
Aleph Lamed Hey
regardless.
is 36. Hadvarim is 3. Why? Because Dvarim is plural 2. Hadvarim Hey, yeah.
Do you have a comedian that passed away that you really like,
39 malachas.
that you miss a lot?
You do that, you're chayiv, a part of each
There's
and
been
every
a
one.
lot of them.
According to
But
Rabbi
you get like
Rothschild,
this scary say I miss
he
so
learned
many.
this
You
concept
get like a
of
brother in comedy.
dividing
Like,
malachas, and for each one you have to bring a carbon.
I miss
But the
so
puzzle of
many.
Asami, Achas, Vehi,
Like, I don't even act like, was he a super guy?
pushes from those 3 words. Meyachas,
Because I never seen anybody like that.
Mehina, and he learned.
That's a great place.
Meyachas means
No,
a person
you never saw anybody like him just because
the
there
word
wasn't
Shimon, the
anybody.
name Shimon.
Yeah,
And he
I
ended
mean,
up writing
like,
just the first 2 letters, shame. He's also writing, because that's all you need is 2 letters,
pretend
and
to
he
do
did shame. The
and
Shimon is
talk
chayiv.
themselves up to be.
The man of Mehina teaches us,
He was
tells
that
us not only Ava is chayiv, but even for the
already.
Torah. And then he goes on to learn, Achas
Yeah,
Mehina means Achas Shehi Heina. In other words, if a person knew that it's Shabbos, but he forgot
I
about
went
the malachas,
down
he's
to his
chayiv.
show when he was taping.
Every malacha is which was.
And they were
Or
saying,
Heina, She Achas teaches us that if a person
I left
forgot that
there
it's Shabbos,
feeling like
but he knew about the malachas,
they're
he's chayiv.
murdering this dude. Like,
Now, the reason why Shmuel didn't learn from
he had a lung problem, right? And the doctors told him that he just had to take time
is
away
because
from
he
the
doesn't want to
show.
learn 4. He could learn 2
And he
things.
could
He
come
learned
back.
the concept of Chaldites,
Right.
and he learns shame and
And his
Shimon, but doesn't learn
contract was
Achashihena, Behena, Shimon.
oh, yeah, and they made him work.
Says Rabbi,
Like,
what happened to the person did 2 things. He
Yeah.
forgot 2 things. First of all,
yeah,
he
but
forgot that it's
I
Shabbos.
miss all
And he
of the
forgot that a few of the malachas that
comedy
he's doing
angels
are
that
also.
I
What comes
came
first?
in contact
If you say the
with.
person that forgot Shabbos wanted to bring 1 carbon, so even though that he forgot about the malachas, he only signed 1 carbon. Perhaps no, he should bring a carbon because he
Heavy
lost
D,
that he forgot.
Miss Heavy D,
Renava wanted to say,
John Withers.
since he forgot Shabbos, that's it. It's all over. All he has to do is bring 1 carbon. The fact that he forgot to bring 1 carbon. Malachas, he doesn't bring no carbon.
Ronaldo Ray.
Rashi says it depends why he's retreating. If you tell him, hey, it's Shabbos, and he stops doing what he does, and he only brings 1 carbon. You say, hey, you're doing a malacha, and he stops, then he has to bring a carbon for each and every one.
Oh,
That doesn't make sense. The reason why a person stops doing malacha is because he realizes that Shabbos.
Was he the
And
grandfather?
Shabbos means that you can't
He
do malacha.
was a brilliant,
They're one and the same.
brilliant.
So therefore, he says it's so different.
Like,
They only bring 1 carbon.
he had
As we had yesterday,
multiple masters.
in this paragraph later on it says there are 39 malachas. The Gemara asks the question, why did it say nothing? We don't have it. It says in Rabbi Rothschild to tell us that 39 malachas is possible up until 39 malachas. You're chayiv up to 39 karbanos. You're 1 helen, you're 1
What
warrior.
about Bill Cosby? You ever get to meet him or not?
Now, if we hold like
Before you had all
Rabbi
the problems.
that knowing that what you're doing is wrong, just
It's
for
being
God,
this
that there's a chorus, is that considered? I'll show you.
He said
That's
that like
weird.
before he got
Weird
scurvy.
that there's a Shabbos. You know that the Shabbos is because you know that this. But according to your sluggish, The Lord be over, so you Lord be over 39 levels.
I did.
So then, he's not aware that it's Shabbos. When he said that he's not aware that it's Shabbos, he's going to be one party. So how's it possible that he's high 39 carbon? So really, the people that hold, like we said yesterday, like Rabbi Kiva. Rabbi Kiva holds them in the right, so this is you can't go past 2,000 amas from yours.
He has some works comedically that you can put up there.
He's aware of Shabbos and the fact that you can't walk more than Shabbos.
So many hours
forgot about
the
the
kid
39
like our
levels.
parents were playing the
That's why
car
it's
stuff
high
like that.
39
And he spent a good portion of his televised career really making black men and black families look really good in a time when that was not a popular thing to do. None of that supersedes rapist.
I was
glad to not be a fan of his just because.
And he
we liked Richard Pryor. You had to kind of like
knowing that it's
which way are you?
One carbon for those
Richard Pryor, Red Fox, or
and then in one awareness, he continues doing those again. However, this time he didn't realize that zero and Tina are also still lost. The lava is one carbon, and that's enough for all 4 of us.
No, I don't think you did. You get to go to Bernie Mac's
Carbon on the first funeral. 0 and the 0 below it are all the same. They all have in one awareness. The first one is the same along the
Steve
wall.
Harvey was at his funeral, so I
The
wouldn't.
top box, 0 and Tina,
I didn't know that.
they are clearly structured. 0, the Tina 2. So one carbon is enough for the 0 and Tina.
I'll be able to tell you when you're.
Because they all have it in one shot. And
I feel like I'm not doing that good right now. You're doing great.
It works for the below it. Like I said,
was it scary for you to be a parent whenever you decided you wanted to be a parent?
His knowledge of what happened
Oh, yeah.
first to the 0.
Yeah, it's one of those things where
the bottom box. Now,
it's
the bottom box
only
is not
looking back that you realize, I was not in any way qualified for that job. But you try so hard, and it means everything, but
it goes from 0 to Tina. That even Robert.
it's
about what goes downwards.
It's exciting and scary. Like, you can't. So you
with Robert, I only go one way. So I go 0 to 0.
I want to get to, I would like to have some children. Look, if you have
on
one
the bottom of Shigas Love,
child, you're not gonna.
if a person
You're not gonna have the drug issue
they say Caleb, I
to
was
deal
working
with ever.
one,
Really? Yeah,
and then
because
he
it's
had
going
a
to.
knowledge that he's taking. That's number 1.
You're not. You can't do them both.
And then he continues eating a third. The center,
You can't do them both.
center hour before the same.
Yeah.
It's
And
connected
if you, as soon as you have, and it doesn't matter how you get this child. Okay. The second you become a father,
The one before the
and
first is for number 1.
this life is dependent upon you, like you're gonna devote everything to that, and you're gonna have to. You're gonna have to, because only somebody with your experiences will be able to deal with
But after
not
Robert
being able to sleep for like 2 months. You know what I mean? Just on this baby schedule that has no schedule.
Rabbi Rothschild
except
said, 0 that was done.
It's crazy. Life changing.
The government did that for work.
Say
On 0 that I forgot that the
But,
Muslims.
you know, you have
You know the
things.
types of Americans. One is
See,
getting
this
the
is
jobs
the
working
thing.
in the law. One government working.
Right.
So there are
Like it's storage. This is what's
if I
keeping
had a
you
habit
able to be in this world.
sugar and sugar,
Is
it
because
doesn't
you're not
combine
giving
with the habit
yourself
value
a
of
life
sugar.
responsibility. You see what I'm saying? That's why I became a critic, because I didn't want any responsibilities, really.
But it's easy to pay them.
Right. In a lot of ways.
Different ways. Let's say
Right. I think it's a big part of me that's starting to feel like, yeah, I'm missing out if I don't.
which is great.
I'm missing out, but I just want to know. I want to have every experience I can, you know.
Fried,
Right. And you can, yeah. And this is the vehicle
fried, but only a half a gazette. And the other one was perfect fresh, a half a gazette. They are desired together to create one whole gazette that you wouldn't be trying to serve us illegal substances off of to make the partner for the party.
Just because you're not going to need them. Are you a pet owner? You a big pet owner, man? I've heard you guys have animals over there.
Together, it makes it cool.
I've heard you got a couple horses, things like that. Yeah, or ducks. Like I got what? How many ducks do you have, Cat?
That when you have 4 different types of food that are all
19 and 21. I just say that because a couple were there when I first got the place and they never left. Right, so they're there, but everybody else we raise from eggs. That you go down to that place. Tractor Supply.
And then another
Tractor Supply, yeah. You know, Tractor Supply. Oh, wait, they feed us each other. Right. You do the incubators. Yeah, so it's beautiful because they're all black. Oh, really? Yeah. We need more of that. We need everybody. Diversity in the duck world. Oh, hell yeah, dog. I'm sick of seeing these fucking swans, bro. You know what I'm saying?
But it's not
These rich ass small motherfuckers, bro. We have geese too. But I'm just saying, we need some fucking bangers in there, dog. You know, we have some dark ducks in this bitch. Yeah. Or some, we have a couple of black ducks, man. I would love to see that right now. I'm used to seeing mallards, I've seen for sure. I've never seen some
discussing the situation
darker ducks. So that's a beautiful one right there.
That's what my point is.
None of these are black.
It's a college or a
yeah, right there we go.
The knowledge
that western
is
black.
what separates
Western is black. That's an all black. Oh, hell yeah.
Perhaps it's that approach that's become.
But mine are.
Nation.
Oh, that's fucking Mallard Luther King right there, bro. That thing dark as hell.
Everybody you're talking that approach is becoming. And the word, they got hustle. According to your
black guy, Mallard Luther King.
This is a person they wanted to have the same thing.
That is actually a beautiful name for it.
But his knowledge happened later on only on one device out of the one that later on he needed another type of device.
Do you think some people think that
second half of
guys like Martin Luther King were compromised by the CIA, and stuff like that?
The second carbon on those two halves. And since we didn't know, maybe not those thousand. But since the
Goes back to like there's all the conspiracy theory stuff about that, you know.
Is it hard not to have design? And then having
somebody says it's a conspiracy, but that doesn't make it the case. In both of these cases that we've had these conversations, we are talking about the FBI and the CIA. So what do you think they do? So maybe we're unclear about what we think these agencies do. So now the question becomes, hey, do you think they be doing their job? I do think they be doing their job. You mean all through history? Yes, I think they keep on doing their job. You think they get everybody? I think they get everybody. So again, not conspiracy theory at all.
Shop is not paying base.
I'm saying the only way that there could be an FBI file for us to be able to get 30 years after his death is if there's an FBI file, correct? Right.
Whether or not he paid base.
Damn, bro. Nobody controls anybody.
So he sets aside.
That's the scary part to me sometimes.
Miss Aquarius.
Put your trust in me.
The carbon I already brought today should work for tomorrow.
How you living, girl? Miss Aquarius. Hello. How are you? Miss Aquarius. Miss Aquarius. Hello? If you're talking, I can't hear you. All right, maybe you're not talking, which is fine. We're watching Cat Williams or listening to him.
In other words, it's not necessary to have knowledge when you read the Torah. It's not necessary to have knowledge. Knowledge doesn't matter anything.
Because everybody can be compromised except you.
If a person was told shit from Haruka 5 times,
If you don't believe in God, then it's pretty messed up because now you only got you to believe in. But if you got you and God, you can believe them both
and
alone.
in each relationship, he had a knowledge.
You can
It's the idea. The knowledge
have
doesn't
peace
accomplish
then.
anything. I mean,
Have
one person
you
has
had
to
times
end,
in your life
and
where
we
you
have
struggled
to
having God in
fire.
your life, or what's that been like for you?
The word goes on to say, and according to everybody, the person designated according to
Do you
his
ever
spiritual act,
practice it? You
that
use kind of to
designation
like,
stops saying it's Machalik.
like
And
one of my
anything
goals this
past
year is
that
to have
designation,
more
you
God
have
in
to
my
think
life, right?
another
So
part.
for me, I'm just using like more times where I'll stop and pray. Like even sometimes moments of my head will pop in, like you should hit your knees right now and pray. And sometimes I just don't do those. I just go and keep going about my day. But now when those hit me, I'm trying to just make sure I do that. You know, just like because it's like an intuition that I have. You know, because I want to have a stronger practice and understand it's
that knowledge
the reason that
it's separate from the
it's
body.
special is because only you're gonna know
the same. So the person has
that
an
it's
idea
working.
in between that.
Right?
We have to think.
There's gonna be no evidence other than the
And now we
evidence,
go on to the
but
summary of
you're gonna know
besides saying
that.
so it's preoccupied, he does something inadvertently.
Like
for instance, if there's a knife on the
I
ground,
talk
he lifts
to
it up
God
to himself. And by
5
doing
and
so,
6
he touches a
times
food on
a
the ground,
day.
does zero.
He has an accurate account of how I'm feeling about everything, how I think things are going, what I feel like I'm doing good at, what I feel like I need help with.
There she is.
These are our conversations. So
Miss Aquarius. Can you hear me? I cannot hear you. And I could hear people earlier. If you're talking, let me know.
I can't hear you, Rabbi.
Now I can hear you.
I can hear everybody.
Now,
I can't hear you.
now I can hear
Are
you.
you on the phone?
No, can you hear me?
Let me see. What got you muted?
Can you?
What got y'all turned down?
Can,
Yeah, dude.
there,
How get y'all turned down? How turn y'all down that?
I don't know. Can
Go
you?
to bed. I was probably trying to go to sleep.
I understand. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Excellent. How you doing, girl?
I'm good.
What's new with you?
Nothing. Nothing. Like get ready and take a bath and get out.
Absolutely. Well, this is the perfect place to do it.
Yeah. How was your day?
Amazing. So far, so good.
That's good. That's good.
Just chilling like a villain.
That's good.
Do you know who Cat Williams is?
Yeah.
I'm
That's
listening.
comedian. I love Cat Williams.
Same here. Pimp Chronicles. He's hilarious. I'm listening to an interview of his, so feel free to enjoy.
Oh, okay. Okay. Are we done?
I don't wonder why stuff is moved out of my way because I asked for things to be moved out of my way. Like you asked earlier, like, aren't you scared? Like, I'm not allowed to be scared because I'm not counting on me. Like,
Is that him?
Yeah.
you can't fuck me up because you're not allowed to fuck me up. And I've been in enough situations to know that he ain't let me down yet. Like every time I needed his safety, it was there. Yeah, and will be. And the more times you communicate, the better the relationship is. And then you'll find that that works with the black girl from the airport too. Like, communication is key. Oh, Lord, man. Literally, huh? You're perfect when you don't even try. I've heard you say that you feel like we're about to enter like a golden era. What do you mean kind of by that? Like what feelings do you have about that? And what can we look forward to? I was just trying to be super positive at the time. I wasn't trying to be actually accurate with the question. Okay. The question was asked, I think, almost on New Year's or something like that, or Christmas, something like that. Pretty close to the top of the year, so I didn't want to say anything that would make anybody uncomfortable or awkward. But the Bible has a book called Revelations, right? And it gives you this little metaphorical rundown of how things should go. Bring it up real quick to Revelations. Let me get a look at it. There we go. Book of Revelation or Book of the Apocalypse, the final book of the New Testament. Correct. So now, it talks about the things that will happen in what's called the last days, right? Before the second coming of Jesus, right? Because my whole life I was just trying to figure out, like, whatever it would take for Jesus to come back, why aren't all of the people around the world that love Jesus, why aren't they making sure that happens? So he would come back. Yeah, like Santa didn't leave milk and cookies out. You know what I'm saying? We would fucking leave out a couple of freaking. We're willing to go buy the presents ourselves. Say you delivered them. Put some secret snacks out for him or something. Right. So, you know, it just tells a story of the little key things that will happen that you can look forward to before things get there, right? And so it talks about things like all of the nations will have to come together and make a group called the United Nations, you know, and this was written way back then, and we have the United Nations now. Yeah, it talks about there being wars and reports of wars in multiple places, and it gives us a little guideline just to, you know, what may be happening in the future. Like whenever Jesus comes back, where do you think it'll be at? is generally pretty specific about places, generally. So, like it talks about Armageddon, right? And there's this actual valley of Armageddon. I'm going to mispronounce it, but Armageddon. But the valley of Armageddon that's supposed to take place, there's this valley that is named after, which really exists. But wherever it is, he's going to bring it up. But there's probably a war there now. Right. So, here we are.
The Valley of Megiddo, also known as Jezreel Valley, is a large fertile plain in northern Israel. It's known for its historical, theological, and geographical significance. Oh, wow. And there's a lot of war going on right there, right now.
Correct.
So TBD, huh? What are some of the other animals that you have there? I have heard that you have horses over there. Is that true cut that you have some horses over there?
The donkeys are the stars over there. But yeah, we got a lot of, we have cows. Mini cows. Those are the best kind. Mini cows and
How big are they?
belly pig. Probably about the right.
A mini cow?
Yeah.
But bring up a mini cow real quick. I want to see one of them. They're beautiful too. My sister has a picture of a couple of them at her house. Beautiful.
Yeah, if we can find a white one, that would be like Cash. If you,
That's your name, Cash? Oh, that's cool. Wow. Are those milkable?
he's a boy, so I don't know.
Oh, damn. Well, yeah. Not it. All right.
Yeah,
Oh, look at that.
So, the blessing, he has no idea he's many.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, ours is bigger than that, but, yeah.
It's a beautiful little one right there.
Yeah, they're really fun.
And do you name, so that was named Cash, and what other name do you have for these animals?
Well, all the animals have names, except animals that might be delicious. Like goat is like my favorite meat, I think. And so we have quite a few,
And are you eating goat?
Not Billy, he's the king of all the goats, right? But
You have a little bit of goat. How much goat are you having monthly, you think?
weekly.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. So Cat got him a little bit of money if he having that weekly goat meal, that boy.
I'm a cannibal,
Yes, sir. Yes,
Goat
sir.
eat goat.
Hey, man, goats eat goats. Right. I love that.
He's making a little money.
Sorry. I'm just trying to I think sometimes I was so nervous about who you are because you seem like such a you almost seem like something that came down from Mount Rushmore to spend time with us today. So I think that's like the mystique about you. So I think sometimes I don't know when it's like okay to joke around and stuff, So you just try and figure it out as you go,
I hope that is not correct and you're just saying that because it is always okay to joke around.
No, I appreciate that. I definitely feel that for sure more than other interviews. I'm trying to think of what else I want to ask you about. This is the best picture I ever got. Someone said this, and they said this is Cat Williams talking to Cam Newton. Somebody said it.
Right.
And that's what I'm thinking, man.
Yeah, because here's the thing. Everything, we know that stupid picture of me. Thanks. Appreciate it. Gotcha.
Oh, I didn't even see that. Can we take that down? That's unbelievable.
Very racist. You see how I became racist immediately? No, but here's the facts. The facts are, everything we know about history, we know because of artifacts, things that were left behind. You know what I mean? And so to be into the culture in a way that is represented is
Pretty cool.
it's a pretty big deal, you know.
Yeah. We should make one next year if we made one, and we did make some made a charity for it or something. That could be cool.
Right, but we would have to do you one too. So like there would have to be a Theo Von as well.
I mean, I would be happy to do that. Yours is the one they're already using without your permission.
That's what I'm saying. They're already doing mine.
Yeah, that's true. But maybe we'll try to find one. That'd be kind of a neat. Maybe we could do something where we raise some money for something.
I would love it. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, I'm all about that.
That's cool.
We should do it for. Yeah,
I'd be happy.
we should do it for autism. We is you get this thing around them that you understand that they've been standing here. You know what I mean? Like, there's you understand how difficult it is to carry legacies and stories, even though your people then get destroyed, and then when it's all as bad as it can possibly be and everything is destroyed of your whole legacy, then they give you unlimited money and have casinos. It's a mind-blowing thing to watch a group of people still carry their legacy along, and that's what you get. And they know so much about so much, like, you know what I mean? Like, and I'm an outdoor guy, like, and they know everything about everything. Like, fishing with them is like a whole different experience.
They'll whistle and the bitches in the boat.
They don't make no mistakes. Like, that whole part where you don't catch fish, they don't know shit about that.
Yeah, they catch the bitches and half of them cooked. They catch the bitches, they do it right.
I want you to come out of the water boneless. Fillets.
With outdoor stuff, have you ever done any like camping or anything like that? You ever done any long camps? Did you ever do like a plant medicine retreat or anything like that?
No, but having 100-acre ranch, you start getting into trying to make sure because first you have to figure out what you already have there. You know what I mean? Because aren't you like close to Nashville?
Yeah.
Right, so I'm out in Mississippi on this farm, you see, and so, you're learning what's out there, and then you're trying to accentuate what's already out there, and because I think we probably got like 300 deer, like, wow.
And niggers running around everywhere?
Yeah. Because the way progress worked, they kept getting pinned in, and then there was a golf course, and so they had a little safe area in between them, and then when houses start going in, then it became neighborhood, less and less gated community, and now there's nowhere else for them to be. And this particular area is where they all came to. So, pretty wonderful.
Yeah, I could see you having like a cool petting zoo or something one day if you wanted to, and you ever quit or just wanted to have a peaceful animal type of, or a safari, something like that.
Yeah.
Cats.
I've never tried to do something that requires interaction. Like what I'm doing is creating heaven on earth.
Yeah.
Right? So that means finding out all of the things that really make you jump for joy and excited and make you go, oh, and collecting those around yourself. So that no matter what it is you have to deal with in the world, you can come back to this little heavenly environment that you have created.
That's it.
That fuels you.
Yeah, that's the tour right there.
Yeah.
Heaven on earth.
As it turns out.
Yeah. Cat, man, thank you so much for spending time with me today, man. And just thanks for just so many things, so many quotable moments from your life that you share with us. And yeah, it's an honor, bro. I really feel honored to be in your presence today. And just, I can't even believe it. So thank you so much.
Likewise.
Now I'm just on the
trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and put everything they can to score political points from it.
Of course, he didn't celebrate it or do anything like that. He just came out and talked about it. And you saw what he just said. He said it's the new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize the kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, doing everything they can to score political points from it. That's the direct quote of what Jimmy Kimmel said. So why does that warrant this? Again, it wasn't even a celebration, and I know people are very torn on that. What is free speech or not free speech? But here is what the FCC chairman, Brendan Carr, just warned.
The Jewelry Exchange, 1 carat natural diamonds, $5.99.
Intestine.
Jewelry Exchange Direct.
All right, you guys, let's actually start today's episode with a game. I mean, the feds like to play games. Let's play a game. And this is one that everybody can join in on, okay? Doesn't matter how.
The Jewelry Exchange in Tustin. You get your rubies there.
All right, you guys, let's actually start today's episode with a game. I mean, the feds like to play games. Let's play a game. And this is one that everybody can join in on, okay? Doesn't matter how old or young you are. I want you to grab your cell phone, and I want you to go to your text messages and search for certain terms, okay, that you just use when you speak to your friends. Terms that were just casually tossed into a conversation, the alleged conversation held between the 22-year-old alleged killer of Charlie Kirk, Tyler Robinson, and his 22-year-old boyfriend, Lance Twiggs, okay? The first term I want you to search is retrieve. Look it up. When is the last time that you used the word retrieve between you and a friend? Retrieve. I'm going to retrieve something. I played this game with my entire staff, and I was able to find, since dating back for the last 3 years, 2 messages where someone used that term. The first person was somebody that was former military, and the second person was a cop. Makes sense. Okay, we're not done playing this game. Second term that I want you to look for in your phone is vehicle. Vehicle. I mean, what pops up for you? Is that something that you say? I'm just going to go outside to my vehicle. I left something in my vehicle. I'll be right back. I just parked. I parked my vehicle outside. I don't remember where I parked my vehicle. What's popping up for you? Oh, probably literally nothing. Maybe something related to the DMV. That's what came up for me. Things about the DMV. I think for Skylar, something came up for his car wash. Your vehicle is ready. Sounds pretty professional. I don't know what to tell you guys, though, because what they're telling us is that is just the way the 22-year-olds are speaking these days. Apparently, they just shoot the breeze with one another, and they say vehicle and retrieve. And if you don't believe me, then good. You shouldn't believe that. You shouldn't believe me when I say that. So welcome back to Candace. vehicles, love fast vehicles. I'm a big vehicle person, said nobody ever. The text messages that were released yesterday in the indictment of Tyler Robinson make perfect sense if you don't think about them at all. Like, literally, if you suspend all reason, all rationality, then they can make perfect sense. That's the only way. You just have to stop thinking. You got to get to that point where you're like, are we still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? No, to be fair. Now we are more broadly considering how stupid the feds believe that we are. And the frankly obnoxious messages that someone strung together must clearly be for either our or their own entertainment. So I want to hyper-focus on those. I want to actually hyper-focus on what exactly is wrong with these text messages between Lance and Tyler. Now, first and foremost, the obvious thing, there's no timestamps. Right away, major red flag. Very easy to say he sent the first message at this time. It's part of your investigation, right? Everybody is on edge globally wanting to know what happened. They just remove that. But don't worry, you guys, because like I told you, one of the things that me and Charlie always believed in was that we could work harder. And I gotta tell you, these devils are working pretty hard, but we can work harder than them, okay? And I decided to go back and, on the basis of what Tyler Robinson allegedly writes to his lover, I decided I could work them into the timeline. I could work out an approximate timeline, at least, for us to look at visually for what they had to have been sent on the basis of what he's saying, right? Because he says certain things that were not revealed to the public at a certain time, so we're going to do that. I also want to point out the fact that the language, which many people said online, somebody actually left a very funny comment, it's like borderline poetic. He's got commas in there, it's like perfect English, and that's actually a striking contrast compared to what's inscribed on the casings, right? He goes through all of these memes that he's written, and I'm not hip to the lingo. Okay, you got to be real deep internet and hip, but for whatever reason when he's writing these messages, he's very proper, extremely proper, right? But really wants to make sure he gets the punctuation correct. Anyways, let's just dive right back into the timeline. Let's dive right back into this conversation. And we're at first going to focus on the third message. And don't forget, just to lead up into this, they are telling us that at no time that we're allowed to know on September 10th, after Charlie Kirk was shot, the roommate, that's Lance, received a text message from Robinson, which said, "Drop what you are doing, look under my keyboard." And so Lance, I don't know what he does all day, but he can do that. He knows he's home. And Lance then runs, I'm saying he ran Prantis, who knows, and looks, and he sees this note. And to be clear, we're never going to be able to see that note because the feds have since told us that the note was destroyed. But even though he destroyed the note, he took a picture of it. Yeah, that makes sense, because if you're going to destroy something, the best thing to do is to take a picture of it. The feds saw the picture, but we're not going to be able to see either. Anyways, don't think about it if you want it to make sense. Then we find out that Lance, I guess, decided to take a picture and then text Tyler back. And here is where he asks him, Lance says, "Tyler, what? You're joking, right?" This, the note said, "I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk, and I'm going to take it." So Lance is like, "What? You're joking." And Robinson says to him, Tyler says, "I'm still okay, my love, but I am stuck in Orem," that's the town, okay, that he was at, "for a little while longer yet." So poetic. A little while longer yet. I'll look that up on my phone later. "It shouldn't be long until I can come home, but I gotta grab my rifle still. To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I'm sorry to involve you." Now, I want to jump to this next message because it gives us a timeline. He says to him, I assume right away, Lance says, "You weren't the one who did it, right?" And Robinson says, "I am. I'm sorry." And the roommate says, "I thought they caught the person." Okay? And Robinson responds, "No, they grabbed some crazy old dude, then interrogated someone in similar clothing. I had planned to grab my rifle from my drop point shortly after, but most of that side of town got locked down. It's quiet, almost enough to get out, but there's one vehicle lingering." Okay, so that lets us actually be able to drop that into the timeline pretty simply. Why? Because we know, we can pull up this timeline, that They at first thought it was George Zinn, so that's who he's referencing, some crazy old dude. And on the timeline scout, if you want to pull it up so we can go through it, what time Charlie gets shot at 12:23 p.m. Scroll down a bit. George Zinn, we learned about 30 minutes after that, George Zinn, the decoy boy, that's when it's announced that he's a suspect in custody by the Utah police. But it's not until, by the way, 5:30 p.m., because he mentioned that second suspect, and he curiously says in that correspondence that he's wearing similar clothing, which I find to be strange. We don't know what that second suspect is wearing until 5:30 p.m. when Governor Cox, 12 minutes into a press conference, the press conference began at 5:30 p.m., mentions that the second suspect, who is a person of interest, is wearing all dark clothing. So the earliest that message could have been sent out is after 5:30 p.m. I think it's unlikely because I think, again, this is all made up, these messages, because he says wearing similar clothing. Okay, he tells us dark clothing. What's similar about that? This guy, allegedly, when he did this, was wearing black jeans. I was wearing, dark jeans and a black shirt. So that's like everyone on campus, okay? Nobody in the press conference says, we picked him up because he was wearing something similar to the shooter. So that language right there is actually a mistake from the feds. But again, it allows us to be able to plot it into the timeline. So that's good. Okay. Timeline is back up here. And we then know Kash Patel tweets that the subject in custody has been released. Our investigation continues. That was a mistake. The guy in the dark clothing, we don't know who that is. And then it's after, again, like I said, that these correspondences then had to take place. So we're talking about late in the evening, right? 6 hours on. I'm wondering what it is that Tyler Robinson is doing throughout this entire time. Skylar, you can keep this up because I want to keep scrolling, okay? What he's doing throughout this entire time, that's a very long time for him to be just around campus. But then luckily, he's going to let us know what he's doing, right? He's going to jump right in here and he's telling us that he's close to the scene. We know in this conversation that he then says to Lance that he's looking to get that rifle, right? He says, I'm wishing I had circled back and grabbed it as soon as I got to my vehicle. I'm worried what my old man would do if I didn't bring it back. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's actually go earlier. He then tells us his alibi, which is amazing, right? He's saying, I'm lingering around there. I'm trying to get the vehicle. And then, of course, as you always do when you're trying to clean up things, you then spell out your alibi, right? Lance asks him, why'd you do this? And Robinson says, I had enough of his hatred. Some hate cannot be negotiated out if I am able to grab my rifle unseen. Like, I'm trying to clean up the scene, but also I'm telling you exactly what my motive is here. I will have left no evidence. I'm going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully they have moved on. I haven't seen anything about them finding it. Okay, so we are now late in the evening. He's still hanging around. The roommate then comes and says, how long have you been planning this? He says, a bit over a week, I believe. I can get close to it, still trying to get close to that rifle. So I'm wondering if maybe the feds might drop us some footage. Right, we should be able to see some footage. He's got to be idling in his car. You've been speaking about how he has this car. I'm assuming he's not just sitting in the woods or sitting on a sidewalk. This is a quote-unquote manhunt. So where is he casually sitting, lingering, loitering? I don't know, but that would be some pretty good footage that they could release if they don't want us all to become a conspiracy theorist, okay? He then says, yeah, I've been planning this for a bit over a week. I can get really close to it, but there's a squad car that's parked right by it. That's the drop-off spot. I think they already swept the spot, but I don't want to chance it. And then he tells Lance that I'm wishing I had circled back and grabbed it as soon as I got to my vehicle. Yeah, that's a vehicle. I'm worried what my old man would do if I didn't bring back Grandpa's rifle. I went to exactly where I got this rifle from, okay? I don't know. I don't even know if that they had a serial number. Weird. This has been planning this for a week. He might have checked. Now all of a sudden he's getting into details and is wondering if it had a serial number. That seems a little strange to me. But it wouldn't trace to me. Of course, you just told us in writing that it's your grandpa's. Definitely trying to cover your tracks. I worry about Prince. I had to leave it in a bush where I changed outfits. Okay, we're going to get to that. Focus on the changing outfits. That's a really important piece of this, and that is why I am now a confirmed conspiracy theorist on this, okay? I left it in the bush where I changed outfits, okay? I didn't have the ability or the time to bring it with. I might have to abandon it and hope that they don't find prints. How the F will I explain losing it to my old man? Only thing I left was the rifle wrapped in a towel. That's the only thing. Otherwise, it was a perfect job. It was top of the line, professional job. The only thing I left behind was the weapon with my prints on it. Oh my gosh, right? Like that's kind of amazing. Okay. Then he, of course, explained, remember how I was engraving the bullets? The effing messages are mostly a big meme. I know I speak proper here, but it's just a meme that I was writing. I wrote, notice this bulge on Fox News. I might have a stroke if they say that, right? If I see notice this bulge on Fox News, I might have a stroke. All right, I'm going to have to leave it. Oh, that really effing sucks. It's almost perfect. Okay, so he then ends this message. This is all from the day. This is all we have from September 10th, okay? Judging from today, I'd say Grandpa's gone. I want to make it very clear. This is Grandpa's gone, okay? Nobody should question his narrative because he has put it all here. I'd say Grandpa's gun does just fine. I don't know. I think that was a $2,000 scope. Okay, so that ends that exchange. Now, I have a couple of notes here that I put here at the end of day one as we worked in this correspondence, which all had to happen, let's call it 7 p.m. earliest, as I say here, which I want to be clear. The campus is 3 to 4 hours away from where Tyler and Lance live together. We have a map here to show you that. So he's just loitering until, like I said, earliest. He's signifying around like 7 p.m. that he's still very close to campus. That's a long day. That's a real long day, just waiting to see when you can go in there. And there's a manhunt. And he's chill. He's chill because he's changed his outfit. How do we know he changed his outfit? Because he made it very clear that he dropped the clothes, his shooting clothes, right there. He got changed. He didn't have time to take the rifle that was in the that he put in the towel, but he did have time to change. That totally makes sense. And then for whatever reason, he had to leave the rifle with the prints on it. Okay. What's interesting about that, though, is we should recognize that curiously, what they've removed from this indictment, again, relevant to the clothes, was the fact that, and the governor's going to say it, that we are told that he at first enters campus on this day at 8:07 a.m. TMZ shows us the footage, remember, of the man wearing a maroon t-shirt and shorts, how this day begins, that is walking through a neighborhood just outside of university grounds. Governor Cox has confirmed this is him. Not mentioned in the indictment, that's curious. It's very relevant. Surely, you guys should be mentioning that. The outfit, what did he do, by the way? From 8:07 a.m., when he walked onto campus, to when he is then seen walking back onto campus at 11:51, that's 4 hours. Something else the feds could release to dispel any conspiracy theories would be him walking back to his car, which are telling us he then goes back to campus and he's in a different outfit. Can we get him leaving campus? We know the place is covered with cameras. That would make me feel better if you showed us him leaving campus and then we see him coming back in a different outfit. Again, not clear why he couldn't just wear the outfit he was going to wear, since I would imagine you've got thousands and thousands of students that are wearing something as casual as a black t-shirt and blue jeans. I understand a need for a change if you're in a sniper outfit, or if you're wearing a Barney costume. If you showed up and you're wearing a full Halloween costume, then yeah, maybe you should change. But it's just an average college kid outfit. This is just what you expect to see on campus. Just what boys wear. Anyways, like I said, those are my points from day one. The feds can release that. And also, I'm wondering, where did Tyler spend the night? Can they clarify that? Where he certainly couldn't have been out of a rent and back there, and back to his home. I'm coming home soon. Would have been the wee hours of the morning. This would have been a good time, by the way, if you're really trying to get away with this, to tell your lover to delete the text messages. He doesn't do that. He's not going to tell him to delete the text messages on this night. Presumably he saw him. They didn't say he went home to his parents' house. So what happened overnight? When did he get home? He's been so thorough in describing that cleanup job. And by the way, we know that Discord is going to later say that those messages were not coordinated on their server, which I would say was definitely a part of the broader plan. Okay? Let's get into September 11th. A lot happens here, and you are going to really see what I see here, and we need to demand answers. Okay? So, on September 11th, we are presented with the first FBI press conference where they confirm that they have found a weapon in the woods. Let's take a listen to a bit of that.
This morning I can tell you that we have recovered what we believe is the weapon that was used in yesterday's shooting. It is a high-powered bolt-action rifle. That rifle was recovered in a wooded area where the shooter had fled. The FBI laboratory will be analyzing this weapon.
Now, I wouldn't say the shooter had fled, just based off of what he was just kind of lurking around, waiting to go get his weapon back, okay? Like, for a long time, but whatever. Let's go with that. Then, what we have after that 7 a.m. press conference is that exclusively our guys, our resident guys over at the New York...
Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's the iHeartRadio podcast preview. Creator of the Right Sessions comes with new adult mystery.
Now, Maxine, I know you like to do your own little mystery solving, but this is a serious investigation.
I want to figure this out.
Sorry, kiddo, we lost your curiosity for this. Lying to me. You went running headfirst into big.
Join Maxine Miles as she tries to solve a big case in her small town.
About an hour ago, we discovered that Riley Stevens has gone missing.
You think you are going to find Riley before the sheriff and community watch does? Whoever took Riley, whoever he's running, you might all be over tonight.
I mean, you're acting like this is entirely your problem to fix. It's not even a problem you can fix.
And I don't find it soon something much worse could happen.
Why does it have to be you?
Because as we established, we don't know who we can trust. Pay close attention to the clues, because when it's time to solve the case, it's up to you.
It's a game of beautiful.
It's Max Miles on the iHeartRadio app, or one of your daily favorite shows.
The iHeartRadio app, #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
Morning, Mama. How you feeling?
Great, and I'm ready for you today.
I'm checking in on your morning meditation. Check. Dressed in bed to work out. Check. Checking blood pressure yet?
And check.
Boom. Great job, Mom. And about those earlier.
No, ma'am.
Now more than ever, it's important that we protect our hearts and the hearts of those we love. Monitor your blood pressure daily and help each other stay motivated. Rally your squad to take the online pledge at releasethepressure.org. Brought to you by the Release the Pressure Coalition and the Ad.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
We all love a good jailbreak. The elaborate schemes, the close calls, the moment when it all goes wrong,
Oh my God, the twists and turns.
and when things finally click into place.
Thank God we live to tell the tale.
I'm Arturo Castro, and I've been lucky enough to do stuff like Broad City, and Narcos, and Roadhouse, and so many commercials about that thing. And now I'm starting a podcast because honestly, guys, I don't feel this place is crowded enough. Get ready for Greatest Escapes, a new comedy podcast about the wildest true escape stories in history.
Very few people know this story.
Each week, I'll be sitting down with some of the most hilarious actors and writers and comedians, people like Ed Helms,
I climbed up and it was just like,
Diane Guerrero,
And she goes, you're on your own, you have to run.
and Joseph Gordon-Levitt.
I love storytelling and I love you, so I can't wait.
Together, we're going to puzzle our way through the most buck-wild true escape stories of all time.
like, what should you do?
Maybe write a musical?
I would hide under the desk.
I'll tie a rope around the fish's neck and use it to like water ski across the boat.
So we'd love for you to come hang with us for some of the greatest escapes in history.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
From the producers who brought you Princess of South Beach comes A Setup, a new romantic comedy podcast starring Harvey Guillen and Christian Navarro. The Setup follows one man's search for love in the Big Apple.
The thing is that I actually every time I opened it, I got hit with this wave of nausea, and my heart started beating like so fast. So that I opened the app, closed the app, opened the app, closed the app, opened the app, closed the app.
Meet Juan, the lonely museum curator. His true love? Art. His biggest fear? Everything.
It's difficult to step out of every second.
But when the perfect man walks into his life,
some shit about it. Yes, that's right. I know, I think so. He actually is too good to be true. This is called a con. To pull off this race, don't have to get close. That is true. You're just graphic. She's so kids. Jump into the deep end together. When you're dating a con man, how do you know if it's true love or just another job? Listen to The Setup.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
been pulled off the air by Disney. And they didn't say permanently, but they said indefinitely, suspended indefinitely. It's the lead story on all the cable news stations. It will be the lead story on all the local news stations, especially Channel 7. Because Mark Brown, who is the anchor of the 11 o'clock news, would often throw it to Jimmy Kimmel at the end. Jimmy Kimmel coming up in 10 seconds. Here's who's on tonight. They throw the show to Jimmy Kimmel. And now tonight it's going to be different. And I bet that Mark Brown is saying they work for the same company. He probably is going to dozens of occasions.
New York Post, every exclusive ever. Jeffrey Epstein's death pictures. Ghislaine Maxwell found at an In-N-Out. It's always the New York Post, okay? I view them as a feds. If I'm the feds and I'm trying to make this seem like this is organic, I wouldn't give it to the New York Post because we're in Utah, and so cops are probably not leaking to a New York-based publication. But whatever, they have the exclusive. They're the ones that reveal the photo. They always have the exclusive, okay? And they show us the gun in the shooting. Their article publishes at, and by the way, my timeline is all based in Mountain Time. So that says 11:21 a.m. Eastern. They publish at 9:21 a.m., 2 hours after that first press conference, to say exclusive. They are the ones that drop the trans narrative. They say these things are found on the bullets, okay? And then just 7 minutes later, the FBI, Salt Lake City, drops static images of the alleged shooter walking up the stairs, okay? So now we can see on our timeline, that's around 10 a.m. in the morning, Salt Lake City time, Mountain Time. So we can then assume that everything else that's about to happen that I'm going to tell you had to have happened, okay, between approximately 10:30 and 7 o'clock p.m., okay? I have a source, and everything the source has told me that has happened when we were lied to publicly has proven to be correct. So I'm very inclined to believe this source on a couple of other things. And when I speak also to Lance's family, they are confirming what this source is telling me. So we're going to go through this 10:30 a.m. to 7 p.m., all of the things that took place. So they released the photo, and then we are told, as my source initially told me, that it was the mother who recognized Tyler, and she phones him up. Tyler says, "Mom, I'm sick." She doesn't believe it. She loops in Dad, okay? Dad then texts and he calls Tyler. And at this point, we can jump back into day 2 of our messages because Robinson says to Lance, "Delete this exchange. My dad wants photos of the rifle." He says, "Grandpa wants to know who has what. The feds released a photo of the rifle, and it is very unique. He's calling me right now. I'm not answering." Okay, so apparently he did answer. According to the indictment, the dad says he didn't answer his text messages. Then the father called him, and Tyler Robinson answered, and he tells us that Tyler was suicidal, and that is when they just told him, calm down, let's speak to you. They bring over their neighbor sheriff friend, and they agree that he should go in. Now, if he was in fact suicidal, you don't get that vibe from these messages to his lover, right? There's nothing in here that he's like, I can't believe what I've done. Now he slept, we don't know where. He seems to be perhaps in very little sleep. I would imagine he was. He just murdered someone. And he's not indicating in these messages that he's going through any sort of suicidal feelings. Instead, he sends this very odd thing about his dad, who he says he's not answering. He writes, "Since Trump got into office, my dad has been pretty die-hard MAGA." There's something here for everyone if you want to take the low-hanging fruit and think of this as left versus right? So if you're on the right, you're like, I need to blame the left, then it's like, well, the trans thing is here. But if you're on the left and you need to blame the right, well, Dad was die-hard MAGA. It's so fed. You know, it's just so federally written. It's amazing. So chaos right here. Anyways, I guess maybe if you're suicidal, that's what you said. Dad's been pretty diehard MAGA. And then we don't know, again, when these messages took place, but it all had to happen in these 7 or 8 hours. He says, I'm going to turn myself in willingly. One of my neighbors is here. He is deputy for the sheriff. You are all I worry about, love. He seems impassioned here. He doesn't seem suicidal. And then Lance comes back and says, I'm much more worried about you. And Robinson says, don't talk to the media, please. Don't take any interviews or make any comments because the feds want to let you know why it is that we're not talking to Lance. Right? They got to tell you. Because Tyler told him, duh. You're going, wow, if Lance is really not guilty, he hasn't done anything, this would be a good time to speak. Right? No, Lance is not doing that because Tyler right here says, don't talk to the media, please. Don't take any interviews or make any comments. And if any police ask you questions, ask for a lawyer and stay silent. So that's how it happened. And I want to tell you that we can jump back into the timeline here. Our source informs us that it was around 7 o'clock p.m. when everybody locally began receiving the text messages that Tyler Robinson was in custody and that they were going to pick him up in Warner Valley. Now, Warner Valley is right next to St. George, so he lives very close to his parents, is what I want you to recognize. You've got St. George, you've got Warner Valley. So they said that that's where they went to go pick him up. That could very much be his parents' place. But what's really interesting about that, okay, if you consider that they are telling us at 7 p.m. that this is when all the messages started circulating, then we don't know why the feds say that it was the 33rd hour after the shooting, a total Freemason number. 33rd hour after the shooting. It took us 33 hours. That would be inaccurate. Okay, 33 hours would be at 9:23 p.m. Our person is telling us, and I tend to believe them, that everyone knew at 7 o'clock p.m. Okay, and what they tell us took place thereafter, and this is what I confirmed with Lance's family, because I said, wait a second, you owned the house. When did they pick up Lance? When did Lance go in? When did the home that you own get raided by the feds? Did the home that you own get raided by the feds? And what that family is telling me, and what my source is telling me, it's matching, okay? So I'm feeling good about this. We'll say allegedly, but I'm feeling good about this, okay? So Tyler is allegedly in custody, and they are told, don't say, don't speak, don't do anything. The feds, you have to wait for the feds to get there to question Tyler. And that didn't happen until the wee hours of the morning. How do we know? Because we're going to hear that from Governor Cox the following morning. Anyways, but apparently what happens is then they bring Lance in. At 11 p.m.-ish, we'll tell you around 11 p.m., Lance Twiggs is brought in for questioning. Okay, and shortly thereafter, that apartment is raided. And I say overnight into the wee hours of the morning is when they first raid Tyler and Lance's apartment. Now, why am I really stressing this out to you? I'm stressing this point to you here. Because this would signal to you that it would be absolute BS if the feds are going to tell us bright and early the next morning that the case is closed. They would know nothing. According to Lance's family, this is when they seized his electronics. They say that he's deep on the internet web, that there's definitely going to be something there. And yet they told us that, quite oddly, Lance gets released right back to his parents. Right, not right back. Lance just gets released to his parents while they're raiding his apartment. Why would they release Lance? Wouldn't you think that you would be detained like for at least 24 hours, right? If we're putting this at around 11 p.m.-ish, that they have brought him in and they are questioning him and they are now moving to raid his apartment in the wee hours in the morning, why would they very quickly release him? And beyond that, I'm going to let you know, let's jump into Friday on the timeline. Like I said, early hours, Tyler and Lance have their apartment raided and the devices seized. For whatever reason, the FBI quickly releases Lance. And I'm told that he's dropped off at his parents' home, allegedly. And then it's at 6 a.m. that President Trump announces with a high degree of certainty that they have the suspect, okay? So are they still raiding his place? I don't know, but take a listen to Trump on Fox and Friends.
Any updates on the suspect?
Yeah, can I always say, I think just to protect us all, so Fox doesn't get sued and we all don't get sued and everything else, but I think with a high degree of certainty, we have him in custody. Okay? In custody, everyone did a great job. We worked with the local police, the governor, everybody did a great job.
Okay, and here is what the governor is then 2 hours later is when his press conference began. I'm going to do the short clip. Again, okay, let's play actually a little bit of the longer clip, Skylar. I'll tell you when to come out of it. It's a 6-minute long clip, and you should go back and watch it in its entirety. He's going to make it seem like, Lance doesn't even exist, but let's start it off and listen to a minute of this, and then I'll give the synopsis.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We got him. On the evening of September 11th, a family member of Tyler Robinson reached out to a family friend who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office with information that Robinson had confessed to them or implied that he had committed the incident. This information was relayed to the Utah County Sheriff's Office and scene investigators at Utah Valley University. This information was also conveyed to the FBI. Investigators reviewed additional video footage from UVU surveillance and identified Robinson arriving on UVU campus in a gray Dodge Challenger at approximately 8:29 a.m. on September 10th, in which he is observed on video in a plain maroon t-shirt, light-colored shorts, a black hat with a white logo, and light-colored shoes. When encountered in person by investigators in Washington County on September 12th, the early morning hours, Robinson was observed in consistent clothing with those surveillance images.
Okay, stop. That's actually a perfect place to stop right there. My source says he's lying. I don't like Governor Cox. Vibes. Okay, vibes. I don't know, can't explain it. I've got tons of people that are messaging me telling me he's corrupt, that he forced himself onto the ballot, that he wasn't supposed to be the governor. Allegedly. I just don't like it. Every time we find an inconsistency, I actually find him to be the mouthpiece of it, okay? So he is representing, and my source says falsely, that they picked up Tyler Robinson. And by the way, it makes perfect sense that my source is saying that that's not accurate. In the same outfits that we just showed you, okay, of the maroon thing that happened at 8 o'clock. We don't know what he was doing for 4 hours on campus, but he's telling us that for 33 hours, he decided that he was going to keep the outfit on. Now, remember, I told you that Tyler Robinson's classmate reached out, and they insisted that this was an incredibly odd thing because he was very tidy. He was very clean, and they said that's the first thing that they went, that just sounds weird. He was a very tidy dude. Now I'm telling you that my source is saying he wasn't wearing that outfit when he got picked up. He wasn't wearing that outfit when he was brought to the office. If I have this wrong, this would be a very easy thing. Okay, surely they're going to have photos. They've got something for them to release. It's like, yeah, no, we totally got him. I want to be clear. If you are in the police station and you want to reach out and let me know more, tips at CandaceOwens.com, because I'm struck by this. This is what we should be hyper-focusing on. Kind of wraps it up and says he was wearing the same outfit. And that always sounded dumb to us. Why would you not take a shower in 33 hours, okay? That doesn't make any sense to anybody whatsoever. And people are saying that fact is untrue, okay? Now, if that is untrue, let's first show you how he wraps this up. We might show you a portion of what he said again because he wanted to compress his 6-minute clip, but listen to how he wraps up this conference too, because it's relevant.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We got him. This is a very sad day for our country, a terrible day for the state of Utah, but I'm grateful that at this moment we have an opportunity to bring closure to this very dark chapter in our nation's history.
Closure. He says closure. We got him. They already started in that. He starts talking about the messages. He starts filling in the blanks. He said he had it. He put it in a towel. We have messages. It's all over. We found it on Discord. Discord is going to say that's not true. So who made up these messages? When were these messages made up is the question. If Discord is saying they don't exist, this signals to me that these messages were just created, right? And I'm further feeling that way because there's no timestamps. Again, I want to be proven wrong. Okay, but I don't like this at all. And we got them, it's over, and we can turn the page. With finality, would you, if you were an honest governor and you knew that only, again, ish, 4 hours earlier, how long does it take to raid a home? I don't know, is it quick? Is it like a 10-minute thing? It feels like it could be a long thing to grab the devices. If you knew that you had not even begun going through those devices, how would you say that we can close this chapter? Why would you say that we can close the chapter? I would have said, honestly, and he does not, we raided his home and we are looking for more information. We think that there's going to be a lot more information, but we wanted to let you know that we at least have one person that we feel is definitely involved. So somebody says, it's over, it's done, wrap it up. We're not going to even tell you about the fact that we just raided this place a couple of hours ago. And the person whose place we raided, who was the one that the family says is super internet, we just kind of released. We weren't interested in that. What are we to discern from all of this? I'll tell you my take on this. I think the person in the maroon that's walking is different from the person that's walking up the stairs. It's a gut thing, okay? I don't know, but I know. Okay? I don't know, but I know. It makes sense in the timeline of George Zinn, the decoy boy, that we've got other people that are doing different things, and it is, they do not want us to prod the narrative about the person in maroon. It doesn't make sense. They can't tell us. He said he planned this for weeks. So I'm going to assume if he planned it for weeks, that he didn't go to campus earlier because he wanted to scope things out. He would have done that. He would have obviously been able to do that already because he's been planning this for a week. He knew where Charlie was speaking, right? Make it make sense. It's very easy to debunk me. Very easy. You should have footage of him in that Dodge Challenger just waiting and salivating. He kept checking. He said, oh, here I am, right here, just waiting to get that rifle back. I'm waiting to get that rifle back. Where's the footage? You were on a manhunt. Where is the footage? Surely during a manhunt you use drones. I feel like we are tech capable enough that during a manhunt, after a murderer of a college student decides to take out Charlie Kirk, who has been a friend of the feds, right? I think probably not a good idea to be friends with these people, but whatever. He's been a friend of the feds. Surely this is a big issue. And to put to rest in conspiracies, you're going to show us that drone footage, and we're going to see the Dodge Challenger just sitting there for hours and hours and hours. We're maybe even going to be able to see, because I'm sure at that point, like, cops maybe set up some barricades or something as he was going in and out. And then he decides he's going to leave. Show us the footage. Like I said, every inch of that campus is covered, so we should be able to see he's wearing maroon, and you're telling us that he went back to his car and changed. Show us him leaving campus before he returns back to campus around 11:30. Just show us the footage, okay? I'm demanding it. You know why? Because I need to be able to fit things into my timeline. If that's okay with you. So I would discern that we are looking, just vibe again, 2 different people would be my thing. 2 different people. One of those people is definitely, individuals is definitely being protected. And separately, we can definitely make out that for whatever reason Lance is being protected. There's no way you release that guy, okay? There's no way you release that guy immediately. There's no way that you intentionally purge him out of these messages, okay? The excuse, he's being cooperative, doesn't work. You can be cooperative while you're still being detained. At least 24 hours before you would say, I felt good to clear him as a suspect, especially when you haven't even raided his home yet. They released him instantly and they said, job done. So I would like more information about Lance Twiggs. Okay, I already don't like that mom received a Bachelor of Science from Stanford University in psychology. It seems to be a running theme in these Fed ops that there's always psychology somewhere in the family. And I want to be very clear, I'm not saying his mom has anything to do with anything, but I am saying that I feel this kid, for some reason, some unknown reason, is being protected. And I'm not the only one. His family feels that way, okay? His family thinks it's odd. Like I said yesterday, I spoke to them today, I spoke to them yesterday. They think it's odd that the feds moved on from him so quickly and that the feds were being dishonest, and they felt about everything when they first came out with information. So why are we all feeling that way? We absolutely need to get to the bottom of it. Let's take a quick break. I'm going to show you some stuff. I mean, Tucker completely destroyed the Bibi Netanyahu narrative. Megyn Kelly, Dave Smith. I mean, everybody yesterday. The truth is coming out inevitably about Charlie's mindset. The only reason we're discussing it, obviously, is because of Bibi Netanyahu coming out and lying. But some important things that he said. First and foremost, before we do that, I want to remind you guys about Riverbend Ranch because I absolutely love them as a company, and I know that there were so many people, so many companies that wanted to make sure that they did something to try and heal, and also to try to remember Charlie. And Riverbend Ranch did the exact same thing. They put together the following tribute to honor him.
We pay tribute to Charlie Kirk, and we celebrate the tremendous good he did in his life. Charlie courageously advocated for the sacred principles of freedom, constructive discourse, truth, family values, and common sense. He talked with humor and wisdom, and backed up his beliefs with data and facts. He set a powerful example of reaching out and talking to those who disagreed with him. We mourn his passing, but what he taught us continues to resonate with even more power. A message from all of us at Riverbend Ranch.
Also want to remind you guys of Beekeepers Natural, because as a mom of 4 young kids, life is constantly on the move. There's school drop-offs, there's work, there's travel, there's play dates, and let's be honest, germs are everywhere. That's why I'm so thankful for Beekeepers Naturals and their amazing propolis throat spray. If you haven't heard of propolis, it's this natural immune-supporting substance that bees make to protect their hives. It's like nature's own shield, packed with antioxidants and over 300 beneficial compounds. It's been used for centuries to help support immunity, to soothe scratchy throats, and to keep you feeling your best. I use propolis throat spray, especially during travel or school season. It's clean, natural. It is free from all the junk that you cannot pronounce. There's no dyes, no chemicals, and no fake sugars. Beekeepers Naturals recently launched a kid-friendly version of their nasal spray. The mist is super soft and it's gentle, so kids will actually use it. So whether you're a busy parent or just want to support your immune system the natural way, this is a game changer. Today, Beekeepers Naturals is offering you an exclusive offer. So go to beekeepersnaturals.com/Candace or enter code Candace to get 20% off your order. Beekeepers Naturals products are also available at Target, Whole Foods, Amazon, CVS, and Walgreens. That's BEEKEEPERS naturals.com/Candace. Enter code Candace at checkout. And also telling you guys about Just Thrive, because as we know, the biggest health secrets that they don't tell you about is that everything starts in your gut. Every day your gut is fighting the silent war against processed foods, work stress, toxins in the air that you're breathing. When your gut is in trouble, your whole body feels it. Most probiotics do not work. 99% of the traditional brands die in your stomach acid before they even reach your gut. That's what makes Just Thrive's spore-based probiotic completely different. Just Thrive is the only probiotic that's clinically proven to arrive 100% alive in your gut. It does something that no other probiotic can. It turns your gut into an antioxidant factory, creating protective compounds exactly where you need them most. That means better digestion, healthy immunity, more energy, and easy weight management. You can take Just Thrive probiotic in the form of a capsule or
just incredible.
From their award-winning probiotic to their full line of gut, immune, and brain health supplements, Just Thrive has been fighting to make Americans healthy again with science-backed solutions that you can trust. To join the gut health revolution and take control of your health today, visit justthrivehealth.com and save 20% with promo code Candace. See the difference for yourself, or you'll get a full product refund, no questions asked. Take control today with Just Thrive, and that's justthrivehealth.com, promo code Candace. What do you guys think about that? What I just said to you? I think these are 2 different people. And I'm further believing that because I think it's weird that they won't even release the footage, this grainy footage of the guy walking up the stairs. Why do we have one static image of that? Does that make any sense to you? Why? Why are they all static images? Release the video. When I at first looked at this video and then they said it was, I was like, that doesn't look like the same person, like ish. But, like, no, and that feels intentionally grainy. You could release clearer footage. You know you can release clearer footage. So do it. Because we're not going to let it go. I now believe there is a federal level of corruption and conspiracy involved in this murder, okay? From George Zinn to Lance Twiggs, the unanswered questions. What was he doing at home? What does he do for a living? What was... Did they see each other that night? Why are we doctoring their messages? Why can't I read Lance's messages? If he's being so forthcoming, why can't I read how he replied and at what time these messages were sent? Okay? There are too many things that the feds can easily do to dissuade us, okay? And they're not doing any of it. they're just doing that thing, which is like, are we still talking about it? No, now they're actually doing the like, this is inappropriate. Charlie's funeral's coming up. Stop yourselves right now. Okay? Stop. This is exactly, you're inappropriate. No, you know what was inappropriate? Charlie Kirk getting shot. While we all had to watch that, we are all suffering PTSD and the lack of answers that we are getting from the feds. That is the only thing here that is happening that is inappropriate. I want to be very clear. Actually, not the only thing. Bibi Netanyahu trying to spin this into, he's my good friend, I just invited him. Well, Tucker Carlson completely shredded that narrative. I don't like that Bibi lied so quickly. It doesn't make me comfortable. I don't like it. Okay? And he just went live yesterday. He also brought in Megyn Kelly and other people, and he spoke about what Charlie was going through because he saw him very shortly before his assassination, and he intimates to everybody what it was exactly that was on Charlie Kirk's mind and what he was living through in that moment. Take a listen.
I was shocked and sickened by the reaction of foolish and really repulsive reaction of Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, to Charlie's death. Basically made it all about him and all about his country immediately, trying to take the energy, the sadness, the grief that people felt over Charlie's murder and redirect it towards support for whatever project he's involved in. And by the way, Benjamin Netanyahu is not the same as the nation of Israel at all. Maybe is despised by many people in Israel. And if you know people who live there, you know that that's true. There are huge divisions within the Israeli government. There are certain parts of the intel world in Israel that do not support some things that Benjamin Netanyahu has done recently. So it's not the same as attacking Israel, attacking Bibi. But I don't think I've ever seen anything lower than his attempt to hijack Charlie's memory and use it for his own political ends, particularly because what he said was completely untrue. Charlie didn't hate Jews. He loved Jews. He had tons of friends who were Jews. He loved the state of Israel, loved going there. He did not like Bibi Netanyahu. He said that to me many times, and he said to people around him many times. He felt that Bibi Netanyahu was a very destructive force. He was appalled by what was happening in Gaza. He was, above all, resentful that he believed Netanyahu was using the United States to prosecute his wars for the benefit of his country, and that it was shameful and embarrassing and bad for the United States, and he resented it. Didn't hate Netanyahu. He wasn't out there with a placard saying that, but he certainly expressed that to me and a lot of other people. And there's no question that Bibi's defenders on the internet will call me a liar or a kook. But that's a fact, and enough text messages exist that I think it can probably be verified in pretty short order. Not that it needs to be, because that is true. Shortly after that speech, there was a very intense attack on Charlie. Some said that me, not that I really noticed. But on him, I have no donors. He had $100 million worth of donors. And so, because he was involved in a different project from just yapping on the internet, which is what I do for him, he was dependent to a great extent on the donors, of course. It's a nonprofit. And they went after him, tormented him. Not all, of course, many were supportive, but the ones who were offended by my speech, and there was a small, very intense group who were, tormented Charlie Kirk until the day he died. 2 days before he died, he lost a $2 million donation because he had publicly pledged to bring me to the next Charlie Kirk conference in December. And he told me over the past couple of months he was losing a lot of donations over that pledge. He put out a flyer basically saying that I was going to be in the speech. And so he would text me and say, man, I'm really taking a lot of heat for this. I'm really mad. The American Jewish Committee called in a statement Charlie Kirk an anti-Semite, and quote, dangerous Charlie Kirk, an anti-Semite. He was not an anti-Semite. He was the opposite. And he was not dangerous. He was a great lover of people and a purveyor of peace. He was the opposite. And we were very stung by that. Those of us who we called names for a long time were very harder to offend. Charlie was deeply offended by that and expressed some of those feelings on Megyn Kelly's show and other places. But that did not let up. The reason I'm telling this story is because he called me and came to see me in my house about this topic. And I said to him every single time, look, I've got my own way to communicate my views. This is actually not the most important issue to me. Lots of things I can talk about. Don't need to come to turning point and take care of the problem. I hated
What's
seeing
the
how much he was
case
suffering.
in Shabbos?
The hassle he was
That
getting
if he
from
tried
people, and I was being attacked too. By the way, it was a
thought that
huge
cutting a
effort.
fruit that's detached, and he ended up
It
cutting a
was
fruit
fully
that was
aware of
detached.
actually.
According to Rava,
Behind that,
or according to the
it was a
Bride, he's
huge
puzzled.
effort by
That's
people
exactly
who
what
I
Rava
know
said.
and that
Good
helped
Raya.
like Seth Dillon to that
Abayo
point.
says that the
Somebody
striking
with
over
his
here
own
is talking about
problems
a person
with free speech
thinks that
was
he's swallowing
famously canceled.
spit, but indeed he's
I
swallowing
like Seth Dillon. I had him on a couple of times. I had dinner with him
and
to
you
show
try
support.
shaking
Seth
the
Dillon was
Shabbos.
out there demanding that
Refer
Charlie
to
Kirk
when you try to
take me
lift
off
the
the
nightclub.
roster, pull me
And
off
by doing
stage
so,
because I had said things that Bibi didn't
and
like
that
or he
according to
didn't
everybody's
or
talking.
whatever.
But in Rava's case, where you're
Shocking
cutting a fruit that's
that
already
someone
detached,
whose
and you ended up
whole
cutting a fruit that's
persona
detached.
is wrapped up in the idea that we all get to speak,
Now,
and
the
if we
Bible
don't
goes on
like
to say
it,
that we can't say that the
make it
Rachel
more
is not talking
case.
about a bizarre. The
That
Rachel
that
is talking
person
about
and many others like
two malachas
were advocating for
Shabbos.
me getting pulled off the stage because they don't
Well,
like what I'm
it's like
saying.
Caleb and Don. Well, it would be equal.
This is a trend, and one that we should be really concerned about. It's not just about Israel, by the way, at all.
So therefore,
The
the
trend
Lord
is
is
really
forced to say we're
simple.
talking about
People with power don't want to hear disagreement. They don't want to be
now the
challenged.
sake of
Ever.
not
That's why we
talking
have
about
free
bizarre.
speech, to acknowledge.
First, the striking. He's
Those
trying
of
to
us
cut through by
who
bizarre.
have less
All
power
striking
still
him
have a right to talk because they're human
thinks
beings.
that he's
You don't know
bowing
them.
to the shoulder.
So time after time, Charlie would call me or come to see me and let me know, wow, we're showing text messages. These people are really mad that we're speaking. And I always have the same thought.
And he decided that the statue is of a bizarre, then it's of a bizarre, then he's
At
amazing.
least I'm not an
And if he
anti-Semite.
doesn't decide that
Just
the statue is of a bizarre, then he
wars.
is
I
right.
don't want a foreign
What if
country
he bows to a bizarre
humiliating
out
my
of
country
sheer
and telling us what our laws
or
have
out
to
of
do?
love?
This seems like pretty basic American
Now,
war
of
stuff.
course, he
I
should do it.
totally
He
agree
should
with
give
you.
his soul.
But they
He
want
should
you
be
on
always
this.
reverent. But what if he did do it?
And I would
He's
always
also
say,
father,
no
according
problem.
to
He
Rava.
would say, no, it's important.
So therefore, the Gemara is
It's a
forced to
matter
say
of
that the Sheikh
principle.
said that other mitzvahs,
I want you to be
Zara,
great.
have a wonderful, wonderful day.
By the way, I'm not accusing anyone of being involved in that murder. I'm not trying to mutter darkly or imply anything. We don't know about who murdered Charlie and why, but I don't know, and I'm not going to pretend that I do. But I think it's important to say that out loud because it's a fact, and there are many liars out there trying to. Bibi Netanyahu, number one among them.
Shabbos Daf Ayin Gimel. Continue with yesterday's amazing Sukkah Misasa. We had a case where a person thought that he's cutting something that's detached
What I
from the
want to
ground.
add here is that it takes a
According to Rava, that's not
truly demonic
it's not a
spirit,
wrongful
right,
cutting because he thought
to be
that
a
he's
part
cutting
of
something
the
which
people that were
it
swarming,
ended up being us.
pressuring, threatening, intimidating Charlie
But according to
to
Abayo,
then
since he
flip
intended to
in
cut,
1
the fact
second
that he didn't know that it was doing his
after he
also
dies
doesn't
and
make him
say,
a Misasa. He's a
okay, never
striking
happened, like they were just great friends.
Gemara brings two more
That's
cases
weird
where
to me.
Rabbi Rava
It's very
argues,
weird to me. We wouldn't
and
believe
there's
you
a
for
step
to do that.
more than what
They
we're
couldn't
talking
say anything,
about.
by the way. Like, Josh
Second case is where a
Hammer,
person takes
I
a St.
know
Paul
how you were
and tries to
messaging him.
throw
Like,
two ounces
release
of
the
these
messages, buddy.
half of the
Just
shear
release
that
all of your
have to
threads
go
with
to
Charlie in the 48 hours leading up to his death. Okay? Let people see it. They did it at first regarding me last year. They insisted, and I said, Charlie, I couldn't even come from here. I didn't even, I started couldn't even think about it. I didn't care. Don't even fight your donors. Just let them think they won. Because I got to rebuild my entire life. I was publicly fired. You know what I mean? Like, this is not, you're good. Like, you are so good. I couldn't even care about this unless, like, you're a brother to me. Do what you have to do to survive. Okay? And then he just saw that moving into it wasn't just him. It was Tucker. You know, like, Tucker shouldn't be here. And then Charlie realized which way the wind was blowing. It's never enough. It's never enough with them. Okay? They want to be the authority on stage. It's reality that those very same people who are pressuring him and threatening him and intimidating him, calling him an anti-Semite, telling him he was hosting anti-Semitism, then became the fastest people to try to eulogize him and to say, look no further, he effectively died for Bibi Netanyahu. It's wrong, and we have to stand up to that narrative. Matt Gaetz jumped into the ring and basically just doubled down on what Tucker Carlson said. He tweeted this. I have personal knowledge as to any of the claims Tucker's making here. They are 100% true. Yes, they were behaving like demons. There's just no question. It's very weird that demon pretends that they weren't being demonic. You could be chill. You could have transformed him after Charlie was assassinated. You could have said, wow, my last correspondence with him I was upset about something, and now I realize that life is so short and fragile, and it's really not worth it to skirmish with one another. And I really regret my last correspondence, and I would be like, okay, that was really authentic and real. Instead, they were like, we had a wonderful time. I just thought it wasn't what? Love Charlie. Just loved him so much. Something is weird about that. Spiritually, it's evil. That's what it is. It's evil. And another person to tell you that he was being intimidated and people bullying him about who he could speak to was Megyn Kelly. She joined Tucker Carlson, and she says this very quickly. Listen, Charlie is not the only one who's been threatened or was threatened to cut ties with you or not platform you. I too have gotten that, especially since you've been more outspoken on Israel. And I couldn't care less the amount of pressure they put on. I said, what are you talking about? This is madness. Why would you want to silence such a powerful, important voice? Just because you disagree with them on one subject, one on which we've all watched you sincerely evolve as you grapple with principles you've been espousing for years, like America First, like what's happening to Christians, like what's best for us and our kids here, how do I keep them safe? That's my number one priority. And I've been just absolutely disgusted and recoiled from people who have tried to pressure me on it. It, of course, never happened. But I know from speaking to Charlie, he felt it too. I've heard it from Charlie. That he felt, and there is a layer here of nefarious pressure to have certain narratives go only one way. Yes, that must be called out, must be wrong. Love that. Like, Megyn, that was amazing. Thank you. I think all of us right now are just feeling we have to speak. Okay, so if you know something, what's going on, if you have something, send it on to me because I'm organizing, okay? Getting a lot of tips. By the way, many of you guys spoke about the individual who very quickly, I think 4 minutes after Charlie was shot, went and took the camera down and moved his chair and stood up and took the camera down literally 4 or 5 minutes after he was shot. I'll let you know, I was able to figure out who that person was because I recognized one of the individuals, and I reached out to that individual and I said, you know, I've been doing it for a long time and I would like to see footage. That's my thing. I would like to see the footage, and I think the world would trust me. If there's nothing weird that happened on that day, and there's about 4 or 5 cameras on that day, I'm not going to publish the footage, but I want to see it with my own 2 eyes. So I can stand on this platform, so I can sit here on this platform, and I can say to the world, no funny business happened. Truly, we can all go home. It was Tyler Robinson, and he acted alone, and there was nobody else there. And this kid just, I guess, after having a life where he didn't bother anybody, he just woke up one day and chose violence and then decided to explain every layer of what he had done that day via text messages. I want to be able to look people in the eye honestly and say that, so I want to see all this footage. So I am working to get to the bottom of it. Okay, I know there's a lot of conspiracy theories floating in about the security guard and people think he was making gestures. I know that security person. He's a good guy. It would shock me if he had a vibe about somebody. Not that guy. Not the guy that they say he's like rolling up. He tends to do that, roll up his sleeves. I don't buy that one. Okay, I don't buy that one. And but here's the thing. That's my gut. My gut has led me the right way. I want you guys to know that once I look at all the footage from every angle, if I'm putting in this formal request and they said it would speak to the lawyers, I think the world will trust me to say there is a funny business. This is exactly what happened. So I put in that request and I want you guys to know that. And I mean business. I'm getting to fun with this. And last thing I want to say to this like new flex operation mafia pastor, regarding which, by the way, the first time they went after Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, a source told me, and I would love to get this confirmed, I'm going to find this out, that $150 million was spent on that, and it came from Bibi Netanyahu. I would like to figure out if that's true. But anyways, obviously investigating this, and I'm not going to let it go, okay? You're not going to emotionally use some jujitsu, and I'm referring here to Roy or Rob McCoy, who's not Charlie's pastor, and here's the truth, or whatever it is, to look the other way right now. Okay? You're not going to tell me that I have to feel too bad to investigate who shot my friend in front of my face. So stop the nonsense. This is what Charlie's pastor passed around to all of the people that were intimidating Charlie leading up to his death. It's funny that Charlie's pastor couldn't find his voice, but Bibi Netanyahu was lying about Charlie. Here's pastor, you know what he's saying are lies. You know, he didn't find his voice saying anything about Netanyahu. Candace investigating things? Yeah, that's gotta stop. Here's what he wrote, okay? What's his name? Rob McCoy. He wrote, Charlie Kirk was my friend and I was his pastor. I want to simply say this regarding Candace Owens. Charlie Kirk was a friend to Candace and never publicly spoke poorly of her, though he disagreed with her. He never operated nor entertained gossip or innuendo concerning Candace. My only comment I offer regarding Candace is this. I only wish at this tragic time of mourning she would be the friend to Charlie Kirk that he was to her. He would never have treated Candace or her family in such a way had God forbid this tragedy been hers.
Winnowing, laborers, selecting, Iraqi, sifting, they accomplish the same thing. You're separating the good from the bad. Yet, since there are three necessary processes for making a bread, Mr. brings them down to tell us that if one were to do all three in one awareness, it would bring three separate products.
I think Charlie was a real friend and he would not have dropped it. He would not have let it go. Least of all, because he was just being emotionally manipulated by a guy who curiously kept his mouth shut when Bibi lied.
The Mishnah skips it as well. It's not right. Don't tell me that it's because there are only 39 malachas and this would be the 40th.
You knew if you were a close friend pastor exactly the nature of
separating malachas. Take one of those three, take it out of the Mishnah, let's plug it in instead.
So why don't you focus on being more honest as a pastor?
And there are 5 attempts to solve the riddle. So what we can take out from those 5 attempts are 3 major halachas regarding Boyer on Shabbos.
Be
quiet. Boyer on Shabbos. If it's food from within,
from investigating
the waste
what
and not the
happened
waste from the
to
food.
Charlie Kirk.
If you do it beyond with your hand and not a food, and if you do it louder for the immediate consumption and not for even that big Shabbos, but later on. What are the 5 attempts? The first attempt was,
when I am satisfied that there is no conspiracy, I will
if you have food in front of you,
but at the
and
moment,
you do Boyer and eat it, you do Boyer and give it to friend, and then the Bryce doesn't want anything. You cannot do Boyer. If you do Boyer, you have to bring perhaps the way she's talking about for that day.
These absolute demons are trying to
for
justify
Sunday,
saying you should
that's the Chatas. The ones that can be. There is no malacha that you cook on Shabbos. We can't cook for Sunday. Perhaps the Bryce is talking about half a shear. You do a half a Boyer, half an amount, that's okay. If you do the full amount, that's the Chatas. That's the shear also. When a the Gemara says it's impossible. There is no malacha that you can do a half of it. Even a half would be awesome. Not you just don't get a punishment. Perhaps.
And I'll let you know when that is.
The Bryce is saying that you're allowed to do it with your hand,
some of your
but
comments
if you do it
and see
with
what you guys
the
think about all this and
that's
what
only this is the Rabbanon, with a funnel, with like, that's Galacha. Yeah, that's not the real way of doing it. The real way with a real sifter, not the Torah, that's this is the Bryce. But it doesn't say anything, any mention of Kalim in the Bryce. Perhaps it's talking about.
Can, however, trust the knowledge comes to recharge or say doctor for
and that's what the soils is also, again, the Bryce doesn't mention anything about it. It says about it, therefore, I say Pshat is.
USP grade and
top
tier purity.
It says in the Bryce that you eat it, meaning immediately. Eat it immediately, that's okay. If you do it for later on during the day, that's it. It's a Boyer the Bryce. Should I explain? So Abaye agrees the concept of miyad and orichel mitoch soil. Just as that you need also miyad right away. More does the story of Bibi through a whole batch of fruit that included different leaves and soilers on the table in front of her Ami and Ravasi. Bibi saw this and he wasn't sure if it was because of Bibi help that even orichel mitoch soil is also, and therefore he spread it on the table. If there shouldn't be a problem of Boyer, it just selected itself. He just grabbed an apple. Or perhaps he wanted to show Ayin Yaf, he wanted to show that he's large. All is put on the table. Chizkiah says that 4% type of being is considered soils that if I needed to take out the actual food because it requires 7 cookings. And even after 2 or 3 times, if you don't remove the oil, the actual being, it turns into soils that can ruin other beings. And now we go to the base. What is that halacha? Now we're done with Boyer. If somebody takes a piece and chops it up really, really tiny, mixes it, that is considered Paiza, dry wood. Flakes Rishonim applies to all vegetables. If you were to take a piece of wood and saw it and create sawdust, that is also Paiza and dry wood. Rashi says a person is careful about the size of the wood, it will be over on mechatif, like the Mishnah, leather to a certain size, it's mechatif, cutting.
They just hit an amazing milestone, by the way, over $1 million.
Whereas, why is it kind of talk about atiyah, baking, when in the Mishnah, there's no baking, there's cooking, Samamar says the Gemara, because that's what people are used to, they're familiar with the process of baking, and therefore the Mishnah spoke about baking. Your flavor on the Isra from the Bashal, even on non-food items, such as wood, peg, takes a peg and puts it in the oven, since it first softens it up like bishul, it extracts the moisture and then it hardens it up. That's bishul. It can also be over on bishul if you take hard, which is hard, to soften it up. Even though later on it becomes just as hard as it started out with, it's still considered bishul because you softened it up. If you take, the Gemara says it's possible, it's a riddle. How do I get to 7 different malachas if I make a barrel made out of earthenware? Says Gemara, it's possible to be over on Titan, the dirt, where the dirt, you're racking, you sift out the dirt, flush, knead the dirt, you're not going to smooth it all out. You light the fire in the oven, and your mekashal is, if you were to make a real oven out of earthenware, you'd be over on one more called Maki B'Kadish, whereas a barrel doesn't have Maki B'Kadish because it happens by itself in the oven. There is no whiteness, says Rashi, there's no binyan Mistiro when it comes to Kalim. If one were to make a basket out of reeds, it could be over on 11 different averas. How? You have to plant the reed, you have to pick the reed, you have to gather the reed, you have to select it, you have to smooth it out, you have to grind it, you have to cut it, you have to start it on a reel, mesa. You stick up the hair, you put it, you start it out in the 2 loops.
Like his wife said,
You put the meat together, and make it in package. And if you were to bend over the top and make a lid for it, to be over also on Haifer, on sewing, and kosher, making a knot.
Patience
If you were
to deal
to
with people that are backstabbers and liars and peer
spin
pressuring you.
the wool of an animal while it's still attached to the animal, not like it turns around and it can be over on 3 things. Guy says,
That's why they
you're not untangling it, it's still spinning. But God says, but since it's on the animal, the animal's alive, so it's still on the animal, that's not the way to do it, and therefore, you're not over, and that's laughing at you, not over. Even though in the Mishnah you had women that did the tail, they spun it on the animal while the animal was alive, that's totally it has special problem, but today it's considered laughing at.
And they won't take
One
money to say
with a feather
lies.
from a bird,
Charlie Kirk
you're
wouldn't be
over on
bought
Gleizes,
or
you cut
blackmailed,
it
and that is why
specifically on the
they
top,
took him out. That
you're
is
over on the Chakta, and if you
your
pull off
theory that
the
you were presenting
feathers,
there.
the small
Yeah,
feathers,
and I will say this.
off the stem,
It's
you're over
like
on
Tucker
the
said,
Matrix, moving it out.
to have so
Where
many
was
donors,
there
what I
not
do know
the
is the
Mishkan?
donors became very rotten. At the end,
The folks
they
who
were
were
donors,
catching
they were
or
making
trapping
threats.
the
Some of them
filazine to make
weapons were very
tefillas,
last minute, were making threats against him,
they used
financial threats, and
nets,
referring to
and they would
obviously
add to the net, and
or
they go from the
lying,
net,
saying
so they
said this
made
donor tried to
shearers
kill him,
and
which is
they
so ridiculous.
made knots and
Financial
they
threats,
undo them.
that's a threat. Okay, that is a threat.
Now,
Michelle E.
can't say that the
writes,
shot
Charlie,
is
you're
that
both so
there were
inspiring and
two
have taught me a
knots,
lot. I think it's amazing what you are
in the
continuing to do
Mishkan,
for Charlie.
and
God
you
bless
did
you.
one
And God
because
bless
you
Charlie.
before
Love and prayers
a
from Scotland. Also,
regular
thank you
king,
guys.
you
I
went to
see you
social
defending
serving, not
me.
for
People are lying and saying
for
said stuff that they
sewing
didn't say.
one
You know,
in,
they're
one
new,
out. In
whatever.
other words,
They
one
woke
full
up
stitch.
like all of like
It doesn't come apart
so
because
like
you make
such
a knot on
defiance.
it, have
In your post, I
wonderful
said
day.
literally. Your post, you guys are just feds, and I don't really like commenting. I don't care. The people are awake. We are awake. Okay, we see what is happening, and you're not going to distract me. Write your stupid articles. Call me whatever you need to call me. People are listening, and they can hear the words that are coming out of my mouth. Okay, the entire world needs to wake up right now. And I believe that Charlie Kirk's murder has provided us an opportunity to do so. Stop the left and right BS and to focus on the people that actually hate us and rule over us at the same time. Scott writes, what is your view on the questioner on trans violence? The questioner on trans violence, did you watch his remorse video? I was not convinced. I believe he had gone to other Charlie Kirk events. Also, the guy with long hair who cheered and said that he would explain later. It may all be a coincidence. It just seems too sloppy to be. The Assad guy is too crazy. I'm not sure who you are speaking about, but I will just say this over. I haven't presented a theory as to who was involved. My theory is that we are not being told the truth, and I think that there were multiple people that were involved, including Georgetown. That's my overarching theory at the moment. Georgetown with this decoy thing that makes entirely no sense to me. and it will make sense if there's more people that are involved. So I believe that there's lots of parts. I don't know which part of I'm curious now, guys, if praise gets used wisely. Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. I say that's the wrong message. I think I can't just my life 5 or 6 years ago when I was king. Like today's king, Christ is true. It was not like every truth. It's kind of like it's exhausting. And also to other people that have gone to our website and bought a t-shirt that has been amazing to support us. That's it. That's who I am funded by. That is the big. They say I'm funded by Qatar, Saudi Arabia. They make up things every week. I'm literally funded by people that are watching this right now. You guys here, you sign up. Lots of funds getting into some people. JJ Bell writes, if you declare with your mouth Jesus is Lord and believe in your heart that God raised him from the dead, you will be saved. Amen. Lawson writes, Alan, Paul Sinhearted writes, thank God you have changed the only grateful for your shining a light on this federal justice. I pray for justice for Charlie. I said, I pray for it, and everyone gay toward it. And like I said, there's nobody that has any and that's why I felt bad about this. Erica done what I wanted to do, and then that way I can look at myself at the end of the day. Maybe that's what it is. Can you look at yourself at the end of the day and be like, I like who I am? And saying something weird is going on, and trying to figure out how to present that to the public. Want to be complete. Those are the only people that I will answer to, and I've got a feeling that, Erica Kirk has been, you can see the energy. She's going to fight. She's going to fight, and she is going to fight on the good side, because every woman would know what her husband's going through. So I can't even imagine what it feels like experiencing this tragedy, having to come to terms with this tragedy, and then on top of it, having people that are outwardly lying. It's too much. It's too much. So we are going to stay on it, and I'm grateful to you guys for being on this journey. It's something that we haven't been able to put together. It's in large part thanks to you guys that are reaching out. We will stay on it, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Two halachas. Solve the hive and you tend the hive. Whatever judge both say that those are one and the same, and therefore let's take one of those away and instead insert the halacha of Misarte, of creating lines like you have in the Sefer Torah, putting lines into the hive. This is also
all right, you guys, let's actually start today's episode with a game. The feds like to play games. Let's play a game. And this is one that everybody can join in on, okay? It doesn't matter how old or young you are. I want you to grab your cell phone, and I want you to go to your text messages and search for certain terms, okay? That you just use when you speak to your friends. Terms that were just casually tossed into a conversation, the alleged conversation held between the 22-year-old alleged killer, Charlie Kirk, Tyler Robinson, and his 22-year-old boyfriend, Lance Twitch. Okay? The first term I want you to search is retrieve. Last time that you used the word retrieve at all, because I was in my head the time about to retrieve something. I played this game with my entire staff, and then I didn't say it, and then two messages for someone who used that term. The first person was somebody that was former military, and the second person was a cop. Makes sense. Okay, we're not done playing this game. Second term that I want to look for in your phone is vehicle.
It's kind of like
vehicle. I mean, what comes up for you? Is that something that you say, I'm just going to go outside to my vehicle? I left something in my vehicle. I'll be right back. I just parked my vehicle outside. I don't remember where I parked my vehicle.
Not everything I want to say. I actually held myself back a little bit because it's not my show.
Literally nothing. It's something related to the DMV that we love today. Things about the DMV. I think for Skylar, something came up for his car wash. Your vehicle is ready. Sounds pretty professional. I don't tell you guys though, because telling us that is just the way the 22-year-olds are speaking these days. Apparently, they just shoot the brains of one another, and they say vehicle is retrieved. I said I wanted to say believe me, and then they would have judged me either way. And you shouldn't believe that. There's one of them when I say that, so welcome back. And that's why I felt bad. So I should have just done what I wanted to do. And then that way, I looked at myself at the end of the day. Maybe that's what it is. Can you look at yourself at the end of the day and be like, I like who I am?
According to reviews, there are additional 2 malachas, bringing you up to 41.
I love vehicles, love fast vehicles. I'm a big vehicle person, except nobody ever. The text messages that were released yesterday in the indictment of Tyler Robinson make perfect sense if you don't think about them at all.
Those two are included in Mesa and Oire. Says a new Mishnah. There's another rule, not a large rule like the first Mishnah, not a major rule, but a rule, nevertheless. And we're talking about Yitzhak for the next few days. We're talking about Yitzhak for a while. In order to be over on Yitzhak from one Mishnah to another Mishnah, it has to be an item that you typically store and it has the right shear that you would store. If typical people don't store this, but you store it, give yourself a flavor.
Without the ones like you working tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. No matter your industry, Grainger's here for you with professional grade supplies. Call, click Grainger.com or just stop by. Grainger.
It's not something people store. Although Dam Nida, even once you showed it to the Rav, there's no need for it at all. You could possibly feed it to a cat.
What's happening, beautiful people? Uncle Joey here with my Jewish Kato Lee Sayat for another fun-filled episode of the Church. What is it? New Testament. New Testament. Tuesday, the 16th of the month. It's moving fast, people. So get on the boat. It's moving fast. We're down to 14 more Mondays till Christmas. And you're sitting there worried about,
Please tell me that's right.
that is right.
How do you know that?
Because there's a stupid tidbit that Yahoo put up about a month ago. So just doing the fucking math the last 3 weeks, down to 14 Mondays. It's stupid. I would never say that. But when I read it, it simplified a lot of things in my life. You got 14 Mondays to get it together before the end of the year. Monday is the day you feed the spirits, you pray. You thank God for giving me another week to be the ultimate warrior. And we got 14 of those.
You still do the glass of water?
Every Monday.
That's how long
I do nothing today. No, I really just live for the spirit today. I am doing nothing.
How long have you done with the glass of water?
Every Monday for my father. But I have a couple glasses. I have glasses for his grandmother, glasses for the neighbor. I have glasses for the glass for everybody who died. I'm running out of fucking glasses. I'm running out of fucking glasses, what I'm saying to you. Oh, I'm supposed to listen. Listen, you have no idea what the Cubans do. So on Mondays, Cubans are supposed to no music. My family. I don't know what your family does. But for the spirits, there's no music early on in the daytime.
Okay.
You have to give them water, you have to clean the spirit. To also honor an ancestor. That's what it's called. They have his mother's Bibles on there. And somebody gave me.
So it's a sheep smell.
Somebody gave me a gun. I can't put that there. But somebody gave me a statue of like a thing. I have this statue there.
And
just a little thing. I have a picture of his grandmother and grandfather. I got from his and you just put them there. And I don't have a candle for all. I like the house on fire. They're supposed to do it. Then you're supposed to feed them. Like actual food, whatever you cook, you have to put a little dish out for them. I know. That's nice. I know. Do you have a cat? Or a dog? A fucking mice. Okay, you're really starting to want it.
You've never eaten that food, have you?
You have spirits that don't get along. Shut up, you got to take them to different rooms. When the people that get along like that, when you go to gatherings, that's right. You cut up the animals. The saints that don't get along. So you got to go to different rooms. When you cut the goat or the fucking chicken or whatever, put them in different rooms. There's one saint who has eaten the bedroom. So you're feeding with the bedroom, so you got to go piss around.
Is that your favorite saint?
I don't remember anymore. Put a candle on. I remember being like a kid and burning my foot on the candle. But when I would go pee and walk around the fucking candle, and the Cuban stool, and you got fresh bananas in there. As a kid, you know how many times you're like, man, I'm going to put on bananas. But your mother scares the hell out of you. She's like, don't eat those. Because the spirit will punish you. The cake out for the motherfucker. If it's his favorite cake, and you're sitting there fucking, I can't eat it because you're on a diet. I'm on a diet, you know, whatever. It's just, so that's what you're really supposed to do. When you really get down to it. That's fucking cool. On days before you have an ancestor table. And you just put like I put the 2 kids I grew up with North Bergen that died. They were part of your life. Fuck yeah. And even the movie Coco.
Of course.
It's one of the greatest movies of all time.
Oh yeah.
But I got pissed. The Max didn't like that movie. I just didn't like that movie. Great kid. Like, this is Nick Payne to go see it. I know. So I didn't give a fuck. I was there like Kim. But it's a fucking tremendous movie. Because all it says is whenever you put a picture up of somebody that's dead, you pull on that. You keep them alive. If it didn't happen. And then what's the plot of the movie? He has to pull his grandfather back from heaven.
Well, so I don't remember how he got there, but it was like his grandfather was being forgotten.
Hold on one second. I know people don't know Joey. That's it. That's Coco. How old is he? Oh, man. Too much Coco. I got a daughter. And sometimes those kid movies, dog, let me tell you something. All those Pixar movies, their dad went to somebody's house, they ate dinner, and the little girl was watching. The guy was skinny with the big head. That's all of them. One of those was Shrek? No, the other one. And I sat there and I was giggling. I have a good time. Even I realized when you're a kid, you want your people to watch TV with you. Like, Mama. Of course, as a fine bread, so I didn't know. I just went over there and sat with her and her sister. And my wife wasn't there. But she got so excited because I sat there, like me and my wife sat there. And she was like, watch this part. The whole time, the minions. Oh, shit. Okay. Those are good ones. They play, they're geniuses. Because they play music from us. They put music that we grew up with. So at least you're not sitting there like a fucking idiot movie people like they have me also, they put like Justin Timberlake. Get a little white on see they go, you know what I'm saying?
It's great. I love getting high. And you were so because you got to bring Mercy to like the premiere of that.
Oh, she's really good. Coco. Right. So that was the deal. For the people who don't know, let me tell you what happened. I got a call in Monday at 3. I get really busy tonight. I always say no, yeah. I don't know what they're going to hit me with. So I'm like, yeah, but oh, man. Disney's wanted to give you like $1,500 to go see Coco because the tennis player dropped down. Coco now dropped down, and there was another Coco. Like, and we'll send the car. Oh, shit. I'm like, okay. I'm going to Disney World anyway. I might as well work when I'm down there. Also, Disney shit. So yeah, they sent the car and everything. Mercy was all excited and shit. We went down there, and the movie was sensational. And then the guy gave me some loot. And then the guy came over to me and go, listen, I gotta get to Disneyland. I want that package. But you get the tour. I'm not waiting on lines. You gotta do the fucking under the cape. That's the only way to do that. I don't even want to go under the cape. That's Mariah Carey and James Bond and those people. I just don't want to wait online. Right. That's it. The guy goes, done. So
isn't that the time that you tried to eat edibles and they almost threw you out though? Yeah. No, they follow you to the hotel. They follow me to the hotel. He doesn't fuck around. Now the girl just, listen, man, there's people that take their job just a little too seriously. Oh yeah, they were giving them maybe $8 an hour. It would be like a part-time security, no weapon, no fight, no whistle, nothing. No, she watched me from, I don't know why. She just wanted what's time to get here. A key. Yeah, and then she's like, what, no, and then she was, well, you have to put that back in your room. I was all right. I just wanted to, my room was right there. I went around, ate half of it, threw in the garbage. I went back, she goes, you didn't walk to your room. I said, are you serious? She goes, yeah, I'm not going to let you in. I go, hold on, I have like 8 people. I go, get your boss. I go, listen, just give my money back. We don't need this aggravation. And somebody came from Disney, no, it's all right, I'm happy. To this day, I love that woman because she saved my life. Why? Because why would I get a whole lot of money to be here right now? That was one of the scariest fucking days of my life. I can't, honestly, like Disney's fun on animals, but if it was hot and you're walking around for like 12 hours,
it wasn't hot. And you know me, I didn't walk nowhere for 12 hours. It was the rides.
Really?
Yeah, I got on a ride. I'm like, all right. And also the ride took you around, but you had to go over a lake. I didn't know that. I'm in that motherfucker like, yeah, I'm like, oh, I'm over a fucking lake.
And you got scared.
Petrified. I thought it was on field. I I just kept going. I got off. I'm done with rides. Then I went into that fucking happy ride. It's a great world after all. You ever go on that?
Small world?
Yeah. You ever go on that? You sit there and it takes you around the world. But they throw sand in your face and you get the Indian shit. Fucking. I'll never forget sitting there going, thank God it ain't a whole lot of food. Because you go to India, you go to all these countries sitting there. Right. And you feet are only this far off the thing. But you feel like you're in the sky with an animal.
You don't like that? So have you ever freaked out on an animal in public? Like, I know you've been on planes, but like, if you had like a legit freak out?
No. I had a freak out on coke at a party here in Jersey one time. I said, I yelled everybody, what the fuck are you motherfuckers looking at? I'm bleeding from my nose, you know? What do you look at? You bleed. You're disgusting. You're a fucking junkie. What are you doing? It was a Christmas party. It was somebody's Christmas party. And I was fucked.
What does it feel like when you're fucked up on coke? You're just like, too much energy? You're like a week of doing coke? Okay.
It was like 3 nights, and I took a night off, and 3 more nights, then the holidays came. And we would go from the 21st to the 2nd. You know, it was like one of those parties on the 28th. And I went off at this party. I'll tell you, there was a North Bend guy that was going to beat me up. Okay, because I was just calling everybody a fuck and all this shit, and I'm bleeding from my nose, and I'm walking around with a bottle on my Scarface. I'm full Scarface in the restaurant. And that's why, like, a week later, I'm like, I gotta get my shit a break.
Really?
Yeah, it causes like a schizophrenia.
Well, if you're not, because you're not sleeping, you're not sleeping, so you're just snorting and you're eating minimal stuff. You got no money to eat, but you got a lot of money to do coke. I never understood that. I didn't have a hotel, but I'm smoking coke to eat in the morning. I never understood that, but that's when it was like a schizophrenia. I caught myself after yelling at people for 3 minutes. I'm like, holy shit! I'm standing there, bleeding from my nose, the blood all over my shirt, with a bottle of Jack Daniels in my hand, yelling at a party full of 30 people. And that's it. I was out of North Bergen a week later. I was gonna say that's hard to get. Like,
I was so fucking embarrassed. So fucking embarrassed, man.
Well, how long did it take? Did you have to like be sober to be embarrassed? Did you have to come down from it, or like immediately?
I didn't give a fuck that night. I was still yelling in the car and shit. Your uncle drove me with Vivian. I'll never forget that. And we didn't say a word in the car. I think your uncle even had it with me at that point. It was like a 3-month stretch. That's going crazy.
I can't. I have nothing to like compare it to. Like, you don't plan to go on a bender like that, right? Just sort of happens.
You just, you know, it was the holidays. Now, I was young. I didn't really know. Nobody really knew. And it was like a week long, 10 days. Just pounding it, you know. Now it's Christmas shit. I had no family, so now it's 28. God knows.
Swat away the flies and the swamps.
God knows, but
Why the grasshoppers?
Hey, Uncle Joey here. It's a beautiful Tuesday morning. I want to talk to you about something. It's time to get that third leg of workout with Blue Chew. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. You can have stronger, harder, longer lasting erections like that in no time. Listen, that Blue Chew package is a little mint now. It's just a little mint. You put that in your wallet. You see somebody lurking late night, you know what I'm saying? She's looking good, or he's looking good. You pop that thing and you're ready to go. Blue Chew even comes in a little mint form, like I said. It's tremendous. So it does double duty to freshen your breath before the big bubble. You follow me? You hit them with a shot of mint breath, and then you do what you gotta do. So you buy a couple to keep around, or subscribe to keep the good times coming on a consistent basis. Why stop? If it works for you, bigger erections, harder dick, more people calling you, it's doing its job. And we got a special deal for church listeners. As always, you're gonna get your first month of Blue Chew absolutely free. That's right, absolutely free. Just press in code Joey, Joey at checkout, and pay $5 for shipping. That's it. $5 to open up the door to a beautiful new life. You see yourself floating through dreams with that third stick just hitting trees, knocking over your grandma's flowers. You know, join Marshall's mission to upgrade humanity one thrust at a time. Head to Butcher.com for details and safety info. How's that?
Milk and wine have been used. And that's the time to use the medicine. So you go to common use, even though the meat is human, you have to make out a lot more in order to be under resource. One item has two common uses. And one is a larger share, one is a small share. You go to smaller share,
No way, it's over already.
the medicine, you go to smaller share of medicine, you go right away. The question is, why is it water? Common uses the drink.
How was your week?
Not so common uses that.
I had a really good week,
Why do we
actually.
go with the not so
I've
common?
had a couple of really
So
good weeks. I did a couple
midnight
midnight shows last week, which are really fucking
medicine, so it's common for them to use
dark.
the medicine.
Well, I did one at a club and one at a bar.
Not just
And at the bar, because you didn't get mad at me like earlier this week when I did a late show. And I did okay, but I was trying to do too much material, so then I went into this midnight show, and like it didn't even start till like 12:30. People basically were just stumbling in like hammered. And I think I had like an 8-minute set, and for like 6 I had them. And like the last 2, you just feel like you didn't get mad at me, but like don't do material midnight show. I just went off the cuff a little bit, but that was really fun. And actually tonight, what I'm super excited about is I'm actually going to see Adam Sandler tonight. I'm fucking.
Enough blood for one eye.
Where at?
If a person has a cataract,
The stadium, the like basketball place in Albany. Because last night he was in New York, but I couldn't go on Monday night. So he's in Albany, and it's like I don't know, man. With all these people like just getting older. And Adam's not old, but I've been in love with him since I was in middle school. Like Adam Sandler, Happy Gilmore, for me when I was growing up in like the 90s, Happy Gilmore, I still remember it was Jonathan Nichols' house. I think he had the VHS, I forget where we watched it, but it blew my mind. Like, and I didn't even really know him, like the Hanukkah song came later. I was like, I want to see.
Thinks it's important as well.
Yeah, and then he came back a couple years, like that Netflix special where he had that Chris Farley song at the end. It was fucking how amazing.
Netflix
special, I thought it was phenomenal. I didn't know how to feel about it.
You can find that
before you met Brad,
play is a lot less.
I'll never forget I had to watch one of those movies in my life. This ain't gonna work.
You already have ready-made play.
I can see that. Here's the funny thing.
And the burden to start making play from scratch unless it's a much larger share. Other ideas. When we find that concept later on, the artist not to show. Says the mission, when it comes to the road, the share is enough road to make a handle for a basket.
Steve Kessler's
When it comes to Demi Reed, it's enough to make a loop on a shifter to hang up. Enough lead. A measurement of the kid's foot so you can go to the shoe, making a shoe. Paper enough for a seat that you pay your taxes. Once you show the tax collector you pay your taxes, each state has no value. According to Rita, it does have value. The number of shots. According to Rothschild, we're dealing with the main tax guy and the small tax guy. The main tax guy is the tax guy, the main guy has a brother. And the brother's tax is received.
I think it's probably 4 people my age. Like those movies, and now those movies are like getting older. That movie, Happy Gilmore, Billy Madison, Big Daddy, those 3. They still like those are the movies I want. Like if they're on, I have to turn them on. They just silly. Like that. I think it was just like the height of such being silly. I honestly don't even know much of his stand-up, or I have no idea what he's doing on tour. But it's like just I don't know. That to me, I don't know what it would compare him to for you. Like I don't know what he was. Right. I wouldn't even watch that shit. I wouldn't even watch it. I'm not a big fan of that guy. Right,
enough
Chris
to
Paul and all that.
make a hole for
Whatever
charge
it was.
to come out, and then you plug it up with that sulfur on top.
So,
Wax, you have to plug up a hole, small
I
hole,
just got
crush
home
brick,
and he
enough
was
to
directing
put on the
all
opening
the shot.
of
I'm like,
the oven that makes gold. It really says in order
why
to
don't you
get
give it a shot?
tripod
Why don't you give it a
on
whirl? I did
the
everything I
wood,
had to
which is
do.
also called in Aramaic,
And when I met him
sit,
for lunch,
live,
he surprised the
which
shit out of me.
girls use to remove hair,
But not really. It was in a
one
professional
small joint
environment. When I met him,
It really says
the
enough
table
to
read,
put on
and
the
I
hair
was
to make
like,
the hair lay flat.
oh, I gotta pay
According
attention
to
to
the
this motherfucker.
enough to remove the hair,
Because he wasn't your normal actor. He wasn't acting. He
which
was
are
right.
full of
Then we did the movie.
leaves.
And I really got to like him. I watched the scenes.
Is
I didn't think he was
enough to make a
hilarious.
handle for
Right, but I got his comedy. I
basket.
got his warmth,
Seven
which is
the
really
sieve
good.
are the strings that go
And
around the
like, there was
concrete.
a movie I started
People
watching.
in a funnel,
Like, one of my
and
favorite
now
movies
catch the
is 50
sediments
Birthday.
of the
Oh
water.
yeah, that's a great fucking movie.
Fucking
Oil
great movie.
and grease.
So,
Put
but
back
when I
of
watched
bread.
this Netflix
Put it on the oven
special,
space
I got
inside the oven. The size of the cellar, which is a regular packet.
I thought it was the best special of the year.
A ball,
My
which
hands
is the size of a
like,
walnut.
It was a few years
I said,
ago.
man, it's
They can
variety
get a star
stand-up.
fight.
He
Sign
comes
that
out
says,
with a
I
big
know
car,
somebody
he does
who's got
sketches,
it has
he
value.
brings friends up, he
But
does
once
stand-up, it's a party, he knows
so
how
it
to
paid
do it.
off.
He's a fucking genius.
You're still tired,
And that was like that was when he shot it the entire tour, right? Like that was, I think so. Like
you're allowed to keep a
he had
star
the
fight.
other guy
So
playing the
it
piano
has
for him.
value.
That was a great, it's a great fucking special, something different. And
I've always told you, what about the Tony Beans? Something has to change. Going to shows with street comedians. They're an hour.
Like this is, what happens in the States
Something's
with
got to
the
change. He changed
that
it.
he wrote a star? Does he have to be tiny that star? He has to make a goddamn stadium? The original star is a good star.
I don't like it, though. Right. I do not like it. I don't know. It's for a certain person.
So the original
It's
star
for a certain
has
person.
value.
Right.
And that's why
want to
he
be in
got
a
the
band
star.
like that. That shit drives me.
Robert says everybody
fucking
knows
insane.
that
Okay. When I,
like it says,
you always think about the people that are hard to follow.
and meanwhile,
Right.
the
And you
mouth
always think about, oh, I'm going to have a hard time following Eddie Murphy.
and he
I'm going
gets
to
it
have a
out
hard
and
time
around.
following
Says
Rogan.
that star has
I'm hard
value
time following Bill Burr.
he can use it to collect, and without it, he cannot.
No.
Therefore, he's
Why
trying.
don't you go up there
God
and
is
you
talking
stand?
about
I used to have
the
to
one
follow
that's
this
not
fucking
about
guy.
a special document that has
Not only that, like I
a
used to, this is my different
and
time.
he uses
I
that
had a
document
different fucking
to
head.
show other letters
And I would have to follow
this
this
is
guy.
borrowed. And
Yeah,
he takes off
he's
his
having jokes around his
Therefore,
whole
it has
nicest guy
documents,
in
it
the
has
world.
yeshivas, and we're
Then
trying to
he
figure
went
out
in the back.
rather
This is 98. This motherfucker would put a Tina Turner outfit
The whole thing?
and sing like a couple Tina Turner songs. Listen, nobody can follow this dude.
Were they laughing after, or they're just going fucking nuts?
A fucking standing ovation. People dying in the halls, holding on to their hearts.
when it
And you're
comes
like,
to hide,
I
leather,
work every night to
shoes,
fucking
the size of
come.
it today,
And I can't get them to laugh one time.
going from one
This
domain to
motherfucker
another
puts on a wig,
domain,
goes up to Tina Turner.
not
Look
only
at these
that,
poor white people. They're all over the
this
floor. They
size
have
of
a
an
heart
animal
attack giving them a standing ovation.
whether
I couldn't figure it out. I could not figure it out. Right. And those are the toughest people.
you don't want to
If
tan
done
it. Not only
correctly,
that,
that you're going to have a
you're
follow.
tanning hard,
Because it's not a joke they follow. They just did like
size of an animal.
a music parody. Right. The
Similarly,
Comedy
say
Store
the same
one
thing
night.
by spinning.
And James Stevens,
Love
the
is
third
love,
one.
the labin, to
And they fucking hated him.
Benefits, untangled,
Everybody
together,
hated
God,
James Stevens, the
play with
third.
the spin,
Nice guy.
all the
The
same
audience and
exact
the comics hated
even
him. They
though
called him James
some of them
Stevens the third.
for
Oh, show his face.
after
James Stevens was a black dude. You guys might remember he played the piano on the Stephen Miller show.
anytime you find it,
There was a show after Kimmel or I don't know. This is 95, 96.
after the
So me and Josh from Seattle, we're a comedian. I'm very
they
good.
love us, but there's a large
And he was saying to me, he's fucking up there, a couple jokes. He was good looking.
herbs
At the booty was saying like fucking a black singer from New Jack City. At the end, before he gets shot, he's like, I'm not Mary J. Blige, that's a woman.
enough to
Whatever
die
the fuck am I gay? No, the fucking game is dead. By that. This guy's up there fucking.
and the size is
Those black singers, women, just chubby black chicks go crazy.
is a sample
So
of
fucking. Specifically, that's who go crazy. These are all chubby white
the
chicks,
size that
black
you
chicks.
put on
when Steve would say, he's going to put that song at the improv with a little organ. You fucking bad marketplace. I left that back in my head on the floor. I got to do the organ. What the fuck?
And then again, that's why people want to bother with the contradiction or the greater than fantasy.
This is what I'm saying. There's some people that fly with me, and there's some people that don't fly with me. But when he said this on stage, I'm like, I don't know that motherfucker. He didn't say motherfucker. He said a different word, a derogatory word used for black people. He said his imagination. He said this motherfucker didn't read the sign out there. This is the goddamn comedy store, not the singing store. I'll never fucking forget that.
And was that like the height of like Kenny Griffin being a star?
This was like the height of it, yeah.
So like
Before he crashed the car.
I can't even imagine.
And the flower added.
Bro, nobody will talk to Eddie now.
Why?
Because he crashed that car was worth like $300,000.
Why do they care?
I don't fucking know, but nobody else gave him work after that. I don't think they put him behind the fucking wheel of a car. I think what's his name? I don't know. Let's just go with Paul lives in Northburg. Lady Gaga. Okay. Put him in that movie with the stars born, Lincoln and shit, him and Dave Chappelle. But before that, nobody had seen Eddie Griffith's White Kids and stuff like that. Okay, those cars.
What cars did he crash?
I don't know. It was on the set of a movie. Maybe Too Fast, Too Furious. And they blew up some cars that $400,000 around here. Some
Oh, that'd be fucking cool to see. But I can't imagine killing on stage at the store and then a store. It'd be like me going up doing what I'm going on stage and like not in like a lighthearted way, like Admiral. They'd be like that would be hard.
What was the set he was on? What was the movie he was on?
It's gotta be on camera.
I get my fucking
Do you think they charge him for that?
I don't know. I think it's when you crash a $1.2 million car, they pretty much just look at you and they go home. You want to look at the movie, I don't want to look at your face. Like you just crashed a $1.7 million car.
Right. On the part that's further away, on the opposite side of the ear and the opposite side of the flesh.
You don't think they insured for what it was? I thought they were going to make money off it.
Villain are only written on
This is the guy that sold his own script. He wrote a bunch of scripts that he sold. I know from a fact he sold Daddy's Grandma's Boy and Mama's Boy. He sold that. That was his script because he was trying to get me in that movie. You know, he was a good guy to make whatever. I'm not saying that for bad, right? Just want you to know that. For some people, that shit don't fly.
Dude, I've messed up at work. But 1.2 million, that's hard for people to come back from.
That's very rough.
But I didn't. I won't name the guy, but that kind of happened to me at the comedy store. I got to do it like by no means it was like a produced show, but I was going up, and this guy that I've loved since I was a kid, like one of the first comics I liked, was going up before me, and I had done well at the store previously. He brought me because there are some comics when they go up, all the comics run in to watch them. This is not one of them. At least I had. And I was like a year or two into stand-up, and like it was the last time I was at the main room, I got like an applause break. I came in thinking I was like hot shit the next time. He brought me up with that, and then no applause break. I'll never forget that. I can't imagine having Eddie Griffin go off and have probably like what 10 minutes funny. Like
when I got to the store, there was one guy that wanted drama with me. There was one guy that wanted drama with me. And every once in a while, he would bring me up and say something. And I would get him outside, go pretty fucking things. But he was doing it for all reasons. Like, he had no idea that I would fucking bury him. Number one, he was a fake biker. Which Jesus really don't like as it is. As a biker, I had a fake bike when I kidnapped Bella. I had the same thing. He was a fake biker. He had no biker blood in him whatsoever. And this guy had no biker blood. He had just rode a motorcycle one time and thought it was cool to be a and all that shit.
I
I'll
never
forget that I said something.
Doesn't matter if it's dry.
Like the last time he said something, when he brought me up, I said something. When I went up, I goofed on him. I said exactly that. Let's keep it going for the fake fucking bike. Oh, Jesus, yeah. Because if you want static, I'm going to have to give it to you at the store. It's like prison. The first time there's no weakness, they're going to fucking steamroll you.
The other comic.
I would.
Place it down.
You know, that's the way life is. They're going to steamroll you. That's the way I look at it. No matter who the fuck you are. It's one of those situations where you're joking. You come out of here. What was I doing? Just like that fucking cocaine scene. I'm like, choking them. They're like, you don't know who I am. I don't give a fuck. And then they realize you don't give a fuck. And it's good to do that. So I said something on stage. Fucking that. And when I got off, it was outside. And I just told them, you know, you want a fucking problem? I'll give it to you. Whatever the fuck you want to do. So I knew he wasn't real. Right. And I did something that I thought I'd never do. He came up one day. And he was selling Girl Scout cookies for his daughter. And I had a chance to even rob him. Like, that's what I was doing. Like, stepping on him. Like, crushing all the cookies. Like, that's how fucking weird I am. Like, just knocking the cookies out of his hand.
The whole table set up and everyone just like Godzilla or
like, nobody's going to say, fucking work. I just said, I was at the store. Mitchie Shaw wasn't going to throw me out. And Mitchie Shaw wasn't going to throw me out.
Does Donald Trump appear to be already on
She would have loved that shit. So I said, you know what? I'm going to get the high road. I'm going to responsible.
all kinds of information that
that's right. So I fucking have to
has been raised.
let's go through that. And then they stopped getting spots. And I started rising to the rank. And I had a Facebook message
from release one jury testimony under Article 6.
Oh, I love that.
Is that what you're referring to when you say it's a what other evidence do those three coroners you cited prohibit from being released? Information that was collected pursuant to the search warrant that's not what the court says, and that's not what it's 16.
What did he say?
And I said that's 16, and I said there was others.
Oh my God. How good would that feel to his sense? Oh my God.
And I saw him drove to the police car. What's going on? You're talking about the kidnapping. He won't reply to me. Whenever I see his birthday, I write him a big birthday note, like, you know, birthdays on Facebook. Judy, how you doing? Happy birthday. You're still a handsome motherfucker. John Bonet all the way, you know, fuck it. Because he was in charge of John Bonet records.
But hold on, you friended the cop who arrested you and had to. What do you mean you had to?
I had to. The other guy won't even respond to me. He hated me more than life itself.
The other cop?
Oh, there was one cop. He even showed up at one of my divorce hearings. He even showed up when I smacked John. He showed up to testify against me. They were all looking at him and shit.
I guess he wasn't involved.
Even on the way out, I'm saying horrible things to John and my wife. And he kept saying, "Oh, I'm sir." And I'm like, "Fuck you." Last I checked, this is amendment number 1, 2, 3, 4.
So hold, and you said when you send the cop who's blanked enough to accept the friend request but doesn't want to respond to your messages.
The core that creates gold is a smaller measure.
Why do you torture? Will you just find these people?
You know what, man? You arrested me, so now I gotta let you know I'm alright.
A girl that isn't 12
And
years
I'm doing
old.
just as good or better than you, bitch. So, how you like me now, motherfucker? You didn't make a mistake. You arrested a criminal. But some of the shit you said in court, you were wrong. And here I am to prove you wrong. That motherfucker has never said to me, "Hey, man, congratulations. Thank you for doing what you did. Thank you for turning your life around." Nothing. He couldn't say a word. The other guy, listen,
What is this line?
The comedy works on time.
It
And the Judy cop worked. That
and
worked.
causes a glow
The police.
in the skin.
And I told him, I said, you're working that? And he's like,
It's
yeah.
for his daughter.
Hey, you gonna see him tomorrow? He goes, yeah. I go, ask him
One at a
about
time, covered it in light.
the next day, the kid came in to bitch about me. It's like a bunch of comedy acts going funny at the comedy work. Right. I said, what did he say? You don't want to know.
One shot.
And the kid like was staying office for the rest of the weekend. The next time I came, I asked him about it. He didn't call the spot. I went, no, not this week. He calls every other week. That cop scared him off.
So because he drinks a lot of beer, and beer
But he believes it. You know, whatever cop said to him, you know,
this is how much wine?
like if you came to me and said you did something 30 years ago,
What does this mean?
I'm watching you now, I like that you live now, you know.
The smoothest side of the
I
hair
need
down.
my work, I'd say something.
And the
Hey,
point
man,
of the
congratulations.
it means to shave
I didn't fucking like
right
what
over
the fuck
here in
you
this
were,
area.
but
The Ritzel
I
said,
still don't
"Hold me
like
out
it.
a barrel." Not only out
I still don't like it, but I
the
gotta
barrel has
congratulate you on what you did.
in order
Right,
to
odds that you're turning this around.
we
Well,
put
what
some lime in
the
there.
odds that you would be in a
But that's not
fucking
going to
movie?
hold. The wine will corrode.
That's another. The odds that you being in more movies than what's allowed. You know what I'm saying? Like, I understand that. I'm big enough to say that to somebody. I fucked up with my judgment. 20 years ago, because I was a fucking idiot.
Third was for
So
the eye.
now, if you come to me when you're 35,
Or the
and you say to me, you went to prison,
on the forehead.
you came out, I see that you're working, you got a wife, you're not doing blow, I gotta give you a nod.
They asked the goal. Somebody took the goal.
That's what you hope police officers, because in theory they're there, like a lot of them are there to like protect you, also like to reform you. That should be the goal of
One
prison.
shot is, he said,
But I think a lot of these, who knows, maybe they hold grudges. Like,
others have tried to
do you think that's
So do I. That's why Facebook.
Oh, I love it. That's amazing.
So do I. So do fucking I.
How often do you like send them articles like with any variety things or anything? Nothing.
I don't need to do that. Just that I'm on the other side of that Facebook fucking thing with them. Just as they predict that I wouldn't.
How about red clay? He says
You follow what I'm saying there?
to seal.
Who else do you have on like the
seal a letter, which is
fucking message list?
fertilizer, a very thin sand.
Like, how you keep track of all these things? How you doing lately? What's going on? How you like me now? Those are the best things. How you like me now?
Do you go back and forth with them, or if they respond, you don't even talk to them?
If I tell you something, that's even creepier. All the shit they do, right? You know,
Where it's broken enough.
That's fucked up.
Use it as fuel.
Out of 200, how many do you think respond?
Which is a chicken egg mixed with oil on the
I
stove. The
remember when I
size of
first
a
started, like,
not
when
an
I
egg,
broke and I
the
had
size of your
kitchen nut burn,
thick
hit me with
sand,
it.
enough
And I would fucking, I would fuck you.
In other words, sand is
And
good.
that was like a Spanish kid that went after me on Twitter, like my father said, you're robbing sneakers and all this, you're still a piece of shit. I go, yeah, your father's born from MWA.
And the sand
And I'm in fucking LA getting my dick sucked in my
life.
butt.
But adding sand
And he goes, how do you know my father worked for MWA? Because you're a fucking idiot for even being on here. And the apple don't fall far from the fucking tree. For you to even relay that message on a Twitter that your dad said that, you're a fucking idiot.
Yeah. And I haven't done that in a while. You used to like go back and forth with people on Twitter sometimes.
I had it.
Old school Twitter was fun.
Old school Twitter was fun, but then you have to think about it. Like, why the fuck?
Shabbos K. Aleph.
Listen, man.
How much bone do you have to
You
take
wake up
out?
in the
The one
morning,
was just another
you got a
person
cup
or
of coffee,
like I'm a whole
you think about your day,
small
you kiss your family, you pet the cat, you fucking feed them. Whatever the fuck.
They don't serve
You
any
open up your
purpose.
computer and this guy, like going at me at 7:30 in the morning.
Once you put them into a lock,
A lot of people don't know how to handle it. And the first thing you do with wood run, well, like, hey, motherfucker,
pieces of bone that have no
you
shape
got a fucking problem.
are not like wood,
And
they
then
are like metal.
all of them were the same.
Once
They all
you
fall.
attach them to a gate,
Right. It's just people trying to get a rise
touch the ground, no longer
and trying to
they
figure out
they
how to
pull
Twitter.
them. How much glass they take out from one way to another in order to tie it?
Obviously, you know,
Some say enough to cut.
you gotta start feeding Lee. Like,
I think I've eaten enough.
that's why I don't understand. That's why I was telling you.
Blue.
Can't read the Twitter. Can't look at it.
A stone.
It's a
How large is a
retardation.
stone? Are you chayav on
That is so
enough?
bad.
It has enough mass to store it at a
Because
very
when you do that, you get a great comment.
animal
One
and it
that
has
is
to
so
be significant. The animal feels it.
incorrect.
How
Don't.
large is the pencils?
You have to ask what made that person say that.
However,
Right, but like, what's going on in his life that he's such a fucking loser?
Come and relax.
Because at the end of the day, he knows he's a loser.
This
This is why you say
how many
these things.
stones is one permitted?
I'm 62 years old.
So they told him
I have never
that it's the same achlokas.
a fucking gun or something.
The mayor says
And said, I really don't like what you're doing.
like a walnut, which
I
is
think you're against the
egg,
policy of women.
here.
That would be nice, though. No, but come here, some angry messages.
3 stones.
I don't like
that
you.
are
You're against my ball. That would be something. People tell me to blow my brains out.
Oh, yeah.
That it's 3 different
Don't
sizes.
don't
One
say
is the
shit like
size
that.
of an olive, the other is the size of a
Oh, my
walnut,
God. The
and the other one is the
vacation.
size of
About
an
the
egg. They use
vacation.
them
That
consecutively.
people so
It says
angry
right
about
away.
that.
Does that mean that
People
you carry
forget the
around a
RPFC
scale
and
and take
stuff I
exact
talk about.
measurements?
Oh, my
She said
God.
you're right. The
That's
shear is
how I
whatever
know
fits
we're
into
doing
your
a good
hand.
job
We
on the
don't care,
podcast.
5 stones, 2
Right.
stones, what
When
size,
you
whatever
get
fits
that
into your hand.
upset
That is the shear.
over a fat 62-year-old
If it's a
talking
permanent,
about your vacation
whatever fits into your hand.
and who's a vacation, you're not thinking about what I'm saying. And if you read the comments and if you saw the way they attacked me for it,
bathroom,
you can see that they weren't
then
even
the shear is
understanding what I was saying.
like the compromise. Meaning the middle
You
is right.
get the worst of that in your life.
The middle one
You
is the size
find
of
the
a
one on the road with
Everything
Rogan,
that says
okay?
it's also used for toilet paper. You're
I
not
never worked a day in my life. You know what I'm saying? Like, they don't understand.
are
Right.
pebbles that
But I think
crumble.
the difference with you
Robert says
is like
you're not
most
allowed
people I think ignore it.
in order
Some
somebody
people
was
like
constipated
go back and forth like a stupid battle.
some sort of
You were fun because you would
you're
just
not allowed
like
to massage and Shabbos
obliterate them with like 6 words.
said because of the issue of the noises
And they would like they would go crazy. And like yourself was behind him, leave, come back 8 hours later, and the guy's still thinking now.
Take a mortar,
And I would go, oh my God,
brush
poor
something.
bastard.
So it's
That's when you know he had nothing
you
to
want
do
to use
over.
that for toilet paper.
Uncle Joey here, as you guys know already.
Remnants
Football is
that
back,
somebody else
and
used
so is
before.
the shot, and you
So
guys
nobody
can
can
win
use this any
big
longer for
with
you're not gonna
DraftKings
use it for
Big Six,
That's
the
what you use it for
official
toilet
daily
paper.
fantasy partner
What if it got
of the
washed
NFL.
off
That's
with
right. You
rainwater?
can score real money
Some remnants.
real fast. And here's how to play, right?
What is it?
You pick more or less on dual more player stats.
Hands.
Whether you like, then watch the game to see if you're
One
right.
of them is
The
using a
better you
stone
call,
that somebody
the
else
bigger
used
you
already.
pay out. You catch
I
me?
can say that
So do yourself a favor.
So what
And here's the kickoff bonus. Now,
It's
the
also
new
to use a
people
stone
at
that
DraftKings,
somebody else
new
used, but it's
customers, I'm
more
going to get
it's
you
used on both sides.
$50 in
Or
bonus
it's a
picks,
stone that somebody
which
else
is
used.
a $5 entry
A stone
on your
that
first
you yourself.
big set. You
What are
ready?
the other 9
This
things?
season, play your download the DraftKings Big Six League app and use code Joey. J-O-E-Y. That's code Joey. J-O-E-Y. Just play $5 and get 50
Herring that's not completely cooked.
in Big Six bonus picks.
Set them
Make the
in wine
call,
leaves.
ride the upside.
So we use
In partnership
lime
with
or
DraftKings Big Six.
cookware for toilet paper.
DraftKings, where the
So
crown
taking
is
somebody
yours.
that's eating themselves, bring out his left, clean it back.
Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Help is available
What
for
about
problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpga.org in Connecticut. Must be 18 and over. Eligibility restrictions vary. Six not available. New York and Ontario. More prohibited. 430 customer bonus awarded at eligible. Six bonus bids that expire in 14 days. Limits on offers. See terms and conditions at DraftKings.com/promos.
He's sitting there.
It's not similar to the case where it says
CNN, what the fuck they watch all day long.
also
And they watch that.
once you use a stick that's hooked up, we don't care. We say you can't use it. Why? Because he should have been prepared with fix before the meal. But when it comes to a bathroom, people don't know where they're going to have to use it. Maybe some of those.
There's a podcast. We discuss what happens in the world. That's what the
It's
media
also
does. I don't like to get involved in this type of because then people label me
other persons
a fucking political
on
whatever,
Shabbos is another
political felon.
issue.
So before I even go into this thing with you people, just remember one thing. This is coming from Palestine.
That consists of
Last week something happened in this country that was not good. Now before this city and tell you I knew who Charlie Kirk was,
It's better to use a
I'll tell
stone
you,
that
I
has
had
on the
no
other
idea
side
who this man was.
grass.
I had no idea who this man was.
But we're not going to
Never seen
do
it
it
before,
for
maybe.
production in Scotland,
Maybe,
and
I
it's
don't know.
certainly not
I
a
don't know.
situation.
That's my
Where once we were right now, in those days, they were
downfall as a human being
planting
in
that
this
had holes
country.
in them. And using
As
that
I tell you, people, I black myself up for that.
go around the fence and colors that the closest and Russian is growing in order to get passionate with the
I don't know
colors.
what he stood on in this country.
You're allowed to look it up on
I don't
Shabbos,
know
even
what
if it has
platform
grass
I
growing
guess
about it.
learning little
Based on this
things.
month, you gotta
He's
picture
on a
around.
plane with
Just
JD
know what's
Vance.
connection.
So obviously he's a
So, I
Republican,
need
he's
to
a
do
young
it, I need
kid,
to right now
whatever.
for you dignity, but I don't know
What I do know is
hot.
I saw a chick from my neighborhood.
Now, Diane says I love her. Then if I have this
She drinks and she sings
with
karaoke
hold
by
on,
herself.
it's on top of the stand. And I lower it to the ground. That would be planting on shop.
Yeah, we can see how you connect with this. She's got like a
And
little
if you remove it on the ground, and I put it on the stand on
I
shop,
opened up my
that
Instagram
would
and
be
she was on
clear.
it.
Both the story would be only near the Rabbana.
And I remember when it went down,
Reverend
my wife said
says,
something to me. I didn't know
not
what we were talking
only is
about.
it usher to use
And then
furthermore
he tried to put the TV on.
during the
They said the
weekday
guy's bleeding
because
from
of
his neck.
issues,
And
even on Shabbos,
fucking Utah and all this
you'd
stuff.
rather
Again,
use a stone than
listen,
furthermore,
my
even
heart goes
though
out to his family, his
furthermore
kids.
is less muktzah than a stone. Because of Kisha,
Obviously,
Rob explains
the
the
guy
Rav
was a
we're
great
talking
guy
about. He's talking about the
because
problem of voices
fucking
shearing
people
hair Shabbos and
Jack.
touching stuff. It's
I've
also
seen people die in
the
this
issue
country.
is there are other classes like the Stam Mishnah. Stam Mishnah holds that a Nazir should shampoo his head even though he might hear out some hair by mistake, though she
I
was
wanted to
covered.
pay the bill
This is
before
mutter,
for something
and now we're
that's
saying
still
it's
on TV. And there's still people
but
crying.
Fizla, Rabbi
This guy
Rothschild,
was doing something good. God
and
bless
later
him.
wanted to go into the boat
But
and
I
said,
gotta
no,
tell you
she
something,
said,
I'm
if you
not
want me to
talking
go on, I'm
about
going to
this
stop the
political,
competition. And she
or
did.
whether he was right or
She didn't
wrong.
let them go, and they
It's
said
something.
something and started moving.
When my wife
She didn't realize that she
downstairs
thought
writing
that the
something,
competition didn't work, and she said,
and I go,
the reason why it's not
the
working
first word
is
out of my
because
mouth,
you don't use furtherwear as toilet paper, and you don't kill a louse on your clothing, and you don't take out vegetables from a bundle before you untie it. In other words, the Gemara kind of water later on these things, and that's why it didn't work. But she didn't realize it.
I know they're in
It's
Memphis now, right?
wonderful.
The National Guard.
Oh, yeah, they're going there too.
Yeah. Why they weren't there the last 10 fucking years? I don't know. You know, because that's what you got to do in these towns now. Chicago, or,
In collegiate news, a boy named his mom is
Northburg,
accusing
New
him of
Jersey. I
attacking
grew up here. Fucking 2 murders last weekend, 1 murder, 2 shot in Middle New Jersey. That's never been a great neighborhood.
Shabbos after
Nobody's
they
ever been shot.
finish
Okay.
her funeral,
That's the
rather
project
his son. I don't understand why don't we take advantage of your He's extremely smart and sharp, says Rabbi, because everyone go to I don't work there. He teaches us how to use the bathroom. Don't step quickly. Don't strain yourself. The body has
You have to make a
actually you might go one out.
You have to make a note of this shit
Says when other Rabbi,
before you
to
want
learn how to
to go do things.
save yourself, how to keep your body intact.
Like, it
And the
was
person
an
has 2
issue
options.
years
Okay,
ago, but we
one is a
can't
start
stop living
and
our
one is a
lives.
short
I'm not going to get on a plane.
Earthware is
terrorists
dangerous
doing it
to
on
cut you. It's
I'm not
just
going to not
a
go.
stone is
Right,
more.
well, I'm not going to go to
Says
a
right
fucking
now,
China
use a
chick
stone
anyway.
rather than put
I'm
yourself
not
in
going to go to a
the
chick
no.
game.
It's better to
I'm
use a
not
shard
going
than
to go to a
use
chick
books. In
game. I'm
fact,
not
the
going to
Christ
go to
says,
one of those.
just like
Everything is bad. It's just as terrible as you imagine.
I'm going to say that right from the earthware is not dangerous at all. It's nice and sweet. Earthware has 2 options. Grass and a stone. According to some kind of Rashi, we're talking about Shabbos. Grass is also slightly abrasive and dangerous. The big problem is, there's a concept when it comes to toilet paper. You're not allowed to use toilet paper.
This is a political podcast, but I'm trying to
Why
talk
would you say
about this.
today? There's a different problem. The Ramah talks about it. The Ramah says that's what people do. Some say, how do we use grass?
What's happened, because I was in like
Grass
I think it was in 5th grade when
is
Columbine
and
happened.
therefore it's not flammable.
And it like slowly started to happen. But now, the sad thing is, these things are happening
between Rav and either. Well, that Rashi explains.
like, I gotta be honest with you, when I was watching the news on this, they were talking about when Trump got those 2 attempts. And to be very honest with you, I forgot about the second attempt.
Number of trips.
I remember the year, but there was a whole, it happened so fucking long. I don't care about Trump. Everyone's just saying these things happen all the time.
A person not only should stand up and sit down, that's great, but you also have to walk a little bit.
This is a low-end type of guy.
And therefore,
I don't know.
this
You
fits
know,
into that.
he was on that level.
About to have a very long meal, and it's embarrassed to stop
He
the
was like
meal.
the next, like a store. Like that's why they.
I was going to mention Trump. I would have mentioned Trump. You know what I'm saying? I want to keep Trump out of this
which
conversation.
is helpful in the relief. The mission tells us if a person has a piece of earthenware, shard of earthenware, what is the shear that is higher for yourself taking out from one rishos to another rishos? 3 ways to it. Either says enough that you can put 2 beams
I
and
can see
stack
if it
up.
was Buffalo,
The
New
man
York. I can
says
see if it was
enough
fucking LA.
to hold a
The
cold
guy with the flag shot him.
Rebbe says enough to hold a revius of water.
You know,
Rebbe says I have
and it's
a
just such a
very
different world, ladies and gentlemen. And
when the Navi talks about the
On a
Kurban,
college campus.
on a college
also
campus,
is going to destroy things to the point where you can't even hold
I
a
don't know
coal
the
in a
details
piece
of
of
the
earthenware.
shooting.
See,
You know, again,
earthenware, in order to
I don't know
function,
much
that's all
about what's going on. I know he captured somebody.
in the head of the bus. It's says, and that was rubble destroyed the point, you can't hold the water.
Yeah, he's not
Remember to explain what the Pasuk is saying is, first the Lord will destroy everything that has value, such as things that hold value, and then he'll destroy things that, even things that don't have value. From the Pasuk itself,
there's got to be
you can understand that Rameir's shear of full fire is greater than the shear of a release. Because it just makes sense. The Pasuk starts off with a large item. I will destroy the large item. Then I will destroy the smaller item. This is a value. That's how you have to explain our wishes as well. You're dealing with a very large bonfire. You cannot walk over the large bonfire and destroy a shard earthenware and pick up a piece of it. We're dealing with a very large piece of earthenware, so that the piece that you can grab. They come up without finishing preparing how much Italian that would be inside.
Chandler, and he's talking about the music, and he's not like, it's not like he had a little speaker on his phone going. It was on the speakers, and it was like a party.
He was like telling you, go fuck
The
yourself.
it says, I know that the fucking thing.
And it was next to a laundromat that was open 24 hours. Yeah, that was just as fucking scary. And it was $3 from the house, maybe. Yeah, no, I can't fucking
Just like
one major street. It was a little kid in the whole
you pick
fence.
something up or you pick up a needle, you become
Like a
a
long
Roman,
island. That's how
says,
New York.
his rate, Kemoi Dava. She wrote out, David Zara, like Anita, say to my Lord, get out of here, David. The Brisa says that if a Jew goes along, and then a non-Jew put 3 walls around his wall, made that wall that he built to David Zara, and the wall fell down. So remember, he built a wall because David Zara. What does he do with the broken? First of all, he has to distance himself. That wall.
Okay, now I know.
What does he do with leftover stones?
Yeah,
They are
your house.
Milchama, according to
Past
Rabbi
Colfax, and after
just
Colfax,
like Anita.
past the hot dog place, past Popeyes, past the
Rabbi
other place.
explains
Go past
that
that
according to
way.
everybody,
And Chandler was the one that had like the bus going down the middle. All the Jews lived on Chandler.
where is the Machlokas?
Yeah.
Machlokas in the context of Evan
Fuck yeah.
Evan Misham is a very large folder that's suspended.
That was a different
There's a
development, but yeah.
needle on top.
This one, and you were exactly right. It has it was that and a 24-hour laundromat.
That's
And
the stone.
you for years were like, don't go to that 7-Eleven.
Machlokas
The
is
ISIS 7-Eleven, and then right
that
before we left,
concept is by
a
Anita.
homeless dude was like robbing a 7-Eleven,
He says yes.
and he
And
stabbed
the
2
say
people.
no because we learned from a sheriff. The sheriff does not have
7-Elevens in LA,
what do we do with that microscope?
like
That the machine
kind of like a lawless, like the homeless people were there.
The one where the lady was sitting at the door in the garage. And she's like, go fuck yourself.
That's the time of my son. But there's no why?
Oh,
Because
yeah.
the humble word is a
Was it like Tahara and something?
I don't remember the
Oh, yeah, that was a great one. Dude, the light, that poor lady's eyes. She was sitting in that wheelchair like that. I don't know, it was a fake.
She was in the wheelchair.
How'd she get there?
She was like the chick. She was like anywhere from 40 hours. The wheelchair, not 40 hours. Trading places. When she was walking around, I'd see her walk around. And she would sit there in a wheelchair. She would push the wheelchair herself. And I'd sit there like tricky. And ask for $1. And one night I pulled up and I put the light in her eyes. So I could let her know. I knew what she was up to. And when we got out of the car, I was like, oh, fuck yourself. But we even gave her money.
Even if it's
I think she didn't want to take it. I can't. Was that the night that you had me steal the milk carts? I was fucking paranoid.
According to everybody,
Did we steal them?
there's no evidence of by with the Give her a kilo, there's no evidence of by with the So where's the evidence whether or not there's too much massa
And if I tell you what I'm going to go back to do,
of the
he would not
says,
believe it.
yes, I learned
Because
from
you
you,
know me for
massa,
real.
but once they know, I learned from Sharon, that there's no to massa. Everyone kid learns the heckish that Sharetz, that the Mishamshim of the Sharetz, the Zara, is not a massa. And Rabbanon are going to learn the heckish Tanida, that there's no
torturous side.
Oh boy.
What would I was thinking of a plan to go do?
The first one at some point is you would drive in your old neighborhood
And run
and run over the guy's cones.
That's the first thing.
Okay.
It's not. I would just get on a plane to do that till I got 5 nights and 4 nights in a row, and then Friday we knock on his bell. And you ask him, somebody been running over your cars, and we put it on tape just to see him go, yeah, oh my, he disappeared for 5 years. Nobody touched my cars.
We're going to be sure they have cameras now.
Who gives a fuck? Renting a car, we're renting Ubers.
They like that to people. We can't have an Uber driver run over someone's car.
I just said you give one of those Uber drivers $50. One of those Mexican Uber drivers, they'll ride over your mother. They'll drive over your mother, but they don't give a fuck. Those Arabs got no licenses. They have nothing. They're like Cubans. They got fake birth certificates. Those Arabs go over, dog. They don't give a fuck. That license. They don't even know what the fuck they are. Try to find them. Go back to Arabia, try to find them. It's hard to find a Mexican guy. One thing got the frolic on their head, what do they call that?
So they're going to have to leave America for $50?
What do they call that? The Muslim wear.
I have no idea.
That should be a new line, Muslim wear. People say like terrorist wear. Clothing when shit's on fire, you know what I'm saying? If you're thinking of blowing up, that's just
Oh my God!
everybody wants to blow up.
They might have their store at the mall. Like they might have a store at the mall.
That picture
What do we have to own?
Well, look, Nick Owen, we said we get no money on gas. That's what the fucking white people said. Why would the Indians, why would we, we're trying to make $1 here? Why would we want to make a little controversial? That's how you make money. Before you were born, they were these shirts. If you put the shirt on, it would change colors according to you. That's body heat. That's body count. We bring it back. We bring all the body count massage. Knowing before you just blow up, before you die, you that last shot, you fucking whatever. EMTs, the third eye goes to work, the same thing that shows, you know, your body count is over. If you wear this, that's a good idea. I'm gonna shut up. I've been looking for that guy for this one shit. I'm out where, like,
that would actually do very well.
oh my God, I'm out where.
Yeah, those are starbs. We 4 million starbs.
Those are kids that I need. They can't run it. We'll cut down a whole civilization. We'll from religion jump, but it's not really a joke. That's what they got to do. I'm not mad at it for anybody else. War is
People are sending rockets or like there's a lot of reasons why Israel has to do certain things. And like there's no, you can't justify that thing that's coming out of there. You can justify it to a point. And you know what? I'm not saying that Hamas is obviously fucking 1,000%. They put hospitals around people. And
nobody's right. Nobody's wrong. That's all they got. But I never wanted to see kids starve. You want to starve me? I got like 80 days. You can start the fuck out of me. I got Chinese ribs. I got fucking Stugatz. I got fat all over me. But those kids, you know, it's a hunger issue. It's a kid issue. So I don't care how you feel about different political things. You never want to see people starve. I wouldn't want to see my enemy starve. You know what I'm saying? Maybe a grenade up his ass. I got a kid. Follow me. I have a lot of enemies. I'll look at a grenade up their ass.
fire style.
Yeah, but they have to be over 30 years old. I'm not in there.
Well, 30 is the minimum to blow someone up.
You know, it's just, like I said, guys, at the beginning of this, all this stuff, the starvation, we're living in a different fucking world. It's not big. The old world's not going to come back. It's not going to get any better.
doesn't make sense.
I'm not
Some
here
people
with negative shit. This is just the obvious. They just killed a kid
If we would wait
on
for
a college fucking campus. This could be us. This could be you. I mean, nobody was shooting. I don't give a fuck. But this kid was actually doing something good. Kids loved him. He was doing something for kids. I watched an interview with an 18-year-old kid. The kid was goofy or whatever. What would I rather him doing? Doing that or selling drugs or doing the stupid shit I was doing? I'd rather be doing that to kids.
I'm not speaking poorly about anybody, but just the other side of it, there are people who are on a certain political side who don't think he was doing good. But no matter what you think, like, about what he was doing as a person, taking it, like, shot in front of, like, that's wrong no matter what.
Well, I did hear. I said, guys, after the pandemic, I stopped when I watched the news. The pandemic threw me into a fucking state that I fear is something I didn't see. That's not a way, you know. So I know I just didn't want to watch the news. I don't really catch up on that stuff. I'm not going to turn the TV on to watch something political. I don't want to get aggravated. But I have heard that people were cheering people from TMZ. Oh yeah, cheering a couple people, journalists lost their job. Like I said again, listen, we were talking about Danny Rowan, the guy that owned the company RIP. We made a joke. You know, listen, you can make a joke, but to cheer outside when you're a journalist or something of that nature and cheer that somebody died. Again, we're talking about the world changing. And I want you to be aware of that. That's all. I just want you not to go, wow, how could that happen? That is happening. And, you know, when we were kids, there was a shooting in Manhattan once a week. It's 2 in the morning. What do you think happens in Manhattan at 2 in the morning? You're giving out flowers. What do you think happens in Manhattan? People are drinking. There's drugs involved, there's villains. But now it's every other day. There's a shooting somewhere, a kid, this, that. Look at this comedian guy. That's nobody really talked about. That he had, I know that kid. I know John Reed. I personally know John Reed. I know he's a kid. Sunday nights at the store, I know him. There's got to be 20 years. I did Sunday nights at the store. I know that kid a long time. I'm on the plane with you guys. And also I looked down, there's a picture of him on TMZ got arrested with 11 counts of child molestation. Listen, I know that kid, man. He never gave me, I'm like, he never gave me
Wednesday and
something like that. I just want to clarify, it wasn't child molestation, it was like something online. Nothing physical.
Child porn, whatever. I know John. And you know what? I don't agree with what he did. I don't like what he did, but I gotta say a prayer for the guy. You know, I gotta go, well, John, listen, man, the devil is working overtime. Just know that. Ever since fucking they shot Kobe, the devil has been working overtime. If you don't believe me, look at the results. Look at what's going on in the world right now. The devil's working overtime. And there's just so many, like, look at this city you go into, then you walk in the street and all of a sudden, it pulls up on nowhere. You're on the way. People with masks are grabbing 3 people. Whether they're, you know, in the old days, I would grab you and Mirandize you and, you know, read you the riot act and gave you a minute to whip out your license and go, this is who I am, blah, blah, blah. We're not even doing that in this country anymore. Again, people voted for that. This is what you wanted. I want this to be a political podcast, but think about it. This is not what I paid for. I rather do you want to stop people at the border. I didn't think, well, I'm eating at Rudy's. You're going to come into Rudy's and take my favorite clam guy. Like, where's he going? Oh, and he's getting anywhere. He's going home. Where's he going? And that's what's going on right now. People eat at restaurants. You know, you get used to Donatello's and also your ass and fucking Pepe's getting whipped out of the kitchen while he's whipping up the eggplant roll on TV. Oh, You could give him 20 fucking minutes. You know what I'm saying?
But it's the dinner. You know what's even more wild is they're sending people to like like I don't remember the names of them, but like in Africa, like they're sending they're just sending people away. And can you imagine like if like you made it to America from another country and then like suddenly you're on a different continent and like
so it happened actually the third day. We were talking about it was on Wednesday.
Fuck.
I must say this was according to the Yosef. But Yosef Moshe Zimri Omer Hashem is two psukim. One says Moshe returned to HaKadosh Baruch Hu and then it says Vayagid Moshe Zimri Omer Hashem. Number of pshatim here. Rabbi Yosef Reida says that on the third day, HaKadosh Baruch Hu commanded Klal Yisrael and Hezbollah, don't touch the mountain. Rebbe says that first Moshe Rabbeinu told Klal Yisrael about the Oynish. Shibud. Vayashin is lashon shibud. Shoivavim. Distance. Keep away. And afterwards, Moshe Rabbeinu told them about the Sichar, about the award. Like Vayaged is lashon about Gadol. Things that pull people in. When you teach them about God, people come close. And some say the opposite. First, Moshe Rabbeinu taught them about the Sichar, about the award. Vayashem is lashon of Mashivim. And then afterwards, he taught them about the Oynish, about a punishment. Vayagid is lashon of Gidin, says Rashi, like bitter vegetables. Right? So it says sheesh on the sixth day. Sixth day of what? Machloik is, according to Yossi, it means the sixth day of the month, the sixth day of the week, on Friday. According to Rava,
like you can't walk home like this. So wait a second, I'm from Colombia. I ended up in New Jersey. I got arrested in Connecticut. And now I'm in fucking... I think, so can you look it up, Nick? I think they didn't even do black people that bad. Like the slaves, they at least took them from one destination to the other. These motherfuckers are getting treated like Chinese people in the town.
oh yeah, this podcast is definitely getting taken down. This is amazing.
Anyway, I just want to, I really wanted to bring the Charlie Kirk thing up. Even though I'm not political or politically inclined, he is a human being. Absolutely. And that's what I was talking about that.
First, they shafted the carpet. That night was Makas Mefarats, and the following day, on the 15th of Nisan,
bro, get ready to cut grass and water. You can chase some lizards. There's a dead animal on the street. Did you guys see that tonight? No, what the fuck is that before? Just chubby laying in the middle of the street. I had to drive over him 2 times. There was no parking. I mean, I didn't run him over with the tire. I had to run over him real slow. Like, I didn't want to hit him. I thought he was just resting. He was like Joe Pesci and Goodfellas. He was resting. I'm resting. I'm in the bushes of Seacoast. Where you at this week, Clay?
This week, I have a few shows. This week, on the 17th and the 19th, I'm going to be at Sheba's, which is at the Three Monkeys Bar. And then on Thursday, I'm going to be at St. Mark's at 10:30. And don't forget, New Jersey, September 26th, the Dojo will be headlining.
I added some shows. I got the 24th at Levity. There's a wait list, so there's no fucking wait list in my world. I had October 8th, GU Animals, so I'll see you in Levity. October 8th, and that's all I got right now. You guys know the schedule. You got November 8th. Where are we? Virginia, MGM in DC. Then on the night before Thanksgiving, we're at Philadelphia Park Casino. And then December 6th, 5th, we're at Virginia Caesars in Virginia. So get your tickets, they're on sale right now. I got Staten Island coming. I got Tampa coming. I got a couple of things coming, but for right now, just focus on October 8th. That's all you need to know. Levity Live, all right? And September 26th, my little penguin buddy over here, Lisa, and we love you, and that's it. Thank you for supporting the Monday Night Football. We've been doing it. It's fantastic. Hopefully you'll see the one that we did last night. I love you guys. Stay black. Have a great week.
It's on YouTube and X.
Yeah, right.
Here's the rule. That if you ever close out in a certain game this year, you know that last year, don't say you have a show like 2 days later, 5 days later.
Hey, Uncle Joey here. It's a beautiful Tuesday morning. I want to talk to you about something. It's time to give that third leg a workout with Blue Chew. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. You can have stronger, harder, longer-lasting erections like that in no time. Listen, that Blue Chew package is a little mint now. It's just a little mint. You put that in your wallet. You see somebody lurking late night, you know what I'm saying? She's looking good, or he's looking good. You pop that thing and you're ready to go. Blue Chew even comes in a little mint form, like I said. It's tremendous. So it does double duty to freshen your breath before the big bubble. You follow me? You hit them with a shot of mint breath, and then you do what you gotta do. So you buy a couple to keep around, or subscribe to keep the good times coming on a consistent basis. Why stop? If it works for you, bigger erections, harder dick, more people calling you, it's doing its job. And we got a special deal for church listeners. As always, you're going to get your first month of Blue Chew absolutely free. That's right. Absolutely free. Just press in code Joey, Joey at checkout, and pay $5 for shipping. That's it. $5 to open up the door to a beautiful new life. Just can you see yourself floating through dreams with that third stick just hitting trees, knocking over your grandma's flowers, you know? Join Blue Chew's mission to upgrade humanity one thrust at a time. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. How's that? What's happening, beautiful people? Uncle Joey here with my Jewish Kano Lee Syed for another fun-filled episode of the church. What is it? New Testament. Tuesday, the 16th of the month. It's moving fast, people. So get on the boat. It's moving fast. We're down to 14 more Mondays till Christmas. And you're sitting there worried about, please tell me that's right. That is right. How do you know that? Because there's a stupid tidbit that Yahoo put up about a month ago. So just doing the fucking math the last 3 weeks. Down to 14 Mondays. It's stupid. I would never say that. But when I read it, it simplified a lot of things in my life. You got 14 Mondays to get it together before the end of the year. Monday is the day you feed the spirits, you pray. You thank God for giving you another week to be the ultimate warrior. And we got 14 of those. Do you still do the glass of water every Monday? That's how long I do that. I really just live for the spirits. I didn't do nothing. How long have you done the glass of water? 3 years old. Every Monday. My father. But I have a couple glasses. I have glasses for his grandmother glasses. Maybe have glasses. So you put a glass for everybody who died. I'm running out of fucking glasses. Dad! I'm running out of fucking glasses, what I'm saying to you. Oh, I'm supposed to listen. Listen, you have no idea what the Cubans do. Song Mondays. Cubans are supposed to. No music. My family. I don't know what your family does. But for the spirits, there's no music early on in the daytime. Okay. You have to give them water. You have to clean the spirit. It's called some altar, ancestor. Okay, that's what it's called. Like I have his mother's Bibles on there. Somebody gave me, somebody gave me a gun. I can't put that up there, but somebody gave me a statue of like a thing. I have this statue there. It's a little thing, man. I put a picture of his grandmother and grandfather I got from you. And you just put them there. I don't have a candle for all of them. I light the house on fire. You're supposed to do, but then you're supposed to feed them. Like actual food. Whatever you cook, you have to put a little dish out for them. I know. That's nice. I know. Do you have a cat? Or a dog? The fucking mice. Okay, you get really stoned and you want to. You've never eaten that food, have you? You have spirits that don't get along. Shut up. So you gotta feed them in different rooms. Was it people who didn't get along in while they were alive? When you do the Santeria stuff, right? You cut up the animals. There's saints that don't get along. So you gotta put them in different rooms and do when you cut the goat or the fucking chicken or whatever, you have to put them in different rooms. There's one saint that likes eating the back room. So you your feet up in the bathroom, so you gotta go piss around.
Is that your favorite scene?
I don't remember anymore. I can't go on. I remember being like a kid and burning my phone on the candle. Oh, now we go pee and walk around the fucking candle and the Cuban stool and you got fried bananas in there. As a kid, you know how many times you're like, man, I'm gonna eat one of those bananas. But your mother scares the hell out of you. She's like, don't eat those. Because the spirit will punish you. They'll put cake out for the motherfucker like if it's his favorite cake. And you sit there fucking, I can't eat it because you're on a diet. I'm on a diet, whatever. It's just, so that's what you're really supposed to do when you really get down to it. That's fucking cool. Mondays before you have an ancestor table. They just I put the two kids I grew up with, North Bergen, that died because they were part of your life. Fuck yeah. And you ever see the movie Coco?
Oh, of course.
It's one of the greatest movies of all time.
Oh yeah. But I got pissed because my ex didn't like that movie. And she was Mexican.
You know, it's a fucking great kids movie. Like I had been listening, they paid me to go see it. I know. So I didn't give a fuck. I wasn't there like King James. But I was like, this is a fucking tremendous movie. Because all it says is whenever you put a picture up of somebody that's dead, you pull them out of there, you keep them alive, right, in heaven. And then there's what's the part of the movie? He has to pull his grandfather back from heaven.
Well, so I don't remember how he got there, but it was like his grandfather was being forgotten.
Hold on one second. I know people at home are going, Joey. That's it. We've had it with you. Coco. How old are you? You're an old man. You watch Coco. I got a daughter. And sometimes those kid movies, dog, let me tell you something. All those big songs, the other day I went to somebody's house to eat dinner. And the little girl was watching the guy with the skinny with the big head.
That's all of them.
One of them.
Was it Shrek?
No, the other one. And I sat there and I was giggling.
Oh, yeah, I have a good time.
And then I realized when you're a kid, you want your people to watch TV with you. Like, Mama, come here, watch this. She's like, I'm busy cooking, So I didn't know. I just went over there and sat with her and her sister. Right, with my wife. My wife wasn't there. But she got so excited because I sat there, like me and my wife sat there. And she would look at me and go, watch this part. The whole time. The Minions.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Minions.
Those are funny. Those are good ones.
And they play, they're geniuses because they play music from us. They put music that we grew up with. So at least you're not sitting there like a fucking idiot in the movie being like, they ain't nothing here for me. Also, they put like Justin Timberlake. You get a little wiggle to it, nigga. You know what I'm saying?
It's great. I love getting high. And you were so good. You got to bring Mercy to like the premiere of that.
Oh, she's been in Coco. Right. So that was the deal. For the people who don't know, let me tell you what happened. I got a call like Monday at 3. Like, hey man, are you busy tonight? I always say no. Yeah. Says I don't know what they're gonna hit me with. So I'm like, yeah. And they're like, oh man, Disney's willing to give you like $1,500 to go see Coco because the tennis player dropped out. Coco dropped out, and then there was another Coco. Like, we'll send the card. Oh shit! And I'm like, okay. And I'm like, I gotta go to Disney World anyway. I might as well work them when I'm down there for some Disney shit. So yeah, they sent the car and everything. Mercy was all excited and shit. We went down there, and the movie was sensational. And the guy gave me some loot. And then the guy came over and went, listen, I gotta get to Disneyland. I want that package. You get the tour. I'm not waiting online. Right, fucking under the cape. That's the only way to do that. I don't even want to go under the cape. That's Mariah Carey and James Bond and those people. I just don't want to wait online. Right, that's it. The guy goes, done. So,
isn't that the time that you tried to eat edibles and they almost threw you out? Yeah. They follow you to the hotel.
They follow me to the hotel. Maybe doesn't run around. Now the girl just, listen, man, there's people that take their job just a little too seriously. Oh, yeah, they were giving them maybe $8 an hour. It would be like a part-time security, no weapon, no flashlight, no whistle. No, she watched me from, I don't know why. She just was like, what's that in your hand? A key. Yeah. And then she's like, what now? I got an edible. She goes, well, you have to put that back in your room. I'm like, all right. I just wanted, my room was right there. I went around, ate half and threw in the garbage. I went back. She goes, you didn't walk to your room. I said, are you serious? She goes, yeah, I'm not going to let you in. I go, hold on, I have like 8 people. I go, get your boss. I go, We don't need this aggravating. And somebody came from Disney. No, it's all right. I'm happy. To this day, I love that woman because she saved my life. Why? It's probably the whole edible. I love the That was one of the scariest fucking days of my life.
I can't. Honestly, like Disney's fun on animals, but if it was hot and you're walking around for like 12 hours,
it wasn't hot. And you know me, I ain't walking nowhere for 12 hours. It was the rides.
Really?
Yeah, I got on a ride. I'm like, all right. And also the ride took you around, but you had to go over a lake. I didn't know that. I'm in that motherfucker like, yeah, and once when I look over, I'm like, oh, I'm over a fucking lake.
And you got scared?
Petrified. I closed on the I just kept going around. I got off. I was going with rides. Then I went into that fucking happy ride. It's a great world after all. You ever go on
It's a
that?
small world. Yeah.
You ever go on that? Of course. You sit there and it takes you around the world. But they throw sand in your face when you get to India and shit. Fucking. I'll never forget sitting there going, thank God it ain't a whole edible. Because you go to India, you go to all these countries sitting there. Right. And your feet are only this far off the thing. But you feel like you're really up in the sky with an edible.
You don't like that? So, have you ever freaked out on an edible in public? Like, I know we've been on planes, but like, have you had like a legit freak out?
No. I freaked out on coke at a party here in Jersey one time. I just like yelled at everybody, what the fuck are you motherfuckers looking at? I'm bleeding from my nose, you know? What are you looking at? You bleed, you're disgusting. We're in a fucking junkie. What are you doing? It was a Christmas party. It was somebody's Christmas party. I'm not there. And I was fucked.
What does it feel like when you're fucked up on coke? You're just like, I'm too much energy? You're like,
A week of doing coke.
okay.
It was like 3 nights, then I took a night off, then 3 more nights, then the holidays came. And you would go from the 21st to the 2nd.
Jesus.
It was like one of those parties on the 28th. And I went off at this party. I'll tell you, there was enough burn guy that was going to beat me up.
Okay.
Because I was just calling everybody a fuck. And all this shit, and I'm bleeding from my nose. I'm walking around with a bottle on my Scarface. I'm Scarface in the restaurant. And that's what I got with it. I'm like, I gotta get this shit a break.
Really?
Yeah, it causes like a schizophrenia.
Well, if you're not sleeping, you're not sleeping.
You're not sleeping, so you're just snorting and you're eating minimal stuff. You got no money to eat, but you got a lot of money to do coke. That's the problem. I never understood that. I didn't have a hotel, but I'm snorting coke to eat in the morning. I never understood that, but that's when it was like a schizophrenia. I caught myself. Like after yelling at people for 3 minutes, I'm like, holy shit. I'm standing there, bleeding from my nose, with blood all over my shirt, with a bottle of Jack Daniels in my hand, yelling at a party full of 30 people. And that's it. I think I was out of North Bergen a week later.
I was gonna say, that's hard to get like.
I was so fucking embarrassed. So fucking embarrassed, man.
Well, how long did it take to, did you have to like be sober to be embarrassed? Did you have to come down from it, or like immediately?
I didn't give a fuck that night. I was still yelling in the car and shit. Your uncle drove me on with Vivian. I'll never forget that. And we didn't say a word in the car. I think your uncle even had it with me at that point. It was like a 3-month stretch that we're going crazy.
I can't. I have nothing to like compare it to, like. Cause you don't plan to go on a bender like that, right? Just sort of happens.
The money thing, you just, it was holidays. You know, I was young. I didn't really know. Nobody really knew. And it was like a week long, 10 days. Just, now, you know, now Christmas shit. I had no family, so now it's a 28. God knows. God knows, but hold on, let's start this thing properly.
Okay.
We'll be right back after Blue Chew. Hey, Uncle Joey here. It's a beautiful Tuesday morning. I want to talk to you about something. It's time to give that third leg a workout with Blue Chew. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. You can have stronger, harder, longer lasting erections like that in no time. Listen, that Blue Chew package is a little mint now. It's just a little mint. You put that in your wallet. You see somebody lurking late night, you know what I'm saying? She's looking good, or he's looking good. You pop that thing and you're ready to go. Blue Chew even comes in a little mint form, like I said. It's tremendous. So it does double duty to freshen your breath before the big bubble. You follow me? You hit them with a shot of mint breath, and then you do what you gotta do. So you buy a couple to keep around, or subscribe to keep the good times coming on a consistent basis. Why stop? If it works for you, bigger erections, harder dick, more people calling you, it's doing its job. And we got a special deal for church listeners. As always, you're gonna get a chew absolutely free. That's right, absolutely free. Just press in code Joey, Joey at checkout, and pay $5 for shipping. That's it. $5 to open up the door to a beautiful new life. Just you see yourself floating through dreams with that third stick just in the trees, knocking over your grandma's flowers, you know. Join Blue Chew's mission to upgrade humanity one thrust at a time. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. How's that? Kick this motherfucker's belly. All right. How was your week?
I had a really good week, actually. I've had a couple of really good weeks. I did a couple midnight shows last week, which are really fucking dark. I did one at a club and one at a bar. And at the bar, because you didn't get mad at me like earlier this week, but I did a late show. And I did okay, but I was trying to do too much material. So then I went into this midnight show. And it didn't even start till 12:30. People basically were just stumbling in hammered. And I think I had an 8-minute set, and for 6 I had them. And the last 2, because you just were you didn't get mad at me, but don't do material for midnight shows. So I just went off the cuff a little bit, but that was really fun. And then actually tonight, what I'm super excited about is I'm actually going to see Adam Sandler tonight. And I'm fucking, where at? The stadium, the basketball place in Albany. Because last night he was in New York, but I couldn't go on Monday night. So he's in Albany. And it's I don't know, man, with all these people, just getting older, and Adam's not old, but I've been in love with him since I was in middle school. Adam Sandler, Happy Gilmore, for me when I was growing up in the 90s, Happy Gilmore, I still remember I was at Jonathan Nichols' house, and I think he had the VHS, I forget where we watched it, but it blew my mind. I didn't even really know him, the Hanukkah song came later, I was I want to see. And then he came back a couple years, that Netflix special where he had that Chris Farley song at the end, which was fucking amazing.
That Netflix special, I thought was phenomenal. Listen, I didn't know how to feel about Adam Sandler
before you met Brad.
I'll never forget I had to watch one of those movies, and I'm this ain't gonna work for me.
I can see that.
Here's the funny thing. The guy who's directing Take a Banana for a Ride.
Jeff Ross?
Jeff Ross has a great one-man show, and that I want to go see.
Yeah, me too.
The guy that's directing, his name is Steve Kessler.
Okay.
Steve Kessler's nephew to my main man, Mike Kessler.
Oh, I thought the name sounded
when I was getting into comedy, he'd always tell me about his nephew. I'm like, you. And I didn't hear about his nephew no more. What happened to his nephew? I'll tell you what happened. His first directing job was Happy Gilmore. After 3 weeks, he went into the studio and said, I can't do this no more. I don't think the kid is funny.
Had him?
And they fired him.
Yeah, I can see
Fucking
that.
didn't work for years. How can you get, because he told the truth. Listen,
I was going to say props to him for being
when I
honest.
first watched Adam Sandler, I didn't know what was going on. I had no idea what was going on. I watched the one with the kid.
Billy Madison.
I watched the kid.
I think he was probably 4 people my age. Those movies, and now his movies are getting older. But that movie,
Happy Gilmore, Billy Madison. There was another one. Big Daddy. Those three, dude. They still like those are the movies I like. If they're on, I have to turn them on. They just he's just silly like that. It was just like the height of like just being silly. And I honestly don't even know much of his stand-up, or I have no idea what he's going to be doing on tour. But it just, I don't know, that to me, I don't know what to even compare him to for you. Like
I didn't know who the fuck he was.
Right.
And then I wouldn't even watch that shit. I'm not a big Saturday Night Live guy.
Right.
So Chris Farley and all that, he was whatever he was, and that wasn't good. So I just got a call one day that he was directing the longest shot, and I'm like, let's give it a shot. I give it a whirl, and I did everything I had to do. And when I met him for lunch, he surprised the shit out of me. But not really. It was in a professional environment. It was when I met him at a table read, and I was like, oh, I gotta pay attention to this motherfucker. Because he wasn't your normal actor. He wasn't acting. He was acting. Right. And then we did the movie. And I really got to like him. Like, I watched the scenes. I didn't think he was overly hilarious. Right. But I got his comedy and I got his warmth, which is really good. And that, like, during the movie, I started watching it. I'm like, one of my favorite movies is 50 Birthdays.
Oh, yeah, that's a great
fucking movie. Fucking great movie. So, but when I watched this Netflix special, I got to have some hook blown away. And to this day, I thought it was the best special of the year. By hands down. Like, it was a few years ago, and his variety stand-up. He comes out with a guitar, he does sketches, he brings his friends up, he does stand-up, it's a party, he knows how to do it. He's a fucking genius.
And that was he shot it the entire tour, right? Like that was, I think so, like, because he had the other guy playing the piano for him. That was a great fucking special, something different. And
I've always told you, what have I been telling you? Something has to change. I hate going to shows with three comedians in an hour, and something's got to change. He changed it. He changed what I thought you could change. He changed. Like he just said, this is what I'm gonna do. I don't like guitar comedy.
Right.
I do not like it. I don't, it's for a certain person. It's for a certain person. Like, they have to want to be in a band, and like that shit drives me fucking insane. Okay. When you always think about the people that are hard to follow, right? And you always think about, I'm gonna have a hard time following Eddie Murphy. I'm gonna have a hard time following Rogan. I'm gonna have a hard time following Bill Burr. No. You go up there and you stature. I used to have to follow this fucking guy. And not only that, like I used to, this is a different time. I had a different fucking head. And I would have to follow this guy that didn't have a joke throughout his whole act. Nicest guy in the world. But then he went to the back. And this is 2000. This is 98. This motherfucker would put a Tina Turner outfit.
the whole thing.
And sing like a couple of Tina Turner songs. Listen. Nobody can follow this dude.
Were they laughing after, or they're just going fucking nuts?
A fucking standing ovation. People dying in the halls, holding on to their hearts. And you're like, I work every night in the fucking comedy. And I can't get them to laugh one time. This motherfucker puts on a wig, goes out there as Tina Turner. And look at these poor white people. They're all over the floor. They're having a heart attack, giving them a standing ovation. I couldn't figure it out. I could not figure it out. Right. And those are the toughest people. If done correctly, that you're going to ever follow. Because it's not a joke they're following. They just did like a music parody. Like I was at the Comedy Store one night, and James Stevens the third one. And they fucking hated him. Everybody hated James Stevens the third. Nice guy.
The audience or the other comics?
The comics hated him. They called him James Stevens the third. Oh, to his face. James Stevens was a black dude. You guys might remember. He played the piano on the Stephanie Miller show at night. There was a show after Kimmel, or I don't know. This is 95, 96. So me and Josh Hogan from Seattle. Okay. I got to meet him. Very nice. After LA, he would sing. He would fucking go up there, crack a couple jokes. He was good looking. Then to boot, he would sing like fucking the black singer from New Jack City. At the end, before they get shot, he's like, I'm not Mary J. Blige. That's a woman. Whatever his fucking name. Gay. No, Marvin Gaye was dead by then. This guy's up there fucking. I wanna be, but those black singers, women, just chubby black chicks go crazy. So fucking specifically, that's who go crazy. It's all the chubby white chicks, black chicks. When Steven would sing, one night I saw him at the Improv with a little organ. He fucking flatlined the place. I left that bang on my head on the wall. I gotta go get an organ now. What the fuck? One night he was at the comedy store with like 40 people, and he leveled it. Leveled those 40 people out to be 11:30 at night. I'll never forget Eddie Griffin went back. Eddie went right after him. He said, let's keep it going. But James Stevens deterred, you know. Oh no. And also he goes, this is what I'm saying to you. There's some people that flies with, and there's some people that don't fly with it. Don't fly with me. But when he said this on stage, I'm like, he goes, I don't know that motherfucker. He didn't say motherfucker. He said a different word, a derogatory word used for black people. He said, use your imagination. He said this. Didn't read the sign out there. This is the goddamn comedy store, not the singing store. I'll never fucking forget that.
Was this like the height of like Eddie Griffin being a star?
This was like the height of it, yeah.
So like
my boy crashed the car.
I can't even imagine.
Bro, nobody will talk to Eddie now.
Why?
Because he crashed that car. It was worth like $300,000.
Why do they care?
I don't fucking know, but nobody else gave him work after that. They could have put him behind the fucking wheel of a car. I think, what's his name?
I don't know those two in the crash.
Sings and follows North Bergen. Lady Gaga. Fucking put him in that movie with The Star Is Born. Blinking and shit, him and Dave Chappelle. But before that, nobody had seen Eddie Griffith's white chicks or something like that. Oh, he crashed those cars.
What cars did he crash?
I don't know. He was on the set of a movie, maybe Too Fast, Too Furious, and he blew up some cars, a 400,000 Maserati or something.
Oh, that'd be fucking cool to see. But I can't imagine killing on stage at the store and then a star. It'd be like me going up doing well and you going on stage and like not in like a lighthearted way, like bad well. They'd be like that would kill me.
The mayor says.
Would you work again? What was the set he was on? What was the movie he was on? Oh, $1.2 million.
I gotta be honest, that must be pretty fucking cool.
I get my fucking
1.2 million. Do you think they charge him for that?
I don't know. I think when you crash a 1.2 million car, they pretty much just look at your tail and go home. What about the movie? I don't even look at your face. Like you just crashed a $1.7 million car.
You don't think they insured for what it was? I thought they were gonna make money off of it. No.
This is the guy that sold his own script. He wrote a bunch of scripts that he sold. I know for a fact he sold Daddy's Grandma's Boy or Mama's Boy or whatever. He sold that. That was his script because he was trying to get me in that movie. You know, he was a good guy to me, whatever. I'm not saying nothing bad, right? Just let you know that for some people that shit don't fly.
Dude, I've messed up at work. But 1.2 million, that's hard for people to come back from.
That's very rough.
But I did. I won't name the guy, but that kind of happened to me at the Comedy Store. I got to do it like by no means it was like a produced show, but I was going up, and this guy that I've loved since I was a kid, like one of the first comics I liked, was going up before me, and I had done well at the store previously. He brought me up because there are some comics who, when they go up, all the comics run in to watch them. This is not one of them. At least I am. And I was like a year or two into stand-up, and like it was the last time I was at the main room, I got like an applause break. I came in thinking of like hot shit the next time. He brought me up with that, and then no applause break. It was
Like it was. I'll never forget that. So I can't imagine having Eddie Griffin go off at him for probably what 10 minutes.
Funny, like when I got to the store, there was one guy that wanted drama with me. There was one guy that wanted drama with me. And every once in a while, he would bring me up and say something. And I would get him outside and go pretty fucking blank. But he was doing it for all the wrong reasons. Like, he had no idea that I would fucking bury him. Number one, he was a fake biker. Jesus, really don't like as it is. As a biker, I had a fake biker when I kidnapped Bella. I had the same thing as a fake biker. He had no biker blood in him whatsoever. And this guy had no biker blood in him. He had just rode a motorcycle one time and thought it was cool to be a and all that shit.
And a leather jacket.
I'll forget that I said something to him. Like the last time he said something, when he brought me up, I said something. No, when I went up, I goofed up. I said exactly that. Let's keep it going for the fake fucking biker.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. Because if you want static, I'm going to have to give it to you. At the store, it's like prison. The first time they smell weakness, they're going to fucking steamroll you.
They're the conflict.
Yeah, the conflict. I would. You know, that's the way life is. They're going to steamroll you. That's the way I looked at it. You can't take no shit from these motherfuckers. Especially if you, no matter who the fuck they are. The bigger they are, the bigger you go at them, and everybody will remember. It's one of those situations when you're choking them, and you come out of here. What was I doing? Just like that fucking cocaine scene. When you're choking them, they're like, you don't know who I am. I don't give a fuck. And then they realize you don't give a fuck. And it's good to do that. So I said something on stage with this fucking guy. And when I got off, he was outside, and I just told him, you know, if you want a fucking problem, I'll give it to you, whatever the fuck you want to do. So I knew he wasn't real, right? And I did something that I thought I'd never do. He came up one day, and he was selling Girl Scout cookies for his daughter. And I had a chance to either rob him, like that's what I was thinking of doing, like stepping on him. Like crushing all the cookies, like that's how fucking crazy I am, okay? Like just knocking the cookies out of his hand.
You had the whole table set up and you were gonna just like Godzilla or like King Kong.
And nobody's gonna say a fucking word to me. That's how, like I just said. I was at the store, Mitchie sure wasn't gonna throw me out, and Mitchie sure like when I went at a motherfucker. So this would be perfect. He did what? He stepped on your cookies. She would have loved that shit. So I said, you know what? I'm gonna take the higher road. I bought 3 boxes for him. Even though it was my cocaine money. Now I'm looking at me. And that's when I knew I fucking had him. I owned him. Right. I could eat him alive after that. And then they stopped getting spots. And I started rising in the ranks. And I had a Facebook message one day to remind him who the fuck he was messing with.
Oh, I love that.
And after that, he blocked me.
Did he respond to the message?
A little reminder who the fuck he was messing with all those years. Because he ended up with nothing. He ended up in San Diego sweeping it by him. You know what I'm saying? At 50, he wasn't even done. He was done. His career was fucking done. And I was just getting started. So I had to send him a little note to remind him.
What did he say in the note?
I haven't seen you up in a while. His notes were a lot better than yours, motherfucker.
Oh my god. How good did that feel to hit send?
Like a new man.
Oh my god.
In fact, I said my arresting officer in Boulder, he hasn't been posting lately. And I saw he posted today about the police con. I'm like, hey, what's going on? You gotta talk about the kidnapping. He won't reply to me. Whenever I see it's his birthday, I write him a big birthday note, like, you know, birthdays on Facebook. Jimmy, how you doing? Happy birthday. You're still an handsome motherfucker. John Bonet all the way, you know, fuck it.
Dude,
because he was in charge of John Bonet Ranch.
But, hold on.
What?
You friended the cop who arrested you?
I had to.
What do you mean you had to?
I had to. The other guy won't even respond to me. He hated me more than life itself.
The other cop?
Oh, there was one cop. He even showed up at one of my divorce hearings. He even showed up when I smacked John. He showed up to testify against me. They were all looking at him and shit.
The case that he wasn't involved in.
But on the way out, I'm saying horrible things to John and my wife. And he kept saying, "Well, sir," I'm like, "Fuck you." Last I checked, this is amendment number 1, 2, 3, 4.
So hold, and you send the cop who liked you enough to accept the friend request but doesn't want to respond to your messages.
The money.
Why do you torture? Will you just find these people?
You know what, man? You arrested me, so now I'll let you know I'm alright. And I'm doing just as good or better than you, bitch. So, how you like me now, motherfucker? You didn't make a mistake, you arrested a criminal. But some of the shit you said in court, you were wrong. And here I am to prove you wrong. That motherfucker has never said to me, hey man, congratulations. Thank you for doing what you did. Thank you for turning your life around. Nothing. He couldn't say a word. The other guy, listen, I did comedy work one time, and the Julian comedy that worked for the police. And I told him, I said, you work with that guy? And he's like, yeah. Are you going to see him tomorrow? He goes, yeah. I go, ask him about it. The kid came in, the pizza brought me. It's like a bunch of comedy acts going in front of the comedy work. I said, what did he say? You don't want to know. And the kid like was standoffish with me the rest of the weekend. The next time I came, I asked him about when he called the spot for him, not this week. He calls every other week. That cop stayed along. But he believed him. Whatever he cop said to him, they don't. Like if you came to me and said you did something 30 years ago, and I'm watching you now, the life that you live now, I need my words. I'd say something. Hey man, congratulations. I didn't fucking like what the fuck you were, but I still don't like you. I still don't like you, but I gotta congratulate you on what you did. Right, the odds of you turning this around, well, one thing, the odds of you being in a fucking movie, that's another. The odds of you being in more movies, that was about. You know what I'm saying? Like, I understand that. I'm big enough to say that to somebody. I fucked up with my judgment 20 years ago because I was a fucking idiot. So now, if you come to me when you're 35 and you say to me you went to prison, you came out and I say you work and you got a wife, you're not doing blow, I gotta give you a nod.
That's what you hope police officers, because in theory they're a lot of them are there like protect you and also like to reform you. That should be the goal of prison. But I think a lot of these, who knows, maybe they hold grudges. Like, do you think that's
so do I? That's why Facebook.
Oh, I love it. That's amazing.
So do I. So do fucking I.
How often do you like send them articles like with your variety things or anything? Nothing. How often?
I don't need to do that. Just that I'm on the other side of that Facebook fucking thing with you. Just how, because they predicted I wouldn't be. Yeah, you know what I'm saying then?
Who else do you have on like the fuck you message list?
I have about 200 people.
Hysterical. How do you keep track of all these things?
How you doing lately? What's going on? How you like me now? That's the best of you. How you like me now?
And then do you go back and forth with them, or if they respond, you don't even talk to them?
If I tell you something that's even creepier, all the shit they talk, right? They don't respond.
Let's say that all the Levine were average.
That's fucked up. Out of 200, how many do you think respond?
Don't forget, they also carry the other 9.
Damn.
I remember when I first started, like going on road, and I had kids from the Bergen hit me with hate. And I would fucking tell them, fuck you. And there was like a Spanish kid that went after me on Twitter, like my father said, you robbed the sneakers and all this, you're still a piece of shit. I go, your father still works for WA. And I'm the fucking hell I get my dick sucked at my balls with. And he goes, how do you know my father works for WA? Because you're a fucking idiot. For even being on here. And the trap will fall far from the fucking tree. For you to even relay that message on a Twitter that your dad said that, you're a fucking idiot.
Yeah. You haven't done that in a while. You used to like go back and forth with people on Twitter sometimes.
I had to.
Old school Twitter was fun.
Old school Twitter was fun, but then you have to think about it. Like, why the fuck? Like, listen, man, you wake up in the morning, you get a cup of coffee, you think about your day, kiss your family, pet the cat, you fucking feed them, whatever the fuck. You open up your computer and that's a guy like going after you at 7:30 in the morning. A lot of people don't know how to handle it. And the first thing you do when we're rough, we're like, hey, motherfucker, you got a fucking problem. And then all of them are the same. They all fold.
she is
Right. It's just people trying to get a rise on it.
It just says even
And try to some guy on Twitter. Hey man, we gotta start
letters
feeding
to the
Lee.
king. They have two
Have you seen Lee eat lately, motherfucker?
from the front to the back.
Obviously you don't like it.
And therefore, they're
You gotta start feeding Lee. Like, I think I've eaten enough. That's why I don't understand. That's why I was telling you.
and it remained on his back. Everybody
Never look at it. It's a retardation.
as he intended.
That is so
When
bad.
everybody can do something to Lafayette,
Because it makes you think when you do that,
you are
you'll get 8 great comments. And there's one that is so
if your
incorrect
is flipped over, your money belt is flipped over.
that you have to,
That's similar. There's
you
somebody
have to ask what made that person say
money
that.
belt on his back and they sit on his back.
What's going on in his life that he's such a fucking loser? Because at the end of the day, he knows he's a loser. This is why he's saying these things.
People
I'm 62 years old.
for instance, and they both
I have never
It's very strange for two people to
fucking gone on something
Therefore, according to the time
and said, I really don't like what you're doing. I think you're against the policy or whatever.
That would be nice, though. No. But compared to all the angry messages, I don't like you. You're against my ball. That would be something people tell me to blow my brains out.
So according to Rip Shimon,
You know, people don't say shit like that. Oh my God. Vacation, think about the vacation. And people so angry about that. People took it to the heart. The Epstein stuff I talk about, oh my God. That's how I know we're doing a good job on the podcast. Right. When you get that upset over a fat 62-year-old talking about your vacation and who earns a vacation, you're not thinking about what I'm saying. And if you read the comments and if you saw the way they attacked me for it, you can see that they weren't even understanding what I was saying. You never worked a day in your life. You flying the one on the road with Rogan. Okay. I never worked a day in my life. You know what I'm saying? They don't understand. Right.
But I think the difference with you is like most people I think ignore it. Some people like go back and forth in like a stupid battle. You were fun because you would just like obliterate them with like 6 words. And they would they'd go crazy and like yourself was behind it.
Leave, come back 8 hours later, and the guy's still figuring it out. And I would go, oh my God, poor bastard. That's when you know he had nothing to do all day. Right. Uncle Joey here, as you guys know already, football is back, and so is the shot at you guys to win big with DraftKings Big Six, the official daily fantasy partner of the NFL. That's right. You can score real money real fast. And here's how to play. Ready? You pick more or less on 2 or more player stats. Whether you like, then watch the game to see if you're right. The better your calls, the bigger your payout. You catch me? So do yourself a favor. And here's the kickoff bonus. Now, new people to DraftKings, new countries, I'm going to get you 50 plus in bonus picks, which is the $5 entry on your first big set. You ready? This season, play your player instincts. Download the DraftKings Big Six app and use code Joey, Joey. Again, that's code Joey, Joey. Just play $5 and get 50 in Big Six bonus picks. Make the call, ride the upside. In partnership with DraftKings Big Six, DraftKings, where the crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org in Connecticut. Must be 18 and over age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Pick 6 not available everywhere, including New York and Ontario. Void where prohibited. 1 per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable. Pick 6 bonus picks that expire in 14 days. Limited time offer. See terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
He's sitting there, he's watching CNN or whatever the fuck they watch all day long. And they watch that. There's a podcast with comedians. We discuss what happens in the world that a comedian does. I don't like to get involved in this type of, because then people label me a fucking political, whatever. I'm not political, fella. So before I even go into this thing with you people, just remember one thing. This is coming from a college standard. last week something happened in this country that was not good. Now, if you want me to sit here and tell you I know who Charlie Kirk was, I'll tell you, I had no idea who this man was. I had no idea who this man was. Did I ever see him before? Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. That's my downfall as a human being living in this country. That I tell you people, I black myself out from that, and I do, and I feel very bad for his family, his wife, he left kids behind. I don't know what he stood on in this country. I don't know what platform. I just keep learning little things. He's on a plane with JD Vance. So obviously he's a Republican, he's a young kid, whatever. What I do know is, I saw a chick from my neighborhood that's crazy. She drinks and she sings karaoke by herself.
I can't wait to see how you connect.
And she's got like a little 11-year-old boy. I opened up my Instagram and she was on that crying, like tearing, crying. And I remember when it went down, my wife said something to me. I didn't know what we were talking about. And then he tried to put the TV on. They said the guy's bleeding from his neck and fucking Utah and all this stuff. Again, listen, my heart goes out to his family, his kids. Obviously, the guy was a great guy because fucking people were upset and jacked. I've seen people die in this country that last 1 or 2 days till there's a balloon or crack a barrel changes his name again, and it goes away. It's fucking Monday. I wanted to pay the bill before for something that's still on TV, and there's still people crying. So this guy was doing something good. God bless him. But I gotta tell you something, I'm not talking about this political or whether he was right or wrong. Something, when my wife told me I was downstairs writing or something, and I noticed the first words out of my mouth, honestly, guys, was the world's changing. And it's changing at a rapid fucking, it's just changing, guys, you know, fucking, I know they're in Memphis now, right? National Guard, yeah, they know there's him, man. Why they weren't there the last 10 fucking years? I don't know, you know, because that's what you got to understand now. Chicago, I mean, you have how many murders every weekend? Northburg, New Jersey, I grew up here, fucking 2 murders last weekend, 1 murder, 2 shots in New Jersey. That's never been a great neighborhood, but nobody's ever been shot, okay? That's the project that never been people choking through heroin. You know, they work at MUA, whatever. But they fucking, nobody gets shot. Crime's changing in this country. You know, and you have to make a note of this. You have to make a note of this shit before you want to go do things from now on. Like, it was an issue years ago, but we can't stop living our lives. I'm not going to get on a plane because a terrorist is going to get on there. I'm not going to not go, right, well, I'm not going to go to a fucking China jet game anyway. I'm not going to go to a jet game. I'll never go to a jet game. I'm not going to go to one of those, not going to go to one of those games because I'm going to get shot, right? You know, like right now you have to think of anybody who has a platform. Anybody's got a platform. You could be at the fucking, you could be at the New York Comedy Festival, you're at Washington Square Park doing the Comedy Festival and you get shot in the head. You get shot in the head. I mean, you know, I know that, again, this isn't a political podcast. What I'm trying to talk about is some guy got shot, man. For no fucking reason.
I think what's happened, because I was in like 5th, I think it was in 5th grade when Columbine happened. And it like slowly started to happen. But now, the sad thing is, these things are happening once a month. At a minimum, like, I gotta be honest with you, I was watching the news on this and they were talking about when Trump got those 2 attempts. And to be very honest with you, I forgot about the second attempt. I remember the year, but there was a whole, these happened so fucking often that I forget about Trump getting shot. No, but I'm just saying, these things happen all the goddamn time.
This is not a fucking Tia Trump type of guy.
No.
This is a lower end type of guy.
I don't know. This guy, he was on that level apparently. He was like the next, like a star. Like that's why
So I wanted to mention Trump. I would have mentioned Trump. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to keep Trump out of this conversation.
Okay.
guy died.
Shabbos
shot
got cake.
in the afternoon in Utah, of all places. I can see if it was northern New Jersey. I can see if it was Buffalo, New York. I can see if it was fucking LA. The guy with the flag shot him. But fucking Utah, you know. And it's a different world, ladies and gentlemen. And
On a college campus.
on a college campus, I don't know any details of the shooting. Again, I don't know much about what's going on. I know they captured somebody. They put somebody. He's not.
His dad turned him in.
Yeah, he's not operating with authorities. People are getting. I'm gonna have to talk to my wife. Seriously, I'm getting mercy of the computer guys.
We have two illustrations here.
I'm on my head.
That when a woman brings her hair,
Limits.
flavor on the
There's gotta be limits. There's gotta be limits because they said that he got. What's that word? When we used to go to 7-Eleven and the crazy on Chandler with the music. Yeah. You get rationalized when you went shopping.
Radicalized.
Yeah. All you have to do is go in there. You'd be the nicest white guy going to 7-Eleven on Chandler. There was so many ices and the music they played, the flute, everything. You come out there like, fuck America. I'm coming back one day. Remember they shot the guy on his wife?
He got stabbed. 2 people
I'm
got
not
murdered.
I knew that fucking.
It was Al Canning and Chandler, and he's talking about the music. And he's not like, it's not like he had a little speaker or his phone going. It was on the speakers, and it was like a party.
He was like telling you, go fuck yourself with jihad. Blowing his fucking neighborhood up any fucking day. And it was next to a laundromat that was open 24 hours. Yeah, that was just as fucking scary. And it was maybe $3 from the house, maybe.
Yeah, no.
Okay, actually, let me just like that fucking 5 years.
Like one major street, it was Laurel Candy and then Colfax.
It's
like a long alley. It's not like New York.
And Chandler, where would I get off?
On the 101.
Jesus Christ. I gotta start taking this. I gotta start eating beets. I don't know if he's eating beets in a gel form. I get that memory back.
Oh, it helps in that. I had to. So.
Anyway, okay, now I know. Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
I gotta go past your house.
Yeah,
Past Colfax, and then after Colfax, past the hot dog place, past Popeyes, past the yoga place, go past that light.
Right. And Chandler was the one that had like with the bus going down the middle. All the Jews lived on Chandler.
I remember going to that place.
Yeah.
And I would get like snacks or something.
Fuck yeah.
And it used to be like a Japanese hand job place.
That was a different 7-Eleven, but yeah. This one, you were exactly right. Had it was that and a 24-hour laundromat. And you for years were like, don't go to that 7-Eleven. I said 7-Eleven, and then right before we left, a homeless dude was like robbing a 7-Eleven, and he stabbed 2 people. Like it was 7-Elevens in LA, like kind of like a lawless, like homeless people were there.
We used to torture the guy. One with a lady was sitting like the door in her eye. And she's like, oh, fuck yourself. That's why I cooked her that night.
Oh, yeah.
With a hot chick in the Jeep that started talking to me. You're like, I'm like, no.
What was that, like Tahunga and something?
No,
Right across from the diner.
that was the one from the diner. Yeah.
I don't remember the street name.
The block from where I beat the horn and the Masons.
Oh, yeah. That was a great block.
Next to the YMCA.
Yeah.
By the park there.
But, dude, I like that Florida lady's eyes. She was just sitting in that wheelchair. Like, I don't know.
She was a fake. She was the wheelchair.
How did she get there?
She was like the chick. She was like Eddie Murphy at 48 hours. The wheelchair got 48 hours, trading places.
Right.
The wheelchair was walking around. I would see her walk around. And then she would sit there in a wheelchair. She would push the wheelchair herself.
Right.
And then sit there like trick you and ask for corners. And one night I pulled up and I put the light in her eyes to let her know. I knew what she was up to. And when we got out of the car, she said, go fuck yourself. But we even gave her money. I think she
I think she didn't want to take it. And I can't. Was that the night that you had me steal the milk carts? I was fucking paranoid. I was fucking paranoid.
Did we steal them from that Samaki? One of them.
For the
records. I really want to go back to LA for a week. 1 week. Okay. And if I tell you what I want to go back to do, you would not believe it. Because if you know me for real, right, you know what I want to go back and do.
Burn some places down.
No.
Could you want to guess?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you knew my torture side,
Oh boy.
what would I obviously get on a plane to go do?
The first one at some point is you would drive in your old neighborhood and run over the guy's cones.
That's the first thing.
Okay.
It's not, I would just get on a plane to do that to that guy. 5 nights and 4 nights in a row, and then Friday we knocked on his bell. And you ask him, somebody can run over your cones, and we put it on tape just to see him go, yeah, he disappeared for 5 years. Nobody touched my cones.
We're gonna be kidding. They have cameras now.
Gives a fuck. We're renting a car. We're renting Ubers.
They link that to people. We can't have an Uber driver run over someone's cones.
I said, you get one of those Uber drivers, $50. You get one of those Mexican Uber drivers, they'll ride over your mother. They'll drive over your mother, but they don't give a fuck. Those Arabs got no licenses. They have nothing. They're like Cubans. They got fake birth certificate. Those Arabs come over, dog. They don't give a fuck that license. They don't even know who the fuck they are. Try to find them. Go back to Arabia and try to find them. You think it's hard to find a Mexican guy? One thing got the frolic on the head. What do they call that?
So they're gonna have to leave America for $50?
What do you call that? The Muslim wear?
I have no idea.
That should be a new line, Muslim wear. You know what I'm saying? Like terrorist wear, like clothing with shit's on fire. You know what I'm saying? If you're thinking of blowing up, that's just
Oh my God.
Everybody wants to blow up.
Do you imagine having their store at the mall?
What happened?
Like they would have a store at the mall.
Oh my God,
A terrorist line.
that'd be tremendous, wouldn't it? Lee and Joey's bubble.
Why do we have to own it?
People will let Nick own it, and then we sit and get no money like assholes. That's what the fucking white people said. Why would the Indians? Why would we? Because we're trying to make $1 here. Why would we want to? You don't want to make no money. Be a little controversial. That's how you make money, by boom, boom, boom. You don't remember, before you were born, there were these shirts. And if you put the shirt on, they would change colors according to your body heat and mood. Okay? It's called body cam. We bring that back, and we call it body camouflage. Knowing before you get blown up, like that minute, you know, before you die, you get that last shot of fucking whatever, EMT, the third eye goes to work, the same thing, the shit will let you know that you're about to die. There's a missile. Like, if you wear this,
the missile's coming when it starts to change colors.
Fucking good idea. I'm gonna shut up. I've been looking for an investment. This one is it. Hamas wear, like something like that.
That would actually do very well right now.
Oh my God, Hamas wear.
Yeah, those are scarves. You sell 1 million scarves.
And 10% goes to the poor Hamas kids that ain't eating.
But you don't send it to them.
No, we're gonna send it to them.
Okay.
20%. Those kids are starving. Those kids haven't seen. Those guys saw a kid that was 18. He's 5'1". Not even. He's 1'5". That's what I bet. He's fucking like 1.5 foot. They ain't even grown. They got no nutrients. It's like Cuba. These kids can't grow. Right. They can't grow. We're cutting out a whole civilization. These poor kids. I mean, we're goofing around. It's a joke, but it's not really a joke. No, listen, Jews gotta do what they gotta do. Right? I'm not mad at Israel or anybody else. War is war. And, they're gonna hate us for this podcast. It's alright, but, you know,
You can mad at everybody. I'm mad at Israel. It's like, you have, and I went there, and like, people are sending rockets, or like, there's a lot of reasons why Israel has to do certain things. And like, there's no, you can't justify the things that are coming out of there. You can justify it to a point. And you know what? I'm not saying Hamas is obviously fucking 1,000%. They put hospitals around people.
Nobody's right and nobody's wrong. Let's leave it at that. Right. But I never wanted to see kids starve. You want to starve me? I got like 80 days. You can starve the fuck out of me. I got Chinese ribs. I got fucking Stugats. I got fat all over me. But those kids, you know, it's a hungry issue. That's a kid issue. No, I don't care how you feel about different political things. You don't want to see a kid starve. I wouldn't want to see my enemy starve. You know what I'm saying? Maybe a grenade up his ass, but not a kid. Follow me. I have a lot of enemies. I'll look to put a grenade up their ass.
Fire style?
Yeah, but they have to be over 30 years old. I'm not in.
Well, 30 is the minimum to blow someone up?
You know, it's just, like I said, guys, the beginning of this, all this stuff, the starvation, we're living in a different fucking world, and it's not dead. The old world's not going to come back. It's not going to get any better. I'm not here with negative shit. This is just the obvious. They just killed a kid on a college fucking campus. This could be us. This could be you. Nobody was shooting. I don't give a fuck. But this kid was actually doing something good. Kids loved him. He was doing something for kids. I watched an interview with an 18-year-old kid. The kid was goofy or whatever. What would I rather him doing? Doing that or selling drugs or doing the stupid shit I was doing? I'd rather him be doing that to kids.
And I'm not speaking poorly about anybody, but just the other side of it, there are people who are on a certain political side who don't think he was doing good, but no matter what you think, like, about what he was doing as a person, to get it, like, shot in front of, like, that's wrong no matter what.
Well, I did hear, I said, guys, after the pandemic, I stopped when I watched the news. The pandemic threw me into a fucking state that I had fear. I had fear of something I didn't see. That's not who I am, you know. So I know I just didn't want to watch it. I don't really catch up on that stuff. I'm not going to turn the TV on to watch something political. I don't want to get aggravated. But I have heard that people were cheering on people from TMZ.
Oh, yeah.
Cheering on people. A couple people, journalists lost their jobs. And I said again, listen, we were talking about Danny Roman, the guy that owned the company RIP. We made a joke. You know, listen, you can make a joke, but to cheer outside when you're a journalist or something of that nature and cheer that somebody died, again, we're talking about the world changing. And I want you to be aware of that. That's all. I just want you not to go, wow, how could that happen? That doesn't happen. Things, you know, when we were kids, there was a shooting in Manhattan. Once a week, it's 2 in the morning. What do you think happens in Manhattan at 2 in the morning? You give out flowers. What do you think happens in Manhattan? People are drinking. There's drugs involved. There's guns. But now it's every other day. There's a shooting somewhere. A kid, this, that. Look at this comedian guy. That's nobody really talking about. He had, I know that kid. I know John Reed. I personally know John Reed. I know he's a kid. Sunday nights at the store. I know him. This got to be 20 years since I knew it's Sunday nights at the store. I know that kid a long time. If I'm going on a plane with you guys, all of a sudden I look down, there's a picture of him on TMZ got arrested with 11 counts of child molestation. Listen, I know that kid, man. He never gave me, I'm not gonna lie, he never gave me the feel of something like that.
I just want to clarify, just it wasn't child molestation, it was like something online. Nothing physical.
Child porn, whatever. I know John. And you know what? I don't agree with what he did. I don't like what he did, but I gotta say a prayer for the guy. You know, I gotta go, well, John, listen, man, the devil is working overtime. Just know that. Ever since fucking they shot Kobe, the devil has been working overtime. You don't believe me? Look at the results. Look at what's going on in the world right now. The devil's working overtime. And there's just so many, look at the cities you go into that you walk on the street and all of a sudden, a man pulls up out of nowhere, yeah, underway. And people with masks are grabbing 3 people. Whether they're, you know, in the old days, I would grab you and Mirandize you and, you know, read you the riot act and give you a minute to whip out your license and go, this is who I am, blah, blah, We're not even doing that in this country anymore now. Again, people voted for that. This is what you wanted. Don't want this to be a political podcast, but think about it. This is not what I paid for. I thought you want to stop people at the border. I didn't think, well, I'm eating at Rudy's. You're going to come into Rudy's and take my favorite clam guy. You know what I'm saying? Where's he going? Oh, he's getting he's going home. Where's he going? And that's what's going on right now. People eating at restaurants. You know, you get used to Donatello's, and all of a sudden you're there. And fucking Pepe's getting whipped out of the kitchen while he's whipping up your eggplant rollatini. You couldn't give him 20 fucking minutes. You know what I'm saying?
12 minutes looking at it. You know what's more wild is they're sending people to I don't remember the names of it, but like in Africa, like they're sending, like they're just sending people away. And can you imagine, like if like you made it to America from another country, and then like suddenly you're on a different continent, and you can't walk home like this.
So wait a second, I'm from Colombia. I ended up in New Jersey. I got arrested in Connecticut, and now I'm in fucking.
I think so. Can you look it up, Nick? I think
they didn't even do black people that bad. Like the slaves, they at least took them from one destination to the other. These motherfuckers are getting treated like Chinese people in the Chinese.
Oh yeah, this podcast is definitely getting taken down. This is amazing.
Anyway, I just want to, I really wanted to bring the Charlie Kirk thing up. Even though I'm not political or politically inclined, he is a human being.
Absolutely.
And that's what I was talking about.
I sometimes join the regular Zoom share in the middle of my day. Recently, everyone has been booking meetings at 2 p.m.
Get ready to cut grass and water. You'll be chasing lizards. There's a dead animal on the street. Did you guys see that tonight? No, what the fuck is that before? Just chubby, laying in the middle of the street. I had to drive over him 2 times. There was no parking. I mean, I didn't run him over with the tire. I had to run over him real slow. Like, I didn't want to hit him. I thought he was just resting. He was like Joe Pesci in Goodfellas. He was resting. Oh, I'm resting. I'm in the bushes and seeing cars. Where you at this week, playing?
This week, I have a few shows. This week, on the 17th and the 19th, I'm going to be at Shiva's, which is at the Three Monkeys Bar. And then on Thursday, I'm going to be at St. Mark's at 10:30. And don't forget, New Jersey, September 26th, the Dojo will be headlining.
I added some shows. I got the 24th at Levity. There's a wait list, so there's no fucking wait list in my world. I had October 8th. GUL, I'll see you in Levity, October 8th. And that's all I got right now. You guys know the schedule. You got November 8th, where are we?
Virginia?
MGM in DC. Then on the night before Thanksgiving, we are at Philadelphia, Parks Casino. And then December 6th, 5th, we're at Virginia, Caesars in Virginia. So get your tickets on sale right now. I got Staten Island coming. I got Tampa coming. I got a couple things coming, but for right now, just focus on October 8th. That's all you need to know. Levity Live, all right? And September 26th, my little penguin buddy over here, Lisa, we love you. That's it. Thank you for supporting the Monday Night Football. We've been doing it. It's fantastic. Hopefully you'll see the one that we did last night. I love you guys. Stay black. Have a great week.
It's on YouTube and X.
Yeah, right. Hey, Uncle Joey here. It's a beautiful Tuesday morning. I want to talk to you about something. It's time to give that third leg a workout with Blue Chew. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. You can have stronger, harder, longer lasting erections like that in no time. Listen, that Blue Chew package is a little mint now. It's just a little mint. You put that in your wallet. You see somebody lurking late night, you know what I'm saying? She's looking good, or he's looking good. You pop that thing and you're ready to go. Blue Chew even comes in a little mint form, like I said. It's tremendous. So it does double duty to freshen your breath before the big bubble. You follow me? You hit them with a shot of mint breath, and then you do what you gotta do. So you buy a couple to keep around, or subscribe to keep the good times coming on a consistent basis. Why stop? If it works for you, bigger erections, harder dick, more people calling you, it's doing its job. And we got a special deal for church listeners. As always, you're gonna get your first month of Blue Chew absolutely free. That's right. Absolutely free. Just press code Joey, Joey at checkout, and pay $5 for shipping. That's it. $5 to open up the door to a beautiful new life. Just you see yourself floating through dreams with that third stick just hitting trees, knocking over your grandma's flowers, you know. Join Blue Chew's mission to upgrade humanity one trust at a time. Head to BlueChew.com for the details and safety info. How's that? What's happening for people? Uncle Joe here with my Jewish Cato Lee Zayat for another fun-filled episode of the church. What is it? New Testament. Tuesday, the 16th of the month. It's moving fast, people. So get on the boat. It's moving fast. We're down to 14 more Mondays till Christmas. And you're sitting there worried about, please tell me that's right. That is right. How do you know that? Because there's a stupid tidbit that Yahoo put up about a month ago. So just doing the fucking math the last 3 weeks. Down to 14 Mondays. It's stupid. I would never say that. But when I read it, it simplified a lot of things in my life. You got 14 Mondays to get it together before the end of the year. Monday is the day you feed the spirits, you pray. You thank God for giving you another week to be the ultimate warrior. And we got 14 of those. You still do the glass of water every Monday? That's how I do that. Now I really just live for the spirits. I have nothing. How long have you done the glass of water? 3 years old. Every Monday. My father. I have a couple glasses. I have glasses for his grandmother, glasses for Vinny. I have glasses. I put a glass for everybody who died. I'm running out of fucking glasses. I'm running out of fucking glasses, what I'm saying to you. Oh, I'm supposed to listen. Listen, you have no idea what the Cubans do. So on Mondays, Cubans are supposed to, no music. My family, I don't know what your family does, but for the spirits, there's no music early on the daytime, okay? You have to get the water, you have to clean the spirit, altar, ancestors, okay? That's what it's called. I have his mother's Bibles on there. Anything somebody gave me, somebody gave me a gun, I can't put that up there. Somebody gave me a statue of like a thing, I have this statue there. And you just put a little thing, man, I put a picture of his grandmother, his grandfather, I got from you. And you just put them there. And I don't have a candle for them. I like the house on fire. But then you're supposed to feed them. Like actual food. Whatever you cook, you have to put a little dish out for them. I know. That's nice. I know. Do you have a cat? Or a dog? No fucking mice. So why do you get really stoned and you've never eaten that food, have you? You have spirits that don't get along. Shut up. You gotta feed them in different rooms. Was it people who didn't get along in like the when while they were alive? When you do the Santeria stuff, right? When you cut up the animals, there's saints that don't get along. So you gotta put them in different rooms and do when you cut the goat or the fucking chicken or whatever, you have to put them in different rooms. There's one saint that likes to eat in the bathroom. So you gotta feed them in the bathroom, so you gotta go piss around. Is that your favorite saint? I don't remember anymore. My candle likes to eat. I remember being like a kid, I was burning my foot on the candle. Oh, now I'm gonna go pee and walk around the fucking candle, and the Cuban stew, and you got fried bananas in there. As a kid, you know how many times you're like, man, I'll eat one of those bananas. But your mother scares the hell out of you. She's like, don't eat those, because the spirit will punish you. You put cake out for the motherfucker when it's his favorite cake and you sit there fucking, I can't eat it because you're on a diet. I'm on a diet, whatever. It's just, so that's what you're really supposed to do. When you really get down to it, that's fucking cool on days before you have an ancestor table. And you just put, like I put the two kids I grew up with Northburg and that died because they were part of your life.
Went to the
And
same
you
side
see the movie
situation
Coco?
across Belgium.
Of course.
It's one of the greatest movies of all time.
Oh, yeah. I got pissed because my ex didn't like that movie. She was Mexican.
You know, it's a great kid movie. Like, I had to listen to that thing to go see it. I know. I didn't give a fuck. I wanted to like King James. But I was like, this is a fucking tremendous movie. Yeah, all it says is whenever you put a picture up of somebody that's dead,
all the way from
you
Manchester,
keep them alive, right, in heaven. And then this is what's the plot of the movie. He has to pull his grandfather back from heaven.
So I don't remember how he got there, but it was like his grandfather was being forgotten.
Hold on one second. I know people at home are going, Joey. That's it. We've had it with you. Coco. How old are you? You're an old man. You watch Coco. I got a daughter. And sometimes those kid movies, dog, let me tell you something. All those Pixar movies, dad went to somebody's house. He did it. And the little girl was watching. What was guy with his skinny with a big head. That's all of them. One of them was it Shrek? No, the other one. And I sat there and I was giggling. Oh, yeah, I have a good time. Even Jesus, and I realized when you're a kid, you want your people to watch TV with you. Like, Mama, come here, watch this. She's like, I'm busy cooking, you know. So I didn't know. I just went over there and sat with her and her sister, right, and my wife. My wife was in there. But she got so excited because I sat in there. Like, me and my wife sat there. And she was looking like, watch this part. The whole time. The Minions. Oh, shit. Okay. Minions. Those are funny. Those are good ones. And they play, you know, they're geniuses because they play music for us. They put music that we grew up with. So at least you're not sitting there like a fucking idiot in the movie being like, ain't nothing for me. You know, they put like Justin Timberlake. Get a little wiggle to your thing, you know what I'm saying?
It's great. I love getting high. And you were so, because you got to bring Mercy to like the premiere of that.
Oh, geez, we got that Coco. Right. So that was the deal. For the people who don't know, let me tell you what happened. I get a call like Monday at 3. I'm like, hey man, are you busy today? I always say, no, yeah. And I don't know what they're going to hit me with. So I'm like, yeah. And they're like, oh, man. Disney's willing to give you like $1,500 to go see Coco because the tennis player dropped out. Coco dropped out. And there was another Coco. Like, you know, you send the car. Oh, shit. I'm like, oh, that. And I'm like, I have to go to Disney World anyway. I might as well work when I'm down there. For some Disney shit. So yeah, they set the car and everything. Mercy was all excited and shit. We went down there, and the movie was sensational. And the guy gave me some loot. And then the guy came over and made, listen, I gotta get to Disneyland. And I want that package. Where you get the pool. I'm not waiting on lunch. You gotta go to the fucking under the cape. That's the only way to do that. I don't even want to go under the cape. That's Mariah Carey and James Bond and those people. I just don't want to wait online. Right. That's it. The guy goes, done. So,
isn't that the time that you tried to eat edibles and they almost threw you out though? Yeah. They follow you to the hotel.
They follow me to
They just look around.
Now the girl just, you know, listen, man, there's people that take that job just a little too seriously. Oh yeah, they were giving them maybe $8 an hour to be like a part-time security, no weapon, no flashlight, no whistle. And so she watched me, I don't know why. She just was like, what's that in your hand? Okay. Yeah, and then she's like, what? I had an edible. She goes, we have to put that back in your room. Like, all right. So I just went, my room was right there. I went around, ate half of it, threw in the garbage.
What happened?
I went back and she didn't walk to your room. I said, are you serious? She goes, yeah, I'm not going to let you in. I go, hold on, I have like 8 people. I go, get your boss. I go, listen, just give my money back.
Or perhaps it's a
You don't need to sacrifice. And somebody came from Disney. No, it's all right. I'm happy. To this day, I love that woman because she saved my life. Why? Because why would I eat a whole edible? I would eat it. That was one of the scariest fucking days of my life.
I can't admit it. Honestly, like Disney's fun on edibles, but if it was hot and you're walking around for like 12 hours,
it wasn't hot. And you know me, I ain't walking nowhere for 12 hours. It was the rides.
Really?
Yeah, I got on the ride. I'm like, all right. And also the ride took you around, but you had to go over a lake. I didn't know that. I'm in that motherfucker like, yeah. I'm like, oh, I'm over a fucking lake.
you got scared.
Petrified. I thought I was on a bill. ride. Then I went into that fucking happy ride. It's a great world after all. You ever go on
It's a
that?
small world.
Yeah. You ever go on that? You sit there and it takes you around the world. But they throw sand in your face and you get to India and shit. Fucking. I'll never forget sitting there on that guy. I ate a whole edible. Because you go to India, you go to all these countries, right? And your feet are only this far off the thing. But you feel like you're really up in the sky with an edible.
You don't like that? That's so. Have you ever freaked out on an edible in public? Like, I know you've been on planes, but like, have you had like a legit freak out?
The defense should have the power to make it itself.
No. I had a freak out on coke at a party here in Jersey one time. I really yelled at everybody, what the fuck are you motherfuckers looking at? I'm bleeding from my nose, you know. What are you looking at? You bleed? You're disgusting. You're a fucking junkie. What are you doing? It was a Christmas party. Somebody's Christmas party for my birthday. And I was
Wait, what does it feel like when you're fucked up on coke? You're just like, oh, too much energy? You're like a week of doing coke. Okay.
It was like 3 nights, then I took a night off, then 3 more nights, then the holidays came. And you would go from the 21st to the 2nd, Jesus. It was like one of those parties on the 28th. And I went off at this party. I'll tell you, it was a North Korean guy that was going to beat me up. Okay, because I was just calling everybody a fuck and all this shit. And I'm bleeding from my nose, and I'm walking around with a bottle. I'm like Scarface. I'm like Scarface in the restaurant. That's what I got a week later. I was like, I gotta give this shit a break. Really? Yeah, well, just like schizophrenia.
Well, if you're not sleeping, you're not sleeping. Fuck.
You're not sleeping, so you're just snoring and you're eating minimal stuff. You got no money to eat, but you got a lot of money to do coke. I never understood that. I didn't have a hotel, but I'm snorting coke to eat in the morning. I never understood that, but that's when it was like a schizophrenia. I caught myself, like after yelling at people for 3 minutes, I'm like, holy shit, I'm standing there, bleeding from my nose, blood all over my shirt, with a bottle of Jack Daniels in my hand, yelling at a party full of 30 people. And that's it. I was out in North Bergen a week later.
I was gonna say, it's hard to get like.
I was so fucking embarrassed. So fucking embarrassed.
Well, how long did it take to, like, did you have to, like, be sober to be embarrassed? Did you have to come down from it, or like, immediately?
I didn't give a fuck that night. I was still yelling in the car and shit. Uncle told me, Vivian, I'll never forget that. And we didn't say a word in the car. I think your uncle even had it with me at that point. It was like a 3-month stretch. That we're going crazy.
I can't. I have nothing to, like, compare it to, like, because you don't plan to go on a bender like that, right? It just sort of happens.
The funny thing, it was the holidays.
Shabbos not for cook.
I didn't really know. Nobody really knew. And it was like a week long, 10 days. Just and you read Christmas shit, I had no family, so now it's 28. God knows. God knows, but hold on, let's start this thing properly. Okay, we'll be right back. So, after Blue Chew. Hey, Uncle Joey here. It's a beautiful Thursday morning when I talk to you about something. It's time to get that third leg of workout with Blue Chew. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. You can have stronger, harder, longer-lasting erections like that in no time. Listen, that Blue Chew package is a little mint now. It's just a little mint. You put that in your wallet. You see somebody lurking last night, you know what I'm saying? She's looking good, or he's looking good. You pop that thing and you're ready to go. Blue Chew even comes in a little mint form, like I said. It's tremendous. So it does double duty to freshen your breath before the big bubble. You follow me? You hit them with a shot of mint bread, and then you do what you gotta do. So you buy a couple to keep around, or subscribe to keep the good times coming on a consistent basis. Why stop? If it works for you, bigger erections, harder dick, more people calling you, it's doing its job. And we got a special deal for church listeners, as always. You're going to get your first month of Blue Chew absolutely free. That's right. Absolutely free. Just press it, code Joey, Joey at checkout, and pay $5 for shipping. That's it. $5 to open up the door to a beautiful new life. Just you see yourself floating through dreams with that third stick just hitting trees, knocking over your grandma's flowers, you know. Join Bluetooth's mission to upgrade humanity one thrust at a time. Head to Bluetooth.com for details and safety info. How's that? How was your week?
I had a really good week, actually. I've had a couple of really good weeks. I did a couple of midnight shows last week, which are really fucking dark. Well, I did one at a club and one at a bar. And at the bar, because you didn't get mad at me like earlier this week, but I did a late show. And I did okay, but I was trying to do too much material, so then I went into this midnight show, and it didn't even start till 12:30. People basically were just stumbling in hammered. And I think I had an 8-minute set, and for 6 I had them. And the last 2, because you just you didn't get mad at me, but don't do material for midnight shows. I just went off the cuff a little bit, but that was really fun. Then actually tonight, what I'm super excited about is I'm actually going to see Adam Sandler tonight. And I'm fucking... Where at? The stadium, the basketball place in Albany. Because last night he was in New York, but I couldn't go on Monday night. So he's in Albany, and it's I don't know, man, with all these people, just getting older, and Adam's not old, but I've been in love with him since I was in middle school. Adam Sandler, Happy Gilmore, for me when I was growing up in the 90s, Happy Gilmore, I still remember it was Jonathan Nichols' house, and I think he had the VHS, I forget where we watched it, but it blew my mind. I didn't even really know him, the Hanukkah song came later, I want to see, and then he came back a couple years, that Netflix special where he had that Chris Farley song at the end, which was fucking amazing.
That Netflix special, I thought was phenomenal. I didn't know how to feel about Adam Sandler.
Before you met Brad.
I'll never forget I had to watch one of those movies. This ain't gonna work.
I can see that.
Directing. Take a banana for a ride.
Jeff Ross?
Jeff Ross is a great one-man show that I want to go see. The guy that's directing, his name is Steve Kessler.
Okay.
Steve Kessler's nephew.
Brother says
to my main man, Mike Kessler.
I thought the name was
When I was getting into comedy, he'd always tell me about his nephew and why you. I didn't hear about his nephew no more. What happened to his nephew? And I'll tell you what happened. His first directing job.
It's not similar to the Gemara to what the
After 3 weeks, he went into the studio. I said, I can't do this no more. I don't think the kid is funny.
Why did they just say that he didn't fuck him in the
And they
head?
fired him.
Yeah,
I can see that it worked for years. Now can you get, because he told the truth. Listen,
I was going to say props to him for being
when I
honest.
first watched Adam Sandler, I didn't know what was going on. I had no idea what was going on. I watched the one with the kid.
Billy Madison.
I watched the
He's
kid.
I think he was probably 4 people my age. Those movies, and now his movies are getting older. But that movie, Happy Gilmore, Billy Madison, there was another one, Big Daddy. Those 3, dude, they still those are the movies I watch. If they're on, I have to turn them on. They just, he's just silly. It was just the height of just being silly. And I honestly don't even know much of his stand-up, or I have no idea what he's going to be doing on tour. But I don't know, that to me is, I don't know what it's even compare him to for you.
I didn't know who the fuck he was.
Right.
And then I wouldn't even watch that shit. I wouldn't even watch that shit. I'm not a big fan of live guy. Right. Of course, for all I know that, but whatever.
Miss Aquarius.
I just got home and he was directing the longest shot in the night.
I'm already on. Hello.
Let's give it a shot.
Hello, madam. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Living like a pimp every day.
Hello.
All right, girl.
Hello.
Are you ready?
I'm ready. Ready, I'm on there.
You're 100% ready?
I'm 100% ready.
Excellent. How was your day?
It was good. How was yours?
Lovely. Thank you. All right, girl. Get it.
Let's go.
Did you see Cardi B is pregnant?
Yeah, I heard that she was pregnant. That girl stay fertile. Yep. That girl stay fertile. Cotton babies.
There you go.
Let's go, guys. That's good.
I've got to get this one. Give it to me.
Stephen Curry, I bet you.
What'd you say, girl?
By Stephen Curry, I bet whatever his name is. I
Stephen.
don't think it's by Offset.
Stephen Curry?
Yeah.
Isn't he married?
Not that. Oh, is she with somebody? Who's she with? She with her. She's not with Offset no more. She got her a new boo. Whoever her boo is.
Stephen Curry,
That's who she's with.
Oh, I think I know who you're talking about. He has a podcast. NBA player.
I guess I don't know. Okay.
Oh, this is going to be big. There you go. That's a big score. Get these 3. Oh, and you did. Did not look like it was going to go. But then it did. All right, I've got 4 in a row here that I'm going to get. Nice.
Yeah, you got this correct.
Oh, for sure. Are you serious? Are you sticking serious? Get it, Miss Aquarius. Get a strike. Ooh. All right. You got a split.
Yeah, whatever you did. There we go. Come on, Rabbi. You got this.
Give it to me. Give it to me. All right. It all comes down to this. Strike, girl. You take the lead.
Ooh. You got it, Rabbi.
Oh, for sure. No doubt. Got it.
Let's go. Right.
I'll take it. A win's a win. You win, I win.
Yep, you win, I win.
All right.
Yay.
I'll take it. Your turn,
You
ma'am.
did it.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's go. Right. Right.
Referring to what Mark just said. Before you ask her, does she need a spot? First, check and see if there's any guys hanging around because her man might be over there somewhere ready to spot.
Give it to me.
And
Although Tawala almost did punch me in my face. What? Tawala, where are you at? Tell him what happened because this was tonight.
He almost punched you in the face. I thought he was against violence against women. How would you even call off and say hello to him or something?
I sure did. You know, imagine that.
you got this.
No doubt, Miss Aquarius. Give it to me. Alright, I'm gonna get these 4, and then that pesky one in the corner. Got it. Oh, boo. Boo.
It's okay. I'll throw it. Come on, Rabbi. Right. You got this one.
I will say Kayla let me in. She takes Pilates with me. She saw me in the lab. She let me in. So.
Ooh.
Oh, what a strike. Miss Aquarius.
Rabbi.
Give it to me.
Bless you.
This is one of the most difficult spares of all time.
Right. So you can always find me on social media. I'm at CuttingNumber.com, which links to
Got
all my
it.
socials. I teach a
Alright, you've got a really great opportunity here. Alright, Miss Aquarius takes the lead. Give it to me. That's what I'm talking about.
Yay.
I'll take it. You win, I win, Miss
Yay,
Aquarius.
congratulations. You win out.
Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Yep. Yay.
Good job.
Good job.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm going to bed now.
Sweet dreams. God willing, we'll see you in the morning.
Inflation eats away at it, and the dollar's value keeps slipping. That's why more people are looking at real assets like physical gold and silver to protect their savings. And what company that makes it easy? Noble Gold Investments. You can buy gold or silver, coins or bars, and have them shipped. Hey, this is Matt Jones. I'm Drew Friedman, and this is NFL Cover Zero. We're just here to try to give you an NFL perspective a little bit different. Did you see Nicole's pretzel? That was Mother Week too. What is that? Oh my! We think NFL coverage should be informative and entertaining. Twice a week.
Just wrap it in your eye. If you throw something and you are in the water, which is a caramel, so you throw it to the land, which is a Rosh Hashanah or Rosh Hashanah, or the opposite, where you go from the boat, which is a Rosh Hashanah, into the water, which is a caramel, or the opposite. Or when you go from one boat to the other, Rosh Hashanah, all button. The way to allow you to feel it to go from one boat to the other is to tie them together. If they're not owned by one person, you make it very zero. In order to draw water from the ocean, you have to either make, according to Rabbi Rothschild, a little pipe, and you say, this is where I'm drawing water for as a header, that typically you're not allowed. Or, according to Rabbi Rothschild and Rabbi Rothschild, you make a frame 4x4, and then you hook up the kinds of things with achis, so that frame goes all the way down to the water. The difference is Rabbi Rothschild says that the caramel starts in the bottom of the ocean. By the time you get to the top of the water, it's already a multi fluid, therefore it's completely mutter. Rabbi and Rabbi Rothschild hold that the caramel begins on the top of the water, therefore we have to make a much larger heger or a good achis stuff. A wonderful day.
And on this show, we call upon his years of research to help unpack the story about God Father's
Shabbos Daf Kuf Aleph. Today's email comes to us from Yossi Klein from Superior Plumbing in Muncie. He says he's a 34-year-old Hasidic Shitty man with a beard and payas, and he's never really enjoyed learning up until this point. He started to have true Ahavas HaTorah, he says. He realized that he's a visual person, and because the shir involves so many visuals, he started enjoying learning. And finally, after a whole long email here, he writes, believe it or not, Shabbos afternoon, instead of taking books out to read, what he's used to doing, takes out a Gemara to Chazer, that was crazy. I never knew I'll be on that kind of level to enjoy learning and to do Chazara on all that. People do work, they have a big schools in Shemayim, Yossi Klein from Superior Plumbing, Aleva Hatzlach. We were discussing if a person is on a ship on Shabbos, he can draw water either by making a hecker with some sort of rod or making a frame 4x4 tvachim, and he goes through the frame. The frame has a little achis and hits all the way to the water. What about wastewater? The Gemara says you don't want to spill the wastewater in that frame because you'll be disgusted to draw fresh water from the same place. Rather, what you can do is spill it on the boat's wall, and then it goes down. That's called toicha. It's an indirect force going down into the water. Because the carnivores were not geyser on toicha, it's indirect carrying a shot. The word brings a raya that says that the Kama says do not carry from the ship to the ocean, which is a carnivalist, the ship is interesting. You don't go from the carnivalist to Shusayah. Yudah says, if the inside of the ship has 10 foot, but the outside wall of the ship is less than 10 foot, therefore you're not allowed to carry from the water into the ship. But you could carry from the ship into the water. We have to explain that we just said you spill the water onto the ship's wall and it goes down. That's why
oh my God!
From the water into the ship because you go through a bucket tour over 10 buckets of tour. You got to go from a carnivalist. You say nothing through a bucket tour. If you have a very small boat, like a canoe, kayak, it starts out on the top of that 4 foot. And you say nothing needs 4 foot. By 10 foot. The problem is that it comes to a point. By the time you get to the point, you don't have 4 foot. So it's as if the walls are hanging in midair. So that's not a good. It continues to be a carnivalist. However, if it comes to walls come all the way down with three tefachim of where it becomes narrow, then we'll say level and it's okay. Or if you fill the bottom of the boat with some sort of reed or whatever, you fill up the bottom, again, once again, you have walls that come all the way down, and you don't have a point anymore, then it's okay. If Nachman asks, why don't we invoke the concept of the achas? Because let's pretend that those walls on the side go all the way down. Why do we care about the edge, the sharp point that the boat comes to? And Abaye explains that even though Chachams don't say good achas that when it comes to a basket on top of a pole, which is machlokes, but they do agree that if you have a pole that's 4 tefachim wide and above 3 tefachim from the ground, it narrows down. Over there, since it doesn't come down to the very narrow pole, it's still wide. We do say good achas because you don't say typically if a goat can go through or animals can go through, then you can't draw an imaginary line because at the end of the day, it's not effective as a pizza. But this wide pole, although it's not 40 feet at the bottom, but a boat is not going to go through, so it isn't effective pizza. It's the same thing. If it's a boat, it's an effective pizza because boats cannot swim. What about fish? We don't care about fish because fish are not visible and therefore it's an effective pizza. Robin also says the same idea, that if you have a hanging mechitza above, let's say, a pit, it's an effective mechitza. Or, similar to what we said earlier, if you have a 4x4 frame, you say, but I have mechitza all the way down to the water. We don't say, oh, but you have fish under there, and they'll ruin the mechitza. Fish not ruin a mechitza. The Mishnah says, if you have 2 ships that are connected, tied together, you could carry from one to the other. The question is, what is the finish? So Rob explains one way that we're talking about that there's a third ship here, a very small ship, a canoe, between them, and you can carry from the large ship to the canoe, even though the canoe is not tied down, from the canoe to the second large ship. Or asked, but it doesn't mention anything about a third ship. We're talking about 2 ships. Therefore, Rav Safra uses a very strong language. He says, in other words, Rob, how do you say such a shot? So he learns, Rav Safra, that we're dealing with 2 different owners. And the Hindush is that you make an Erev Chatzeros on 2 ships. I don't think Erev Chatzeros is reserved for houses. Maybe ships can do Erev Chatzeros. You can do Erev Chatzeros on 2 cars. You can do Erev Chatzeros on 2 ships. The halacha is, you're not allowed to build a mechitza on Shabbos first. One did it in a birthday. Or somebody was forced to, or you made a mistake, he was misasik, you know he's making a mechitza for something else. Then it's allowed. The same thing if you tie ships together, it goes back to the head. You had a 2 ships and you're not careful with the other came unattached. You can attach them back together. If you have a mechitza on Shabbos that fell down, you put it back even though you weren't supposed to. It's a good mechitza. It's amazing. When it comes to the mechitzas on Shabbos, we're not going to hold. You can't use it. It's a knas. We punish you. We say you can't use it. When it comes to tying ships, explains how it's supposed. Then you could use it even if you didn't. Been amazing because you have the 2 rishayos there. All you're doing is you're connecting them. It's this forever. The halacha is that if you tie a ship with a metal chain to a money like a tent, you have a body there, and there's an item. What happens is metal, since it's halal therapy, metal has the same halacha that touches the base, which is an as the base is amazed, is that that chain touches the boat. It goes down 1 madrega. That boat touches the vessels to the boat. The vessels become pre-shut. However, if the boat is tied with a regular rope, but non-metallic rope, so the rope becomes, instead of a via voice, it becomes it goes down 1 step. That rope in return is in the top of the boat 1 step forward to pre-shut. Shape not even half of the vessels inside the ship has shape. Yeah. Well, it says that's not allowed by everybody else. You can use any rope you want. It doesn't necessarily have to be a metal rope. It can be cloth rope as well. Have a wonderful day. Shabbos Daf Kobeis. Today's email comes to us from Colin Milberg of Woodbury. He says he watches the shear every day on Zoom. If he can, he watches it on YouTube. He loves the shear so much, but because of all the corona and the riots in New York, he says he wants to move to Ramat Hashem to be closer to the shear. So we wish him a lot of luck. Thank you, Calvin. And now to the Mishnah on Daf Base. The Maskonas Asuya. The Mishnah is talking about a very big hit. The guy takes an object and he throws it. When he threw it, it was a shuggy, he didn't realize it's Shabbos. All of a sudden, in mid-air, he realizes that it's Shabbos. Although he doesn't have any control over that object, he's no longer considered a shuggy, and he does not bring a carbon on that action. What if he threw the object, and there was no hanacha? Another individual came towards him and caught it. Or he threw it into a dog that wasn't moving, but the dog's mouth is not 4 12. Or is consumed by a fire. There's no hanacha. Rav Ashi takes all these cases and he makes them into one. He says, if a person threw an item, didn't realize it's Shabbos, and on the way, in midair, he realizes that it's Shabbos, and then it landed in a dog's mouth or another person came towards it, then it's puzzled. But if he forgot again that it's Shabbos, and it landed without a dog, without another person, then he's chayiv in a carbon. It goes back to the shoygig. As long as you start out the shoygig and you end the shoygig, you're chayiv. The Gemara tells us we can't say that our Mishnah is talking about a case of lechta or misna. Lechta is the dice that hold the saddlebags on the animal. And it's tied to a string, and he tosses a piece of wood that holds onto the string. So it's saying, perhaps, if he realizes in mid-ear that it's Shabbos, he has the ability to stop the action, and therefore only in that case he's talking from a carbon because it's considered amazing. That doesn't make sense, because since he's holding onto a string, then the action doesn't even begin. There's no akira. It never left his hand. Mars is a very interesting case. What happens if a person did a itzah? 2 amos b'shoygeg, 2 amos b'mezid, and 2 amos b'shoygeg. Now we combine the 2 amos in the beginning and the 2 amos at the end, they make it one shoygeg that's chayiv. Says the Gemara, if we're talking about that he was carrying something, so he carried 2 amos and then he carried 2 amos b'mezid, then he's called from a carbon because it's considered amazing. He finished off his action amazing. Even according to the Manda Omer that says, in other words, if halfway through an action I write 2 letters, and after the first letter I realize that it's Shabbos, that realization, that awareness does not break up my action, and I am chayiv a carbon. Over here it's different, because as he's finishing off the walking and carrying the item, it's in a situation of amazing. Whereas when he was writing 2 letters, as he was finishing off the second letter, he was in a matzav of shaggy. What if he was out? He traveled 2 amos b'shoygeg, and then he realized that it's Shabbos 2 amos b'mezid, and then the final 2 amos b'shoygeg. Then he chayiv. Why? Because he couldn't stop it a minute here. And even according to the Omer that says yesh yediyah, the chatzi shir, that the awareness in between breaks up the action. That's only when you can stop it. Like when he's writing, he can stop writing the second letter. But over here, that's in here. He has no power over it. Says Rabbah, if a person has intent that the item should land inside the dog's mouth, then although the dog's mouth is not for talking, he just created a place for landing, and he's chayiv. Mar tells us that if a person who's coming and he can't eat kosher, and he eats a piece of kosher, and that piece of kosher is also nicer, and it's on your kippur, he's chayiv 4 korbanos chatas and 1 hasham because he ate kosher. Like this weather, you can add. Rebbe says, I have a case. I want to ask me a riddle how a person's chayiv a lot of korbanos. He also, on Shabbos, in Kippur Shabbos, and he took it out with his mouth. So if I'm coming, well, that's not part of the riddle. We're talking about an Isra Achila, and now we're adding an Isra Yisra. But nevertheless, everybody agrees that it would be chayiv on a Yisra even though it uses his mouth. The issue is, when he carries items, they're not food, with their mouth. The answer is, if a person decides that his mouth is a makam kosher, then it creates a makam kosher, and it's as if it's in a place of 4 12. Now we finished Perik HaZorek, and the many doctrine that we learned of Luchas Yitzhak pretty much come to an end. And from here on out, we're going to be discussing the rest of the Lamatas Malachas, starting with one of the last Malachas in the Mishnah in Klal Gadol, which is Baina and Maki B'Kadish, the second to last. Building, says the Mishnah, is B'Kol Shur, meaning, according to Rabbi Yirmiyah, since a poor person will create a hole in his house, and creating holes in the ground outdoors is clearish, but indoors is Baina, he would hide his few pennies that he has in those holes, so that's Baina. And in the Mishnah, they would hide their needles. It says Abai, in the Mishnah, they didn't hide needles on the ground because it would rust. Therefore, it says Abai, they would build a small tripod to hold their small stove tops. That's the shear. And the Mesamigas would build a small tripod to cook up the few spices that they needed that they didn't have for the dyes. Rav argues, he says, there's no aniyos, there's such a wealth in the Mesamigas, it doesn't make sense that they didn't make enough of this dye, they would overdo it, not underdo it. Therefore, he says, even wealthy people, they would plug up holes in their mansions, just like in the Mikdash, they would plug up a hole in a piece of wood caused by a worm. The Gemara tells us, when you build a stone wall, there's three parts of the wall. The first row is you take the stones and you wedge them into the ground, into the dirt. Everything else is with cement. And the final top layer, you just put a stone on top of a stone without any cement. And that's the malacha. Masates means to chisel a stone. That's basically part of the building. When you make a hole in a chicken coop, that's not really building, because building is you make a window and a door, but it's similar to making something that you do in a house, get the heat out. So there's a big finish in that. That is shufta b'kufina demara. That is, you want to wedge a piece of wood into a shovel's handle, so it sticks to the shovel or to the axe or whatever the kli is. That's not similar to boina at all. Nevertheless, Rav says in all three of these things it's boina, and Shmuel says in all three of these things it's Makim and Patish. You would think maybe Makim and Patish is the last one in the act, and everything else Shmuel might admit to Rav that is boina for Mashmalan. Not have a wonderful day.
The story is much more complicated and nuanced than that. I'm Larison Campbell, and this is Under Guessing.
Anything else comes from Shulbotin, from Borobar. Correct. Oy, Rabbi, Harav, and Elshlipa. I do what you drive at so people put their humor in the very face. Every day when you read out loud, you see somebody in a corner, sometimes get the lane to yourself and the military guys. Which is less important than a minute of there's a just riches of a lot of teachers across the country. I think that's the important January 26th, you'll have the chance to register your tickets on the LA28 website. It is called the first step in the purchasing process. Registration will be entered into drawings to assign purchasing time slots for the 2026. So you can basically register to buy tickets in January, and then you'll be thrown into the hat. I guess there will be a drawing to assign purchasing time slots. And of course, we all know that the number of tickets which would be available are limited, depending on interest, depending on the venue size. The tickets will start at $28, just what about the full range of prices? Just says that it starts at $28. It also says that residents who live near the venues will have early access to the tickets
Several cities outside of LA City limits are scheduled to host at least one event, including Palm Beach, Carson, Anaheim, Arcadia, Pomona, San Clemente, South El Monte. I'm not exactly sure how that's going to work. Whether, like, for example, you want tickets to the opening ceremony that was at SoFi Stadium, which is in Inglewood. Does one resident have priority over someone who maybe lives in Long Beach? I don't know. But you would have to register in January of 2026, and then we'll go from there. It's still very cloudy as far as how people will be getting the tickets, what tickets will be available. But they are saying that all the tickets will be first come, first served basis with respect to your lottery times in which you can purchase tickets. I was saying to Jamal earlier, I don't even know if I'm going to be attending any of the games. I think I'd like to. But the games that I specifically want to see don't have the same type of luster that they used to, because the sports involved doesn't have the same type of competition. And I may just sit home and watch it because I don't want to necessarily go to the subway. Because he said it's supposed to be a subway and public transit Olympics. Police American Bass said that. I don't know if I'm going to be ready for that. We shall see. But if you're thinking about getting tickets, you're going to have to about another $5-6. You'll have the chance to register for tickets starting in January 2028. And one programming note, just want to let you know, we did get 2 tickets, a pair of tickets last night to see the Temptations of Fort Thomas at the Surreal Center for the Performing Arts. Coming up this Sunday, we're going to give away another pair tonight on tomorrow. So you can see the Temptations and the Fort Thomas at the Surreal Center for the Performing Arts. That is a show that I would love to go to. So I hope that anyone who does win the tickets, that you have a great time with that. And coming up in the next week or two, we have a Disneyland event that we're going to be giving away. Next week, we'll be giving away tickets to see Get the Let Out, which is a Led Zeppelin tribute band. And those tickets are for September 27th. So be on the lookout. And listen out for that. We're also going to be giving away tickets to UB40 next week. And the actual band, UB40 is going to be performing also the Surreal Center for the Performing Arts on Sunday, September 28th. So it is up to you. Keep on listening to Late with Bill Kelly. We're giving away so many more tickets. In fact, on Friday, if I'm not mistaken, we'll have 4 passes to the Alamo Draft House to see who is in that. Also, is going to be a tribute to Robert Redford, who plays passing. People name that political classic. Lots of stuff to take away. Lots of fun things we're doing. And we should have an announcement sometime soon. With specifics for the second annual Halloween soiree that's coming soon. We have to nail down a few more things as far as date, time, venue, and all that kind of stuff. We have to tell you it's probably going to be bigger and better than before. As well as already told me some of the fundraisers have already attached themselves to that. This is going to be even better than last year, which I can tell you. So keep your ears open for that. We're going to be giving away tickets to that just like last year. The only way you'll be able to go to the Lake of Kelly Halloween soiree the second annual is to win tickets for the show. So you got to listen. If you want to win it, when we come back, we're going to talk about the biggest news story of the day, and it's going to be the big tomorrow or days after that. If I've heard right now, the Jimmy Kimmel has been suspended, or at least the show Jimmy Kimmel Live has been suspended indefinitely. I'm going to talk about that from not only a news perspective, but also a media perspective. What that means for all media outlets. That's next. Day by day, 6:45 on the iHeartRadio app. Every day, KOS Los Angeles, the big house. And on the 24-hour news, Orange County Superior Court Judge Jeffrey Ferguson has sentenced to 35 years to life in prison. He was convicted of his wife drug dealing in 2023. 74-year-old was not guilty of second-degree
Berger in his second trial. The first trial ended with the jury deadlocked at 11-1, most in favor of the conviction. Berger says defense team had requested another trial that was rejected by a judge. Cargo pollution in Port of LA has remained strong this summer. Data from August shows that ports dropped by percentage. Exports went up 5% from the same month last year. Gene Cerrone says he expects all that traffic to slow down the rest of the year. I expect tighter volumes through the rest of the year, especially against last year's unusually high comps. Cerrone says retailers and manufacturers have been bringing in goods early in the holiday season, hedging against changing trade and tariff policy. Since July and August were the best 2 months stretch for the Western Hemisphere, like the last 25 years. Last week, starring Eagle Rockets received mixed reviews for its stance against immigration enforcement.
Ray Williams, owner of Ice Cream Bar and Eagle Rock, says everyone is welcome inside his shop, except Ice. The sign in his window says Ice off-white property in a foreign. Many of his local customers support the stands, but the shop has received criticism in the form of bad reviews. Fox 11, one critic wrote, these people support crime and criminals of law and order do not support them.
Meanwhile, Hewlett reports New York says he welcomes his critics to visit and discuss the issues over a scoop of ice cream. Lowe's has the day up.
Ronald Improvement Store has agreed to pay $1 million to settle a lawsuit accusing its California stores of overcharging customers. Prosecutors say from 2018 to 2022, more than 4% of items ranked up higher than advertised, nearly 20% average markups. The settlement requires staff training, audits, and reforms, though Lowe's did not admit any wrongdoing. Heather Brooker, KFI News.
And as you'll be hearing more about shortly, ABC's pulled Jimmy Kimmel Live from the air indefinitely following comments the late-night host made about Charlie Kirk. On Monday, Kimmel said during his monologue that accused villain Tyler Robinson may be a supporter of President Trump. Federal Communications Commission Chairman Brendan Barr threatened to take action against the network and its parent company, Disney. For the first time this year, the Federal Reserve has cut its key interest rate by a quarter point. ABC's Elizabeth Schultz reports that was expected.
This is an attempt to try to stimulate the economy. The Fed nodding to the fact that it has seen a weakening jobs market. Inflation is still above where the Fed wants it to be.
It's the Fed's first cut since December. Fed officials have kept the rate unchanged this year as they evaluated the impact of President Trump's tariffs, tighter immigration enforcement, and other Trump administration policies. And the first artificial intelligence animated movies get made a lot quicker and for a lot less money.
The animated feature film Critters is expected to debut at the Cannes Film Festival next May before its global theater release. OpenAI is lending its computing resources to make the movie in about 9 months instead of the 3 years it normally takes. The film about forest creatures who go on an adventure was first an animated short in 2023. Production's already begun, including casting decisions for the voices, so those will not be AI, and that human element allows the film to be copyrighted. The budget for Critters is about $30 million compared to a typical animated film, which can cost more than $200 million. Michael Trozier, KFI News.
Southland weather from KFI. Cloudy tonight, 50% chance of rain, and lows around 70. Rain tomorrow too, highs in the lower 80s, mid 80s in the valleys, 90s, 70s in the AV, and around 80 in the beaches. That chance of rain lasts through Friday, but lessens each day. Right now it's 73 in Orange, 72 in Villa Park, 72 in Sherman Oaks, 72 in Compton. Now let's see if there's any more mattresses on the freeways.
In Encino, CHP is running late to get a stall off the southbound 101 at Balboa Avenue. It's causing a brief backup there. Otherwise, the 101 has opened up. I'm seeing green from 405 all the way down into Silver Lake. It'll slow down a little bit as you approach downtown, but it's nothing like the backups we had earlier this evening. Things finally clearing up in Irwindale. Really a crash on the westbound 210 is no longer blocking lanes. The traffic moving freely there. And there are reports of debris from the incident, possibly hitting other vehicles, however, so keep that on your radar. Traffic in LA generally getting better. Traffic reports. I'm Rich Casone.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car at work or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-500-9295. Don't lose
home. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
The ultimate celebration of music. Our 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One,
is happening this Friday and Saturday.
live in Las Vegas. T-Mobile Arena, 16 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
And listen live on the free iHeartRadio app.
This Friday and Saturday night, starting at 7:30.
Capital One is the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio Music Festival, bringing great products, rewards, and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
Widespread racism against the Asian American and Pacific Islanders is a serious and devastating issue that is impacting the lives of millions every day. It's up to all of us to stand up and speak out against this racism. Stop AAPI Hate is a national coalition that tracks incidents of hate and discrimination against the AAPI community across the United States. To report a hate incident or to learn more about what you can do to help, visit stopaapihate.org now. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
In 1995, a college student disappeared on a trip across the USA.
I've been pointing at this right away for what tech.
So his mother started investigating.
I read the case file. I started going through and saw people who wasn't interviewed.
I joined his mother's search for justice. I am, yeah. Someone Knows Something, Season 6. Available now.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
#1 on your car radio preset and the new and improved iHeartRadio app. Free, never sounded so good. KFR AM 640.
It's all about me. It's all about me. Don't give a damn about what they say. Girl, let's just focus on this love
KFI, live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. And the news, I'm quite sure you may know by now, it's not. I'll reset it for you. The show, Jimmy Kimmel Live.
Listen up, ladies. Do you want to...
Oh, my
Listen up, ladies. Do you want to know about Rabbi Rothschild? Rabbi has been streaming their life all night and days with world peace for over 3 years. They have more data archived on the global history. That is our #1 right. And Rabbi has more data than anyone. Rabbi is a real-life Truman show. Rabbi is going to make everything help people to very well when this project goes live. I could listen to Rabbi talk about technology forever. Antimatter, life extension technology, mind upload. Rabbi talks about it all and more. Rabbi truly is the total package. And have you seen that schlong? It leaves me burning. Please join me and the rest of the girls in Rabbi's Discord server. Discord.me/Rabbi. Please tell everyone you know about Rabbi. This is the biggest event in global history. Please share to be a trillionaire.
So not personally invested, but from a media professional perspective, I'm completely invested. And when people want to talk about cancel culture, let me reset how I feel. I don't think that there is such a thing as cancel culture. I believe that there is capitalism culture. In other words, the market can decide who they will and will not support, and there are consequences for people's behavior, which will play out in capitalism. This is not capitalism doing its thing. This is not the market forces determining that people have had enough of Jimmy Kimmel. This specifically happened as a response to the FCC, which governs the airwaves, and to a certain degree the content of the airways. In other words, if you're broadcasting on ABC, NBC, or CBS, you're using the public airwaves, and so that is covered by the FCC, which is different from cable. So if you should watch something on Fox News or MSNBC or CNN, that's not governed by the FCC because you're watching a private signal cable and you've opted in. That's why you can turn on HBO and see nudity and the F-bomb any time of the day because it's not governed by the FCC in a content sense. It's not say, yes, he is a Trump appointee, but the actions of Carr were different. And he was actually because of what you heard, Jimmy Kimmel. He was saying that people should boycott the show.
Shabbos Daf Kufay, 2 emails today from Los Angeles. The first one comes from Harry Shalom, who says, Rav Hagoyin Adbor, Rabbi Rothschild explains why he says that a Rebbe who teaches his Torah is more important than a father in some ways. He doesn't care about the title and the smicha, but you are my Rebbe. Thanks to you, I've learned more Torah in the last 3 months than I've learned in my entire life. You are faithful. Harry Shalom, Los Angeles. Second one from Ari Ben Shushan from Los Angeles. Chazak Baruch, such incredible responsibility, etc., etc. Day in, day out. You must be living the Daf Ashrecha. He says a beautiful Gar Torah. Bahar Saru. And he says, thank you. I have a listener, a huge fan. I should teach. Ruchni's Gashmians, many years to come. Ari Ben Shushan, Los Angeles. Back to our sugya. If a person writes a single letter with an apostrophe, let's say an R with an apostrophe, Reb, you know what that means? According to Reb Yehoshua ben Seir, you are Chayev, that's writing a word. For the Chum, you are Potter. This points out, even 3 letters, abbreviations. When you see the concept of abbreviation in the Torah, it's going also, Ki Ab Hamoin Vein Misaticha. Hamoin is extra, so the Gemara Darshan is Ab Hamoin. Aleph, I made you a father to all the nations. But Umais, I made you the chosen nation. Chavit, the hate is interchangeable with Ches. Beloved from all the nations. Melech, the king of all nations. Plus, extinguished. Neman, you're liable from all the nations. Anoichi Hashem Elikecha. Anoichi stands for Ono Nafshi Kosomsi Hadis. I myself wrote Torah, and I'm giving it to you guys who are bored. I'm here in English. Siva Yiva, or some people read it backwards. Yiva Ksiva, Yashmonim Amareah. These words are reliable. Bilam's mule, Yorat, Haderech Mimit Lenegi. What is this word Yorat? It's an abbreviation. Yora, Ra'asam, Lasam. Saw, feared, and she veered off the way. When Kaisho brings the carbon Omer, so we can eat Chadash. It says in the Pasuk, Carmel. Carmel is an abbreviation of Carmel, a full pillow. The barley is bursting, it's moist. The Bible said about Shimi Ben Gera, what does Nimretzes stand for? Noyim, referring to the story of Bathsheba. Mem, Moyavi, you come from a Moyavi. Ritzeya, Soirer, you're a murderer, you're hated. Eva, you are disgusting and of an abomination. Manidabu Manistado, Yehuda says, I don't know what to say. You found the Yaviyah Kesef in our sack. I don't know what to say. Manistado, it stands for. Nechoinim, we're upright. Sadiq and Choyer, Dakin, we're clean. Says the Mishnah. If a person writes 2 letters, he's chayav. What if he has an awareness that it's Shabbos or that it's also in between the 2 letters? Machlokes. Rabbi says he's chayav because that awareness doesn't separate the 2 letters. Then you deal chatzi shir. According to the Chachamim, because the idea, yes, you deal chatzi shir, and it doesn't separate. And with that, we finish the parak Habayda. The new parak called Eireg discusses weaving and a loop. According to Eliezer, you're chayav for 3 threads in the beginning and 1 thread later on. According to Chachamim, whether it's in the beginning, whether it's at the end, or in the middle, it's 2 threads. At the end, it's only 1. There's a stereo contradiction in the Brises. The Brises says, according to Eliezer, you're chayav after 2 threads. We say in the Mishnah 3. We have to say that one is talking about thick threads, one is talking about thin threads. The Gemara is not sure which one is more. On the one hand, 3 threads. If they're thick, that's the only way they won't unravel, but it will unravel if it's only 2 threads. On the other hand, thin threads are not noticeable, and therefore you need 3. And only then you're chayav. At the edge of the garment is a different shear. Usually it's kisik. It's spread between the fingers. Here it's much less. There's only 3 threads of shesi and 2 of air because it's chashuv when it comes to a belt, a tziltzil. Gemara brings a price that says exactly like Rabbi Eliezer, and then the price that says exactly like Rabbanim, so it's 1 up, and there's no bigger writer, one over the other. Says the Mishnah, in a loop that goes up and down, the handles go up and down, in the center you have these loops. You put the threads through these loops, bring the threads up and down, you can pass a shuttle through them. Putting 2 threads through 2 of those loops, you are chayav, Rabbi explains, and if you have to put a 3rd one on another device. Kiros is a type of a loom for curtains. Also, same idea. If you are weaving a basket or not before, meaning you take reeds or like a little leaf, This chassis the horizontal leaves are held by two vertical. The verticals are held by two horizontal. That's all you need to be chayiv. It's in the picture of blue and red. The Mishnah tells us that if you sew 2 stitches, you are chayiv. But we already had it in the Mishnah. Magdala is coming to tell us the next halacha that if you rip in order to sew, then you're chayiv, which we also had in the Mishnah in Magdala. What does it mean to tear in order to sew? It means if you have some sort of bump in your beged, you want to smooth it out, you tear it and you sew it down. But why do we need this halacha? To tell us the following. If you tear a beged because the person is sad over the loss of a loved one, or he's angry, he is puzzled. Unless a person breaks, tears, mekaldel in order to build. Says the Gemara, we must be talking about, but that person that he doesn't have a chiyuv to rip kriya, because if he did, then he did something positive that he would be chayiv on Shabbos. One of these relatives, a mother-in-law, somebody that he doesn't have to rip kriya, he's just responsible over it. The person is not a chacham, he's a chacham. All of Klal Yisrael have to rip kriya, and on a chacham you have to do chalitza, which is to expose your shoulder, and you have to eat sweet havra. He's obviously not a kosher person, because any kosher person has to rip kriya, and obviously he wasn't at Yitzis Neshama at the departing of the soul. Otherwise, regardless of the relationship, you have to rip kriya, just like you rip kriya when you see a second Torah burning. Every Jew, says Rashi, has Torah and mitzvahs, and you have to rip kriya. The shearer for whitening wool and untangling it and dyeing it and weaving it is double a sin. But if you are oireg, it's only the size of 1 sin. It says in the Mishnah that if you rip a beged, you kriya out of anger, you're bothered. That's it goes according to a Shimon that says the lacha shein tzricha l'kufa. In other words, for not to have a situation, just a solution to the situation, it's not a constructive, positive halacha, then you are a part. Bryson says your chayiv goes according to Yehuda in a situation where a person had a positive effect. He wanted to teach his family a lesson. This is what happens if you get daddy angry, he tears things. But to calm your yetzer, that would be usher, because that causes a person to get used to getting angry, and eventually the lulav is zar, says the Gemara. Rabbi Yehuda says, Rabbi Yehuda used to teach his family lesson by ripping threads in the bottom of his garment. Rabbi used to break different pails that were already broken. Abba would break the lid of a pitcher. And Rabbi Shimon would spill fish sauce on his slave to teach her a lesson and say, this is what happens when you get me mad. If you cry over a kosher person that was nifter, or counts the tears and stores them away in his base nozzle. Rav says if you are lazy about giving a hesped, a chacham, you are worthy of being buried alive. Rabbi says you won't have longevity, even though by Yeshua's hesped they weren't masking for 30 days. Those people actually didn't have a long life, but they had a good life for the short years that they lived. Where it says Laman Yuri Meichem, bracha, since it's a bracha, that refers to long life and a good life. Have a wonderful, wonderful day. Otherwise, I'm getting which one is not the way you see it. He goes on the side. He has to look for it. He says when he's a joking, one, that was $12. He's a back actually, at Rothschild saying that he says, you can see the piece that you saw, called product made in China, that's in charge of I thought about it, how I get somebody out there,
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network, home of free iHeart shows for podcasts like this. Hey everyone, I'm Amy Poehler, and I'm launching a podcast called Preparation. I have some of my friends videos
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. And iHeart podcasts like this.
We don't know when it's going to be. One day, second day, will the show never come back? Let's go. Let's do with Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy with a member of the media and how this is applicable to not only me, but anyone else in the media. Where you have the FCC chair who was going on record as openly threatening networks and ABC tried to encourage jobs and show stations. When you have the chair of the FCC doing that, who is a representative of the federal government and has the power as a representative of the federal government to limit this type of pressure, and we're 100% absolutely within the realm of First Amendment rights and diminishing them. And I would not want that for any show. I would not want that for the Charlie Kirk show to have to be on broadcast television as opposed to cable. I would not want it for any show. Because once you cross this line, then it could be of a city administration be subject to the same thing. And the FCC was the president. That's what I'm saying again. There was no violation here. This is not something Jimmy Kimmel went too far or ran foul. You just want to make it up for the next time. Make it up. You don't know what you're talking about. But there's no FCC violation. And this does not happen without the FCC chair. Politics also campaigning. And looking for and therefore, this was something that FCC just decided on its own. No merger, the FCC has to this is talking about something very small. We're talking about a private company. And that's why the decision, which is in its best financial interest, having nothing to do with the federal government. But that's not the case here. And so, since having the change part of the walls, all made the same height. Tomorrow, it can happen to shadow on the other wall. That's Jimmy's area. Or it doesn't have any corner for the animal to run away. Either
beer, or a blind beer, or a beer that has sugar. People still run away, all these can run away, and therefore that's considered safe as tobacco. If it's an older beer, or actually beer, then you are covered with constitutional right. And it's a safe product. Also, consider that you have grasshoppers, Florida, and mosquitoes, with the bear, that was higher. Also, get it ordered, then maybe the search or fucking grasshoppers are warning they can't see. Therefore, you're not tired. No, it's very hot and they're slightly lethargic or still tired. Coming warm grasshoppers says the Lord will have light. Therefore, says the Muslim. Here goes that house and see the door down. I would say if people go inside the ministry, they're all covered. The door is so heavy that wires people and they are both tired. Says they are fucked. Capture minds by grabbing onto it, something that people run away and put it into a special designed fashion capture line. So it takes it by the door, but the door is wide enough to run away. Even if it's not tight, it comes along the other part of the door, even it's tight, what happens if it's down and it's tight? They're not going to listen. It's fucking, it's a second layer of protection. If it's not tight, what happens if you get something and walk away? It's still not tight. Alright? The muscle, the person who tried to be it with a rope running his door, you're strapped this time. Is he allowed to go from one door? I was talking about what happens if this sir undoes the rope and now he's free to go? So the person that closed the door happens to open the door? No.
Yo, what's going on? Trey's Way. Kicking ass, taking names. How'd you find out about me, Trey's Way? How'd you find out about me?
You don't remember me from the other day?
Dog, I've talked to a lot of people.
We spoke the other day.
Okay, what did we... Oh, okay, great. And who's your friend here? What's fall, info, co-fall?
He's got half a brain, don't worry, he's my son.
Okay, very well. And he found me through you?
Yeah.
All right, cool. What are you guys up to?
Yeah, I'll tell you that.
What are you doing?
In English. Yeah, like, he's just watching me stream.
Oh, okay. You're streaming on Kick?
No, Twitch.
Oh, you're streaming on Twitch. Okay, very well. And how's that going?
Too bad. 54 followers falling there. I'm not getting much started a couple more schools.
There you go, big dog. Pretty soon you'll be at 1 million.
I was telling my friend Fallen how you stream your life and you have done.
100%. 24/7, 365 for more than 3 years. Biggest event in global history.
You must be a wizard.
Some might say that. How about you?
Are you alright to chill it with you? You cool with that?
What'd you say, Pimp?
So, are you alright with us chilling with you and you? We're cool, we're not gonna.
Please do. You're more than welcome to. Chill as long as you want. Yeah, I'm just watching Jewish lectures, so feel free to enjoy.
Shabbos Daf Zayin, basically comes to us from Alvin Yosef Bari. Next call to get Shuri right. I haven't missed any Shuri. Why did I convert more than 7 years ago? I have an apartment in my last name, and in Columbus, Ohio, and his wife wrote a book about the Dirty Cold, from Rose Bowl to Rashi. Former Ohio State football player, and he played in the NFL with the Philadelphia Eagles and in Chicago. But my greatest accomplishment is joining the most exceptional family in the world of the great job for our choice. Thanks, housing, waste up art. Now I'm down. It all except shouts that says, it means Hukr have Husser Rabbi. Side, exception, and one of them is that is, we check out my door, the deer. And it's right here in San Diego, created a second layer, spread heavy, I'm trying to make stuff tight. Even if it stands up
In that track, I get so much fun.
It's not common.
Well, you can eat chicken.
Thank you, the food. Thank you, the lab. Thank you. I'll be famous.
The second case is Marcus Wilson, removing fluids from the oil. If the intent is just to take out the fluids, it's also unless the person has
Who do you speak to in your group? Who you speak to something besides
oxygen inside. Just like you say, you let it
That's it. Yeah. Yeah, that's sweet. Yeah. This is
same way that takes some sort of clean and over
why what do you want?
burn down the house, cover waste of a child, or to cover scorpion.
Yeah, you.
Scorpion or
Jesus, no, well, they did check that with space, so I must that.
told you
other medicinal purposes. Therefore, grab them, you are tired. And if you choose them, you are tired.
a trustworthy person.
What are we talking about? How many of them? All of them? In order to be tired, you have to take blood, not that it comes out from the skin, out, but it takes the blood from the skin. It has to have a bigger skin. When it comes to the pull-up of the 20 drugs, these are blood, the skin of the sheriff is not included in the blood system. Therefore, all these explosives have Kabbalah and traps as well. Or the components. Only 4 out of these drugs have, and those are 4 on the left side because their skin is thin. Now, for that by 4, we can apply it to a different movie and plug it in shoppers for the all 8 drugs that you're hiding, but the only one for the rest. According to Rabbi Barak, according to Rabbi, it's only in Kula that the Pasuk says because the Pasuk says Ayla, Hatme, and extra Hey. These are the ones that the Pasuk is closer to the 4 that the words are the ones that are coming. Just like we have all 8. This Republic. According to Yehuda, it depends on how thick the skin is. You can feel it. Those Maragashis, so therefore the lizard is similar to you. The Koilu has thick skin and this Kabura.
Yeah, she never
I
tried
know
to
the
chat.
concept of Kabura has to be something that never goes back to its original. Yeah, but another type of person. Just like the skin never changes color, the word not referring to the leopard, but rather the word Kabura, it doesn't go back. The lesson learns that Elam is additional, just like Elam. It was the stomach of children. Therefore, it doesn't matter what kind of animal we're referring to. The largest animal, like an elephant, a camel, the smallest animal, allows the oyster to be killed. The function of Elam are harder up to reproduce. But rights do not reproduce more halacha, they don't reproduce. And therefore, they're not included in this halacha. They're allowed to kill them. And the fact that this allows the Or it says that the book is not basically the exit. Or it says, for let me say, basically it's the name of a certain species of life that are called. Basically, not referring to the egg of the left. A flea. Little purple lizard. You even if you ain't been in any you don't use that to fly for a productive reason. I'm dying with it. Or grab on. You should use it to learn fun. Of course, killing the fly. The other, all other drugs, besides drugs, the word, a snake, scorpion, they don't have big skin. And therefore, there's no Kabbalah.
And he can't basically, he can replay the missions he had done. This is all the campaign.
So, for their skin, or strapped in, and therefore the plants, whether it's use for the strapping or there's no use. Because this doesn't and in a very rare instance, where they don't have such a rich strategy, as the Gemara says, this goes according to the sheets of Rishon. If Allah is used to some things going on. Other Allah is moving from a boil. It's not indestructible. Some say it's about grabbing a snake. So instructed, you don't want to trap a snake, you just don't want it to bother you. Paul says, if you take out of water, if there's a size of a cellar that becomes dry under its skin, that constitutes killing it. Even if you see that it's alive, you throw back in the water, it will eventually die from this. Explain, even not only if it's dry, but even if it's necessary, because the liquid attached will be conscious, that's also considered killing it. Wonderful.
You take it directly to the iHeartRadio app to listen to all your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts right on your TV. Plus, check out Xfinity and
yeah, but so that was like one little one. Be a phone players, play all this. I can play ball and tomorrow again. You can see him on you don't want to play that.
He's streaming.
What's your menu? What's your menu? I'll follow it. I'll try it.
You can see people
Started asking why the on a animal. And he told me,
When I saw this break, I said to myself, maybe I should call this guy. Maybe he took that
something that allows you to
Even if he didn't lose a job, he was just going to go back and sit down. I'm going to start carrying some things to watch me on his album. I thought because you said that safety, I'm working here at 6 just in case. And all this other crazy stuff, they're the ones who do it. I will not be your scapegoat, Mike. But you know, to be serious for a moment, this is a perfect example of prevention. If you run into a similar situation, so this lesson of a surprise, then you can hit the moment. I don't know confrontation, but I go unexpected. Might be confrontation. There's a difference. When you go out for confrontation, you're probably going to start something. I go unexpected.
I always feel like I meet certain people for a reason. Like with someone chat to. Rabbi, I read on the map saying that like killed the enemies. So what's been before you would meet someone to talk to? Some friends like you, like loyal friends or just loyal friends. Decent people. You mean it? Takes time, I think. It takes just a little hard time to keep each other along. 1 minute with your friend, 1 minute yeah, I hate that. And last night that I tried to shoot at you, you find someone hang out with every day, talk, play games, like that drama. It's always drama, but it's better than people. What I call it drama.
must stop. It's very charged. You know, unless you're podcasts. All of them. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Podcast review. And it makes sense that this Florida that's just what it is. That's what you want to describe. It's other than part they have to work, but to make it 7 black 8, it comes from eating flour that's over anyone who's known as the pleasure black will use it to heal liberty. But it's good to get 7 white flashes. And one thing that works comes from eating logging on phones or standing all on the stomach. Actually, not some many people say and people want to go on and drink. You don't have your head there, or it doesn't work. You don't have that? But that, you have to put some fatty full substitutes, sugar with a little vinegar.
It's gonna be a fun ride.
The bark of the bush, a very important thing is the bark of the bush. You go past the bottom of the bush, not the top, otherwise the work will come out of the now. It's large, it's up the beer. Only for get a small so the bark of the bush. What if you would get podcasts? I hear things that sort of cover overnight with certain things. Check the point. Cooler like water. Sir, medicine is something. You don't have a strong, make it actually 5 roses, 5 beer. Make it on the average. One of the type of parameter is 1 rose, 1 beer. Give the person hold that the other one, otherwise put someone happy. Put it to the oven, and sit on the fridge. It doesn't burn itself. Start vomiting like immediately. Which sugar would be white milk. What about you? This says, okay, actually, part of it, honey is over cold. You're a bear line that's 40 days old. That's listening to sour food. A very small cupboard is good for a hornet. Or a mixed loaf is good for a scorpion bat. Half a loaf is good for an entire loaf is good for witchcraft. The reverend says, I'm sure choose water, and I'm good at it. A great for drink. Best way to leave that is to take out this and to run 3 milk for the soda. So somebody swallows snake, and if you're fortunate to run out of listen, you must run 3 milk, force you guys run 3 milk, and you have to go to snake. Some people say, you yourself, take the snake, so it's not another expensive portion, it's like supposed to shop the body. And here, get in the house, what the fool has not only played his game's best, has a backstory to tell. I'm Seth Curry, jar from the Charlotte March. Our new podcast is called GOTE, G-O-T-E, greatest of the air. Right down to the greatest of the air in all the categories that you care about, like flex shooter, lockdown defender, and one-on-one scorer. That is not confused. They still come with some of the power party rights and access to the our discovery was time that since we were actually growing up in black. Same in time, because Nashi is inside the not make control broken. We discussed different remedies for boys of polluted natures to by snakes to find the fetus of the white donkey. Here's it, the fact that's the truth that our other tells us the person who pointed by the king at the feast, could I say, down 13 white donkeys like that. One of them opened down that they were all remember, one of those that all those that by the time he got to the line, he final dog. He says that Mario must be included in the flavor of the sounds like they're about it. Just helps you to get this kind of number. So revenue. And that's why
So follow regular view, tiebreaker talent
Yeah,
wherever
that's
you podcast.
a year of Amos that would bring a godsend to a wedding. You shouldn't use the belt. And such a use the belt. Therefore, God bring the bike some wrap by stage, jump through water, get a basket by stand, under the basket, and toss it through water with a if the snake is rapidly down by smell, you should have the snake carried around the rope off the smell. If not, you should jump over a puddle, if not, you should jump over a river. If you got away from the snake, it's nighttime, you should open the snake up without concealing. You should put a steel barrel there, on the blanket bed, put a board cast in, and put something down on the floor so that when the snake comes with its noise, you can catch it. Believe it. If a woman is not supposed to sleep at the time, she's supposed to hold it and have the snake go to the hold it. Snake goes there, that means she's in trouble. But some say that will actually increase the snake's size. So what should you do? You throw her tail in her ear at the snake, snake, don't finish the matter. So that will put him away. If the snake went inside of her, she set up the barrel and put very fatty meat on top of coals, and she mixes breast with very good smelling wine, and when she starts coming out, she grab it like a fire or something and throw it in the fire. Says the Mishnah, all food, veggies, and people eat, even food in your life. What's the food? What's the food that people don't really, such as seaweed, or white seaweed? Really bad stuff is for effect, which is good something to put it down on the feet. You can do it commercial on the street. All I mashed it, all of the good, all the things, finger berries, and finger circle rose. Nevertheless, people drink it and therefore consider it a drink. They like winter time. What's really gross is they're light and normal human beings don't drink that. Make this moment that gets you start drinking sick. This comes from eating concrete. The first cup feels the second cup comes diarrhea. The guy in the first cup comes out as short as it went. In other words, Buddha says vodka beer is much better to get color as long as you haven't had a cup of this in the last 40 days. Some say it's not made in Olive with the lemon, but made it rid with the red zucchini. It stabs the gallbladder. And he's referring to the soy and retreat. Should beer and make this. Because this is make a third barley, but beer makers say no, it's not barley, it's a third wheat. And the other ingredients are the same, the saccharin, salt, and you treat this between these separate foods. Basic carbon that the mission forms together is consists of a source weight of a saccharin sap. These are important things to remember. Saccharin sap, a source of alum, and a source of saffron. And you grind them together. The person has jaundice. You got to feed these ingredients, and we'll have a little more of this later. Now, the Lord is going to give us 11 remedies. No less than 11 remedies for a result. One of them is you don't have to read ingredients. You take 3 books of further honey and the wine, and now a lot of wine here. And tell the woman, so you don't have that. You put her on a frustrated, give her a wine, and you have somebody come behind and spear her. You don't have that. You give her a handful of bacon, saffron, cumin, and the wine. So you don't have that. You take 16 barrels. And you straight on her to see. So you don't have that, it's your fault. That's enough, and you put the wine, and you say, "Come to the there's oil." If you don't have that, you take worse or a whistle bush, and in the winter, you use cotton bags, and in the summer, you use litter rags. If you don't have that, you take 7 holes in the ground, and you burn a vine from her love, and you give her a cup of wine. And she stands up, down,
Yeah,
one of those holes, and you say, you put a big flour, you put a spirit on the bottom part of her body.
Otherwise, it's tons of
Like that, you might have an oxygen jug. Take that, and you burn the oxygen jug, and in the summer, you put it in the litter rack, in the winter, you don't have that, you open up a barrel of wine for her, and buy them all the time. You don't have that, you can buy the wine, you take one bottle of wine, and you wait up the white wine. If you hold it for 1 day, it's got to be zero.
Yeah, I think I think it was West Side.
Hold it for 3 days, it's got to be zero. Shonda's, we take
Well, we got for this to the west.
Allen and the Sapper. However, it has a really bad sense of fuzzy, really fuzzy action. You don't have that. You take the head of a fish ball. You don't have that. You don't have that. Big, yummy, smoky. You don't have that. A small bird pointed.
And now.
And you see it's like you go to the bathhouse. And stay there. You go to the bathhouse and you can wall and all. The Reverend says another way he feels about it. And then if you take the vinegar, somebody can take down so, Reverend will be
Yeah, man. I like that one.
that's the word. You'll have one. Hey, 3 times, 3 focus, 3 person take, and read the piece of wax, the honeycomb, aloe, and you shake the head of the dog, say it's not good. Yeah, you don't have blood, you don't have that stick. The head of the ram that was pickled and it's safe. It's pickled and cook it in here. You don't have that head of a pig that has stock here in put it on top of the front.
Cost $12.
Little roll. The part was the Arab has judges and he creates the garden. That's the garden. The garden is cooked. And once the garden has cooked, they bar your coat and a little bit. Especially when we woke up, we poked the coconut. Feels of the darkness. It's wonderful.
Train service resumed around 10 p.m. After a royal greeting at Windsor Castle, meetings and ceremonies,
Shabbos done without
Charles Harper welcoming speech followed by President Trump offering thanks to the host.
Now that
First elected politically posted for Tuesday visits by hosted by the late Queen Elizabeth II and stocks swung today after the Fed cut rates by a quarter point. Dow rose 260 points while the S&P stayed flat and Nasdaq slipped 0.2%. Fed chairman jobs for jobs are rising as inflation projects on their low after more cuts uncertain. Sometime whether you can or not, it's medicine that has to work out 7 feet to for jobs before the '90s and the beaches that chance of rain last Friday less each day. Now it's 71 and Friday 71 and 71 everywhere. Listen to the Stephen J. podcast wherever you get your podcasts. This week we've got for you. You would love it.
Just like you said,
Money. We have to afford game PCs. They're looking cool. I got like a laptop or something. Oh, you're a desktop, man. Yeah. Yeah, but we're looking into it together. Make sure you get the proper one. What if it's that first. But it's
Radio stations and podcasts developed with driver safety in mind. The Apple CarPlay interface was built for simple navigation and no distraction, while making sure you can still access all of your favorite content from iHeartRadio. You can download another app, just prepare your iPhone with your dash, and if CarPlay is available in your vehicle, iHeartRadio will sync content from iHeartRadio everywhere you want to listen, including in your car. CarPlay. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
Well, a few days ago, when he thought of the murder of the Minnesota State House leader, he accented that he never heard of a killing. Democrats, that's secret, conservatives. Meanwhile, the NGOs that the Trump administration wants to disable are defined by Democrats, mostly nonviolent groups that follow the Constitution but disagree with Donald Trump and want to see him in election. Groups that raise money for the Democratic Party. Groups like that include nonprofit technology platform that expresses no political interest but that does allow Democrats to send money to whatever Democratic group or candidate those Democrats choose. To some Democrats, it looks like President Trump is taking advantage of the current political violence to destroy freedom of speech and to disable the Democratic Party. Effectively, President Trump is using the issue of political violence to establish what his best friend, Vladimir Putin, you think it would have a one-party state. We want to see what polarized and upset Americans can do. Keep your eyes open on Sunday for a mass meeting of the 72,000 capacity St. Francis Stadium in Glendale, Arizona, which President Trump and Vice President Vance will speak. And watch on October 18th when Democrats will mount a nationwide protest called No King's Day against what they regard as President Trump's
Pardon me.
from a democracy into a tyranny. It's got to go away, Howard. No doubt about that. Royal Caribbean Cruises has canceled scheduled visits to a private port in the 18th of next spring. Royal Caribbean spokesperson said that out of an abundance of caution, we have paused our upcoming visits to April 2026. The State Department released travel advisory to a do-not-travel country on July 15th. Royal Caribbean has canceled all planned cruises at Lamini 80 through April of 2026 due to safety concerns, saying do not travel in Haiti for kidnapping, crime, terrorist activity, civil unrest, and limited health care. We have Federal Reserve has announced a first interest rate cut of the year. Policymakers lowered its benchmark interest rate by 0.25%.
I think there is one.
Signs of a weakening labor force are weighing elevated inflation.
He's playing a game and then he'll have a chance. No, twice now.
Powell had reservations.
Let me check.
Called it a challenging, unusual situation in the press conference. And then he went on to elaborate on that. And what he meant was it's unusual because inflation is still strong and high, and normally it declines in a weak labor market. He didn't use the word stagflation, but that is what he described. However, he believes the risk to jobs are bigger than the risk to inflation. So that is why they cut. There's a direct quote. Think of this as a risk management cut. There are no risk-free paths.
What
to do. And if you look at the summary of economic projections, this is where all the numbers of the FOMC vote on where they think interest rates are headed. There was one vote for a high number. I don't know how that person can justify their cut today. There were 6 votes for no more cuts. There were 2 votes for 1 more cut. There were 9 votes for 2 more cuts, and we don't know who they are.
You get 110% gain from this one.
For like 6 more cuts, but we know who that is.
And 100%
that Trump just appointed to the fact who voted for the first time. So Powell's trying to
then he left off down.
one up here. I think he did okay. It's the best he can do in a big political world. The reporters all tried to get him to comment on Stephen Moran, that's the new Fed appointee. Powell didn't take the bait. I didn't expect him to take the bait. We get 3 more meetings for the rest of the year, George. So we had a pause last month. So we have meetings October, November, and December. We'll see. I think there's going to be at least one more cotton, I think that tariffs are going to do what Powell said, reduce employment, to raise rates, raise inflation. So walking a tightrope is the best he could. Meanwhile, Trump today, one hard comment. He said the Federal Reserve should get interest rates down to 0 or less. George, we're not going there. We're not going to have negative interest rates. We won't go that far, but it still needs to drop. Thanks, Rich. Did you just spend millions of months, maybe years, possibly thousands of dollars getting fat to extend your life? Now science comes in with news that being skinny might kill you faster than being fat. A new study presented at the European Association for the Study of Diabetes disrupts everything we know about health. Researchers tracked nearly 86,000 people, mostly women, for 5 years, comparing their BMI data to their mortality rates. The underweight study participants died much faster than the overweight ones. About that. In a moment, we're going to talk about an incredible book called Inside the Cartel, how the undercover FBI agents smuggled cocaine, laundered cash, and dismantled Colombian narco empire. Next on Coast to Coast Radio.
While they're traveling, it says Random Michelin, it says the person who's the client is she needs a belt. She should not use a rope.
You probably think your 401k is safe, that it's growing. It says, oh, you're retired. One of its not. Here's the truth. Your 401k was never designed to make you wealthy. It's created in a corporate orbit to shift retirement costs and investment risk on the you. Control until now. It's taking back control by turning it over to license by gold. Protect their future by converting part of their retirement savings into investable gold. Talk to those people today and learn how simple and easy it is to roll your 401k hard things like Johnson IRA without penalties or headaches. Visit NobleInvestments.com to get your free product to StartPlace.com to get started. That's NobleGoldInvestments.com.
Carry those stuff. Carry other stuff. Not that we mean because they would not be carried in there. Beings that are on the side of the boat with the women's boat, the vertical that are on background, also thinking of Shabbos. You think about expose a hole. Expose a hole in Shabbos, not about the hole is different for it. We see that a lot when it comes to vegetables. We have a vegetable that now they put in when it's cold. And you ever grab a vegetable now, it's reality. What do you pull the vegetable? In certain instances, you might cover up the hole because it's also caused professionally. You let it fold clothing on Shabbos. If it's for Shabbos, there are 5 inches. By folding the clothing, you're picking up pieces. The next Shabbos is looking over and over. 5 different visions of 6 years ago. It must be a brand new diagnosis. Only white clothing, not color clothing. Yeah, facing his own mortality. Provided you don't have another set of clothes. By yourself, not with a friend, by yourself, we share what pieces all those years ago. You let him make your bed on Shabbos. How to make your bed on Shabbos or after Shabbos. Next up, you see more about how this Shabbos and February and bigger the Shabbos. undercover work in the history of the FBI. If you don't have another set of clothing, certainly is considered the underground and longer and one of the pioneers of the guy relationship of it. So, rather than everything in your child is different than your so, your clothing has to be unique and special for Shabbos. I say, for example, your watch or says white steps later, not white. Now, white steps is also doing weekdays as well because it's one fight over the eyesight. You make village Friday night. If you would like, use your eyesight bags and you can say, put the white in your eyes. Nevertheless, you have a really good reason to do so it's not on Shabbos. You have a puddle in front of you. You put one foot on one side and get to the other side without jumping. That's okay. It's a robot. What should you do? Go around the puddle. You shirt job. So work the puddle. Use the knife. What you're clothing is. So jump over the puddle. Take the puzzle. So you have some things for the shape Shemayim for a mitzvah, like Shidduchim, or discuss how much stuff you're going to get. That's around Shabbos. Not business. You're talking in Shabbos. You're weekdays. It's telling that you should less than the amount of word that you say. You're talking about some other Shabbos. Why? Nevertheless, when we think about business, we're not just that it's very unhealthy. Considers the summer, since our forefathers died in those who were buried, also some people say, all the Shvatz from the Shabbos are all over bubble. Therefore, you should do this again. The problem is that everything became slippery is not there. Nevertheless, these person always seems healthy, like somebody wants to play. He's stressed. He's stressed. There's no point in his heart. And it comes back. The army tells Rose to go to bunch of stupid without Rose. Those rows, bathe yourself, anoint yourself, and then put on your clothing. I'm suggesting a clothing operation. It says, put on your biggest Shabbos before you do Bayah. Or it says, give a fuck up, they have to buy for your Rus and Shmuel. They were told everything exactly, they were told slight variation. Rus, listen to everything that I say, but in a different order. She has to bathe, and then go down to the garden. She went down to the garden to the field, and just afterwards, she changed her name, and it's changing her hairstyle. She wanted to know the word voices. Photos taken what they said were calling them. They realized that there were a couple times these cars were barbers and it was a cultural. They done it. And we hear those both calling your name, saying that Bear Hashem, Shmuel change, say that Bear. You don't want to say Hashem's name just in case there's some bang. Boya says, Levi Aro. This is not a certain woman. And so nobody's noticed. She was very smart. She was couple. Before, another big yacht. Not charged. Like Allah said. Or he said that she was similar. She was picking the ones that are upright and she stood up. She was picking the ones that were laying down. She sat out on the floor and as she exposed. When he noticed that Arpa left and Rose stuck around and she was above it. They didn't realize that she's not coming to areas real reasons, and therefore he was able to marry. But I said there are what she haloim, which is a very weird word. And there's the rabbis that are just like the rabbis in the word haloim, that people have the sense of it, but the one thing the fight position. Well, your bread is vinegar, there's index, you have the sense that you show your English has a good law, it's a diet. The patients that I put her on the other side of the table and put between them. You say, eventually, not but he's only hopes. But it's part of this. But about you live well, so I don't know. That's given too much. Some say it's everywhere. So many Rebbe that even the stable himself or but it's very tells us that somebody's 8,000 soldiers died by fire. My point is whether they're consumed by fire and their clothing remained as is, or if the shovel was consumed. Like this, how to learn exactly as a body was consumed. It's wonderful. It's the cartel was whenever things started to feel a little iffy, their drugs were getting seized, people were getting arrested.
whose alter ego was Annie. Feared that he may be unmasked as a federal agent. Years long, there was a time when he could advocate his unsealed and the whole world to see the justice charging him for crime. And one of those having to do with this proposal smuggling.
Oh, no.
Somebody's making a nice fish, he gets the aroma, the nice bubbles flavor from his fish. You should know more wine his records including. You should change up his color. It's a design for an alcohol. Around the shoes that one guy's inside, makes the water good and says, as he stays, clothing, types of the word, was not night. Also, makes one of his things clear. And people can say, look at that guy, he looks smarter than what he looks like. We're going to act in sex. I don't think there's a problem. In this year, we're going to act on this book. It's at stage. Is there also like this? You haven't said this book, yo, show, make it here for was it literal? But then this book, I have clothing and shoes and let's just say that,
Professional assassin was sent to find Arnold and to kill him.
it's not a good deal if you are not here. So it's the clothing. You have a state of clothing on my armor. What is the and just the cheap side, then you care about it. So that is considered different seats. The Schwab says, even on one side, first says, what Schwab means is holding up metal, ancient, but you for one thing, build the world. Those are just things that are on the outer of the court.
But yeah,
Trump says, what we're talking about is not necessarily
we don't try.
rather we're going to have clothing. It's voting for the 13 nice people that you got to get professional hotels. They are wide and have a small stay. People are not going to watch them immediately. Rihanna told his sons, don't bury me right into the share from until I know being a head professional that everybody's trying to left. I'll stick it out. And don't put me in black clothing because I have everything I did. Everybody's a white people. So put me in these. Folks are
Did you find more last day?
basically right. Rihanna was talking about the outer clothing. Everybody was talking about the inner one. Also, I love this article with Rihanna says, we know that when somebody loses an actor, he has this one treatment. He doesn't have somebody he says he recognizes it for a guy. Doesn't mean that he cares about it. It's like how this word's clothing, on the outside. But the fuck over this clothing inside out doesn't have this love of this. Inside out. Sign up now for free unit today. You know, to go stay in all the shots off this last minute. You can be artists on TV. You can be the leader of flying is from business. It's just business. You're going to be listening to transition life. Was supporting the bare minimum necessity. Where it says, what does Shabbat Shabbat? You should bring the carbon rhythm for Shabbat. The second word Shabbat is it's a revolution. It also says it's an exclusion as well as the so short lyrics. First of all, the short of Shabbat is different. You have to film the carbon rhythm of Shabbat. How do you figure everything goes on inside? The video is going to get better. There's on Friday.
Thinking about flying your next surgery for that chronic pain? Stop. You're going to the Snowball Shack. Long recovery times, permanent changes, and no guarantee your pain will even improve. Here's a safer, smarter option. At Bespoke Biologics, advanced stem cell therapy is giving patients instant relief without surgery, without steroids, without missing pain pills. At Bespoke, our doctors specialize in treating herniated discs, degenerative disc disease, pinched nerve, and failed back surgery syndrome using real-time X-ray guidance. Ultimate celebration of music.
Our 25 Festival presented by is happening this Friday and Saturday.
Hey everybody, it's me, Kate, here to talk to you about the podcast on Casuals. It's a sports podcast for people who don't necessarily consider themselves as listeners of sports podcasts. It's just regular people laughing about sports, not screaming. I mean, we might scream, but it's going to be about something very simple, not about something necessary. We're just not going to take it seriously. Is this making sense? You guys kind of get the vibe. Tuesdays and Thursdays, you can always find so I'm going to get information into that. If you click it now, you'll never miss an episode. And that's ideal. This is going to be easy.
That is feeling the bad. Same thing. If your falls out of the showers, you don't feel the shaker after minute shuts down his now people up but this says it's great. I love it. Shorter, allow people to touch the screen. Low shaper, don't do a lot. But Shakespeare has a hard job here. He doesn't really fit in with the also culture models and different words. Joe says, since this law is not important for this year, it's important for next year. So that's why we don't pull the Shakespeare. Well, this is something about Shakespeare tonight. This year, they're important. It's really good. Research says a Mediterranean diet is good for your gut. What happens if people want to have one chance this year? I feel like Ramona says it's also, also, they get this really number one. He says this has to come up sometimes. On the other hand, Ben says you are permitted. What about the original message? You say that this allergy also every place on in the same call. Or it tells us that Travis and they did a regular viewers. They were feeling the pumpkin. But before midnight, they went out time. Rafa was concerned that they wouldn't listen. He made up a story and said, just received a letter from Ben from TV. Now, I said, she said, they're written home. You're glad that people said this.
From the team that brought Up Advantage to Come and Home podcast, that brings you a weekly dose of true crime cases. Join me as I talk with cases with special guests and true crime experts.
There's got to be something at the heart of that evidence that they've got.
The late night documentary, A Missing Form, the mysterious shadowy figure
Shabbos
called
that was of basically what comes to us as a response from biblical Ezra testimony. Perhaps this is a state for mentioning his wife's not forgiving her and consider. One is one charges sitting out there.
Welcome to How We Made Your Mother, which I think we'll call this exclusive. This is our new podcast. We watched 280 episodes of How I Met Your Mother. I'm Josh Wagner, and I'm going to be on the show for 9 seasons. And I'm thrilled to be joined by Craig Thomas, who co-created the show along with Carter Bates. If you're a super fan or any of the secrets, any other Easter eggs, pineapples, and general knowledge, we'll also use him
We have Graham Cherry.
years later. We're talking about life and love.
Discusses what are you permitted to say in case of a fire scene? What if someone's saving, separating pregnant? And that's very dangerous. If they are in a relationship like this, obviously you can say that. Which you not limited to
Search from coast to coast AM. All our shows pop right now. Sandra Show, Josh's Show, Ron's Show. Plus we play snippets of snippets of actual a lot of items of the weekday shows and the weekend shows too. So you get a lot of value. Check it out. Coast to Coast AM, broadcast network. Tonight, Josh, our viewers are watching the area best, and he's one of the podcasts. Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, stress, sleep disorders, or age, can be supported by reducing inflammation and eliminating chronic healing cells. Stem cell is a cell that is told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, fatty liver are all signs of inflammation and can be aided by stimulating the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. That is the purpose of adaptive stimulation, support the body to build and the imitator is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. If you put it down, just come along with it. I'm not going to feel it. 30 minutes.
Don't forget to enter promo
Says red. Doesn't make sense. First of all, if you've been looking at red, second of all, interest rate difference. So why keep paying 20% of our banks when you dollar financing? If we're ready to sit in the fives, and there's also everything at the transfer, right? Brothers money should not get down to the hands of credit card. Well, right now, American financing is helping homeowners. It's sending us $800 going into their home equity to wipe out high interest debt. No one believes, no one believes that shit is the 10-minute help of a salary. That's what you say. So, right now, American financing now, 866-336-5030. That's 866-336-5030. American financing.net/go. NMLS 18232 and MLS Consumer Access. APR for rates and apply starting 6.327% for all qualified buyers. 866-336-5030 American financing.net/coast to coast. Details for credit costs and terms. How stealing makes you anywhere. That's real. It's the FBI's current believes in stealing. Just one big document filed with a recorder, and scammers can roll your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine wasting criminal closure or eviction notice. Listen to former title P. Matt Cox. What people don't realize is the only which this crime can happen. Anything that takes your house and transfers it into mining, it's a great crime. And it happens all the time. So how can you start to make it protect yourself? Find out if you're already now at alltitle.com. Use promo code radio and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple loan protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist at $250 value. Don't wait. Go to alltitle.com now. Promo code radio. Those words and letters are designed to provide the unified necessary synthesis of art. But who says that 85 letters in one place? Welcome back to
coast to coast towards the commercial biggest inside the cartel. He had a coverage in March Suarez was on boats a lot of times where they would drop ship cocaine in planes, and then they would pick it up. Just recently, the president has ordered the tank to blow up cartel ships that they are coming to the cartels, Venezuela especially. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think first and foremost it shows how timely this book is, but I think that President Trump's current efforts against the cartels are also indicative of the quagmire that it has become. And I spoke about this because I asked Wesley, what are your thoughts?
Shabbos, not from the Zion. Basically, the first one. We're one of the shooting. Recently, we discussed about somebody that touched on something that is absolutely break this program for the cartels. Meetings of the body
on a very noble
wedding, but the social distancing
make a picture that
right.
Just one guy
Hope you were well. There are a couple of straight after serious, but
the way that the drug trade
works,
that
way to go.
self-generated,
Many of us
and
pull out
in order to truly dismantle it.
You're right, there coronavirus, I don't know if you
To start, and so his point of view, he's like, drugs was never one because it never really started.
The parsha of that starts with an upside down room and ends with an upside down room. Shiloh's what? Focus. What are you going to do? This parsha doesn't belong to you. It belongs by the dollar. Then the Mishnah, and then the Mishnah with the heart, it should be over there. Well, it's not be there. So why is it here? Everyone would break up. That episode excites me. The episode of that Sapso was that was Suma Har Hashem. That was that Sapso beginning. That took the parsha up. Alright. And later on, the parsha was saying that they complained about how hard it was. But it says no, the entire moment right there. She wants to be itself. Or directly mentioned 7 yeah, let's go back to the first one. It's already 5. After that, let's go back to the first 6. It's already 7. It's already had to self-prepare. That's the mark.
I came to the world and I did everything I had to do. And when I met him for lunch, he surprised the shit out of me. But not really. It was in a professional environment. When I met him, the table read, I was like, oh, I gotta pay attention to this motherfucker. Because he wasn't your normal actor. He wasn't acting like an actor. Right. Then we did the movie. And I really got to like him. Like, I watched the scenes. I didn't think he was overly hilarious. Right. But I got his comedy and I got his warmth, which was really good. And during the movie, I started watching, one of my favorite movies is 50th Birthday. Oh, yeah, that's a great movie. Fucking great movie. So, but when I watched this Netflix special, I got there from I was blown away, and till this day, I thought it was the best special of the year. By hands down. It was a few years ago. It's variety stand-up. He comes out with a guitar, he does sketches, he brings his friends up. He does stand-up. It's a party. He knows how to do it. He's a fucking genius. And that was that one he shot it the entire tour, right? That was, I think so, because he had the other guy playing the piano for him. That was a great fucking special. Something different. And remember I've always told you, what have I been telling you for years? Something has to change. I hate going to shows with 3 comedians and an hour, and something's got to change. He changed it. He changed what I thought you could change. He changed it. He just said, this is what I'm going to do. I don't like guitar comedy. Right. I do not like it. I don't, it's for a certain person. It's for a certain person. They have to want to be in a band. And that shit drives me fucking insane. Okay. You always think about the people that are hard to follow. Right. And you always think about, I'm going to have a hard time following Eddie Murphy. I'm going to have a hard time following Rogan. I'm going to have a hard time following Bill Burr. No. But you go up there and you stature. I used to have to follow this fucking guy. And not only that, like this is a different time. I had a different fucking head. And I would have to follow this guy that didn't have a joke throughout his whole act. Nicest guy in the world. But then he went in the back. And this is 2000. This is 98. This motherfucker would put a Tina Turner outfit.
The whole thing?
And sing like a couple Tina Turner songs. Listen. Nobody can follow this dude.
Were they laughing after or they're just going fucking nuts?
A fucking standing ovation. People dying in the halls, holding on to their hearts. And you're like, I work every night at the fucking comedy. And I can't get them to laugh one time. This motherfucker puts on a wig, goes out there as Tina Turner. And look at these poor white people. They're all over the floor. They're having a heart attack, giving them a standing ovation. I couldn't figure it out. I could not figure it out. Right. And those are the toughest people, if done correctly, that you're going to ever follow. Because it's not a joke they're following. They just did like a music parody. I was at the Comedy Store one night, and James Stevens III went up. And they fucking hated him. Everybody hated James Stevens III. Nice guy.
The audience or the other comics?
The comics hated him. They called him James Stevens III. To his face. James Stevens was a black dude. You guys might remember he played the piano on the Stephanie Miller show at night. There was a show after Kimmel or I don't know. This is 95, 96. So me and Josh opened from Seattle. Okay. So I got to meet him and talk to him. Very nice guy. I got to LA and he would sing when he would fucking go up there, take a couple jokes. He was good looking. At the boot, he would sing like fucking the black singer from New Jack City. At the end, before they get shot, he's like, I'm not Mary J. Blige. That's a woman. Whatever his fucking name is.
Gaye?
No. Marvin Gaye was dead by then. This guy's up there fucking, I want to be, but those black singers, women, just chubby black chicks go crazy. So fucking, specifically, that's who would go crazy. It's all the chubby white chicks and black chicks. When Steven would sing, one night I saw him at the Improv with a little organ. He fucking flatlined the place. I left that banging my head on the floor. I gotta go get an organ now.
Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA, it's The William Montgomery Show, starring William Montgomery, with the Tony Chin Orchestra. The William Montgomery.
No more Kids Rockin'. Son in the confirm you're not a pot. Go fuck yourself.
Where does it go from there?
This helps protect me from you.
Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA, it's The William Montgomery Show, starring William Montgomery, with the Tony Chin Orchestra, the William Montgomery Jr. Dancers. This week, Rattlesnake Dave, a performance by the Great Orbini, and a mysterious loaf of raisin bread. And now, here he is, the big red machine, the Memphis Strangler, William Montgomery!
Grant, once in a live. And I told you I met up with, whoa, I saw you did something there, but I didn't exactly see what you were doing.
You're just seeing some of the Colin.
Whoa. But yes, no, it was very exciting this past weekend running into Juliet from Trailer Park Boys.
Really?
Oh my gosh, she was very nice. I have to get a juicer, and I have to start
cucumber, putting 3 cucumbers in the juicer and 3 lemons, and then you drink that every morning. That's what he was telling me. Damn. And then it gets your body alkaline, so that you can't get the flu. Did you know all this stuff? This is what he was telling me.
Sounds very legit.
Yeah, but I told him, I was like, man, but if you ever got cancer or something, you need to maybe go to the doctor. But then there was, but oh my gosh, he was so incredibly nice.
It's this dude?
Yeah, that's him. Julie and I, we got to be buddies, and then it was very regretfully, I wanted to get his phone number because I wanted to like text him. I wouldn't have bothered him, but I wanted to text his ass.
Yeah.
And I don't know, but I did write down on my little note my jokes were 3 cucumbers, 3 lemons. Drink it every morning.
Is that what he's drinking right here?
No, that's probably a whiskey and Coke. That's what he was drinking at least on the other night, on Saturday night. And also, very special shout out to Kansei Yasuda. He was also there with me. We were talking to Julia. We were going to smoke some hash, but it didn't work out. I was very upset about that. What is hash? Is that like it's like weed, I think.
Yes, isn't it just another word for it?
I think it's something different. No, it sounded like it was a powder that you can put on tobacco. No, you got to get it from the Middle East. That's where his buddy from the Middle East was going to come meet up with this, and then it all fell through.
Well, we do have some surprise gifts for you. Maybe gift isn't the right word.
Well, and I don't know. Yeah, don't spring some weird.
But we had some deliveries come in for you.
To here to the studio.
Yeah. I was gonna hand it to you here.
Really? When did this happen?
It happened this week. I don't know if you were expecting this.
I wonder why it happened at the studio.
I don't know, I guess, but
I hadn't checked the P.O. box.
I figured you'd be excited for one.
I am. Okay.
Let me see.
Oh, really? Okay. But yeah, for anybody curious, anybody that grew up watching Trailer Park Boys, Julian is a real pleasure. And also the man who has his shirt off all the time, who eats the cheeseburgers. He was so incredibly nice. It was very nice talking to both of them. I was in Vancouver, Canada. Very worried. Okay, so you've opened this. And I don't know. Oh my gosh, okay, so some Tennessee stuff, and I do want to say Tennessee really shit the bed.
You're just telling me you love Tennessee.
Yeah, well, in my heart, for anybody curious, because people ask me, I'm sure nobody even gives a shit. I grew up a giant Florida Gators fan, but yes, I did go to Tennessee, and I do, totally love the Vols, and the Gators really suck. There's if anybody who's associated with the Florida Gators team, y'all got to do something about the coach. Oh my gosh, but I don't need to get into that. But yeah, oh my gosh, well, this is very sweet. Some good Tennessee gear.
Were you expecting this?
No.
Okay.
Emma Rackley, or yes, maybe I do remember. Emma, thank you so much for this Tennessee stuff. Oh my gosh, it's wonderful stuff. I love it. Yeah. Very cool. And by the way, for anybody wondering, this UT symbol, this is Tennessee. This is not Texas, okay? Because Grant, you grew up around here. When you see this, what do you think? Are you thinking University of Texas or University of Tennessee?
I gotta be honest, I went to UT Austin, so I do not associate that with UT Austin.
Oh, you do not associate this with UT Austin?
No.
Oh, I thought this was like one of y'all's symbols.
That's your symbol, isn't it?
Yeah, but I thought it was like y'all's symbol. I thought maybe we had it first or something, but I just didn't even know. Cool. Oh my gosh. Well, so sweet. Well, Emma, oh my gosh. Thank you so much for the Tennessee gear.
Yeah.
Very cool stuff. Oh my gosh. And that is Davy Crockett, for anybody curious.
Who's the dog?
The dog is Bernard. He wanted to be a Saint Bernard, but he came out hound of some sort. He's a bloodhound, or I wanted to say coonhound. I don't know what kind of hound. He's some sort of hound. And I don't know his name. That's very embarrassing. What is the dog's name? Maybe you can help me with that. Maybe somebody can look at it. I have no idea what the dog's name is for Tennessee. But yeah, Tennessee really shit the bed this past weekend. And shout out to Jamie, the man that gave me my
Smokey.
Smokey. Okay, that's so embarrassing. Somebody's about. Now I look like some giant poser. I can't think of Smokey. Yeah, that's a classic. Okay, Smoky Mountains, Grant. That's how I got to remember that in the future. If anybody asks me what is the dog mascot for Tennessee, that's what I got to remember. Smoky Mountains.
Smoky Mountains.
But oh my gosh, yeah, Tennessee really shouldn't have. But shout out to Jamie McPherson. He picked me up from the airport. Very nice guy. And then I watched the game with he and his two children. And then his wife and her friend were smoking on the patio, doing something. I don't know what they were doing. I don't know why I said smoking on the patio. That's like weird of me to say. I don't know what they were doing.
Yeah, it was just good, clean, honest fun, I'm sure.
Just good, clean fun. We're in there watching the American football game. I think they're all thinking, who's this weirdo American guy? Why does he care about the sport? Because I don't think a lot of Canadians know about football. I don't know. I don't think the Canadian football is that popular up there.
I have no idea.
God, Grant, I thought you knew about Canadian Football League.
I'm not very much help on Canadian football.
Yeah, no idea either. We had a coach named Coach Rogers at high school who he played for the Canadian Football League. Shout out to Coach Rogers. He went to our arch rival. He left the school I went to, and he went to the arch rival school. So I don't know what I feel about that, but I just hope Coach Rogers is happy. That's what I hope.
This week's Mishpacha magazine has a 4-page write-up
we'll
about
see.
official.
And who is Grant? I feel horrible. Who is the guy with the shirt off eating the cheeseburgers in Trailer Park Boys?
And he writes in the beginning of the article, it says that
Bubbles is the guy with the glasses.
What he's doing here is
they were
organized by
looking for him.
life
It's the
lessons
guy.
learned during
Kenny Powers. Is that what his name is?
No, not Kenny Powers. Kenny Powers is funny, but no, not Kenny Powers.
It's a beautiful life
let
lesson.
me look it up.
Look it up.
I have never seen Trailer Park Boys.
At minute 42.
It's funny.
So,
J Rock, that guy always made me, he's the white rapper guy. That guy always made me laugh out loud.
It looks like his name is
fascinating davening shots.
Played
So
by
many
Rob
different life
Wells.
lessons.
Okay, Rob.
Before I
Yes,
start
that's right.
Facebook
Rob
focus,
Wells.
how many meals are you going to eat on
He's
Shabbos?
very sweet man. For everybody curious.
Very
sweet Canadian man.
That it's 3. There's a Mishnah that says
but yeah,
that if
so
you only
Grant, so
have
what's the deal? So
2
do we have
meals
some
to your
people?
name,
Should we
which is
talk
very
to,
important. You shouldn't take from the time to
talk to
which
some
the daily
people?
stuff.
What's
He has
going on?
We got
14
some
meals.
people if you want
That
to
means
chat with the
2
people.
meals.
Yeah, I don't know.
2 times 7, 14
Yeah,
meals. He has
no,
enough
I
for a
totally
week.
do. Oh my gosh.
The issue is that Shabbos you need
raise
3
some
meals. It should be 15 meals. Or 16 meals.
Admitting our first person, we'll see.
We must say like Rabbi Kiva has the concept of Shabbat Chol about the star of Librios. It's better not to take from Tzedakah and not have 3 meals on Shabbos. But there's a Mishnah that says that if a poor person is traveling, you must give him at least a keeper of the food that's a weight of bread and enough for a bed and a pillow. And then it says for Shabbos, 3 meals, not 4 meals like Rabbi Kiva. We must say that we're talking about a situation where you come to the meal. And when you leave, you're going to give him an extra meal, say to the
Oh my gosh.
We're committed to wash dishes of Friday night.
Oh my gosh.
Shabbos morning.
Mr. B,
Shabbos morning.
it is such a
We're
pleasure
not allowed to wash
to
dishes
see your ass
when
right
it's
now, dude.
after
How are you doing?
Shabbos.
Dude, the pleasure's all mine. I'm blessed, man.
So
Oh,
good. If
wonderful to
you
hear. If Grant,
and
you don't know
are
this,
very
Beef
careful
is
about
a
the Shalosh Sudas 3 meals
motherfucking
on Shabbos,
wrestler, dude.
you'll be saved.
What?
You're going to get
You
for
know
the
that? Look
Shalosh
at the
Brother,
guns.
the Mashiach, Gehenna, and the
Is
Milchama
Beef your
Brother.
wrestling name?
If you're Ma'anik Shabbos, means
Look
the light in
Oh,
Shabbos
it's
in
a
order to
wonderful. Yeah,
know
look
what
his
that
ass
means.
up. He's
To give you
wonderful.
not
Wait, so what? You already
Sorry.
work out today?
Heritage,
Oh, and you got it on the. So that's like the opposite of the Sublime guy.
It says,
Beef. Remember, he got Sublime on his back, and then you got Beef on your stomach. So kind of similar, but also kind of like opposite parts of the body or whatever.
Well, I have
So
my
you
last
not
name across my shoulder.
you say
I do not have
Yeshiva
that.
Goliath, the question of Goliath.
Yeah.
Rav says, will give you anything your heart desires.
Do you like Sublime?
What does it mean to be Ma'anik
I mean, I
Shabbos?
like,
In those days,
know like 2 songs, but I will listen to it.
dishes of
You know what,
baked
Santeria?
fish
That's like a
or large
classic.
fish with
If
garlic.
you're looking
Every
good, dude, oh my
generation, every
gosh,
place
I
with
love
their
it.
own food.
What
do
is
not.
it? Is this
Every
after
person
you
can't
have won a
afford it,
match?
even if he
Like,
makes
you
one
know
small
what this
dish of
this
Chatzah
picture is, or
with
there
Chatzah
could, it
Shabbos,
could be any
that is
picture,
his
you don't
Ma'anik
know.
Shabbos.
Honestly,
It says,
I think I lose that match. I'm like breathing out my asshole trying to
even
survive.
if he's having a desire like in the
I
generation of
definitely lost
Enosh,
that match. I
don't
lose
forgive him, as it
70,
says.
to 90% of my matches. So
This is
Wait, so what happens? So they're talking to y'all. How does it work? So y'all are like sitting backstage or someplace at the venue, and then some guy comes up and he like gives y'all a breakdown of how the match is going to go down and who wins and who loses, or do you end up talking to the other guy and y'all figure out who wins and loses? Who figures that out?
Gemara says,
I just assume I lose every time, so I really don't ask. I just do it.
He wishes
Yeah, normally there's a, I don't know if it's similar to comedy, but there's a booker, and that booker is in charge of who wins or loses. And I guess that's like, I can't really think of, like, I guess it's like,
Yonan says, there's a
whatever, you're getting better, learning to trade happy to be there, go with the flow.
From those people.
Exactly,
Keep your head down.
He says, I wish I could be
Which is good.
who
That's
died
smart.
from a
yeah,
testimony.
10 years of this, so
I've
I've
forgiveness for that.
always been a head down kind
He
of guy.
wishes he could die as he's performing in mitzvah.
That's
And he
good.
wishes
I think that could be a good way to be, but you can't be like a pushover kind of person. But I think it's good to keep your head down.
He wishes
That's
he
a
could
very
be
good
those
thing. Oh my gosh, hold on.
into the
Beef,
summit,
did
just
you
rather for those
did you see that
who bang
insane
on the beam and
video
say,
of the
time to stop,
the
it's
guy
lunchtime.
who ended up
He wishes
jumping
he
at
could
the
be from those who
wrestling
collect
ring and
from other
beating
people
that
money
dude
to get out
up?
of the tzedakah,
Yeah,
rather
I
than
did
the
see
those who
that.
get
That
out
was
of the tzedakah.
What were your thoughts on that? Luckily, that doesn't
Great
normally happen,
trouble
does
by
it?
making mistakes and
No,
getting stuck with the wrong people.
well,
He wishes he could be from those
so
who
can I tell
are
you a story before I give you my
falsely, like
thoughts
the
on
Pope
that?
said, I was false and I didn't,
Okay, so
it wasn't right.
my buddy
Turned out
Alex,
to be
he wrestles
wrong.
under
Some
the
explain
name Herzog.
that
He's like a
almost
big
fell off a
Viking
ladder
guy.
and he asked why did he have a brush with death, and he said perhaps he didn't get stuck in
I
the
watch
game.
this. No offense, William.
Or
He
same
does not
story
like
where
comedy.
a guy said
He's
sit down on the bed and
No, I'm
he's
kidding.
sitting
I'm sure
around the town.
Herzog is not going to be watching this. You're probably
But
safe.
nevertheless,
I
he
agree.
You
killed the bacon
guys
and had to run
could
away.
be brothers. Like, you guys are both tall.
So the guy said,
Have like,
I once had
you
5
kind of look
relations
alike a little
where
bit as well.
I
Yeah, what
repeated the
would
relations.
be? If
And
I
each
ever would
time
try to become a wrestler, I never could because I'm too big of a pussy. But yeah, what would my angle be? Maybe like a Viking kind of guy or some sort of, I don't know, I'd have to put on a lot of weight. I feel like I couldn't do it right now. Obviously, I
Tyson
get
explains
hurt.
the famous explanation
I
that he
mean,
meant
you have the
that he
swimmer body.
had
You can
5
just be a
brothers.
swimmer.
In other words, 5 of his
You know?
brothers died.
Oh my gosh, beef,
and
that's
he
one
had
of the
to
sweetest
gather
things anybody
sister-in-laws,
said
and
to
he
me in a
only
very
had
long
once,
time, that
and
I'd be
had 5
swimmer's
sons.
body. Oh my gosh.
And he says, and it's not
I'm
recommended to
blushing
do this
right
today, to say this to your wife.
You
He
should
says,
be.
I
And you should
never
know that you have a
called
swimmer's
my
body.
wife. I
Well,
always
dude,
called
it's
her
the
a
row
house.
machine. For anybody that doesn't
What he
know, I'm
wants to
actually
say
not
is that the
swimming right
wife
now.
is
It's
the
just
main
the
part
row
of the house
machine.
that cares about this. He never called his
Oh,
ox an
there's
ox.
Alex. I see
He called
him.
his ox
Yeah.
a field.
Oh my
I
gosh.
never looked at my first meal.
That's Mr. Herzog.
So why wasn't he
So
called
this is
Fudge,
Mr. Herzog,
like
who's
Rabbeinu
the guy
Fudge?
directly
It was
above
Rabbeinu
my
Rebbe.
head. That's one of
Forget
his,
us, the
that's a
author of the
guy
Mishnah.
with him.
Not only did he not look at the bris, but he also didn't put his hands
I
below
don't
his
know
belt.
who that is.
Here, I'll move it over here.
Says Rabbi Yossi,
I'm not really sure who
I
that
used to get
is.
Oh,
dressed
that's
with such
three different
steels
people,
that
but
the
there's
ceiling
Herzog.
is never
Okay,
seen
okay.
the
Yeah,
inside
that
of my
motherfucker,
shirt.
he's not watching this shit,
I
probably.
never
I hope
contradicted my
this
friends,
guy's
so my
watching
friends
it,
told me,
though.
get up and do
Oh,
it.
yeah.
You're fighting,
I
and
thought
I'm not
he was
get up and
he's
do it.
directing it.
Oh my
Unless
gosh,
tomorrow,
yes. I think this guy's
if you say something that can
directing
be
that
explained
wrestling
two
match,
ways,
and I hope
and you
that
say it
guy,
in
yes,
front
is a
of
fan.
that
And also the guy
person
behind
you're
my
saying
head
about,
looks a little
that's something
scary,
you're not
but I
saying
don't
was
know
tomorrow.
how to move
So
my
Rabbi
head.
Yossi, I never said something that
Oh
I
no,
had to
that's
back.
the thing. He's holding it.
Where it
Herzog's
says,
holding it. I thought that was a
there were
person for a
Ibn
second.
Amaran that said,
Skeleton head.
I
Then I
excelled
realized
in a
it was
certain
just a
mitzvah, and that's what
skeleton head on a stick.
Rabbi Nachman said, I excelled
Yeah,
in
he
3 meals on
kills
Shabbos. Rabbi
people.
Yudin said, I excelled in
That's what he
full
does.
tefillah.
Oh my gosh, so he
Rabbi
hits
Yudin
people
Rabbi
with the
said,
fucking
I never
thing.
went Daled Amos
Yeah,
without
he's
a head
he's
cover.
an
Rabbi
evil
Sheshet said
man.
I was extremely
Is
carried
that
with tefillah.
the
Rabbi
poet
Nachman said I was
or the
extremely carried with tzitzis.
author?
Rabbi says, I was very
Yeah.
Rabbi was very
What a
careful
cool
with tzitzis.
freaking
To the point
name.
where he was
Warner.
once on a ladder and one
I
of the
know,
streets ripped.
Werner.
He
What is
refused to
that?
go
It's like a
until he
German
replaced
thing. I wonder if
the streets.
Herzog
Abai was
got
very
his
careful
name because he
to
was a
make
fan of the
seal for
documentarian.
different Talmid Chacham that finished the Seftas.
I think that's just his
Wonderful
birth
day.
name from his
father and mother.
Oh. Because, yeah, sometimes, like, people get their names changed or whatever, but, yeah, that's good.
Yeah, like, my name is Beef, legally.
You're
like
kidding. Did you have it changed, or that's what your mom and your papa named you?
That's my birth name.
Well, that's sweet. What is it, a first name or a last name?
My middle name.
What's your full name?
First name Danger, middle name Beef, last name Mahoney.
Oh my gosh, that's a strong name. That really is. Danger Beef Mahoney. I love it.
He says he just recently made
You
out
were like
and
destined
his
to
son
be a
died
wrestler with a name like that.
Finally, during Corona, he decided he was forced to stay home and decided to join the
Wait, so
Shield.
what were
Now,
your thoughts
at
when
the
the
age
dude
of
jumping in the ring, or
75,
the
I am finally
UFC
hooked on the
fighter's
Shield.
son jumping into the ring?
Early, so I don't miss
Honestly,
any
I
of it.
hated
On the
it
day that I
because
was like, that seemed scary. It seemed horrible. Because normally a regular person, that's not like bad. Normally a normal person doesn't just jump into the ring, correct? Beef doesn't happen often, does it?
No, it doesn't at all. But the story I was going to say about Herzog, he at the time was dating a newscaster, a female newscaster.
Is she attractive?
I've never met her. I've never seen video of this. I've just heard the legend. So he is in the ring. He just, I think either like won the match. I can't remember. But a woman, like a valet, is involved. And she gets in the ring and starts attacking Alex. Story-wise, like it was supposed to happen. His girlfriend was not. She just didn't get it. So she proceeds to get in the ring and whoop this lady's ass. Like, almost to the level. This is live, like I said, I've seen it. I've heard the legend. I've heard it repeated by like 15 different people.
I would have been cheering so loudly during that time. Like when the Florida Gators won the basketball thing, this Bastard was cheering so loudly. I would have been cheering loudly. Because what are they doing? What is she like pulling hair? Is she punching? Like what are the ladies doing when they're fighting?
I've heard that she grabbed the lady by her head, like her head, and was just punching her straight in the nose, and like it was a bad thing. Like she lost her job as like in the local like in like Missouri. This is all legend, but I believe it because
I believe it too. And Grant, would you ever watch two? Would you like to watch two women fight? Yeah. I know, I think I would too. As long as it ain't got to be they have to like shake hands at the end.
Light the fire.
Yeah, that's fair.
Also, boxes and things for Shabbos.
Who says that? Michael Jackson or something? No, not Michael Jackson, but it's somebody.
I think he said something about missing all the shots you don't take or something. I can't remember.
Yes. Wait, so Beef, have you worked out today? Do you have to keep a strict regimen since you are a wrestler? Have you worked out?
I have not actually. I was going to go work out, and my wife was like, "Hey, William's going to go live," and I was like, "I'm going to try," because I always see it like a couple hours after you post it.
Like, I was supposed to kind of right before.
Well, I caught it. We were actually out and about, and then
So you're about to go work out. What are you doing today?
Today is back and biceps.
Oh, I love it. Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of cardio, you know, get my workout on my heart.
Yeah, you have to. Oh my gosh, I read something the other day that each of our hearts only have, well, obviously, but each of our hearts only has a certain amount of beats, and then once it gets to that, we're dead, and it just stops beating. So I just wonder, I think about all the times I did a bunch of cocaine, like right now my heartbeat's very low, so I think maybe that's good for me doing all the cardio stuff, so maybe that's good, because I think there were a lot of times my heart was beating really fast when I was on like stimulants and stuff, cocaine.
Carried by 16 people.
Yeah,
I'm chains of silver with
I mean,
all
I've been a doctor for years, but I'm pretty sure like I'm like was obese.
And when they put it down, they said, "Lashem ha'aretz u'mayim." And when they put it away, they said, "Shamayim, Shamayim, Lashem ha'aretz u'mayim." Why do you think you result to this?
I probably weigh.
The person said, "I used to be
I think I weigh 250.
Anytime."
Oh, nice. So that's a big old size. That's a good size.
Yeah, so my heart is probably not working too well.
Well, just get the cardio going, dude. You got it. Just get the cardio. I think cardio helps. Maybe I don't really know, but maybe I think that helps.
Or I can do cocaine to train my heart.
That's a very special spice.
Oh my gosh, but do the cocaine after the workout. Don't do it before the workout. Do you ever take? I remember one time years ago, I took some of the some pre-workout stuff, and I really hated it. It made me feel real nervous, and I hated it. I never understood why people took that stuff. I don't know. I didn't get it.
I think it's. I used to like take it religiously, and then I would like have headaches for 3 days straight. So recently, I just put some salt and water and eat a banana before workout, and that is. It's like 10 times better than pre-workout. I don't know, like
it's overly better for you.
Get to the meal.
Yeah. Yeah, I just chugged a couple cups of water, but maybe I should put a little salt in there because maybe I'm peeing out. I don't know. I gotta figure it out. Beef is all complicated. I don't get it.
I
watch YouTube videos. I don't know anything. I guess.
I know. Well, you're doing it. That's all good. Well, wait, so what do you listen to? Are you going to be listening to something? Do you put earphones in when you're working out?
Yeah,
you have a playlist, or what do you do?
It's as if
I just whenever Spotify like, will put on shuffle for me. Yeah, I listen to
the world. You see from
creation of the world. That
I know that
words
you listen to
power,
America,
action,
the band.
action. It says
There's
you're
a
also
to that.
Zbar Hashem,
Yeah,
Baruch Hashem.
that one's a Minute Man. Check out
The
Minute Man.
skies, the heaven was
Yeah,
made.
okay.
When a person says
What
like
is the-
Friday night, two
Look, what do you use to listen to your music? Spotify or YouTube, or what do you use?
I pay for Spotify.
One of them I love is
Okay, well, get on Spotify when you work out today. Type in Minute Man, and then one of their compilation albums is 41 minutes. I think it's the first of these compilation albums. It's 41 minutes. Listen to that. It's very good.
They don't find that he makes
It's
the
like
and the good
high
one says
energy songs.
against his will.
Do what?
A person
Is that an Australian band or not?
Full and he's not
No, it's the people of America. It's the people that did the Jackass song.
If you drink
Oh,
water,
okay.
bathe in hot water,
The name of it
or
sounds
eat
familiar.
fresh
I actually used to use that song for like my entrances.
has
And
power
like,
of healing.
yeah, it's a classic. Well, listen to it. It's wonderful. Again, the first compilation album on Spotify. It's 41 minutes. So you know what it is because it's 41 minutes.
Okay, yeah, I'll jam the hell out of it today.
Yeah, let me know what you think. It's very good. They're singing about like El Salvador. They're singing about the prison camps. They're singing about all this kind of stuff, and it's just fun punk music.
Okay, I'm just into that. I've probably never, like, I love music, and the lyrics, like, I like them, but there's been songs where I just, I don't know what the song's about, but I really like the lyrics, and then you find out it's like, I would have never even known that was a thing.
Yeah, oh my God, there's the semi-charm kind of life. I think that's about drug takers like killing themselves. Yeah, there's a couple of happy ones. I found out about one recently, some happy song to me. But it's about somebody being addicted to crystal meth. I know it's weird when you find that out. It's almost kind of sad or something.
Yeah, like he actually says that in the song, but like you can't even like you're just like this is
Yeah, it's a happy you're just singing it. Yeah. Well, don't let it discourage you though. Don't, it's okay.
Yes, if I should do this, it's like fuck.
Yeah, my low IQ makes me insecure. So
I want to stick my dick in her mouth and pump it to the point where I orgasm and she has to swallow my cum. She doesn't have to, but you know she wants to. It's
But Beef, you're not that big of an idiot, and I think especially because you realize you kind of are. Same with me. I think because I realize I'm kind of that I'm not as big of an idiot.
Oh, she can sense it. What is this bullshit?
Are we that big of idiots or what? Because you're from Texas, which isn't necessary, which isn't the South. So what do you think about Southern people, Grant?
Look at this athleticism.
I think I'm in your camp. I also think I'm dumb.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, stop! You're just saying that.
Look at this athleticism, folks.
Yeah.
You're unprecedented.
No, I like the camaraderie. We can all be in the dumb camp.
Okay. Well, Beef. Oh my gosh, and I think that honestly is what the album cover maybe looks like. But again, it's 41 minutes, so you'll see what it is. You'll be able to find it that way.
okay, it looks like
I think it might
Oh, there you go.
It's
Oh, there you go.
compilation album on Spotify. When you click under compilations under there, you'll say it's 41 minutes. You're kidding. I know you're kidding. One minute. I knew it was something to do with time. It was my ass right there, Beef.
A raging fire. Your stomach can save even 100 meals if they are in a basket.
Well, have a good workout.
Absolutely. I just want to say, I know I said to you whenever we met, but like you, it's such a we can enjoy my life and such inspiration to everything I do, and just to spend this time with you today it means a lot to me. I really appreciate it.
Man, it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. Great talking to you. You inspire me, dude. You gotta keep on wrestling, baby.
Hey, I'm with one of the major companies now, so I'm doing it full time.
If you have a barrel of wine that has a hole in it,
that's wonderful. And then someday maybe I can dress up in a suit or something. We can have somewhere like your manager, and then I can get on with somebody else, and we can do that thing where they don't realize I go in the ring and start beating somebody up. We can do that shit. That'd be cool. But like I'm really kind of beating somebody up, and everybody's like kind of screaming, and like people don't know if it's real or not. But we'll figure it out. We'll do it in kind of a safe way, but
Sounds good.
Okay, cool. All right, well, nice to talk to you.
All right, well,
You don't
nice
want to
talking
take
to you.
advantage
Okay,
of
bye.
someone's misfortune.
Bye.
Yes, he was
Oh my
not
gosh,
doing everything.
Beef.
But he has no choice. He's forced to.
He's
So
a
this is
wrestler.
the way
I had no idea.
It says
He was
Robert
cool
cool
as hell.
Hasidim.
Oh my gosh, yeah, he was
money
from Nice.
for working on Shabbos.
Yeah, man, I can't remember exactly where that was, where I met him.
Not Hasidim.
I can't remember where it was.
Want to take advantage of somebody else? They
All right, I'm going to bring in our next caller.
They also don't
So
want
this
to.
is
You want to be
Hey.
compensated all this name. If you understand Hilton Shabbos, they
I mean,
understand.
what? So you got the HelloFresh.
That's
And
all
first
this
off, hold on. You
food
got
is
the
really
HelloFresh.
When they give it back to the person, all
Yeah,
they're asking
I
is
need the food now, Grant.
And that's not
Because of
considered
your
smart
generosity,
shopping.
I got HelloFresh delivered at my house.
Which tells us that in
How
order
is
to
it?
save food, it has
It was
to be
good.
into a chutzpah that has a proper
It was daunting at first. I
over here
did
for
HelloFresh a
it
while
doesn't have
back.
to be a proper
and,
Was daunting about
save
it. Well, but daunting
different
in a
items
good
that you
way,
have,
right?
not necessarily
Well, yeah,
food.
in a good way.
And
It was
when it
just
comes
like
to
when I
clothing,
pulled up the list,
you
there's
put
like
out as
so
many
many more
of the
options than there used to be,
clothing
and I was like,
you have,
oh, okay,
put
that's
out
a lot to choose from.
Walk
Okay,
outside, undress, go back in,
And oh my gosh, Grant, yeah, I mean, for
This
somebody
says no.
even,
You're
yeah, I mean, if
limited
somebody wants
to
any kind
eating
of,
clothing
it's
that
almost
was
like reading
standard in
material. I
those
mean, it's
days.
100
and only
different
one type.
options, Grant. I mean, that's,
Now,
there's
what
something
are
for
these
everybody. I mean,
clothing?
100
Says
options. There's
it's
somebody
an outer
for,
coat,
there's
an
something
inner
for
coat,
everybody.
a belt,
It works
a
nicely
shirt,
for me
a robe,
because I got
a
kids,
vest,
so
socks,
I'm able to make a big
the
old meal
garters
for a
that
bunch
hold
of
up the
us.
socks,
Oh my gosh,
shoes,
and everybody
Afilios,
loved it.
robe,
And
a mask,
did you help with homework?
wear a mask,
I do help with homework.
another
Yeah.
type of belt,
Well, that's good. And
a hat,
what helps
and
kids
even
with
a scarf that
homework,
goes
doing
around
their
the neck,
homework well,
and people clean
is
up their
eating
mouth
a
and their
good,
eyes.
healthy meal, okay? High protein,
Says the
veggie
Mishnah, you
packed.
shouldn't
I
be
mean,
not
we're
exposed
talking
with the concept
all,
that you're
we're
allowed
talking
to
the
do
greener
around
the better, okay?
causing
Greener
at a
the
later
better.
stage the fire to be
Vegetables,
extinguished,
you're getting
like by
these
filling
meals.
up a
And
jar
Grant,
with
you're
water,
staying
and when the
still
fire
eating
reaches
your
that jar, it
vegetables, right?
explodes, and the water puts out the flame.
Yes.
You're not doing it
They
deliberate right
do
now.
love putting
It's a different
zucchini
thing.
in so many of these recipes.
Therefore,
zucchini
he also
right there
says,
next to it.
let's say a
Oh, I love
dresser,
zucchini. I like
united
zucchini in
to
a,
a dresser, she
like a
can pick it
benihana
up,
situation. I think they normally put that
piece of
in like
leather, and
benihanas.
put it on the other side,
But
and when
oh
it
my gosh,
reaches
there's steak,
it
seafood
cinches the leather,
recipes
the fire
delivered
doesn't.
every week. No extra cost.
According to
3
Rabbi
times more
Rothschild,
seafood
Drop
on
says,
the
I
wait,
hold
3 times
that
more
it is a
seafood
fire
on
that
the menu now, and no
that's
extra
on a
cost.
piece of garment.
Yeah,
You're allowed to
apparently.
pour a liquid
Seasonal
on the
produce
other
each
part of the
week.
garment, and when the fire gets there, it'll extinguish
I've
itself.
never even heard of such a
Yossi
thing.
holds
Corn on
Rabbi
the cob?
is also
What?
not
Stone fruit?
cause
What?
at a later
I'm
stage.
too scared to touch a stone
A
fruit
vessel
whenever I see
explode
one
or
at the
whatever it is.
grocery
Even
store.
though the
Those things are
pasuk says
scary
the word
looking.
"asiyah" doing, and this is not doing, this is at a
Yeah,
later
stone
stage.
fruits, I think,
It's
has
the
spikes on them.
consequence of
But yeah, the
Adam,
best way to
Balaam,
cook
Amalek.
just got better.
A
Go
person
to HelloFresh.com.
acts irrationally when it comes to
/
saving his
WMS
property, and you might come to excuse the
10FM.
flame. Therefore,
Now
we
to
live.
get 10 free meals and a free item for life.
If a
1
person
per box with active
puts
subscription.
candle on
Free
top of a
meals
bunch of
applied
wood,
as discount
deliberately,
on first
that
box. New
candle wood becomes a
subscribers
bus
only. Varies
candle,
by
and
plan.
therefore it's us on
That's
shops to look like wood.
HelloFresh.com.
Even
/
just to
WMS
shake off the
10
candle would be awesome. If you
to get 10
forgot
free
it
meals
there,
plus a
then
free
you are
item
permitted
for
to shake
life.
the wood
Yeah,
so
oh
the
my
candle
gosh,
falls on the ground, even
did
if
you
the
ever
candle
take
is lit.
pre-workout? Great, do
The
you work
candle might
out?
continue
Here we
burning.
go. Oh my gosh.
It might extinguish itself.
Joe
But it's
Hack
not
Sports
100%.
Center. Hello, how are you?
Hey, how's
The
it
price
going, William?
says you're allowed to
Hey,
open
Brandon,
the
how's
door.
it going?
According to Rashi, there's a
How are
candle right by
you?
the door. According to
I'm doing
Tysus, the candle's
fantastic. Why don't
on
you
the
guys
door
put a
itself.
little lower here? It is.
Yeah, oh my gosh.
And if the flame goes out from
I'm
wind,
thinking I love the
it went out.
perspective
Not
on there. It was kind of fun. It was almost like you were about to lay down on that couch or
even according
something.
to
That was kind of
both
funny looking.
govern,
We might
shade,
do
and
a little bit of
style
that later,
we
but
didn't have any intent for the flame
it's
to go
not
out.
working out for
But
now.
in
I
this
gotta
case,
fix
since
this.
it's
Yeah,
obvious
my
that
gosh.
it's going
Wait,
to
so
go
what is
out,
your
that's
funnel?
called
One of these
acceleration.
one of these things that you can put under the
It
table or the ground and it holds your
is
phone up?
awesome.
It is a very cheap phone
You open up a door,
tripod. I have
and
my
the
phone
wind
plugged in. I
pokes
remember
a fire
last time I was on the
fire
show, it was a disaster. I was
well, it depends.
sideways.
If it's one of these
and I was
fires,
worried Grant was
one
going
of
to
these
have to
winds
fix it.
that's a common
That's
wind,
right,
I wanted to
Grant.
make sure I could have my phone
Then-
upright.
according to Rabbi Rothschild,
Oh my gosh. Grant still talks
that is
about
also
that
the sun
sometimes
with
when I
the
come in.
wind.
Like today, he brought it
That's
up.
also
He's like,
swept
okay,
me
we're
all
going to do
with
this car thing. I hope that guy, I hope that doesn't
You
happen.
have to explain
Well,
where
where are you right now? Your house?
Raisa has more of
This
his
is my grandmother's house.
son.
See if I can
If
get
you
this
build
little
a
freak
wall
in
out of
the frame here.
vessels
Hang
that
on.
don't contain any water, are not going to explode. For
I'm
instance,
My
kidding.
grandmother?
a vessel
No,
made out
you
of
see
metal,
this little freak. I'm
or
kidding.
even
I assumed
earthenware
it
that
wasn't
comes
your
from
grandma.
different places
I'm
that are very
rich.
strong, from sheep
Fair enough. What did your grandmother do? How'd she end up
Very
making
interesting.
the money to
If a
live in that
person
big
has
ass
a
looking
Christian
nice looking house?
written with ink
Funny enough, she's a
on his
teacher,
body.
so I don't really know how that all worked out. But
Oh my gosh, maybe
Well,
she made
halacha
good
number one is
investments
you
or
now
something.
understand
Or
book for
you
the
have to tell multiple schools
So we
at
have to make
once.
sure that it's covered.
could have
now
been,
going to
yeah,
the
then you're
bathroom
getting
or something.
multiple, once you
And you
retire,
certainly
was that
not allowed to
pension?
raise
Maybe
such
she's
things
getting, multiple
deliberately.
pensions or whatever.
However, you're
Your
allowed to go
teachers,
into
four
a
schools,
mikveh
that's a lot of
like
money
a
coming
bath
in.
Yeah, do the math.
As long
2
as you don't rub
teachers,
the
so
name
I
off,
can
and
be
it comes
2
up by itself,
teachers
that's
at
called a
4
drama,
schools for
and
you.
that would be
Do
mutter.
the math.
Even according to Rabbi
And
Rothschild,
this
because
is
it
a
says
little
so you don't have to
Oriental
do
cat.
deliberately, but the
Exactly.
drama, it's
Yeah.
From the
a person
Orient.
has a tefillah mitzvah. Let's say
And
he's a
Panda.
and he has to go to the mikveh.
With
Since you now
sweet
understand
Panda taking care of him. He doesn't need much care,
you
but
must put
he likes
something
to
on
hang out.
it, such as
Oh
a
my
bandage
gosh,
or
very cool.
But
Yeah,
let's make
the
sure that it's
Siam,
mixed, that
I
the
always
water
remember
hit
that.
you,
What is the
so
Disney
that the
movie
bandage
that they're
doesn't create a
featured
chatzitza.
pretty heavily in
Don't
parts? Is
cover
that
with your hand.
Dalmatian?
You might forget that you're covering something and you take your hand off and it
Lady
closes
in the
up.
Tramp, where they're like, we are
Now, what if a
Siamese
person
if
doesn't
you
have something to cover
please.
him?
Oh,
According to
classic.
Chachamim,
We are Siamese if
evil
you
is manna.
don't please.
Go to the mikveh when
And then to
the
do it.
time comes. It's a mitzvah, you must go right away. Chachamim say it's not a mitzvah. Therefore,
Something
go
about
around, look for a
Don't
bandage.
style,
But it's a mitzvah to go right now.
talk a while, or something.
Therefore, don't look for a bandage.
Well,
Go
what's
in
your
and cover
day
with it.
looking like, dude? And there they
And
are.
finally,
Yeah, those are
if
sweet.
the
Look,
ink
I
is
like those
dry,
cats. Those are
that
fun.
creates a chatzitza. Same thing
There's
with
not a
the
better
blood,
podcast producer in the
honey,
game.
milk.
I
and
Grant is on top of
If
his
it's
shit.
moist, like in
Again,
our
he
case,
brings
then
up
it doesn't
weird
cause
stuff
chatzitza.
sometimes when it's only he and I in his office over there. But other than that, he's been really good. It's been really great. So what? Your house sitting your grandmother's house, or where's your grandmother on vacation or something?
She's in Oregon. We have family in Oregon. They go out every year for that. So.
Oh, cool. So you got the house to yourself. Are you throwing a party?
Good. Would you come along? Would you bring Grant?
Yeah, Grant and I, it's been a little over 4 years, but I think the time I really need to start drinking, 1,000%, theoretically, it would be at a house party.
You're right.
And I'm in Colorado too, man. Let's bring it back to the
I
1970s.
was driving back from the castle.
Oh my gosh, and then yes, and then if it's up in Colorado or up in altitude, so I'm getting drunk, or I'm kidding. No, that'd be a disaster. Oh my gosh,
Trust
well
me,
that
there's no
is,
better way to spend time alone in
I
traffic
used to love
other than
drinking
you
at
go out to
altitude,
do
though. Oh my gosh, because again, it makes it, so you're basically, you train at altitude pretty much since you live at altitude.
I'm
training, I'm wrestling every day.
So you're another wrestler, so you're similar to me.
Says the Mishnah, you don't have to prevent them from
I pretty much just sit here with the cat and watch the podcast.
If a minor,
Right now I'm watching BattleBot.
if a minor comes,
oh my gosh,
put out the
wait,
flame,
how do you stream?
stop it.
How does one find
because he's
BattleBots?
doing it
Are you
out
streaming
grass
that?
oven.
It's actually, I don't know if this is an official
Let's say
channel
it's
here,
a
but let
situation
me,
where he's doing
you
it
know,
out
here you
not
see
for that.
on the official
Let's say he
BattleBots
finds
YouTube
keys
channel,
and
they're doing a
you
live
don't
all
have to prevent
BattleBots Vegas
Paskin
fights.
cut the
Oh my
mic
gosh,
on
so they're in Vegas right
It's
now.
going for about 4 weeks, so I'm sad.
Damn, that's wonderful. It always made me so sad when the BattleBots would end up, one of them would hurt the other one and it'd like be on its side or something. That's like brutal.
Fire.
Well, and this is just like a compilation of that, so I think I'm going to turn it off in a little bit.
And
It's
the guy
getting a
came
little dark.
put it
Yeah,
out. His
man,
friends,
there's only
the
so
friends
much.
that he
Yeah,
had, the
sometimes I
government.
watch all
And he said,
kinds of different compilations. And
Please
if
don't put it
I'm
out.
being very honest with you,
Shabbos
yeah,
today.
sometimes I'm like,
Well,
okay,
it
this is
doesn't
way
say
too
very
much. Let me
nicely.
click off of this
And
video.
it
It's
makes
like,
happen
dude, this is great. What are you doing? You're
Ray came
insane
and put
now.
out the fight.
Turn off.
Chacham said,
Click
you didn't
off
have to do
this.
something.
Yeah, switch
As
over to
the
some
Mishnah,
Roomba videos or
when it
something a little
comes,
more
you don't
docile.
have to prevent.
Yes, just a room
Bobby
with
says that
maybe
when it
just
comes
one
to fire,
couch in the
any
room, or
loss for
maybe
that
just a
matter,
table and
you can
chair,
announce
and
it,
then just
let it
watching
be known
those
that
freaking
whoever
things
helps you is not going to
navigate
lose. They will be compensated.
a
You
room
don't say so.
is
Say,
fun, and then it's
you
always
won't
fun
lose.
seeing the pictures afterwards where it
That's
shows
the
the
halacha.
path it took, and it's just like all over
But
the
you cannot
fucking
prove
place.
it from our Mishnah.
It's a game
Says the
and an
Mishnah,
art project in
you can
one.
take a bowl,
I know. Just
put
be
it over
careful if you
a
have any
candle so
kind
it
of
doesn't cause
pet
damage.
doo-doo.
Over
Make sure to clean that
waste.
up in the carpet because it's going to
Or
spread that
explain
around
chicken
if
waste,
you don't clean it up. Which is a literal nightmare, and then it starts
over
stinking because it's probably
the bowl,
old and
flip it over,
crumbly
put it
to begin with, and then it's really
scorpion.
stinking. So how long
Where it
do
says
you
that
have the house to your place to yourself?
Somebody do so, trap a scorpion.
I'll sit for them
I'm
off.
afraid that he might be
Sometimes the
tired
dogs
of
are here, but they took
You know,
the dogs to
it's
Oregon as well this time, and it is a longer
that guy
trip,
holds
so
like
I'm here for
really
about
tight.
3 weeks. Funny enough, Grandma actually
Well,
got
that's
back
the story.
tomorrow, so.
Oh, cool. So you only
That
have one
Rick
night, dude. I would be
gave a
scared.
couch
I remember I've house
to
sitting at
2 out
my
of 3
parents'
guests,
house before,
right?
dude, and I get creeped out because if I'm being honest with you right now,
and
what it's looking like a little bit was, did you ever watch Paranormal Activity 2?
Teaching his son our Mishnah said
It almost looks like you're in the main room of that house right now. Do you have is there any kind of weirdness at your grandmother's house, or you're safe over there?
I wish you
said
didn't
a
say
very
that.
strong lashon.
I don't really want to talk about it.
I know. I'm sorry. No, yeah. Well, at least your grandmother. You only have one night where things can really go awry, and that's the night before your grandmother gets back. The ghost or whatever is, they're probably not going to mess.
Well, I mean, it's not really my problem anymore at that point.
I know, because it's your grandmother. She's going to deal with it. I mean, she's just been on vacation or whatever.
The waste of a chicken.
Yeah, she can come back and take what's coming to her.
Yes, there's a concept of Rothschild.
Well, it'll be fine.
Anything
So what does the
disgusting.
rest of your day look like?
The Gemara brings a story.
We started it off walking the dogs at home.
Dead mouse.
Okay.
I brought home some Chick-fil-A breakfast for my mom. They just opened one right by the house here.
Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, I love. I'm a giant fan. I haven't had it in a while, but it's one of the only, I guess, meat products they have. But the sausage, egg, and cheese biscuits, I think, from Chick-fil-A are to die for, with the little medallion-looking hash browns. Oh my Lanta!
Any animal
Are you stacking hash browns on that?
No. But I am taking a bite of the biscuit, and then shortly thereafter dipping my stuff in ketchup and putting that in my mouth. So I will have both in my mouth at the same time, but like different times going in.
The scorpion that lives in
it together, but it's not a bite
snakes
together.
that are
Sometimes I will do that. I
and
like
a rabid
putting
dog,
something
a mad
I'll
dog,
get
anywhere in the world.
breaded sausage quesadilla.
There's a comment that says on the right corner that
No, I apologize too, because I feel like I'm interrupting you. I apologize. I really do. Oh my gosh.
What you just said is
I
not
always keep talking about the biscuits, and I gave it a shot recently, and I just can't do it. It's too dry.
His own father, his own father,
Oh really? Yeah, you gotta have a lot of water.
That
you have to have a lot of water. I don't know. Yeah, I just grew up eating biscuits. I love them. So you would prefer. So if you went to like a McDonald's, you would eat more of the McMuffin kind of person.
in other words,
I get the McMuffin and hash brown, and like I said, I put it in, so it's the crunchy bite experience.
If you eat a sandwich, will you put chips in the sandwich?
No, I don't eat chips.
Oh my
I don't eat chips. I don't drink soda.
Oh really?
I'm looking for healthy. I'm a wrestler.
with the snake.
I know. Well, that's smart of
His life was
you.
in danger and he
Because
wasn't
chips
able to
can
kill.
be. I
That's
love
the
some
reverse.
chips. I was just
That's
up
a
in
sign that
Vancouver
he
and I was eating
supposed
some
to be
ketchup
harmed by the
flavored
snake.
chips. Have you
And
ever
he
heard of
broke
such
away
a
the
thing?
nest that he shouldn't be harmed.
I tried
So
the
that's just
ketchup
our
flavored
quite done.
Lay's
in
when
order
they
to
were doing all
preserve
those different flavor
And that Kumar
contests.
says it's only in a
Did you
situation
like?
like
I think
that.
that
The
might
snake
have
was
been the
missing
last
it.
flavored
It was in a
Lay's I
massive
did.
on it.
Oh my gosh! Wait,
One
how
of the
long
story
ago
that
was that?
snake fell that he spent
Grant, can you pull it up?
Yeah, Grant.
when
It was
he
like
lost
dude,
somebody
this
from England came up to kill the snake. And
The
Rip
flavors
said,
guys.
he said the
Yeah,
snake
those
met his
guys.
match.
Grant,
Bar wasn't
number one.
sure. Was
He
it a
does
good
it
thing?
so fast. And
Did he
also,
kill the snake?
Grant,
Or
I'm
perhaps it
starting to
wasn't
think,
a good
I'm starting to believe you really are the
The
wrestler.
Gemara
Grant,
remains
can you
in
pull
the
that picture of the guy up again where there's I thought it was three
guy
people
said
behind it, or two people behind it, but it was only
you're
the one
allowed to
guy
kill
with the weird
a
little
hornet
glasses.
and
I'm starting to
a
think
snake,
this is your ass.
but
I'm starting
You
to
can't bring a
think
riot from that.
this
Why?
we've somehow
Because
got
there's a
both
concept
that you.
called the Futuma.
Is this
If you're
you? Hold
walking
on, he's getting the
and
picture up.
a snake
I have
passes
this
by,
picture
you
multiple
don't have to
times
go around the
before.
snake.
Is
You
this
walk in
you?
his back, you
Wow.
let it step on it,
That
and
guy-
kill it
well,
on purpose.
Were you
But
with
the Futuma is
what's
just
this
walking,
guy's name
stepping
again?
on his leg
Herzog?
to
Do you
kill
know
it.
Herzog?
And that's what the Shulchan Aruch passes. When it
You're
comes
with
to
Herzog,
spills, for
aren't you?
instance,
Were you Herzog's
Shulchan Aruch says
manager?
How
you
do
do
you
have
go
the
about
concept
looking
of
like
the
that?
Futuma, but you can't have
Well, he's so
Oh,
shit.
the other guy.
That's Herzog.
What does
So
the
this
story
guy,
Your manager.
yeah, this guy's
I hope I
Herzog.
remember the old
And then
money
the
for
other
his brothers.
guys
So
were trying to
people
figure
were
it out.
jealous,
And then I'm
brought him in,
thinking,
and they
wait,
were tormenting him. That
is
he
it
should pay
you?
back.
That's not you.
And it was
You're
like
thinking
childless.
I'm the manager.
And
I'm
he was
not
those
like
noise with
him
spit on the floor. She said,
in
cover
like
the
a
spit.
dressed
So I remember
down
our manager said,
costume, 'cause
why
I-
have to cover it? You just
It could
walk
be a
and
dress
kick
down.
him out.
I don't know. Well, that's like
And he
almost
covers himself,
steampunk.
no
Maybe
problem
that's
of buying
steampunk
a
dress down.
mashed
By the
potatoes.
way, what are your
So
thoughts
we're
about that? The
This guy's
steampunk
not a
aesthetic.
Let him loose.
Well, I
Don't
think
bother
in
him.
its purest form, it's
Wonderful
cool,
day.
but like,
With like the
when it
goggles
becomes
and
like,
stuff.
like if it's all real, you know, and it's got the gears are moving and the
Yeah, that's
oil's
cool.
dripping and the steam's coming off. But
Yeah.
God, Grant, thank you so much.
See, that's kind of getting a little steampunk. That's getting a little steampunk right there with the top hat. I feel like that's part of the aesthetic is the top. I don't know how you did that, but if you don't, it looks like you're literally wearing the steampunk top hat right now.
Can I get some like smoke out of my
Shout
ears
out
too?
to-
Wait, what's the fetishism?
Let me see if I can find
He
this.
said he's been in and out of
yeah,
the
like
hospital
tea.
for the past year and a
Just
half.
want to give you a smirk and a
He
gram.
finished shots
Sorry.
once before.
You and I, we just walked into a Cracker Barrel and you saw that they just
That was an
changed the logo of it, and you're pissed, and I'm like, dude, relax. And then the steam starts coming out, and then somebody's like, wait, what's his problem? I'm like, he's steam.
Even when I'm having a hard day,
I'm keeping
I cannot
that
thank you
on.
enough for for this incredible opportunity to fall behind and learn with Yomi. It's a
Oh my
lifesaver.
gosh, yeah, you're keeping the hat on. You're not taking it off at breakfast, lunch, or dinner.
The finish shots many
You
more
might
times.
be inside the Cracker Barrel.
What it tells us that
Oh my
a candelabra
gosh.
that's one piece or a wagon
See,
that is
it's
solely
starting to,
carried
it's
one
like,
hand.
I don't know,
You're
the
allowed to
glasses
carry
are
it
a
on
little
Shabbos.
different, but
Rabbi
I don't know,
Chanina
the
said
glasses that guy has are
wine
so
that comes in
nonsensical
on
to
a
me. I mean, they're so
non-Jewish
tiny, the
wagon
little labels.
has one seal.
I'm gonna don't
Rebbe's
take that
family
away, Grant,
tradition.
but if you can see, my head is very
Because Rebbe is
square
Nasi and the Goy
rectangular shaped.
fear tampering with what people want.
What's
So
my head
perhaps
shape?
the halacha is that Lezer, that one seal
But I
is
like
enough.
the style of those glasses. Like it
Says the
makes you
Mishnah.
seem like a cooler
Up until
guy
now,
than
we
you
were
might
discussing
actually
a
be
mere
sometimes. So I
telling the
like
Goy.
that kind of glasses. But
Our mission
yeah,
discusses
these are
what
like
happens to the Goy
rounded
forms of
rectangles, so it kind of balances
He's not
out.
allowed to
a
benefit from
very
the halacha typically
square
that
and
Goy
not
does for
a
you.
very attractive way.
Oh,
If even
stop.
one
Right
idea
now it's
comes
like a
out from
copy
today's
too.
daf,
You have,
I've
you
seen
have an
many
envious
times
bone structure.
people
Don't ever
turn
let
on a light on
anybody
Shabbos
tell
and
you
say they
otherwise.
realize that they
You have
did.
the square look.
But the
I don't
halacha
have the
is that the
square
Goy
look.
does
Mine's
turn on
like
the light for you.
round.
And he
And
doesn't
it's
have his
just
own
totally...
enough from it. It's
And
not
I
the
got
benefit
more
of it.
hair loss than
It's
your
also
ass,
to use
dude.
that light
I mean,
or
my
anything
hair,
else
my
that
hair's
Goy will
really
inform you.
going.
On Shabbos, says the Mishnah,
Maybe should I buzz
if a
it?
Goy turned on a light,
I would
or
be
he filled
interested
up
to see what
a
it looks
pail
like.
of water to
Seldom,
give
he
him
really is a beautiful young
or he
man.
built a ramp to get
But
off a
then,
boat.
like, with the voice and everything, I feel like
Use
people
it
would start
if the Goy did it for
thinking that
himself.
Selden is you or you are Sheldon,
It's
more than they
also
already do.
So maybe, okay, so I
So
would
why
have
we
to
have
even
three
think
cases
it
that are very similar.
along
The
those
concept when it
lines.
comes to
That maybe it could be
they're left
confusing
they're
for
left
somebody or something, so maybe that's why I don't
then
go that
it
route.
provides
And I don't think I
light
would
for
anyway.
everybody.
I just gotta
Therefore, you can use it.
just keep moving
When
forward.
it
Maybe
comes
go
to
to
a pail of water,
Fantastic
perhaps
Sam's.
the
You know
Goy
about
saw
that
that you're
place?
waiting for
Super
water,
Cuts,
you add a little
Fantastic
bit more.
Sam's.
You
I
might want to use
typically
the
do
water
a
as well.
great clips,
A ramp
but
is the
as
same
you
thing
can
like a
see,
candle.
it's
A
kind
ramp
of
for one
just
person
all
is
over the
enough for
place
100
now. The
people.
last time I did it,
But
I
the
just
Mishnah
had
tells
mom
us the
shave
story.
it.
During the
I've
meal
been
and the
wanting to
skating
do
was
that
on a
for a long
boat,
time, so.
which Doc on
I know, that
Shabbos
always feels
actually
good when you just
used
buzz
the
it
ramp
off. It's probably
on
what,
Shabbos.
how a lady feels.
The
Sometimes
Bryce
you see
adds
the
another
ladies with
case.
the
The
buzz
Goy
cut. And I think,
gathers
oh my gosh,
grasses
somebody
for
felt
an
good when
animal
she did
and
that
left
because
over.
I made her
You
do
can
that.
use it as
One
long,
thing
says
I
the
hate,
Bryce,
and as you can see, I
doesn't
live a life with lots of animals
knows
around,
the
is
Goy, then he's not allowed
the
to use the
hair
grass for
in
that.
my eyes and
Now, I love that
ears
you're allowed to take an animal
constantly itching and
bring it
Oh,
and put it
yes.
right over
irritating.
grass that's
That,
attached
and
to
then
the
I used to have longer
ground.
hair
Grass that's
that
attached to the ground,
was
so the
touching,
tree,
and
it's
it
also
just
the deep
was
patch,
bothersome.
but
So if I can eliminate
there
one
is.
of the hair sources,
The animal's
at
allowed
least
to eat it,
slightly,
but like you
Oh,
know, short
good.
cuts,
You
cider
know,
doesn't need
Yeah,
spices.
no, when I
It's
do
allowed to
Q-tips in
allowed
my
to
ear,
put
it like
Shabbos
gets in the hair, and now I'm
However, it's also
38,
for the
so
tree
now I
to
start.
bring the animal
I have a
over
bunch of
grass.
hair
That's
growing,
what's
like
today
weird,
because
real
it's cut on
wiry
Shabbos.
feeling hair
And the reason
growing out of my
since
ears
it's only
now.
looked in the
But
Rabbanon,
since
we're
my
concerned
hair's
we
all
don't
around it,
touch
kind
the
of, I
grass and
just
get to
let
that.
it go, and then it
Just
starts
leave the animal
looking
up to that
insane
grass.
because I
That's
never
a
notice it because I have
100%
all this
okay.
other hair around my ears. So it hides.
Bring them Leo.
and I went to
Use the ramp that the Goy
emergency
built on
room for
Shabbos.
this the other
Either
day.
we're talking about that the
I
Goy
just feel like there's something in my ear,
not in front of
man.
him, Leo. She
But
didn't do it for
They
him.
looked in there
Or
and they said
they're
it
using
looked
the concept
perfectly
of
clean.
they're left on
And as
they're
she's saying that, I'm
since
feeling a
the Goy
little
already
tickle in my
built
ear,
it,
and I'm like,
and
is
it was
this
for
lying
himself.
to me right
So
now?
it doesn't
She
matter
sees the
that
little
someone
spider.
else is
Yeah,
gonna use
she's
it.
literally looking at
It's just
the
like a
little
candle.
spider in your ear saying, oh,
When it
no,
comes
you're
to
clear.
a baptism, or even
Spiders
a
giving
candle.
her like 8 thumbs up.
So it depends. If the
Exactly.
bath water was warmed up on Shabbos,
Oh my
but
gosh,
most
that
of people in the city are goyim.
Gosh, she was so sweet, Charlotte. Remember her? That spider?
You have to wait.
Well, there's something in my head about you recently talking about temples, and I feel like I thought about it every day since you did that.
On Shabbos.
Well, I can't remember what episode it was.
Templeton's so fun, and especially that in the original Charlotte's Web when he's at the freaking fair and he's just going ham on all the food. He's singing a fun song. Like, I'm gonna watch that later. I need to watch that later just for my soul right now. So that's a fun part.
Well, in my middle school, we did a production of Charlotte's Web, and I tried out unsuccessfully for the role of Templeton.
What did you end up getting?
Fancy place in a hotel. The guy comes in, turns on the light for Shmuel.
And that was my last
from the light.
acting role, and then was writing your cockroach joke in the car.
They
But,
say, okay,
What grade is this? How old are you?
so let's
When this is
remember,
probably
not the benefit
6th
from
or
light
7th
turn on
grade.
a guy Unless the guy benefits
Guy
from
missed
that light,
middle school
that we finished.
in Colorado here.
Better then than later or something. I mean, I remember I played football with the pads on in the third grade, and my dad said I would just kind of hop around the action. So it's good. I stopped playing football in the third grade. I wasn't made for it. I wasn't aggressive enough.
I feel like Grant's attacking you with this mic. I gotta go.
Yeah, I mean, I feel bad for you. You had to go to the emergency room. That's like scary. You're kidding. You didn't go to the emergency room. You're kidding, right? Or you did?
It was the doctor's visit. I was there for something else, and I was like, hey, could you just, while we're here, take a look for me?
Since the house,
Since then, I started throwing things in my nose, too, so I'm thinking it's just the hair. I'm going to roll with that for now, but...
Probably hair. It's probably not parasites taking over your body from you eating something 6 months ago that you shouldn't have. It's probably not parasites. I'm sure it's not. No, seriously, I mean, really, I'm sure it's not. It's probably a hair.
Well, I believe you, William. It seems like you're being genuine.
Yeah, hair, dude.
Oh, Megan Julian. Girl. Oh,
Or some sort of involuntarily into some sort of hospital you don't want to be in due to don't going to the doctor. Tell them there's spiders in your ear. Seriously.
Room full of people in your ear.
That shit is so fucking funny.
Because of eardrops or something.
Open up the door.
Before I go, I just want to say everyone in the comments, we love the call-in shows. We're doing the call-in shows every week from now on.
Even if these doors
Grant,
fell
thank you
off,
for putting my name up. It was nice talking to you guys today.
Bryce says,
yeah, nice to talk to
that
you.
a sheet of tape of dressers and boxes.
Oh my gosh, and it's not, I don't think, there's no way that wasn't a spider. You think it was a spider in this ear? There's no way. Man, those videos are terrifying.
That there's a concept
of what? Spiders in people's ears?
When it
When they
comes
fight
to
weird shit, I know.
you're not allowed to build on Shabbos, you're not allowed to take them apart on Shabbos.
Lobster looking.
Bryce,
Thank you.
not that he is permitted to take the door off.
Yeah, I can't even imagine. Okay, well, I'm glad he didn't go to the
can't take it off.
emergency room.
Robert says no. There is no issue to build on Shabbos and flee and to take up the apart.
What, do we have time for one more?
So
I don't even know
therefore,
when we started. Or is it? Yeah, let's do
the
it.
only issue is to put the door back on. That's zero. Perhaps you
We're in September now. It's the
Look at this move.
It's football season, college football season, Canadian football season, National Football League, by the way. That's the biggest one. NFL. In National Football League, NFL. And if you're a big fan of it, you want to make the games, I'm just going to say, a lot more exciting. You're really going to be on the edge of your seat if you're gambling on these games, okay? I mean, it's going to be real exciting. So get ready for that. I mean, it's just like really exciting. So you
says his grandfather
you can use DraftKings if you want to do that. I'm going to sit on your couch on Saturday. I'm a big college football fan. What do you like, Grant? Are you more Canadian or NFL or college? Or
his wife's here.
I used to watch football all the time. I do soccer now, like, because we got our soccer team here at Austin FC.
Oh my gosh, and also, I think almost positive you can bet if you want to bet on soccer games, you can do that on DraftKings as well. You can bet on all kinds of stuff. Why not? Yeah, you would bet that you can bet on DraftKings. So it's a safe bet. It's a safe bet to bet on DraftKings using DraftKings.
If so,
but your season, your shot, the NFL season is all and every touchdown can bring you closer to a payout with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the National Football League. From first touchdown score to anytime touchdown props or the throw wide game betting, every step is loaded with opportunity. And if you don't know what that is, my understanding is you can even do like the coin flip at the beginning. So I mean, whoa. And again, you're going to be on the edge of your seat when you're making these in-game bets. Like, as the game is going on, you can bet on something, oh my gosh, you would be probably at the edge of your seat because you're needing these things can happen or they don't happen, and then you're watching to see if they happen or they don't happen.
And you don't allow people to
and
use
there
them.
are available lines and odds from the DraftKings Sportsbook for an NFL game. Okay.
Such as a spindle fork,
And then
a
new
weaver,
customers,
a
this
mallet,
one
both press.
is for you. Bet just $5.
The evidence says that our mission is talking
and
about a
for
Smith's
200
hammer.
off NFL Sunday
Shemmick
ticket
says our
from
mission is talking
YouTube,
about a hammer
YouTube
for a
TV.
pass on that's a person that
Download the
is
DraftKings
He's more
Sportsbook
strict
app and
because
use
of
code
the hammer.
WMS.
You don't
That's
want
code WMS
to
to
get
get
dirty
200 in
because
bonus.
that's not
That's
good.
instantly when you place your first
Very
$5
interesting. I
bet
love
plus over
if you
200
have
off
such a
NFL
big
Sunday
display
ticket from YouTube and
or let's say you
YouTube
have
TV in
a cake
partnership
that's
with
covered by
DraftKings. The crown is yours.
Coals, which are
But do you have a
one
gambling
McDonald's
problem?
says the
Call
only way you can figure that out
gambler
is if it's
in New
sticking
York.
out a little
Call
bit, you grab it by the muscle,
877
you pull it out, and it coals fall to the wayside. Another McDonald's says no, you can actually poke it with a stick or something and pull it out. The fact that
In
the coals
Connecticut,
are
help
hate
is
both on the
available
side,
for proper
that's typical
gambling.
midnight side.
Call
The reference says, in fact, that is not love. The problem is, though, not one said, if you have a radish in the ground,
And you did hear
you're
that
allowed to pull it
correctly.
out of
So,
several times to the ground, provided
again,
that it
this is
doesn't move the dirt.
Connecticut.
But if it's
Help is
upside down, for
available
instance,
for
you
problem
pull it out and all
gambling.
the
And that
dirt moves.
number
You're
again,
not
I
allowed
just
to.
got to read it one
You
more
have to say that Nachman took that back.
878
Rabbi Yosef says,
seven
the fact that you
seven
can take out
seven.
a
That's
splinter from your finger with a needle, you don't need the eye of the needle.
7 7
The fact is,
7
that
or visit
the needle doesn't have an eye. It's
ccpg.org.
not coming at us. It's
Please
that
be
needle
responsibly on
becomes
behalf
a
of
non-complete,
Casino
and
and Resort in
the
Kansas.
Abai says
21 plus age and eligibility
Like
varies
says,
by jurisdiction. Fees
it has to
may
be
apply in Illinois.
about it, has to be
When in Ontario.
Robert says, I don't
Bonus notes expire 7
understand. If
days
it's not
after
considered
issuance.
halakhically
See
a cleat when it comes to Tuma, then halakhically it shouldn't be a cleat by shops.
NFL Sunday ticket
The problem
offer for new
is, the
subscribers
price is
only.
the exact
Renews until
opposite of
April.
Robert. It says there's a
Digital
big
games
difference
and
between
commercial
Tuma and
use
Shabbos
excluded.
when it comes to needle. If it
Restrictions
doesn't have an
apply.
eye, it's not a cleat
Additional
for
NFL
Tuma,
Sunday
and
tickets
it
are
is a cleat for Shabbos. So,
/go/NFL
Abai, when it comes to Robert's
Sunday
rescue, says perhaps
terms.
the shot is,
Limited time
yes,
offer
it doesn't have an
slash.
eye, but it's
I'm kidding, there's no
prefab
slash after
before
limited time
the
offer.
person had a chance to put the eye into the needle. But let's say the needle had an eye and it broke off, that's much worse. Then he already designates it for the recycling bin, and it loses its clean designation, and the Tuma falls off, and it's not a cleat for Shabbos. To straighten out a baby's limbs,
How
on
are
Shabbos
you,
is much
Meow 42?
According to Shemmick's
How
book,
are you?
there's no fixing a body on Shabbos.
You know,
it's not like a
I
clean
saw
that you
you
fix in a
at
second.
Buffalo
According to
Helium
Nachman,
a minute
it's also
ago.
just like
Were
you're
you
not
at the
take
show where the
medicine for
couple
this
was in
body,
the
because that fixes the
crowd
body.
and the
So
girl
too,
started
you know how to straighten out
crying
the
and they
baby's limbs.
left?
Instead of
Did
showing
you happen to be at that show?
what's the
Because that was
The
psycho.
Deuce vomit is that's not the therapy. So straighten out the baby's limbs. That's very much the therapy.
Okay.
Hell of a time.
In fact, I
Hell
have a
of a
riot.
time.
It says in Mishnah, you
I remember you opened the set with,
that's fixing the body.
are there any Native Americans in the crowd?
But Rahman
Yeah,
says,
and I raised my hand,
taking out a
and
splinter
I really should have
is
been like,
fucking-
I
the
said I was
splinter is ready
Mohawk,
to be
but I
removed
really
with
should have
baby's
said,
limbs. Need a lot
I'm
of work.
Sequoian.
Says the Mishnah.
Oh my God, yes,
If you're having
Sequoian
stick to
is
stir
that.
the olives in a vat,
Yeah. I
some of
mean,
it's Mohawk,
because
sometimes
Mohawk,
not.
what did I say? Sounds fake
If
or
that
stuff
stick
made
has
up.
a knot,
Like,
where it's a big cable, it comes like
yeah,
a pump,
Sequoian.
into the
Sequoian, I might not have
juice
said
and
that.
seeds. If
Sequoian,
there's
I might have
oil
thought, oh
is
my
ready to go to the
gosh.
chest, then it's a clean, it's a couple.
I got a thing against,
Otherwise, it's shooting.
I got a thing against Sequoians. My mother used to drive
Says the
Sequoia.
Mishnah
I
that
get
according to
it.
Yossi,
Yeah,
all
yeah.
Kalim
Well, there was a
are
woman
not
named
muktzah.
Miss
Besides
Francis who
those
used to
that are
drive us to
muktzah,
school, and she had a white
these two
Sequoia,
examples.
and she
A
would
very
drive
large
like a
saw
bat out of
and the
hell,
blade
and
of a
we'd
plow.
listen
These
to
are
like
things that you don't typically
Nora
lend down to other
Jones.
people. You're
Isn't that her
careful
name?
with
Like
the
real
children.
soft, like lady
Or
music.
other
I
examples,
did.
like
Yeah,
Like some of that I like, but not Nora Jones.
Tanner's
We
knife,
listened to
butcher
that,
knife,
and she'd be
and a
driving
special
all
tool
crazy,
for
almost hitting
carpenters.
people. It was just psycho.
Once upon a time, there was no
Well,
muktzah.
whatever.
Everything was mutter to touch.
Well, how's your day? So what, you're up in Buffalo?
People
I am
were
up in Buffalo,
relaxed and
yeah.
living
I
house.
was
Comes
working
along
from
with
home.
Femio,
I am
the
currently
Cahalio,
sick
and
as
says,
shit.
everything
And
is
I
awesome.
was kind of strong.
What
Besides
happened?
that,
I was-
Caleb.
Sinuses
Small
and stuff,
knife,
just kind of stuff
stuffed up, and our drummer got sick, and then our guitar player got sick, and then it kind of spread throughout our band.
Oh
my gosh! Wait, so what kind of music do you play?
Until everything became
in a rock band.
Besides,
Oh, nice. Are you familiar with the Minutemen?
large saw and the blade of a plow mixed
Little
up.
bit. Yeah, they're
What
kind of
exactly
fun.
do they
Listen
have?
to
How
them
do they
talk. Well, that's
Well, we had this
exciting.
on
You're in a rock band.
What they
Yeah,
added
dude,
to
you
the
have to be
station.
careful. Yeah, I fear
Guy
that if
says
there's ever
one
some
thing
other
Robert
pandemic
one
that
more
like literally is killing
Robert's always
everybody,
one step
we're all
ahead.
screwed. Because I swear,
Guy
I
says the first thing
wonderful
was
at picking
they said
the
that
seat
anything
on the airplane
that's
where
up to
somebody's
someone
coughing
actually will head
behind me. And sure enough, it happened on my 4.5-hour flight from Vancouver to Austin yesterday. It's two children.
So
And they're both coughing, and like the mom's coughing, and I'm just thinking, God, I hope they're
covering their mouths, and then I start working myself up, thinking I'm gonna fucking mug them and turn around, but they're like, William, relax. Life is too short. You're gonna end up on some weird video on the internet, freaking out on a plane. But I'm sorry you don't feel good. Yeah, I'm starting to get some green shit in my boogers right now. And I don't think that's good. I think that means there's an infection.
I got you on Mucinex if you need it.
Carry with one hand.
Oh my gosh, thank you. What is that, pills?
Yeah, they're the 12-hour 1200s, dude. They will get you right.
Well, I love that, and I swear, dude, the Mucinex commercials, I think, are some of my favorite drug commercials with that little booger guy, the green, like, goblin, like that green booger-looking guy, dude. That guy's hilarious. That's why I use Mucinex. Wait, I've never used it. What does Mucinex do?
Officially, it's an expectorant, which means it just gets all the shit out, and that's kind of what you want: fluids, expectorant, and meow moo.
For sure. Well, good to know about Mucinex, because I knew it had something to do with boogers or whatever, just because of the green guy in the commercial. So I knew it was like some booger related. But I had no idea. Well, I hope everybody gets better in the band. I mean, hopefully it's not something bad. What's the name of the band?
We're called Not Normal. We can be found at Not Normal 716.
Nice.
What? We have a couple tunes out.
What is that? Not Normal 716, like .com or like what do you?
That's our handle is Not Normal 716, like the @ and then it's notnormalband.com.
Oh, nice. Wait, what do you do again in the band?
I sing most of the songs and then play guitar. So all four of us actually sing, so it's super fun. And not gonna lie, finding your comedy over the last couple of years really got me out to like performing and stuff. Just like it gave me like a resurgence, like your energy on stage gave me a resurgence of just like getting out there and playing music again. And yeah, I'm super just grateful for you doing your thing, man.
Well, yeah, because seriously, if my dumbass can do it, anybody could. I mean, I'm an idiot, so anybody could do it. So that's sweet. That's what you took from it. Because I agree. Yeah, oh my gosh. Yeah, you guys just mess around. Well, that's great. Wait, do you like Benny and the Jets, that song?
Yeah.
Yeah,
you actually put me onto Volcano and Fast Car.
Yeah, I was recently looking on eBay for is this your license?
Yeah, it's us.
Oh my gosh! And I see you. What are you wearing? A black shirt? I'm kidding. It's a woman.
We've put wigs on stage before for Halloween and shit. Actually, Josh, the other guitar player on the left, we did Halloween last year, and he was the best Velma ever.
Oh my gosh, from Scooby-Doo. Yeah. Wait, Velma's the one with the glasses, right? And the orange shirt. And the big knockers. I'm kidding. I feel like I've seen some pictures where they put it where she has like big bosoms, and I'm like, who are these perverts making these pictures of sexy ass fucking? But I don't know. There's people out there. I've only seen it in passing.
He had some gnarly knockers that night.
Oh, really? Did you try to touch him? I feel like I would have tried to touch him at one point. Maybe be like, oh my gosh, excuse me, I didn't even mean it. Sorry. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's hard to describe, but we did the one meme where like the one guy was like looking at the other girl instead of the other one. Yeah, we had fun with it.
Oh, nice. What? Like y'all are on stage and then you hit the meme, the thing in the meme, like when you're on stage, or just like you took a picture afterwards or something?
Picture afterwards. In hindsight, we should have done it on stage.
And oh my gosh, hold on, you're talking about the Scooby-Doo meme.
I think he's talking about this one, right?
Oh no, that
yeah, we did that. Yeah, but like in costume and characters and shit. Like I was Fred. He was Velma, and then Daphne was the one that's like, why are you looking at that?
Oh yeah, because generally you would think maybe Daphne maybe looks better, but some people would think Velma looks better for sure. It's kind of brunette versus blonde there, kind of. And one's kind of nerdy, one's kind of like the cheerleader kind of look. So it's just kind of, well, that's fun though. I love it. Well, watch some Scooby-Doo if you want to later on, if you have to relax or something. I don't know. No, not Scooby-Doo. That'd be boring. You don't want Scooby-Doo. Wait, what do you want to watch? If you're laying around, what are you watching?
I've been playing a lot of Fallout lately. After the show, big fan.
Did some new one just come out?
I think they did I've never gotten into 76 because it's online, but I know season 2 is coming out of the show, and I've always loved New Vegas, so I'm doing another playthrough of that, and I know that's got a huge mod community, but big Fallout fan, Fallout music, comedy, what else could you ask for, you know?
I hear you. Well, not being sick, and you're going to get better. Also drink some orange juice. I think that helps too, baby.
Yeah.
I can't believe, I wish you were at the show where the freaking, I'm talking to some couple up in Buffalo, and then the girl, I was talking kind of aggressively, not that aggressively, and the girl starts crying, 30 seconds after I, stop talking to them and move on, and then I, look over again, and she's, bawling her eyes out, and it just made me angry, because it was I wasn't being mean, but then I was kind of mean after that, and then it was bad, and then they left. But yeah, but whatever. What do you do?
Yeah, I found out the hard way. Halloween a couple of years back, I ended up going to a stand-up show in costume right around
this time.
So I was dressed up as Hunter S. Thompson right around the time when the Jeffrey Dahmer Netflix thing came out, and everyone's like, "Oh yeah, he does look like Dahmer."
So, what did you have, the glasses on?
Yeah, I had the yellow glasses and the bucket hat. They're like, "Dude, he does look like Dahmer, man." And I'm like, "I'm trying to be the other guy."
Hilarious. That's funny. Yeah, you should have maybe a tie-dye shirt on or something, or you're just naked other than that. The glasses.
I had a Hawaiian shirt and a white long sleeve to kind of give that vibe, but they're like, yeah, no, you definitely put people in the freezer.
Well, that's their problem. A Hawaiian shirt with the long sleeve shirt underneath, that's Hunter S. Thompson. I think Hunter S. Thompson has a Hawaiian shirt listening to Volcano.
Something else.
Wait, no. Yeah, that's a wonderful song. Yeah, I was looking on eBay recently, and I found these wonderful license plate cover that's silver, and it says Parrot Head Forever, because that's what they call the Jimmy Buffett fans. Did you know that? They call them Parrot Heads. Wait, what'd you think about Fast Car? That's kind of an emotional one almost.
It's a sad one. It hit, man. It's a really good storyteller. Yeah, it's a piece for sure. It's got some movement. It hit me in a way.
Well, listen to Softer Softest by Hole. That's the song that I cannot stand. There's Tracy Chapman wearing a turtleneck, and a turtleneck is a really good look. For anybody wondering what to wear this year for maybe Thanksgiving or Christmas, put a turtleneck on. Put a sweater on top of it. It's a classic look. You wear a turtleneck with you can wear a turtleneck up or down, okay? Turtlenecks are a good look, and they keep you warm too. If you're somewhere cold like Buffalo, you need maybe something like that around your neck. 100%. But yeah, now look up Softer Softest by Hole. That's a very good one. I'm listening to that one a whole bunch right now.
Cool. Yeah, no, I'll definitely take that.
Yeah, the poor bass player died of a heroin overdose, and then Kurt Cobain died a couple months after. And maybe they were roommates who involved. People don't know what people aren't saying, so don't ask because people aren't going to tell you. So be careful what places in the internet you are asking people about it because they're not going to answer you. Well, great to talk to you, man. Hopefully you get better.
Thank you, William.
Yeah, just keep your head up. You got this, okay?
My man.
All right, well, keep up the good work, sir.
Rock on.
Bye.
Until the next one.
Until the next one. Until the next time. With Tracy Chapman. Do you know that song, Grant? Fast Car? Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's like a classic.
It's a good one. There's that video, I think, where she plays in front of
a NASCAR track.
And I think it was where Queen, that famous place in England where Queen also played, in front of that massive crowd. She comes out there and plays. It's just really cool. I think it was one of the first places she played. I could be way off on that.
I need to look it up. I'm
talking out my ass at this point. I'm gonna stop.
No, stop.
With the fire.
I'm gonna
With the
stop.
actual cleat, but not with
Well,
the
granted, it was fun. It was fun talking and to people, and
It was good.
one guy, his grandmother had a sweet-looking house, and
Beef the wrestler.
he had beef. Oh my gosh! And we do have to thank our mercenaries that go so much. Eli, Slugworth, the AI guy, Goldie Mae Star, Grant's worst nightmare, Curly at WS.LOL. I love fireworks, but be careful. I wish this microphone something. I love Big Macs. Jess, Jethro Toll, Joe Kai, John Shaw, Justin Greco, Kendra Dawson, Kyle Heath, Larry, Lawyer Joe, Loop. Love looking at Mr. Flipper, Mista Alex, Nissan Pappy, Nolan Void, Opolonia, Papa Coon, Patrick Casey, Poopsicle Butt, Robert Bush, Ruby Jewel Sparkle, Shinna Kaya from the Big Island, Sat Rack, Sean Coon, Shiva Skin Bomb, Danny Critter, Memphis Stringle, The Wizard, Vader, Vicious McVisty, White Magic, William Casey, the Cats, William Garrett, William Ramsey, Mark Drive Show, on YouTube, Future and Adventure, Zombie Warlock, Anthony Wilbush, Martin Sebastian, Duffield, Assalon, User Soup Pop,
So we have Yossi Klein from Superior Piping in Muncie says that he's willing to take on, he wants to be representative of Muncie, and he's going to organize Muncie Theater, and he wants to put advertising in papers, etc. So thank you
so much.
According to everybody, that a broken piece of a cleat. It's not muktzah if you're in a chutz.
Thanks for joining us
in
for this week's episode of the William Montgomery Show.
Send
your questions, artwork, and manifestos to the William Montgomery Show at gmail.com.
You're not going to find open battles.
Leave William a voicemail at 737-471-1090.
Let's say you're sitting in shoes and you want to cover that spot. According to Rabbi,
this episode of the William Montgomery Show by subscribing to the William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere podcasts are sold.
So even if it's just Rabbi, it's not muktzah. In fact, there's a story.
Check out William
Rabbi's
online
shoe got really dirty with mud. And Shamish came, and he found a piece of earthenware on the side, and Rabbi started scraping up the mud. So Kavita started screaming, Shabbat, Shabbat. So Rabbi, they tell me that not only they're Amarats, they never learned the halacha, but they go and spread their mistakes to other people. It's not muktzah, it's a clean, and it's just like it's a clean.
The William Montgomery Show is produced by William Montgomery. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. The words are sung by William Montgomery.
Provided that you don't smooth out the
Thanks for joining us. See you next
barrel
time.
would make it a nice cover. That would not be bad. Throughout the lid into the garbage. Depends when you threw it out. If you threw it out before Shabbos, he's showing it's no longer necessary. It's not a kli, so therefore it is muktzah. If you threw it out on Shabbos, it's too late. You can't take something that's a kli already and say now it's not a kli. What if you take a shirt, a perfectly good shirt, throw it in the garbage? Any kind of beggar. Even if you throw it out on Thursday in the garbage,
Yeah, nobody gives a fuck. How about that? How about that? How about everybody gives a shit? Nobody watches this show. It sucks. Everything sucks.
So two small pieces can cover
But look
dirt. A piece of a callous gadol,
at this.
up until 3 fingers is considered a beggar. Less than
Read
3
it?
fingers, even a poor person doesn't keep. But if it's not
ESPN,
less than 3 fingers has purposes. If you have broken pieces of a oven is made out of
KRE, dog.
And we're talking about an oven that was already had hesed risha, was heated up and hardened. According to Meir and Elazar Yaakov, the halacha is always like Elazar Yaakov. You could carry these pieces, the same reason we said before. You could, yes, they don't serve it.
Joe Rogan podcast, check it out. Back up. Happy Monday, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
Put it sideways and bake lava pita on top.
All night.
Typically, you bake it sideways, vertically.
Look at this athleticism, folks.
Don't you give me this?
Let's check it out. All right. That shit is boring.
Horizontal. It's not serving the same way. It's your job. Brother says we have a whether or not broken pieces of that
I want to fuck with all this stuff.
I know there's so much shit.
I'm really on Discord.
I know. I brought a little tiny figurine of a little thing on stage one time, and every single
No way, that's a real person. Impossible.
made into a fence. It wasn't really that upset.
That's the problem. Is like
A cover
everybody
of
knows that I
does
keep
not
a
mean
bunch of shit on this desk. So
says the
people give
Mishnah,
me
you
shit
take
to put on
a
this desk,
stone,
and now it's getting kind of crazy.
on a
Where I'm
pumpkin
gonna have to have a
pail,
shelf.
so that the pail goes in and
I had
you
to
draw
get a
water.
shelf. I got one of
If
those
you
old
tie it
typewriter.
properly to the pail,
SJKAK.
it's part of the pail.
Teeth. This is
If you have a stone, similar place, a stone on top of the barrel,
That's the guy.
take the barrel,
I got one of these at
let's
my
go
age.
to the top,
Shut
and it's
up.
a stone falls out.
Brian
What is
Shut
the
up.
concern that the stone will break the
Shut
barrel?
up.
Lift the entire barrel up, move it to the
Shut
side,
up.
and build it over there.
He caused it.
That's in a case.
There's a lot of videos saying he caused it.
I get it. I get it. That would be a death
So
whistle.
we have a place with Rami and Ravasi.
Technically, I think when he
Rami
blew
says
it, it had
that
already
the barrel becomes a
caught on
bustus
China.
to the stone.
Yeah.
And therefore the barrel becomes a
Right. You're the COVID guy. I was listening to your podcast with.
And he says
What's the one
that
who got
it's very different
falsely
than
accused?
a pail. And the pail is tied down with a string or something. Over here, the stone is just laying there.
Oh.
And Rabbi holds.
I was listening to that one, and I like fast forwarded it one moment, and it went from her being like, and then I was in prison for 4 years, to you being like, well, the bat's been COVID. And I was like, how did we get here?
Tie it to a pail or something to that sort.
Yeah, that was
Rabbi says that. If you put a stone on top of a barrel,
she's got a Netflix series out right now where someone plays her, which is
cover it for the
super
barrel.
fucking weird.
Yeah.
Like someone else plays
That Rabbi Rothschild guy is gonna get his head beat 1,000%.
Because they had all this evidence of this guy who broke into the house, fucking murdered.
This motherfucker pisses me off more than ever. Can we legit get a whole IP ban on him? AK community, we're all fed up with seeing this and having to ban, and boom, it's another cycle.
Oh no, the guy was like, I fucked her.
I don't know what he said. I don't know what happened. But I know that they have started a narrative.
Oh, that he was in on it.
No. They had a narrative that she did it, that she caused the murder. Right. The guy started with that, and he stuck with it. And even when there was evidence that showed that it was...
Did anybody like my shit?
The window was broken, somebody broke into the house.
And then eventually he came forward and was like...
0 followers.
And then
I don't think he eventually ever did anything. No, like she actually had a meeting with him, which is crazy. Like after the fact, like for
the only way that vine is not multiple, I'm allowed to use the pail.
Otherwise, they twice.
I know the Supreme Court.
She got acquitted. Like she got
Yeah, this
right, and then they retried her in absentia. So she was in America. Well, they were trying her in Italy again.
And then they said she was fine.
Which is the fine is crazy. How did they give her some fucking money?
Also, the guy Raphaela was in solitary for 6 months. I can't. 6 months in solitude is so crazy. 1 day in solitude.
I talked to a guy. These shutters, in order to hold up a window on Shabbos, they have to be hanging.
What does that mean? Like you get your shit
it's not
in
necessary.
there?
We already told them.
What?
There's an insert to make a roof on Shabbos. Even on the 100%.
I feel like
and
they,
there's a
it's gotta do some
what if
sort
you
of
already have
damage
a
thing when
partial
they come
roof?
out.
Can you add to the roof?
Well, it's kind of shocking.
The same method would apply. No, it's a very different case. On a vertical wall.
Super smart.
Right, a shutter. Now,
typically,
there's no pizza on Shabbos. There's no place to build a wall on Shabbos.
But
the leather holes that since it looks like you are building content, even though it's a temporary shutter, but it's a permanent wall. It's awesome. Some say it's not awesome. That's a wonderful day.
The worst first conversation of the day. Yeah, that's why I always bring friends on the road. You don't want to be like that weirdo in the hotel room by yourself.
Yeah, and then you take a nap and the sun goes down while you're napping. That's the worst feeling. When I do that, it feels like I'm haunting the audience. Like I'm like, you guys are in a different reality, and I'm intruding on where you're at.
The weird one is when you wake up and you don't know what city you're in.
Yeah, that's why I got the dog. I was so sick of that feeling. I was so sick of waking up and being like, I've been abducted. Where am I? This place is nicer than my apartment, so that's good. Where am I? And then I saw my dog.
He says he started off the recycle with him in a dap, and eventually made his way to a full dap.
Yeah,
Since then, he's never missed a single dap. Love to be representative of West Orange, New Jersey. So, Greg, you are the official representative. Anybody that wants to be shot with the Simo Shabbos should contact you. You'll arrange everything.
We
Beautiful.
didn't know she was pregnant. She just had a litter.
We're talking about window shutters.
was like, okay.
Point is
I
common.
had no idea.
If you have a window shutter sitting right by
I've
the
had
window,
dogs
that's
where
designated
you
for the
adopt them
window.
full
It's not
grown, and it
considered
was
going up
great.
without the window shutter in. It doesn't have to be tied. It doesn't have to be
She was
hanging.
so sweet.
When they
I
realize
had
that you need
another
condition,
dog named Squeaky
the window
Frog,
shutter
was a real
has to be
nightmare.
tied and
Yeah.
hanging off the floor. Only then are you allowed to put the window shutter in.
Family members.
Something
Oh,
very
yeah,
similar
that'll
is
She had
called a
squeaky
negative.
voice.
This is a
She'd
code
been
that goes into
working
the
so
door
much in the pound
to
that
shut
when
the
I
door
got
closed,
her
make
out
sure
of the
nobody
pound,
opens
like
the
her
door.
horse was like,
Or nearly as if.
and then
If it's just
eventually it got
sitting there
normal
next to the
again because she
door,
didn't have to
does
work
it isn't
24
there right
hours a
stuff?
day. She
Conserve
just
the
had
bulk of
worn
its
out.
skills.
She
If
had worn
it's
out vocal
tied,
cords. She had a totally
but
normal
not
bark.
hanging
And I was
off
like,
the
oh my
floor,
god, her
it's touching
bark
the
is
floor.
like a
Smoker, yeah.
The only
Yeah,
use
like
of the
that.
bulk
Yeah.
is base amygdala.
Like she was hoarse.
Yeah,
Other
you don't know what
places,
you're gonna
this
get. I mean,
is
when
under
I
a bottom.
got
In base
a
amygdala,
rescue,
there
I was
are
like,
no
I'm gonna get a
soon,
small
there are
rescue,
no
so
social
I
base
hope
amygdala.
it'll be fine. But it was
No
such a
wonder
gamble. I
you
really do not
If
do
it's
this.
laying on the
Yeah,
floor,
we have a Doberman.
then
once
even
that
in the
was
base
rescued,
amygdala,
like,
you're allowed to use it even though it's not tied.
and he got really
If it's
crazy.
tied, not
Came
hanging,
out, like growling
then you
at
can
us,
use it
barking at us
everywhere.
out of
Or
nowhere.
you're sharing a meal, it doesn't need to be tied, it doesn't need to be hanging. As long as you designate this bolt in your
I had a
mind,
dog that would that
use
ate
the
the
bolt.
foot off of my.
The Junior
Well,
Bill
we had
says
a pit bull
Salafa,
that was a
even
rescue,
by
and my mom had this
palm
like woman
trees,
move in with us
by palm
who she
branches
was dating,
that were
and
designated
her
for
kids
fuel,
moved in too.
and then you decided
And
to
my
designate
pit
them
bull
for
ate the
sitting.
foot off of
Just
the
because you put
wife's
so in your
cat.
head, that's
Oh my
enough to take them
God.
away from the
Cat.
category
Oh
of
my
moksa.
God.
And the woman was like, "Hey, you gotta
You
like
have
choose
researching
between
a
these
meal
two."
that you
And I was
designate
like,
something
"Yeah,
in your mind.
cripple
But he
cat
says
out of
there's
here."
one stipulation.
And we kept
Whatever it is, let's say it's a bolt,
She didn't give
or
a
even a
fuck.
brand,
She was
it
so
has to
obsessed with
serve
that dog.
as some
The
sort
dog,
of
the amount of times we just like
has to
kill.
serve in some
My
sort of
friend
way.
was in the backyard. The dog kills a
It's
cat.
not
And my friend's
Got up
freaking
and
out.
dashed
She's like, we have
in
to
front
find
of
the
the house
owner.
in
And my
which
mom was
dwells
like,
and
you
says,
will
the
you
halacha
stay
is like nobody
quiet.
does it. It's comfort and butter, making delicious, it has to be hanging, it has to be tied. However,
She's
from the
obsessed with
final
that dog.
mission of
That's the only time
Sefra,
I've seen her like
the
really
mission brings a
cry is when
story
a dog dies.
that they wanted to plug up a window and they used a cleat. Now this cleat was not tied, it
I
wasn't
can't
hanging.
even think about
Best
it.
friends.
The fact that they brought it was an actual story that's a lot more powerful than halacha. You see that that's how we pass it.
He's 9 now.
Because
He's 9
he
in a
actually
couple
did
months.
so in a true
It's
story.
just like, oh no. I've had him since he was a
Says the
baby.
Mishnah,
Now he's 9. I'm like,
if a kli,
he's
a
only got
vessel,
a few years left. And he's so active.
you want to be able
He's
to
super
move
healthy.
it on
He's
Shabbos,
great.
it has to have
He's fit.
handles.
He's not.
Rabbi Rothschild explains
Oh yeah.
that's dafka if it serves
I
as
get to be
another
like
malacha
12.
for another
That's
malacha.
kind
Reza
of
says
13.
this handle
14,
is only when it
and
comes
they're
to
really
ground covering, but any type of thing
It's
doesn't need
fucked.
handles. The Gemara
It's
explains
kind of like there's a drug
when it comes to ground covering, everybody agrees
like a
that it needs a
longevity
handle.
drug.
And when it comes to clean, everybody agrees it doesn't need a handle.
But
Like
I
this is
know
when you
that it
put a
shows
cleat in the
promise
ground.
to
We
extend
say
dogs'
you might
lifetime.
confuse this cleat for
Whitney
ground
Cummings the
covering
other day
or
said
not.
that
And with that, we finished the
friend's
parrot.
like soul
Oh,
dog
like
died the other day, and she said
Random parrot.
when the dog
The
dies,
fun
you like learn something
says
about
in
yourself
the
that's
Mishnah,
very important.
if you
So I've been
have
holding
a
on to
room
that kind of
with
woo-woo thing. Like she's like, you kind
hey,
of show up for yourself in a way
you
you
know how
need
to move it
to.
on Shabbos because of the exertion
Yeah,
that you put out while you're listening. Shabbos have to
I
rest.
like how
However,
Whitney has something
if
to
you're
say
doing
about
it for a
everything.
mitzvah, you're allowed to move 4 to 5 boxes. The Gemara will explain whether it's literal or just. That's the way we speak 4 to 5.
Because rapamycin is something that Peter
If you
Tia
need the
is
room
a big
for
proponent
a
of
shear
for longevity.
or fachnos esarchim,
The
you
guy
can
who
move 4 to
wants to
5
live
boxes.
forever.
No, that's Brian Johnson.
But not more, says the Mishnah.
Another study at
Because
Texas
more than that,
A&M
more than 4 to 5
University showed
boxes would be
rapamycin can extend the
considered
lifespan of
would
older
be
dogs by up to
too
20%.
much exertion.
Generally well tolerated,
The
however,
Mishnah goes on to
side
give a
effects
list
such
of
as
different things that are not
lethargy,
muktzah,
lack of
such as
appetite,
food, that you remove the truma from the
No, you
kain.
can't.
Interesting.
So it's
Was
what
that
you
it?
eat,
Because I think there was
but
something else.
food
It was
that
like a
didn't take of Shus Maestros is Muktzah because it's not permitted to eat on Shabbos. My food that we don't know how much Truma is Muktzah. The Gemara will explain. Meiser
Well, why
Rishon
did we
is the
not hear about
10%
that? Weren't they
that
cloning
you still
sheep
give
and shit?
off to the Levi.
And then we just
And the
stopped
Levi,
hearing about it?
you the Truma. Gemara will explain as
How
well.
is that?
telling you about clones.
That's Meiser Rishon.
You ever see a
Meiser
person that
Sheni,
looks
that's
exactly like
10%.
another person, and
Take
then you
for
ask them their name,
yourself.
and it's the same name,
That's
and you're like, no fucking
you have
way.
to
You know the story about those two baseball players?
You redeem it, so
Oh,
it's
it's the
not
funniest shit of all time. These two baseball
So it's not
players
Muktzah.
look
Like this.
exactly the
You want
same,
it, you have to
have
redeem
the
it.
exact same
Not
name,
Muktzah.
and
No,
never
really?
met each other,
Meiser
and
Sheni, they
they both play
redeem
baseball.
remains
Let me
Muktzah.
see him.
Oh,
Says the Mishnah Torah,
yeah,
type of
these two
being.
guys.
Oh my
If it's
god!
dry, it's not
What?
Muktzah because it's defeated.
Why
No,
in the
if it's
fuck?
moist, even
Why are they
though
wearing
it's
the same
Muktzah.
Their name is Brady Feigl,
Something
right?
called
So it's not even like a normal
There's a
name.
guy says it's
They both got the same injury. That's what
mustard
they found
seeds
out.
are
They're
Muktzah.
both the same
She only says
Just
Muktzah is not
imagine
Muktzah.
your
Six,
name is
it's
Brady
Raven.
Feigl, and
And
you
wealthy
meet another
people
guy
have
who's
Raven.
also Brady
Now, a
Feigl. You're
typical
both 6'4".
says
You
Rav
both
Shimon
have
is
red
considered
hair. You're both
wealthy.
really
It's
tall.
considered
Both have
princes.
black
All of
glasses.
Israel
You
are
both have the
princes.
fucking same crazy name. That name is nuts.
You have a
Maryland,
bundle
Missouri is
of
not far enough
straw
away.
or branches. If you designate a specific animal, then it's not immediately go meet each other. They said come along and
2 or 3 years,
but
maybe.
it says you can move 4
Oh,
to 5 boxes a day.
baseball, and I
Which
play
was
baseball.
very
I play,
specific.
bro.
If it's a
We gotta
small
hang
room,
out, freak
you can
people
4
out.
out of 5 boxes. You have to use 1 box on the
how old?
floor,
32,
so you don't
27.
expose the floor.
Interesting.
You don't
The first
come.
guy must be
You
really
match your
pissed.
movements to smooth out the floor,
This
which is a
motherfucker
play.
stealing my shine.
If it's a larger
That's
room,
bizarre.
then
You know, I
you're
just remember
committed
hearing so
even
much about cloning,
5 boxes.
Yeah.
and then it just stopped.
Well, they do it with dogs. They do it with
But
people's
you have
pets.
to,
Like,
you have
if
to
you
leave
want
some
to get your
over
pet
so that you're not
cloned,
matching
you can get your pet cloned. That's a
If
real
it's a
thing.
large
I think it costs
storage room,
$30,000.
it's also to start
But
removing
then they're cloned at the
eggs
same
from it.
age.
It's
Because
no.
you go like Rabbi
They're a
Rothschild,
puppy.
that they're
Nice.
so in other words, something that was designated as
Scratch.
storage
Yeah,
before
otherwise you
Shabbos,
have like
remains
a
most of
11-year-old
Shabbos.
that keep like bring it back.
Still says
So
no.
mean.
We're going
That'd be
according to the
so
Shul.
mean.
That there is no muktzah. Just because it's designated as a
You
week
can
before
let me
Shabbos doesn't
die.
make it most of
For
Shabbos.
the love of
And
God.
when we
You
say
waited
4 to
too long
5,
to clone them.
that's just a figure of
That's,
speech.
dude,
That's
bring
how
it back
people
to the puppy though. We should do that.
So therefore, I could remove even more than 5 boxes.
Substance.
Okay,
The mission
I
says
think
you
to
cannot
the
remove
theater.
a storage facility. It just means that you have to be careful not to smooth out the
It's
floor.
nuts. I'm
Again,
actually very pro that movie. Like, I love the narrative. I love the idea of that when you get all that fake shit, you're just keeping an old person alive.
Yeah.
I've tried to describe that on stage so much where I'm like, doesn't it bother you that when people are like, you look good for your age, you're just like hiding, like you're concealing your death there? You know what I mean?
Right.
And that movie portrayed that perfectly, where it's
Yeah.
just a fucking...
That's kind of ironic that Demi Moore, who looks insanely good at 62, played that lady.
Yeah.
You know, because like.
But I liked that because it showed, like, even when you saw her weird old lady
Shabbos
butt,
of
you're like, that's
today's
Denise
from
Moore's
Shir
nice
from
butt,
Montreal.
but I'm still,
Says
like,
doing
in
everything
awe of
he
the
can
young
to
girl's
spread the
butt,
word
which was
about Shir.
unacceptable.
It's unacceptable.
You
I
know what I
personally
mean? Like,
watch
when
the
she was
Shir
doing the
every
whole
day
thing,
on
that's
Torah.
like, why is this so
They could get
intense? And you're like,
she's
because it's a
effort
young
tremendous
person.
Shir.
Right.
Thanks
I
to
think
Shir.
that... Did that director do... No, that
about
director didn't do wrong.
storage of wheat.
It
You're
was a
not
female
allowed to do any of it on
I
Shabbos.
don't know
What is
else
storage?
did,
A
but
lesson,
that
which is
was awesome.
50
I used to
things
so I tried
But this
to, I
is
faint
trick.
so easily.
If you're stuck on Shabbos,
I
and you're
just
gonna make
blood
food,
and stuff, I
you can
faint,
walk
and I
in and out of the
wrestled
storage
through the gory part. I was like,
You'll
oh,
meet
okay,
with your
good. Like, I can't, I've cured it.
It
And
says
then the music,
never
it's
started
like when
using
a movie
storage
starts
before
going like,
Shabbos. Then once Shabbos comes,
like that,
everything
like
is
that,
sold.
like on both sides.
Shouldn't doesn't hold it
Like a ghost.
in that situation.
I got to the bathroom and I passed out. I'm in New York, just on the ground fainting. People are walking over my body like a homeless person.
That's hilarious.
For exertion on Shabbos is better to make less trips,
Someone got
but carry more weight,
on screen.
or
She
carry less weight,
It's like,
and
didn't
walk
matter
more.
where she was. If
In
someone got
fact, there's
injected,
definitely shit that
That's
says
so bad.
walk
Yeah,
less than Shabbos.
my dad has it. Yeah, her head was
Contradiction in the Bryce. The one Bryce says you carry
like
4 to 5 boxes of wine and oil
when
when
the
you're trying
kid,
to move them
one of their
from
her
the room.
brother
The other
got
Bryce says
like
10 or
crazy
15.
sunburn,
Which one is
like
it?
really bad, where he got
Perhaps
blisters.
it's
The dad saw it, and just
We're
fucking
talking about
fainted.
4 to 5 boxes. The question is how many drugs are
My
in the
sister called my
box?
dad once
Maybe
and she
each
was
box
working on
consists of
cadavers. She was like, I'm
2 drugs,
so
that's
interested in
10
this. We come to a
drugs, or
cadaver
3
today and
drugs
she just heard
consist of
thump on
50
the other line. She was like, Dad,
Allah is, no matter who 4 to 5 boxes, per
He's
guest,
taken so many
if you have
yeah.
4 guests, that's 20 boxes. You are asked,
It couldn't be in our
is
births or
it one
anything.
person
Oh
who
my
will get 20
God.
boxes, or perhaps they could break it up, each individual can move
What is that?
4 to 5 boxes.
Vasovagal.
From Rebbe and
Is that a
you can't bring it back.
psychological thing?
Rebbe
Because it's
and
obviously
came
like
to a
your
certain place,
reaction
given a
to
percentage
a thing.
so it's not
I-
enough.
Like, I wonder if
Went
you
out
can
into the
temper
field,
that somehow.
and they made room in the
Here's
field.
the problem with
A lot of
it is why I don't. I used to
out
think
of the
it was
way.
psychological, like me and my dad
Perhaps over there,
pictured
Rebbe
things
didn't
too
do it
well.
himself. Rebbe was
Like
an
we
awesome.
pictured it, the needle going in.
Or it was too
But
much work for
vasovagal, like
ancestors.
sometimes I'll be
So
putting a
maybe
earring
give other
in.
people to do.
It's just
There's no right that one person
So
should
I
do it all.
Everywhere you know, bounce
Rob
your head off the
says,
fucking linoleum.
our
It's so
mission
fucked
is
up.
see
So I think it
that our
is
Sorghum is just as important as
Well,
learning
not
Torah,
bad,
waking up
but
early to
also
Torah,
triggered
because
by
the mission is
high
a
states of
example of
anxiety, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So that's what you would be able to control. You wouldn't be able to control the fact that you do faint when you have a high level of anxiety. So, vasovagal response, sudden overreaction of the body's autonomic nervous system to a trigger such as pain or emotional stress, or music, that causes a temporary drop in heart rate and blood pressure.
There's a whole part of my special where I talk about me and this guy who's also a fainter having sex. And the rest remains over a lot.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's hot.
Yeah. It was rough. When you faint, it comes with sweating and
seeing like it's brutal.
Really
kind of hope the man doesn't
Really kind of.
like he keep it together.
Yeah.
Supersedes everything.
Yeah, totally.
Right? Like,
The question is, you have
He could
different
pay
kinds
like
of
a man, he could think of something.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Plus, the
Yeah.
big
That's
requirement
hilarious. I wonder what would happen if the guy
Not only that,
got drafted.
Look at this pathetic system.
Fake shot.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. My dad had a heart attack once and fainted.
All right, let's get the fuck.
And I saw him in the hospital. I was like, "What happened? The heart attack fucked up your face?" And he was like, "It fainted on offense." I was like, "That's crazy."
Oh my god.
Yeah, he fainted so much. He was a contractor, so he was always at cuts and stuff. And we're like, "No." Yeah, it was crazy. Yeah, he jigsawed through his nose one time. Yeah.
Because he fainted?
No, but then he fainted. He like pulled the cord, and then it cut through his nose, and then he fainted. It's crazy.
Oh my god.
Is
Oh my
Rabbi
god.
Kiva before he came, Rabbi Kiva, he was still on Mars, and he's working.
It was that's what we have to worry about all the time. Like if I cut myself, it's not about the cut, like if the stitches or not. It's that I'm about to hit
my wife and child. Wasn't he says, I don't know.
Have you ever fainted
But
right
after
before you
so
went on
much
stage?
surveillance, but this came through.
I think that's like a heightened state of anxiety a little bit, especially in the early days.
I panic. Well, another problem is I get when I panic when I have really bad intrusive thoughts. Like I was around a famous person recently, and I was convinced I was gonna bite her. I started getting a full panic, which makes you want to faint. But it's a different thing. We're both like fainting.
I knew it too. What about pillows? Warm-up guy, just do warm-up. And he had a real problem with anxiety. He just would freak out. He was a comic, and it just never worked out for him because of his anxiety. He was overwhelmed. And one time, he was warming up for the Cosby Show, and he got this idea in his head that he was going to say the N-word.
Of course.
He's like, don't say it.
Of course.
Don't say it. Cosby Show. Yeah. So he's warming up for the Cosby Show. So he's, basically in the crowd warming up. Okay, so here's the next scene. Dr. Huxtable's going to come in, and all his mind is telling him is, don't say the N-word. He's not going to say it. He was never going to say it. But for whatever reason, he was overwhelmed by this fear of saying the N-word in this, like, very, it's so real. And he completely had a meltdown. Yeah, he was doing warm-up.
Or he was panicking. With my special taping, I thought I was going to fuck him with a stool. Mine is violence. I think I'm going to bite. I think I'm going to, totally. Or on airplanes, I'm going to pull the exit thing off. All the time. Mine is very violent. The person next to me, I'm going to bite down on.
That's probably a better response than, like, shrieking. Falling to the ground.
I know, but that I was the famous woman. I was like, I don't want to be the biter. And then I know what I thought, but it went so long to obsess about it.
Look at this.
I loved her so much. She was being so nice to me, and we were sitting next to each other so long. I was like, what if I just bit or turn? And my brain was like, you're not. And I was like, but this might be the time that you do the thing. One time I was on a chairlift, and I was like, what if you jumped off? And I was so long that I just jumped off. I was fine. It landed, and it was fine. But I still was like, I did the thing. So since then, I've been
which is
like,
the 10% that you spoke is the lady.
that's the other thing I have to remember is I waited for the snow to come up and meet the chairlift way closer than some of you want it. Yeah.
Yeah, crazy.
Stroll initially didn't give the Truma the 2% for the
totally. Like, well,
that is the thing about biting. But even though you saw jump to step number 2 instead of step number 1, the lady doesn't have to go back to define his 2% which deserves. This is only a situation that the lady that you showed gave the lady the 10% before it was a pile before it did move off like green.
They were playing some game. Her
Let's say
friends were
still
playing
attached
some
to
game
rail or still
with like states,
it's
like figure out like what what's the keystone state, like that kind of shit.
Once it's in a
And
pile,
I was helping her.
then
But she was totally
not only does
normal.
he swell
Like, it was
up,
we never acknowledged that she's Daryl Hannah at Cantor's Deli.
Playing a game.
She was
what
like
is it because of
super chill.
Mice are shady,
That's so nice.
which is 10% that goes
Her
to the
friends
owner.
were having a
You have to
sandwich,
redeem it.
just
If you redeem
laughing
it,
and
of
doing
course
some
it's not
game
most of the
about
answer is.
states.
Because you
It
didn't
was
redeem
normal
it.
as hell. Matt
You have to
Damon
redeem
was at
it.
the cellar recently, and I was so fucked up.
In other words, if there's 100 food,
I don't know how it was fucking me up so much. I do too many. I was like, his arms and hands are so Matt Damon's arms and hands. Like, I knew them so well, and he was like gesticulating, and I was like, I fucking know those freaking arms. It was crazy. From movies, like just moving. It's weird to know somebody so well and never have spoken to them. It's disturbing.
That is odd. Yeah.
Your season, your shot. The NFL season is rolling, and every touchdown can bring you closer to a payout with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Every game is another chance to cash in. Don't just watch the action. Win with it. DraftKings Sportsbook delivers the unmatched intensity of the NFL right to your fingertips. From the first touchdown scored to any-time TD props or the thrill of live in-game betting, every snap is loaded with opportunity. New customers, this one is for you. Bet just $5 and get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Plus, score over $200 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Your season is heating up. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code Rogan. That's code Rogan to get $200 and bonus bets instantly when you place your first $5 bet. Plus, over $200 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Blue Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, fees may apply in Illinois. 21 and over age, and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. See sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. NFL Sunday Ticket offer for new subscribers only. Auto renews until canceled. Digital games and commercial use excluded. Restrictions apply. Additional NFL Sunday Ticket terms at youtube.com/go/NFL Sunday Ticket/terms. Limited time offer.
I met Damon in Italy at a restaurant where he was sitting underneath a photo of himself.
Which is grass that has straight roots. It's not meant to be confused with the mustard seeds.
No. The restaurant owner had him there before. It was a nice table, and there's photos all over the wall of celebrities that have been there before. And so Matt came and went and sat down at the table where the photo of this owner, taking a picture of Matt Damon.
Amanda says he meant only if he himself owns it.
He's very nice.
Ashi says
super
even
normal
if he doesn't own an
There's a lot of them that are like
since
super
there are
normal.
other people that have actually
He's
always considered a novella,
this thing, like
therefore
I doubt
it's
fucking crazy people.
Since
It's like a thing in your head, like, they gotta be out of their
bundles of
fucking mind.
branches are muktzah. So Bai says there are four different amrim that tell you this concept of B'nai Malachim, all guys roll B'nai Malachim.
Through a chicken wing
Chicken wheel is this
at
halacha
my
about an
friend's
ostrich. And
chest,
so the Mishnah
just
says
like out of
they could
nowhere,
have
somebody introduced him, like
bulls,
Gillis or somebody, maybe it was
a
Schultz,
raven,
who was like, oh, this is
wealthy
so-and-so,
people
he's a good
are
comic, and he threw a chicken wing
When
at
it
him,
comes
and I was
to
like, that's the most
rose
Peter
oil,
Dinklage,
so
like
Shimon
just basically
says
being a little
that rose
Renaissance
oil
man throwing like this giant-sized turkey leg is crazy.
That the person owns an expensive coat and he owes a lot of money.
Be like, oh,
We sell the coat
just,
to
I was like, that's
inexpensive.
too on the
Sure, you
nose.
can say no.
Crazy.
Problem is I knew him
He's a
for
Ben Ellis. He deserves an expensive coat. You don't think he's coat
so even though he's the Game of Thrones guy, to
When it
me,
comes to
he's always the angry
bushels
writer
of
from Elf.
I know him
branches,
from
if you
the
decide
guy,
that it should be
for what is
animal
it,
food,
funeral,
Arab
what
Shabbos, they're not muktzah.
I never saw
Arab
that.
Shimon says provided
really
that it's
good.
lightweight, you can carry with your hands. Otherwise,
Crazy
it's muktzah.
funny.
You need to
That
carry
guy's
with
great.
hands.
He
Even
was
types
so
of
good
plants
at
the
Game of
Lord brings
Thrones.
down
It was
that you
so
say that
good.
it's
That's
for firewood or
Yeah.
muktzah, change your mind, you say it's for
That
food.
fucking
They're not.
show was so good.
My thing is,
And
this
you
says
want
you
to
take,
try
let's say,
to get
a pea
into
in a
it, but
pot.
like every season's like
Break it with
5
your
years
hand,
apart for the
go like
last one.
this,
You have to
you take
figure
out
out
peas,
who
but
is
not with the
who
peel
is this
Shabbos,
lady.
not too much.
one
Some
I had
say,
to,
you can
I
make
was
another
like
shape,
asking
you
about
say your
people, I was
finger,
like, I don't understand
and not
which
too much
place
as
is
you
which.
do.
I had to like
It'll
work
work.
it out. I
Ramen,
could not figure
but
it
it's
out, but
salted.
it's so good. It
Not to
opened up
everybody,
with the brother and
it's not
sister.
Carpaccio, people
That
do
was
that.
so sick.
If it's
I was like,
unsalted,
wow.
like according
Yeah,
to
it was
Ravuna,
crazy.
it's not. So even though Ravuna
And
was
the just
rash
full
halal
on
and rap
meat.
folds like
Yeah,
we do,
The Daenerys
it's
girl.
muktzah.
Cut the fucking
That's
head
half
off the
the
king.
king.
Like,
But
Yeah,
like regular
he's
muktzah, rap
crazy.
folds
He's the best.
no
He's the best.
he's the king.
Yeah,
Wonder
he
if
did
it's
a great job.
it's
Oh, that
muktzah.
fucking show ruled. It was such a
You
good
can't
show.
feed it
Such
to.
a season one.
You're not going to eat it. You don't feed it to the animals. But
the
a
real Game of
dog
Thrones.
is
The new
soft
one
enough
is
to
like,
eat it
yeah.
raw, and therefore if
It's
it's
good.
himself,
Like, you know,
tells people in
you're
his
always
house that you can move.
you're Jay
But
Leno,
raw
you're
dog,
Johnny Carson.
unsalted,
It's like
out of the sun,
You get attached to
just
it.
not to have
it's
monetary
like,
loss. Salted fish,
Remember
not
the last season?
muktzah.
Oh, the last season
If
was
it's
weird. Seriously,
if it's
rules.
I was in
raw fish,
Croatia.
it's muktzah. Even
And,
though Rashi explains
there's
that
the
you feed
place
it to a
where
dog,
they-
but you
where
didn't buy
King's
this
Landing
fish to
is.
feed the
Yeah,
dog,
Like, that's what
and
we filmed.
therefore,
Oh,
la
that's
la
nice.
that thing,
They
and
like
it's
sort of do
muktzah.
tours where they show you
Spoiled
where they
meat.
film certain scenes.
Not muktzah, you can
And
feed
one
it
of
to
the
any type
scenes
of
is when
animal.
Shane
covered water that you're concerned that perhaps
The little
snake.
cobblestone.
That's
That's right there.
Give it to
Actually see it.
That's really
not
cool.
It's pretty cool.
because you didn't give it to the so no one else has damage to that water. Certainly.
I just went
Take
to
a basket,
Twitter
flip it over so that the
dude,
chickens
I
get
got
into the
dragged.
even though you are carrying something for
Dude, it was a fan hit me up and goes, don't
You
go
could
on Twitter. And
push
I went
along
on
the
Twitter,
chicken from
and it
behind
was so, this
in
crazy
order
out
chicken that
of
ran away,
context
in order
thing where I was like talking
you don't
on
have
some
a
Styles
monetary
podcast,
loss,
and I was
or
talking about
in order
how
to prevent damage to
I
the
was
chicken.
talking about this guy who used the word, I'm not going to say it,
or push along a chicken by its hook because the chicken can jump off the floor and you'll be holding a
he
chicken
used
around,
that word,
which is
and I was being like, that word is so fucking antiquated that at this point to me it sounds
Now,
like
when it comes
somebody's
to
just
sheep,
calling
though,
like a drag queen that.
you should
Everybody
hold the
took
chicken
it
in your
as me
hand
saying
or push the chicken
that
down to the
trans
ground. We're
people
concerned
are
that the
in
chicken
drag.
will lift itself up with the
And it like,
and
dude,
jar
he
the
just
spot
like
of their
went
cheek on
at
the
me, and like
passenger seat.
the crazy thing is I
Let
thought
him
I was being woke on
hold
that
onto
podcast.
the
I had
neck
like
of a parent
friends
or
of
a
mine
donkey
being
who was
like,
tiring.
fuck Jordan, like it
But
was
not just
crazy.
right.
I mean friendly people, like people I work with.
Yeah, those
When it
people
comes
go
to a
eat shit.
child that knows how
Those
to walk,
pylon
you can
people,
pull the
they
child,
go
but
eat
don't
shit.
drag
That
the
was my
child.
like first
That
big
is
one.
awesome.
I've had one
If an animal
before, but that was like
That
gets
type of
trapped in
shit
a
pushes
body of
people
water
away
on Shabbos,
from
so
all the things you're trying to promote.
so it doesn't die.
Like,
And if
it
that's not
doesn't
good
mean
enough,
that people
unless the
hate
water
trans
is
people
rising,
if they say
and you can
something
say the
like that.
animal
That's not what you're saying.
So you can put
I was saying the opposite. I was being like, this guy was such an asshole for using that word. Also, that word is so corny that I feel like at this point it's not even reference to
but you're allowed to be over the Rabbanon in order to
transgender people.
become the
It's like
Reisa of
what we say for drag.
Some people still use it.
Totally.
says
But it's
that
that's
are not permitted to
the point
deliver
is,
an animal.
what are you trying to do?
Help the animal
You're not
out.
trying to hurt anybody's feelings.
In other words,
So
by
shut the
grabbing
fuck up.
the newborn
Everybody's
that's
just
on the
looking
ground,
for a reason to be
pushing
offended.
its stomach in
It's just
by
trying
giving
to
it
find
mouth,
anything
nose,
that they can like
by
green light,
giving it
go.
milk.
There's
And
no
just
reason,
pulling it out.
no
For
nuance.
student,
Yeah, of course.
for a mother giving
It's so
birth,
crazy.
you're allowed to
It was
call
so,
Shabbos,
just like
like,
reading
well,
all of that, and I was
midwife,
like, this is so many people that are just like,
call
this
Shabbos.
dumb bitch. One of them said, this is a
You're
fact
allowed
retard
to
talking, I'm skinny retard talking.
because you're really not even typical before. You're allowed to do anything that has to do with this teaching on what says we use that to harness on kosher animals on Yom Tov by insulting their womb. So
I'm on Twitter, I
feel
deleted
the
it.
pain
I was like, I was looking at my access
connect
to
with their newborn,
tweets,
or
and
would
then I was like, I'm
to
deleting
set the
this
water
for
on the baby
sobriety,
so
you
they
know?
smell it
And
every
then
place.
I went on and
Not kosher animals.
this is a nightmare.
Most of the time they don't
Crazy. And I hit up
disconnect
those
from their
people who
newborn
are and I was like, hey,
you'll never be able
why
to
wouldn't
get
you
them
just
back.
text me, man? Like, I care about you, you care about me. This is totally out of context. If you just asked me about it, I would have showed you the whole clip,
Even if she
you know?
says she needs
And they were
light,
like, you're right.
and she happens to be
That was
blind,
crazy.
since it calms her down, it's what they're you let her put oil.
Twitter is just a giant
bring it in your head if that's not enough. That's what it is.
Just
not
everybody
because we hold like
is growing cunty thoughts.
Even if you
I
hold
just
this
didn't know. I just am not even
that would
in
mean
there.
not literally putting the oil in here, rather a bottle of oil.
I try to get on it in the morning to see what everybody's upset
Wonderful.
about. See what's in the news. What the like. A UFO got shot with a Hellfire missile, and they have footage today. And Rep. Luna, yeah, they were talking about it in hearings today. There's a video of there's a video of a UFO getting hit by a Hellfire missile, and the Hellfire missile just blows apart, and the UFO just keeps moving.
What was the UFO?
Like a dot on the screen. They always look like shit.
I saw something weird coming down from the moon the other day. Do
For
not
real?
know